Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening, everyone. My name is Nate. I also go by Hockey Boy and Nate. And today we are going to be discussing this massive overnight threat for the most part. We're also going to be covering it from basically the beginning all the way to the end, just like we usually do. And so the threat for massive winds, the threat for a couple of tornadoes, and some very large hail. I can't even explain how serious this event is without actually showing you guys. What's up, everyone? We got the graphics back. I've gotten everything back to where it should be. When we lost our graphics about a week ago, I was pretty bummed out because, or a week and a half ago, I was pretty bummed out because we were on a roll. We were doing pretty well for ourselves, and as of right now, we've got our pretty nice graphics for the most part. So we've got, our watch box down at the bottom. Whenever there's more watches that the Storm Prediction Center issues, we will put that down at the bottom. You guys will be able to see down below. We also have our time, which is all the way over on this side. Here, let me draw Epic Pen. Over on this side here, we have our time, our live time here. In Eastern Daylight Time, so if you want to convert it to Central Daylight Time, you just subtract 1 hour and you'll be able to get it from there. We also have, just regular animations in general, so I'm pretty happy with what I was able to basically put up with, and all sorts of stuff. But anyways, let's get into the actual heart and soul of why we are live streaming here today. A moderate risk, as most of you have known, has been issued for places in the southern Ozarks into the deep south. The moderate has actually expanded a bit further into Arkansas from the last time you guys saw me. So this is definitely something to keep in mind, that for the most part, this risk is expanding rapidly, and the confidence in this event for how severe these characteristics will be is growing in these coming hours. So I know the newest IEM bot just came in or something like that. I don't actually have the rings up yet for you all because that'll just kill my ears for the most part. But the new day one came in, and we'll actually check up with that here in a bit. But for the most part, so they actually haven't updated it officially on the Storm Prediction Center here. But for the most part, you have widespread risk here. 30% chance for hail is still there, but your hatch risk has expanded a bit more. It is actually expanded into the 15% chance of hail. So for the most part, usually areas, the typical areas that I called for this morning are still there. But now you have places like Dallas, places like Oklahoma City in the significant severe risk. So that is definitely something to keep in mind there. Your wind risk, massive 45%. For the most part, places like Jackson, Pine Bluff, Monroe, Hattiesburg, Meridian, all of you guys are in this 45% risk. I recommend that if you're watching the live stream right now, that you have a plan of action, like getting into a sturdy structure. If you're in a mobile home, there's a good chance that your mobile home might sustain some sort of damage for the most part within your general vicinity. So this is definitely one of those things that you do not want to take lightly by any stretch of the imagination here. And then you also have your tornado risks. People in the chat are saying that it is significant right now, so I'm actually going to go check that out by looking at College of DuPage. My phone is vibrating to all goodness gracious. Let's take a look at the text products here. Storm Prediction Center product. And yep, there is indeed a significant risk. This is actually for really late tonight. So this significant risk over here is for the scattered convection, as well as the bow echo that'll be screaming through the southern parts of the deep south. And so this is one of those things where we are really going to have to monitor as this continues to move on through. As I said, we're going to be live for practically this entire existence of here right now, all the way up into the end of the event that goes into tomorrow morning. So this, if you guys are willing to stay around with us, that would be great. And we will continue to monitor this as best as we can. So but still a 10% significant right here within places like Mississippi and Alabama towards the latter end of this outlook into tomorrow morning. So I'd highly recommend turning on notifications for your emergency alert system on your phone. I know there's a couple of ways to do it for Apple, but I know for Android or a Samsung, the easy way to do it for Samsung, if you have a Samsung phone like myself, is you go down to your message app and you hit the 3 dots and go down to your settings. Once you're there, you're going to want to go down to your emergency alert settings and then go down to your emergency alerts, into which it will show you all the stuff visible for your emergency alert system. And once you have that, turn on everything. Make sure you get notifications. Turn on your notifications. Your sound notifications, not your vibrations, because you won't be able to wake up if it's just vibrations. So I'd highly recommend turning on emergency notifications here, because this could definitely get really intense for the most part. Texarkana is in the moderate, you think? Let me take a look here in a bit. Let's see. Yep, Texarkana's in the moderate. Finally, I've said that they're going to be in the moderate. They're finally in the moderate. That's the area that I'm watching heavily for the beginning of the major parts of this wind risk. We could potentially be seeing a widespread derecho here from this setup. So definitely something that we're going to want to keep in mind as this continues to move on through into the late hours and into the evening. But yes, Texarkana is now in the 45% significant risk. So that is something to keep in mind. I want to check the hail probabilities real quickly, and that looks like it has stayed the same. So that is something to make a note of. And the 2% for the border of North Carolina and Maryland still stays the same there. So that's something to keep in mind with all that. Before we get started, please be sure to leave a like on the video or leave a like on the live stream. Leaving a like actually tells YouTube's algorithm that you guys actually enjoy the stream and or want more people to see this stream. And so by doing that, it sends it to YouTube's algorithm, and YouTube's algorithm actually places this live stream into more people's recommended feeds. So if you guys were to be able to do that for me, that would be greatly appreciated. Also, share this stream on social media. On Twitter, I already tweeted out that we are live streaming. And so if you guys were to go into my Twitter over here, let's go to my profile. It's N8_Snyder. Like it and retweet. And that would be greatly appreciated so that we can continue to get the word out to more people across the southern parts of the United States. So definitely something that would help me out and help get the risk out a bit more. Road to 5K, we're very close to it. We're right next to 4,900 subscribers. So if you guys don't mind helping me out by subscribing and turning on notifications and stuff like that, we can make that road to 5,000 even more realistic. But let's get into the models here. And the models have actually been pretty crazy from this morning all the way up into at this moment. Originally, the models actually had it so that severe storms formed along the boundary in Texas. You guys might have noticed that boundary in my video this morning, but I didn't really talk too much about it because not a lot of storms are going to form until the HRRR at 12Z actually said that there was going to be a huge supercell that was going to be developing from it. So you can actually see it would have been forming near places like Austin and San Antonio. But the good news here is that as we get to the latest model runs here, the latest one, the 19Z, you can see that according to the HRRR model, there is still a cell that forms, and actually that's a bit concerning right there. That cell is just to the north of Austin, but for the most part, across the board, there's a lot of scattered convection that could form off of these cells. So definitely something that we are going to want to continue to monitor as this pushes on through. Let us see. Let's take a look at the conditions of this event. For the most part, the dew points are relatively moist, really moist for the most part, actually. These blues indicate some 60-degree dew points, And so that is really moist for the most part. Anything above 60 is typically moist. Upper 60s is relatively moist, and these purples are in the 70s. That is extremely moist. So that is something to take a note of, that the moisture is there with the dew points. If you go over to the convective available potential energy, which is the amount of energy within the atmosphere, the buoyant force between warm air rising and cold air sinking, the greater displacement of that actually creates more energy, or convective available potential energy, for thunderstorms to be able to explode and become very strong. Some of these could actually be creating hail size amounts and upwards of over 2 inches, maybe even up to 4 inches, maybe higher than that. So this is definitely something that we're going to want to continue to monitor as this continues to push on through. A new severe thunderstorm watch has been issued. A good friend of mine actually told me about that in the chat, so that's good here for us. We might as well turn on audio alerts. Whenever you guys hear this ding, that's when something new comes in from the National Weather Service. And so you can see I have all sorts of tabs from the people.
Super chat $4.99. Hi Nate D.
Cassie, hello, welcome to the stream. Thank you for the $5 super chat. Cassie's a good friend of mine. All right, she's pretty cool. Yeah, so I have all sorts of these National Weather Service offices. They actually release the information out to me. So whenever you hear that ding, that's when you know that something new is being released from the National Weather Service or even the Storm Prediction Center. So I just know that I'm trying to be as on top of things as I possibly can. And oh my goodness, my ears just erupted with those dings. Your mesoscale discussion, there's a new one that has been issued for the severe thunderstorm watch. That was for 76. So that's the one over in Arkansas, which we will talk about in a bit. But yeah, new update for the Storm Prediction Center there. So yeah, a lot of energy here. Typically, your convective available potential energy needs to be above 2,000 in order for it to be considered strong. And in this case, the yellows are the 2,000 range. The oranges and reds are around 3,000 and above. Purple and pink is 4,000, and if you even see the whites in some of these areas, they actually can get up to 5,000 joules per kilogram. So that is something to make a note of, that the energy is there, and it is present within the atmosphere here today. And so this is definitely something that we're going to want to monitor in regards to explosive development, as well as the potential for some severe storms to potentially become particularly dangerous. So a few things that I would like to say real quickly about the conditions and stuff like that is that if you have any pets outside, I'd highly recommend you bring them indoors, because hail up to the size of 2 inches and larger could potentially injure or even kill beings in general. It will injure humans for the most part, but it will kill beings of that caliber. So I'd highly recommend you bring your pets indoors.
Kirk Thorne super chat £2. Hi Nate, good job from Barnstaple, UK.
Kirk with a £2 super chat. My goodness, thank you so much. Especially watching from the UK, that's amazing. Thank you so much. I really do appreciate it. So yeah, geez, that's amazing. But I'd highly recommend bringing them indoors, especially with, even if you disregard the hail, the wind risk in itself could be so intense that even appliances outdoors could be lofted as debris and accelerated to extreme amounts. So this is really something that you guys are going to have to really kind of prepare for. Be in a sturdy structure. As I said, you do not want to be in a mobile home during this event. That is the last thing that you want to do with all of this. So I'd highly recommend that you get into a sturdy structure and that you are able to at least have a plan of action. Bring in your pets, as I said, and you all should be relatively fine. I'd still monitor the weather. As I said, turn on emergency notifications, as well as if you have a weather radio, turn it on and pay attention to the National Weather Service as best as possible. But yeah, a lot of energy here. You're, for the most part, you're 50 mile per hour winds, well, not 50-mile-per-hour winds, geez, your 500 millibar winds, which is a specific height up in the sky, is not all too bad. You typically want wind shear above 40 to 45 knots. It's in the 50s, so it's not too high up above these above the normal parameters, but your wind shear is there and present so that you could potentially see some tornadic situations off of this event. Let's actually take a look at the worst case scenario indicator, other known as the significant tornado parameter. A lot of people love to use the significant tornado parameter to base off with their stuff, and so I don't exactly agree with using that as a forecast basis, but I just like to look at it as a worst case scenario for the most part. And a bunch of stuff. New mesoscale discussing a new watch, a watch probability of 80%, which is possible. So this is definitely something that I'm going to have to look at a later note. But for the most part, let's take a look at the significant tornado parameter. Let's go northern Louisiana here and try and dissect this. So your photograph's pretty good. What I'm looking at here is if you can imagine yourself letting go a weather balloon and allowing it to travel further and further away from you. Those winds actually pick up the weather balloon and take it to whichever direction the winds are moving. And as the weather balloon keeps going up with height, then the winds change, even a change in speed. So that photograph looks at that, and anytime you see it curling off to the right at some point in a wide variety in this red line, that's when you know that you could have some situations indicative of a potential tornadic development. So that's something to keep in mind with that as well. Your cape, obviously it's pretty strong, up to 4,000 joules per kilogram in some spots, so that's something to keep in mind. Your capping inversion, which is a limiting factor in the atmosphere, is -80. I know I said it should be right around -60, but with outflow boundaries and all sorts of crap like that, there isn't really going to be that much usefulness for capping inversion. So we'll just have to continue to monitor this as best as possible, especially with thunderstorm initiation and how supercells could potentially become extraordinarily tornadic. You also have your wind shear aspect of it. If you're not new to my channel and you've been around for a while, I typically look out for these three numbers. These two over here indicate shear, and this right here indicates veering within that photograph. So the higher this number is right here for helicity, the increased chances of tornadic development or even stronger tornadoes is possible. So you typically want over 200 or around 200, and right here you have 204 helicity. That meets the threshold. So the potential for some tornadic development is possible within some of these areas. Your wind shear is pretty good for the most part, so there isn't really too much to complain. This is indeed a tornadic sounding, and the threat for tornadoes exists at around the main areas. Do you know if there will be a chance for PDS tornado watch as well as long track tornadoes? Probably not a PDS tornado watch. There could be some long track tornadoes, maybe just not a whole lot. I'd say they could be relatively quick as they spin up, so we'll have to monitor that pretty heavily. But there could be a particularly dangerous situation, severe thunderstorm watch, that could be issued. So we're going to have to watch that extensively as time moves along. If you guys are new to the stream and you do want to help support the channel, please be sure to leave a like. Leaving a like actually makes it so that it tells YouTube's algorithm that more people should watch this live stream, and that that's a good way of getting the word out, getting the information out about the severe weather event. And so this gets put onto more people's recommended feeds, and more people is more weather aware about these systems, and they could potentially spread the news that way as well. So if you guys would help support me that way, as well as share this with friends and family and on social media, that would be great too, so that we can continue to try and spread the word about this potentially dangerous overnight severe weather event. So that would be great. Let's take a look at some of these new updates. There's a new severe thunderstorm watch in places like Kansas, so we'll have to monitor that very much so. But a new severe thunderstorm watch has been issued, and so we'll just basically take an overview as to what all of these watches mean and what exactly we should be seeing here. So this is the new severe thunderstorm watch. This is for places near Springfield and Joplin. So severe thunderstorm watch number 79, which I'll actually have to put into my watches and warnings tab here in a bit. You can see the threat for tornadoes is very low. Your threat for tornadoes in general actually is very low, but your threat for severe wind and severe hail is enough to warrant a tornado watch. So this is definitely something that we're going to have to watch as this continues to move on through. The probabilities for each event, less than 5% for tornadoes. So up there in Joplin and Springfield, the Storm Prediction Center has zero confidence whatsoever of there being a tornado threat. But there is a higher chance for wind and hail in some of these areas. So there is something to really monitor for this. Just because there is no tornadic threat here does not mean that you guys are out of the clear. Gusty winds, and believe me, gusty winds, intense winds can do a lot of damage for the most part. So this is definitely something that we're going to want to really monitor as this comes into fruition tonight. So for the most part, this is in southern Missouri, northern Arkansas with a little bit of Kansas. So you guys are really going to have to watch out for that. Someone just said tornado warning. I do not see at the moment. Yeah, North Carolina. Look at that. So we do have a tornado warning here for North Carolina. Let's actually go over to Surrey. This is actually near the Mount Airy area, along the areas near Interstate 74. So if you guys live over near Mount Airy, near Bannertown, near places like United States Route 52, you guys really need to go ahead and take your proper precautions. Get underground or get in the lowest, innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. Let's get some timings out here for you all for this storm. As I said, if you live in Surrey County, you guys need to go ahead and take your proper precautions and get into your safe space. Here's right here where the rotation is, just to the south of Bannertown. So luckily it'll be heading towards mostly residential. Actually, it's not exactly residential areas. There's still some houses across the board here. So unfortunately, GR2 Analyst doesn't exactly pick up what some of these developments are. But if you live in between, say, United States Route 52 and State Route 8, you guys need to go ahead and take your proper precautions and get into your safe space because you could potentially have a tornado within your general vicinity. We also see a bit of a hail spike with the storm, which means there could be some large hail coming from this system. And with large hail on top of a tornado risk, that's all the more reason for you to seek shelter, seek indoors. So this is definitely something that we're going to want to continue to monitor as this pushes on through into the evening. Yeah, so this is definitely a really interesting situation for the most part. Here's the velocities. Your reds are moving towards the radar. Your greens, well, actually, I'm sorry, it's the opposite. Your greens are moving towards the radar. Your reds are moving away. There's a lot of counterclockwise or clockwise rotation here, so I'm actually puzzled as to why they issued the warning. Maybe the rotation is a bit further out. Oh, there it was. It was right over Mount Airy, and then it deteriorated. So I'm very puzzled as to why they issued this tornado warning. Maybe actually right about here. Your green's moving towards or red's moving away. Right here is where your general rotation would be. So yeah, this is potentially something that we're going to have to continue to monitor for the most part. And you can even see that hook here on reflectivity, the classic supercellular structure that most people would typically look for strong thunderstorms. So because we have that here, that's most likely the reason why they issued the tornado warning. Sure, there's some weak winds aloft. This is looking up 2,000 feet up in the sky, or actually more than 3,000 feet up in the sky. So it's not super high up. And as I said, a little puzzling that they issued this tornado warning, but still a tornado warning nevertheless, and that people in Surrey counties need to take shelter now. Yeah, there's a pretty nice hail spike here. I'll actually go back to the correlation coefficient. You can see this massive blue area right here. What this indicates is the hail, whenever the radar sends the beam out, the radar beams actually reflect off the hail back down to the ground, back up towards the hail, and then back over into the radar. And so that what that does is that contaminates the radar data a bit and makes it so that you have these little spikes on the end of the storm. And so a lot of large hail here with this storm. As I was saying before, there's actually been reports of 1-inch size hail near Surrey, around Mount Airy. So that is definitely something that we're going to have to continue to monitor for the most part as this continues to move on through. Can we show this in 3D? Yeah, we sure can, but the radar is going to be really inflicted by this. But here's your 3D image of the storm. Let's actually take a larger image here. Make this look a whole lot cooler. So here's your 3D image of the storm. You can see, for the most part, what the thunderstorms actually look like. I'm actually pretty curious for the most part about something. Do that. Do that. Do that. Do that. Do that. Boom. And then we can see, yeah, so this is, you can actually see the overshooting tops with this storm right in here. It's pretty hard to see for the most part, but yeah, you can definitely see the overshooting tops with this this cell. So this is definitely something that we're going to want to continue to monitor as this pushes on through. I saw this on Twitter, so I'm just copying this dude for the most part, but I just thought it looked pretty cool. The best part about ideas is that you can steal them. So, but look at that. That actually is a pretty interesting supercell for the most part. You can see how wide this storm actually expands, as well as the hail core for the most part. So this is a very, very strong thunderstorm. You can even see the inflow notch here within this cell. If we go to the ISO surface and peel back some of the rain a bit, we can actually see where the hook is. Not a very strong inflow notch, I'll give it that. But right there is where the inflow would be going into the thunderstorm. And so this is definitely something to where we have an infant cell, maybe even a very, very weak supercell. But for the most part, this is a very, very interesting thunderstorm here in North Carolina. We also have some other cells across the board here that look like they're producing rotation. So we'll continue to keep this radar over here as long as possible. But yeah, there's some really interesting stuff that's coming out from these storms in North Carolina. Who knows? Maybe this is the sleeper event up here. So we'll have to continue to monitor this as time moves along. Let's go back over to some of these cells. Let's actually go to Springfield here. This is the reason why they issued the severe thunderstorm watch, chat. Take a look at all of these thunderstorms. All of these can produce some large hail and some very gusty winds. Doesn't look all too much like a tornado threat because nothing's all too organized, but that is the reason why they issued the severe thunderstorm watch within those general vicinities. So this is definitely something that we're going to have to continue to monitor as this continues to move on through. And I do want to actually include the severe thunderstorm watch into my my watches and warnings and stuff like that. So I'll put that there. And if you guys would give me 2 seconds. Boom. There we go. And 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. File, save, boom. It's now updated. That's perfect. So yes, a lot of thunderstorms across the board here. Some could be very strong, some gusty winds, maybe even some large hail for the most part. So this is definitely something that we're going to want to continue to monitor as time moves along. This is a very, very interesting situation that is unfolding us right now because, you know, we've been telling you, or we know what the risks are for the most part going to be like heading into later on this evening. You know, from right now until about 8 o'clock, that's when there's going to be a lot of discrete cells. Some could be even tornadic. Some areas we're probably going to even have to watch in Texas because there's that cell that forms along the boundary, and that if that goes, that will most certainly be tornadic 100%. This is really something to where, is this a warm-up? Is this a prophecy as to what we could potentially be seeing here today? This is definitely something that we're going to have to watch further, but 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts, inch and a quarter size hail off of the severe thunderstorm warning here for Stone, Berry, and Lawrence counties in Missouri. That'll be in effect until 4:15 p.m. Central Daylight Time. So if you live over in the general vicinity of near Springfield, maybe even south of Springfield, you guys really need to continue to monitor this as this continues to move on through. What's considered a bust today? There are not supposed to be many tornadoes. I don't think there really can be a bust here today, even though there's a 10% chance for tornadoes early into tomorrow morning, which, as I said, we will be continuing to monitor this event all the way throughout the night. So if you are in a severe thunderstorm warning, or if you're in a tornado warning and you live in these areas later on tonight into tomorrow morning, we will be live streaming, myself and at the time Morgan will be both together trying to keep each other awake. So definitely something to where we will continue to help all the way on throughout. And I'll have to get a couple cups of coffee for the most part to try and keep myself awake. But that is the plan for us here from now onwards. If you guys are enjoying the live stream and you're new to the channel, please be sure to subscribe and turn on notifications. I do live streams like this every single time an event is somewhat significant. My the typical thing that I look for in order to live stream is a 5% chance for tornadoes. But if it's a moderate like this, even with a 10% SIG, I would have live streamed anyways. So I do that, as well as I also upload videos every single morning. I uploaded a video this morning discussing about what the threat was going to be, and because they have done this and actually increased it a bit further, this is you know, something that we've been really mindful of and a little bit worried of too. And the fact that they have expanded the risk for the most part is a little concerning. But we try to get the warnings out for you all. We try to warn people and try to save lives potentially. So that's what we do here on the channel. If you like the video, that actually helps us get onto YouTube's algorithm. And that tells YouTube's algorithm that more people need to watch this content, whether they like it or it's just informational. So by liking the video, that actually helps me out in getting the word out a lot more effectively. So that would be greatly appreciated. And share this video with friends and family and on social media, as I have mentioned. Ice Cream Bunny, what's up? What's up? What's up? So this storm over here in Southern Virginia looks pretty interesting. Actually, most of these storms in Southern Virginia are looking pretty interesting. They're looking a lot more interesting for the most part. So let's just go along the line here and catch up with you all about what this tornado warning is about. So tornado warning for Surrey counties in northern North Carolina. That'll be in effect until 4:45 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time for potential chance for a tornado, as well as golf ball sized hail, which golf ball is 1 3/4 inches. So that is definitely something that we are not really going to want to deal with at all. Not something that you're going to want to be outside for whatsoever. Just ask the people over down in Texas yesterday. They had widespread golf ball sized hail and damaged a lot of housing across the board, broke windows, and that's just definitely not something that you want to be outdoors for. So tornado risk, as well as the chance for some large hail, is present within the storm. If you live over near State Route 8 in North Carolina, you guys need to go ahead and take your proper precautions. Get underground or get in the lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. This will be heading off to the State Route 8 area and about in half an hour off to the north of Danbury. So if you live over there, you guys have a little bit of time, but not too much time. So I would highly recommend having a plan of action whenever the storm arrives, so that way you may be able to try and protect yourself from the potential tornadic rotation or the potential tornado, as well as the large hail within this storm. As I said, there are some other areas across the board that actually have some really interesting rotation. This one over here is just to the south of the severe thunderstorm warning, which is located near Pittsylvania, Henry, and Franklin counties in Virginia. That severe thunderstorm warning actually will be in effect until 5 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts and half-dollar-sized hail, but there is some really strong rotation on this. You can see the greens are moving towards the radar, the reds are moving away. Right in the middle is where the rotation is. Just to the north of Axton, just to the south and west of Callens, moving off to the north and east. So if you live near State Route 41, you guys really need to monitor the storm. And if they issue a tornado warning, which I really won't be surprised if they do, as a matter of fact, I'm almost counting on them to issue a tornado warning. You guys really need to find a place to get into your safe space. So that is definitely something that we are going to have to continue to monitor as this moves on through. There's been some reports of some wind damage along the line that's in Arkansas. This is southern Arkansas. Law enforcement reports a tree down blocking the highway. So it's on the 4700th block of Mount Holly Highway. The vehicle ran into the tree, but no injuries were reported, so that is the good news there. But still some widespread damage being doing already from these storms, and winds can do some significant damage, so this is definitely something that we're going to want to continue to monitor for the most part. But yeah, this rotation right here looks relatively interesting. As I said, if you live near State Route 41, near Callens, you guys really need to monitor the system and take your proper precautions if necessary. Let's go back over to some of these other severe thunderstorm warnings. We'll go over to, do I not have Shreveport on here? If I don't, I'm going to use Monroe's radar to go over to Shreveport, and I'll be able to diagnose these myself. So here's the report of the tree down. This is just to the north and west of El Dorado. So you guys really need to monitor this for the most part, especially with some of these severe thunderstorm warnings. Bradley, Cleveland, Calhoun, and Ouachita counties, you guys are in a severe thunderstorm warning until 4:15 p.m. Central Daylight Time. These could really produce some strong gusty winds, 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts, quarter-sized hail, maybe even larger in some of these areas. One thing I do notice here on the radar is that this thing is already forming a bowing characteristic. So a lot of strong gusty winds that are forming in behind this, and typically at the peak of that bowing segment is where your strongest winds will be. So this is definitely something that we're going to want to continue to monitor. There's also another instance to where at the top of the bow echo, there's actually a bit of counterclockwise rotation. So watch out for this storm to also have a tornado warning on the northern edge of this line. So places like Fordyce, New Edinburgh, Kingsland, Rye, Cornerville, you guys need to watch out for this, as well as Tinsman, Banks, Warren, Wilmar, Monticello. You guys could potentially not only see some strong gusty winds, but maybe even some tornadic conditions from the storm. So this is definitely something that we're going to want to continue to monitor for the most part. Widespread hail, you can see these greens in the middle of some of these blues. That is actually indicative of a 1-inch sized hail. So you guys could be seeing some 1-inch sized hail for the most part in some of these areas, especially the one near the rotation near Bearden and Fordyce. You also see another one that was that's approaching El Dorado. So if you guys live over there, you guys really need to monitor this storm very, very carefully for the most part. There's actually a severe thunderstorm warning that's all the way over near Frederick, Oklahoma, but we're not going to pay attention to that a whole lot. Just 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts, quarter-sized hail. If you live over in Greer County, you guys have a severe thunderstorm warning that will be in effect until 4:15 p.m. Central Daylight Time. So you guys really need to monitor that and stay indoors with that cell. Let's go back over to Springfield here. We have some really interesting stuff here from the storm. You can clearly see the hooking characteristic off of this cell. So this is a bit of a supercell, in my honest opinion. Your echo tops actually prove that, with it being over 41,000 feet, which is just how tall the thunderstorms actually suspend up into the atmosphere. So this is definitely 100% a strong storm that is approaching just to the south of Springfield. So if you know anyone who lives in Springfield or lives just to the south of Springfield, I would tell them that you have a strong thunderstorm that's approaching their general vicinity that could produce 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts and a large hail. As you can see, some of these areas have these greens, which I told you before, could be indicative of 1-inch size hail. The brighter greens into the almost yellows actually is 1 3/4 inches. So this is definitely something that no one is going to want to be outdoors for, especially with this storm. So let's get some timings here for this severe thunderstorm that's moving off to the north and east. Let's actually start from the hail core here and move that way. So this will be moving off to the Crane vicinity in about 5 to 10 minutes, moving to the Hurley area in about 15 minutes. Well, I'll say 10 minutes actually. Clever in about 30 minutes. New update from me, a bunch of severe thunderstorm warnings, and a new severe thunderstorm watch that has been issued. This will be for the Memphis and Jackson vicinity. So that's something to keep in mind with all of that, with that system. So Clever in about a half an hour, and then in between Clever and Highlandville, you guys could see some severe storms within half an hour of each other.
I'm in London. Global audience because you're great.
AC, thank you for the £2 super chat. I really do appreciate it, my friend. Thank you so much. And I actually appreciate you guys watching me from abroad. That means a lot to me as well. So thank you so much. Anyways, let's go back to the timings here for this these storms. And then Springfield, about a half an hour to an hour, depending upon how far south you are. Like if you are near State Route 14, then you guys could experience some of these storms about a half an hour to maybe 45 minutes. But if you live near Springfield, you guys could start seeing these storms that could produce some large hail for the most part in about an hour. So this is definitely something that we're going to want to continue to warn people about. As I said, the best way to start warning people is by either telling them on social media or by sharing this live stream on social media or even liking the video, because that goes onto YouTube's algorithm and it tells YouTube that more people need to watch this content. So by doing that, you're actually getting my live stream out a lot more efficiently, because we all know Twitter and Facebook, sometimes most people don't even look at those posts. They just scroll on through. So this will be put onto someone's recommended feed and they can even get the word out that way as well. So that would be greatly appreciated. But yeah, Springfield, Missouri, you guys could start seeing some severe conditions for the most part. And there's even some a little bit of rotation within this storm. So that's something to keep in mind with all of that. I want to go back to the storm real quickly over in Virginia before we even look at the models, because I do want to take a look at the models again. But as of right now, I don't want to exactly get into too much in-depth analysis at the moment. All I just want to really do is start covering storms for the most part. So a bunch of thunderstorms across the board. There's still the tornado warning for Surrey County. That'll be still in effect until 4:45 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time, which is another 2 minutes. The rotation has diminished, but you still have that large hail there that's going to be moving off to the Danbury, the State Route 8 area. So if you live over there, you guys really need to monitor this storm. We also have some more severe thunderstorm warnings across the board here in southern Virginia. This one over here, which is heading off towards the Danville, or just to the north of the Danville area near Dry Fork and Blair's. This is for Pittsylvania and Henry counties. That'll be in effect until 5:30 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time for ping pong ball size hail and 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts. And yes, you heard me correctly. Ping pong ball sized hail. If you guys can imagine ping pong balls that are made of ice falling from the sky, that is that could easily do some dents and maybe even some damage to some people, pets, and homes. So you definitely want to get indoors if you live in those areas. Then you also have some other severe thunderstorm warnings. A couple of them have already some appendages looking supercellular, but nothing too tornadic at the moment. But if you live near Cluster Spring and South Boston and Virginia, Halifax County, until 5:15 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time, you have a severe thunderstorm warning. And if you also live near Clarksville along Mecklenburg County in southwestern Virginia, or not southwestern, south central Virginia, you have a severe thunderstorm warning until 5 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts and quarter-size hail on that one. Then we also have a severe thunderstorm warning that's just to the south of Raleigh. I know I have a lot of viewers from North Carolina from the one stream, and so we have a severe thunderstorm warning here for Harnett, Wake, and Johnston counties. That'll be in effect until 5:15 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts and quarter-size hail. There's actually been reports of 1-inch size hail near Raven Rock State Park by a park ranger. So that is there's your evidence right there that this thing is most likely severe. We'll actually move our radar over. Actually, I don't exactly want to do that at the moment. Let's move to GR level 3, which is just a lower resolution version of this. So you can see right here, here's your storm for the most part. Large hail across this general vicinity, hail in upwards of an inch in some spots, maybe even an inch and a half. Let's take a look at the reflectivity, which is what we're doing right now. So let's take a look at the velocities. The velocities aren't exactly too interesting for the most part. No rotation here, but definitely some large hail from the storm that we can expect from some of these areas. So definitely something that we're going to want to continue to monitor as this moves on through. There's also a severe thunderstorm warning over in near Virginia Beach, near Norfolk. So let's quickly take a look at that. So a couple severe thunderstorm warnings here. Let's see. So this one here near Suffolk. This will be for East Central City of Suffolk. Severe thunderstorm warning until 5:15 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time for 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts and quarter-size hail. I anticipate just that. I don't see anything tornadic from this storm. So that's just one of those things where you need to get indoors. South of Chesapeake, south of Virginia Beach, you also have a severe thunderstorm warning. So the southern city of Chesapeake in southeastern Virginia, you have a severe thunderstorm warning until 5:15 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time for 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts and quarter-size hail. I do see a bit of a supercellular structure here, and there is a little bit of rotation. You can see the greens are moving towards the radar, the reds are moving away. Right in the middle is where the rotation would be. So if you're north of Moyock over towards Chesapeake in Virginia, south of Norfolk, you guys really need to go ahead and monitor this storm extensively. A new tornado warning is in Arkansas. So we'll go over, that's the northern part of the cell that we were talking about earlier along the bow echo. So just something to keep in mind with that this has been something that we've been monitoring for not exactly quite a while, but we've mentioned that this area could potentially see a tornado warning here along the northern end of the gust front. So if you guys live near New Edinburgh, near Rye, along State Route 8, along State Route 15 here in Arkansas, you guys need to go ahead and take your proper precautions. Get underground or get in the lowest, innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. Here's the actual curly Q within the bow echo here at the top that I was mentioning. So you can see the bow echo shoots out like this. Your gusty winds would wrap in behind, and some instances it can create this counterclockwise rotations. So right within here is where the tornado warning, the rotation would actually be. So if you live near south of Thornton, south of Fordyce, heading off into the New Edinburgh areas, you guys need to go ahead and take your proper precautions and get into your safe space. Let's take some time. Let's get a timing out here for you all, because the velocities, we can't exactly see what is going on here for the most part, but New Edinburgh, you'll be impacting in about 5 to 10 minutes, as well as State Route 8 within that general vicinity. That'll be passing off into the Rye vicinity in about 20 to 25 minutes. So if you live over there, you have a little bit of time to get into your safe space. But this is definitely something that you're going to want to continue to monitor for the most part. Those dings are is IEM bot basically letting me know what the National Weather Service is telling me within specific areas. But this is definitely a really interesting rotation for the most part here, localized here in Arkansas. So definitely something that we're going to want to continue to monitor as this moves off to the north and actually just more to the east-northeast. As I said, we can't tell what the rotation here is looking like for the most part. I can try to go over into Little Rock's radar, see if we can get a better vantage point here. And yeah, there is a bit of a better vantage point. So the greens are moving towards the radar, the reds are moving away. Right in the middle is where the rotation would be. And so that is indeed some pretty decent rotation here along this gust front. So if you know anyone, as I said, who lives near New Edinburgh along State Route Highway 8, you guys need to tell them to get into their safe space right then and there. As well as good thing I have this GIS system here that tells me more roads and stuff like that. So Banks Road in near Newton Edinburgh, as well as let's see if I can find some more. Shady Grove Road. You guys need to go ahead and take your proper precautions, as well as anyone near Bradley 15 Road. You guys really need to monitor that one as the storm continues to move on through. And then Bradley 167 Road. You guys need to monitor this system extensively. You also have State Route 189 here, just to the north of New Edinburgh. So if you guys live over there as well, you guys need to go ahead and take your proper precautions as well. But still something to really monitor as this continues to move on through towards the north, well, the east-northeast. Is it going to Florida? Negative. This is in Arkansas, and this is moving east. So Florida is a bit too far south. But this entire system is going to be moving into Florida tomorrow, so please monitor the system. This is definitely something that we really need to continue to monitor. Here's the reflectivity again. You can see the kink within the line, the inflow coming in unimpeded. So right about there, right about here is where the rotation would be. And as I said, New Edinburgh, even if you live along the areas near State Route State Route 97, State Route 8, as well as State Route 189, you guys need to go ahead and take your proper precautions and get into your safe space now. Further along the line, this will be heading off to the Cornerville areas as well as the State Route 35 areas. So you guys really need to continue to monitor that storm with the utmost caution as well. Let us see. Let me quickly go over. I need Google Maps. Okay, so Sparta in itself, I believe that was when yeah, you guys should be fine for now. The person who lives in Sparta, you guys might see some scattered showers for the most part, but Sparta for right now is kind of out of the risk, so that is the good news here. Geez, this rotation in Virginia really needs warned. This is some really strong rotation right there, I'll say that much. Let us see. Actually, I'll be able to see it here with GR2 Analyst, and yeah, that is some pretty strong rotation for the most part. So I'm actually really surprised that they haven't warned this thing, even with how strong it looks like on its presentation. So yeah, let's go back to Little Rock here. Go back to this severe tornado warning. Actually, we'll talk about that in a second. I do want to talk about some of these other severe thunderstorm warnings that are north of Tulsa. So this severe thunderstorm warning for Rogers, Washington, Nowata, and Tulsa County in Oklahoma, that'll be in effect until 4:30 p.m. Central Daylight Time. 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts and quarter-size hail with that one. So if you're around that system, you guys need to for sure seek indoors. I want to also go back to the storm here in Springfield. There's actually a new severe thunderstorm warning for Joplin. So we'll take a look at that real quickly. Severe thunderstorm warning for Cherokee County in Kansas, as well as Newton and Jasper counties in Missouri. That'll be in effect until 4:30 p.m. Central Daylight Time. 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts and quarter-size hail with that one. We'll take a look at the maximum expected hail size, and these greens are indicative of some larger amounts of hail in upwards of an inch, maybe even an inch and a half in some spots, but I definitely foresee an inch within the storm. So if you guys live near Galena, Joplin, Iron Gates, Readings Mills, or Reading Mills, Loma Linda, as well as Riverton, you guys need to go ahead and seek indoors because this storm is producing some larger amounts of hail and as well as some gusty winds within this event. Let's go back over to the storm here that's approaching Springfield. This has been really trucking on through here for the most part. So some very large hail as well as some strong gusty winds, although the hail seems to be diminishing with the main part of the threat. You still have some hail amounts in upwards of about an inch, but there's also a new storm that's forming in behind it that's creating some hail amounts in upwards of about an inch, maybe even larger as well. So this is definitely something that will have multiple rounds within your general vicinity, but it'll be for a short-lived period of time because these storms are moving relatively quickly as soon as you get there, and that you'll get a lot of rain hail, as I've mentioned, and some very strong gusty winds and upwards of 60 miles per hour. So that's something that we're going to have to continue to monitor. Bunch of new severe thunderstorm watches that have been issued across the board. So I really want to go ahead and take a look at that. A bunch of these severe thunderstorm watches. Here's your large severe thunderstorm watch that was issued for places in Mississippi, Tennessee, and stuff like that. So we'll get into that here in a second. Gonna take a sip of my water. Is Alabama at risk right now? You guys have a couple of strong to maybe even severe storms here. Let me see. There's one severe thunderstorm warning for Alabama at the moment. It's for Limestone County. It's for Limestone County, and that'll be in effect until 4:30 p.m. Central Daylight Time. So you guys should be fine for in that regard. Will Memphis get tornadoes? You guys have the chance to, but it's definitely not too strong, and they definitely won't be as strong as some of the areas down to the south. So that's my short and brief answer from Memphis. Here's your severe thunderstorm watch. This has been issued for eastern Arkansas, northeastern Louisiana, the Missouri Boot Heel, the central and northern parts of Mississippi, as well as western Tennessee until 1 p.m. Central Daylight Time. So scattered damaging wind gusts likely, significant wind gusts of 75 miles per hour possible, maybe even higher in some spots, as well as some large hail and upwards of 2 inches in diameter. Notice how they didn't mention that there was going to be a couple of tornadoes. It's not really going to be as likely. I'll bring up the probabilities, and the chance for tornadoes in general is about 10% for your area. So that's the good news here for right now. I do want to put this in my watches and warnings tab. So if you guys will give me a couple of seconds so that I'll be able to put this up. The watches and warning thing is just basically the scroll text that's right below my my face cam. So if you guys want to look at that, see which areas potentially could be impacted and what they'll get, just look to the bottom of your screen there. Bunch of notifications coming in from my bot at the moment. I might not be able to keep up with all this. It's a lot of stuff here. I will say that much. 5. File, save, boom. That's now up to date. So that is the good news here. If you guys are new to the channel and you do like what I do, please be sure to leave a like, subscribe if you're new, turn on notifications, share this with friends and family and on social media. I do this during every single significant severe weather event, so this is definitely something to keep in mind. Is it that warning that I've been looking at for a while now? Is that seriously? Which cell that got tornado warned? Did it get tornado warned? Martinsville, Virginia on the North Carolina line. I don't see it at the moment. But yeah, if you do enjoy the content, please be sure to leave a like. Leaving a like actually helps getting the word out more efficiently. It actually makes it so that it gets put onto YouTube's algorithm a lot more efficiently that way. So because that happens, I get to be put on more people's recommended feed, and the word gets to be put out a lot more efficiently that way. So if you guys were to do that, that would be greatly appreciated. Martinsville and Danville in Virginia. Right here? This storm right here. Very easily, I mean, it should be tornado warned, I'll tell you that much. If it isn't already, then, you know, National Weather Service is in trouble, but this most certainly should be tornado warned regardless. But this is definitely some really intense rotation here. Not afraid there to admit it. But you definitely have your classic hook right here. Your inflow somewhat unimpeded because of all the rain for the most part. And so this is definitely something to kind of monitor with these storms as they continue to accelerate over into the evening. Let's go back over to Arkansas here. Let's go back to the tornado warning. New Edinburgh, you guys are now starting to be impacted. The rotation in itself is actually kind of deteriorated a little bit. So that is the good news here. But if you guys are tornado warned, then if you live near Blair's, live near Dry Fork, live near Danville, you guys need to go ahead and take your proper precautions and get into your safe space, especially if you live along State Route 41 as well as along United States Route 29. I'm trying to see here, National Weather Service, tornado. I don't actually, Arkansas, North Carolina. It doesn't say anything according to Twitter here. But regardless, would not be surprised if this thing actually goes tornado warned. So, Blair's, it'll be impacting you sooner or later, but I just don't see, I don't see it being tornado warned right now, although it should be, or at least I'm not being updated of it, and I've got like few reliable sources here, especially from the actual National Weather Service itself. So I just continue to monitor it, get indoors for the most part, and yeah. Let's get into some of these other cells here, like near Jonesboro. There's actually a severe thunderstorm warning for Greene, Craighead, Poinsett, Mississippi, and Dunklin counties here in Missouri. That'll be in effect until 4:45 p.m. Central Daylight Time. Let's go over there with my GR level 3, and we'll be able to take a look at what this storm is doing. So some large hail and upwards of 1.5 inches in some spots. If you guys live here near Lake City, Monette, Leechville, Brooklyn, as well as Manila, you guys need to go ahead and seek indoors because this, for the most part, is going to be creating a lot of strong hail, large hail, some strong gusty winds. Not really the threat for tornadoes, that is the good news, but I would definitely want to continue to monitor that as this continues to move on. I think they've officially updated the watch in itself, so that is the good news. Severe thunderstorm watch number 81, so I can actually be able to put that into my new watches and warnings tab. I'm gonna have so much stuff by the end of this. So current watches, yep, there's number 81, a massive expansive area here in Oklahoma, including OKC, Tulsa. So this is definitely something that we're going to want to continue to monitor for the most part. So scattered large hail, and very isolated, very large hail events upwards of 2.5 inches, as well as a tornado or two is possible, cannot be ruled out. So that is something to monitor as well. Probabilities for a tornado actually is 20%, so that is something that we should continue to monitor as this moves on through. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And I'll update that in a second. I do want to quickly take a look back at this cell. It does look relatively interesting, but not too entirely too large. So that's the good news for us. I want to see if I have enough radars here, or if I do have some radars, do I need all of them? Starting to think I don't really need the Shreveport radar just yet. So let's move that over to OKC. Pennsylvania cell is labeled as strongly rotating on your radar from WSET. Yeah, I agree. There's some very strong rotation there within that cell. So I'll continue to monitor that as much as possible. There's just so many storms at the moment. Just to let you all know how many severe thunderstorm warnings there are right now. There are 23 severe thunderstorm warnings. So this is definitely one of those things to where, you know, I'm definitely going to have my hands full here this evening. But we're going to continue to try and get out as much information as possible. So if I don't get your area, I won't be doing specific forecasts from now on until this event starts to calm down a little bit, which I fear is not going to be anytime soon. So if you guys are a little bit upset at me, please understand that there are 23 severe thunderstorm warnings right now, and there are some other people who are going to get a lot of action for the most part. Let's go ahead and go over towards places like Newport News and Norfolk real quickly. So let's take a look at some of these severe thunderstorm warnings. Yeah, severe thunderstorm warning is for the Isle of Wight, the city of Hampton, the city of Newport News, and Surrey County in Virginia. That'll be in effect until 5:30 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts and quarter-size hail with that one. So if you live in any of those areas, you need to monitor this one. Not really seeing a whole lot of rotation on that one if there was any, but there is still some. So you definitely want to continue to monitor that. And then if you are just to the south of Chesapeake, there's also a severe thunderstorm warning here. So the city of Chesapeake, there is a severe thunderstorm warning until 5:15 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. So this is definitely something that we're going to want to monitor, especially across the board here in Virginia. If they move into your areas and they issue severe thunderstorm warning, you guys really need to monitor this across the board here. And there's even some other severe thunderstorm warnings, some more ones here. This is for Mecklenburg in Virginia. Come in. I said come in. All right, that's cool and all. Yep, so Mecklenburg County in Virginia, that'll be in effect until 5:45 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. Ping pong ball size hail and 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts with that one. So you definitely want to be indoors. You don't want to be outside getting pelted by that large hail. And there's also a severe thunderstorm warning just to the south of that in Granville County in North Carolina until 5:30 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts, quarter-size hail with that one. Moving down the line towards the west, you have also a severe thunderstorm warning for Halifax County. That'll be in effect until 5:15 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time for 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts and half-dollar sized hail, so some larger amounts of hail within that one. And then here's your severe thunderstorm warning right here that we've been talking about for quite some time, with some pretty strong rotation on this. There's actually a tornado possible tag now on the storm, so I would not be surprised if this thing really starts to ramp up. As I said, maybe even produce a tornado warning. So this is definitely something to continue to monitor as this pushes on through. But Pennsylvania County, you guys are still in a severe thunderstorm warning until 5:30 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. Ping pong ball sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts. This thing is also tightening now, so I would not be surprised if this thing could even be trying to form a tornado vortex signature or even a tornado debris signature relatively soon. But still something that we're going to want to continue to monitor as this pushes on through. As I said, if you live near Blair's in Virginia, if you live near United States Route 29, if you live near State Route 29 in Virginia, you guys need to continue to monitor this system as this continues to move off through into your general vicinity. Let's go to some of these other severe thunderstorm warnings for the most part, and oh my goodness, so much stuff. So Osage and Pawnee counties in Oklahoma, you guys have a severe thunderstorm warning until 4:45 p.m. Central Daylight Time. 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts and an inch and a quarter sized hail. So please go indoors. Do not risk it, and you definitely want to go indoors for the most part. The tornado warning has been canceled, so right now it's just a lot of severe thunderstorm warnings. We had 23 before, now we have 26. So this is going to be shaping up to be a very big, widespread event here for the most part. We also have a couple more severe thunderstorm warnings to talk about. Severe thunderstorm warning here for Perquimans, Bertie, and Chowan counties here in North Carolina. That'll be in effect until 5:45 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts, quarter-size hail with that. So if you live over there, please seek shelter. Please go indoors. And then we also have a severe thunderstorm warning that is just to the south of Raleigh at the moment. So if you live in Raleigh, or if you live south of Raleigh here in Angler, as well as in Fuquay, Varina, you guys need to go ahead and take your proper precautions and get indoors. A lot of lightning with this cell here. You can see all these little lightning strikes within this system. So this is definitely something that we're going to want to continue to monitor. A lot of gusty winds with this system. I don't really see a whole lot of hail with this, but there is still some, so that's something to keep in mind with all of that. All right, let's move on over towards, let's see, we mentioned Oklahoma a couple times. Let's go over towards, geez, I'm getting stretched thin with the radar coverage that I have here. I'm not going to lie. Alabama, I don't really need you at the moment. Although there is a severe thunderstorm warning for Huntsville, but I'm going to move you over now to Memphis to cover these 2 severe thunderstorm warnings that are over here near Jonesboro. But we will talk about that severe storm over near Huntsville, so don't fret too much. A severe thunderstorm warning is in effect for Limestone County in northern Alabama. That'll be in effect until 4:30 p.m. Central Daylight Time. 60-mile-per-hour wind gust, quarter-sized hail. One thing to note here is that this storm is moving 10 miles per hour, so this is definitely something to monitor as this moves on through. Here is the cell that we are talking about. So right about here. Here is Huntsville at the moment, and here is Mooresville. There's a bit of a cell right here. So right within this area, there's a cell. There's another cell right here. I don't see a whole lot coming from this. This is still something that we're going to have to monitor. Here's also a new severe thunderstorm warning for northern Georgia or northwestern Georgia, Murray and Whitfield counties. That'll be in effect until 5:15 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts and quarter-size hail with that one. I actually agree with the hail sizes on this one. So definitely one of those things where if you live along the I-75 corridor, as well as the United States Route 411 corridor and the United States Route 41 corridor, you guys definitely need to go indoors, especially around Chatsworth, Spring Place, Eaton, as well as Cisco and Sumac. You guys need to go indoors for some large hail within that general vicinity. If you guys are new to the stream and you do want to help support the channel, please be sure to leave a like. Leaving a like actually makes it so that the information gets out a lot more quicker and efficiently by being put onto YouTube's algorithm and then being put onto people's recommended feeds. So if you guys do that for me, that would be greatly appreciated, as well as sharing this on social media with friends and family. And if you guys do enjoy the content, please be sure to subscribe and turn on notifications. That would also be greatly appreciated as well. So for most of these storms across the board here, there is definitely a wide area of coverage that we're definitely going to want to monitor. 27 severe thunderstorm warnings, so we have lost one, which I'm not going to complain. I am for sure not going to complain, but yeah, that is definitely something that we're going to want to continue to cover to the best of our ability. So let's go just to the north and east of Jonesboro near Paragould and Cardwell. You have a couple severe thunderstorm warnings, Greene, Craighead, Clay, and Dunklin counties. That'll be in effect until 5 p.m. Central Daylight Time. Ping pong ball sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts with that one. You also have another severe thunderstorm warning for Greene, Craighead, Poinsett, and Dunklin counties. That one will be in effect until 4:45 p.m. Central Daylight Time. It only just expands further southward, but if you live near Paragould, as well as Cardwell, Monette, Caraway, as well as Lake City and Black Oak, and the Leachville areas, as well as anywhere along United States Route 412 and 49 near Paragould, you guys need to go ahead and get indoors because you guys could see some very large hail with that one. We actually see our first 2-inch size hail indicator of the day indicated in this kind of very bright orange. So you could potentially see some larger hail, larger than ping pong ball size. So this is definitely something that we're going to want to continue to monitor as time goes along, because large hail like this could do a lot of damage for the most part. A new tornado warning. I swear, if this is the storm I was talking about, I'm going to laugh. And it is. There it is. Blair's, I told you all you guys need to go ahead and get in your safe space a while back, and I'm hoping to the Lord that you guys did, because you do have a new tornado warning here. This will be for Pittsylvania County. That'll be in effect until 6 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. So not only do you have the chance for some golf ball sized hail, but you also have the chance for some tornadic rotation here. So this is definitely a storm that we're going to want to continue to monitor as this pushes on through. You can really see the rotation here for the most part.
Grant Super Chat $4.99. Thumbs up.
Thank you, Doll Grant, for the $5 super chat. I really do appreciate it. You can see the greens are the winds moving towards the radar, the reds and oranges moving away. Right in the middle is where the rotation would be, right over the town of Blair. So if you know anyone who lives in Blair's, you guys really need to tell them to get in there. Excuse me, to get in their safe space. I'm getting the hiccups right now because I'm talking so much. So I might have to take a sip of water. But this is most certainly a storm that we're going to have to continue to monitor. We've been monitoring it for quite some time with how much rotation it's had. And indeed, it is still showing up rather strong within the system. Let's take a look at the ZDR. This tells us our updrafts here. And some decent tornadic updrafts here. Especially on the southern side and the northern side. This is actually the northern side of the cell right here, where we can particularly see the large hail and maybe even the tornadic updraft with this system. So this is definitely something that we're going to want to continue to monitor as this pushes on through. I don't see anything with a spectrum width indicating that this thing is on the ground, although I don't think it's on the ground at the moment. I do see a lot of the forward flank downdraft wrapping around a bit, where that's the outflow boundary. Both are particularly the same, but forward flank downdraft is wrapping around with its outflow, kind of being lagged behind. So this is definitely a strong gusty wind threat for places along State Route 360. So if you live over there, you guys need to go ahead, take your proper precautions, and get into your safe space. Then, as this continues to move on through down to the south and east, it'll start to get into the general vicinity of the United States Route 58 areas north of Milton. So if you live anywhere to the north of Danville or to the north and east of Danville or even east of Danville along United States Route 58, you guys not only need to monitor the storm, but if you're to the north or even to the north and east, you guys need to go ahead and take your proper precautions and get into your safe space. As I said, get underground or get in the lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. I don't see any tornado debris signature by using correlation coefficient, but this is definitely something that we need to continue to monitor for the most part. Someone said that the tornado is now confirmed within the cell, and I don't exactly know if it is, but this is definitely something that we're going to have to continue to monitor as this pushes on through. So yeah, no, it's not tornado confirmed, so it's not on the ground according to the National Weather Service, but this is still definitely something that we're going to have to continue to monitor for the most part. There's already some storms that are really picking up in Texas, maybe even in Oklahoma. So this is a very, very widespread day here of severe weather, and this is exactly something that I'm going to have to monitor. It's confirmed. Wisset News has said that it's confirmed. I'm not sure exactly if that's accurate, but Wisset News, here, let me look it up. Let us see. I don't see anything here on Twitter just yet, but I would not be surprised if this thing could be on the ground. Maybe briefly for a few seconds, but still something that we're going to have to continue to monitor as this moves on through. I'll look up tornado here just to be a bit more helpful. But there is still a couple of tornado warnings here for the most part. All right, a tornado warning here. We've had a couple of tornado warnings here at the beginning of our day, and this is definitely giving us a really good jump start to this stream for the most part, and keeping us on our toes. So as I said, if you guys want to continue to support us here on YouTube, please be sure to subscribe and turn on notifications, and like the video. Liking the video, as I said, gets us on YouTube's algorithm and shares the video more effectively by putting this on YouTube's algorithm and on people's recommended feeds. I've already put tags in the video, so they'll actually be able to share this in specific areas. But this is definitely one of those things where people do not want to be impacted by the storm, especially with how strong it's looked over time. But one thing I do want to mention is that the forward flank downdraft has become a bit more occluded a lot skinnier for the most part, and the rear flank downdraft has actually surged so much to the point where it's forming a bit of a gust front here, so that's kind of occluding the forward flank downdraft for the most part. As I said, rear flank downdrafts creating your outflow boundary, and this is definitely a strong storm that's moving on through for the most part. Let's go over to Oklahoma. We haven't talked about Oklahoma in a while, and so let's take a look at some of these storms here. So a couple of severe thunderstorm warnings. There's 3 severe thunderstorm warnings for one cell. For what reason, I have no clue, but we have literally 3 severe thunderstorm warnings on one cell. I think that's a bit excessive. I'm not sure about you, chat, but that is definitely something that is basically indicative that there could be some very large hail with this, as well as some gusty winds. So let's take a look at the largest warning box here and talk about it. So Craig, Rogers, and Nowata counties in Oklahoma, that'll be in effect until 5 p.m. Central Daylight Time. 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts and quarter-size hail. This is to the north and east of Tulsa, near the Talala and the Jamestown areas, as well as Watova and New Luwe. So if you live over there, you guys definitely need to seek indoors. You can see some large hail and upwards of 1 inch, maybe even 2 inches in some spots. So this is definitely something that people are going to want to really pay attention and monitor for the most part. Also, another severe thunderstorm warning here for Osage and Pawnee counties. That'll be in effect until 4:45 p.m. Central Daylight Time. 2-inch hail and 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts. I actually agree with that. Some of these areas in Oklahoma and really could see some very large hail for the most part. So if you live in these areas, you guys really need to monitor the weather. And the threat for 2-inch hail is very expansive. It could even be larger than that in some of these areas with the amount of energy that we have in the atmosphere. So if you live, as I said, Cleveland, Osage, Hominy, as well as State Route 99 in Oklahoma and State Route 20 in Oklahoma, you guys really need to go ahead, take your proper precautions, and get indoors. Let's move over into the Oklahoma City vicinity. There's a severe thunderstorm warning here. This will be for Grady, Caddo, and Canadian counties. That'll be in effect until 4:45 p.m. Central Daylight Time. 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts and quarter-size hail on that storm. It is forming like a bit of a supercell. I will have to admit that, but the helicity is absolutely atrocious, so I would say that this thing is a bit more of a gusty wind and large hail threat. You can see the hail here that'll be moving off just to the north of Cogar, heading towards El Reno and Union City. So if you live over there, you guys really need to monitor the storm. It's already produced 1-inch sized hail near Hinton, so this is definitely something that we really need to continue to watch. There also might be a new severe thunderstorm warning that will appear relatively soon here near Mulhall, north of the OKC metro area near Guthrie. So if you live over along Interstate 35 near Langston, near Stillwater and Perkins, you guys might see some severe storms that might have hail and upwards of 1 inch, maybe even larger in some spots.
Shelly in Super Chat $1.99.
Shelly in with the $2 Super Chat. Thank you, my friend. I really do appreciate it. Believe me, I really do. So thank you so much. Jeez, I might actually have to do something real quickly about this IEM bot issue, because I obviously am getting pretty much overwhelmed. So I think there's an area here. Text products. This would be state products or winter. What is the warnings dashboard? There it is. That's exactly what I needed. There it is. Beautiful. All right, we'll put that up there, and hopefully that'll help us out a little bit. So, yeah, this is definitely something to monitor for the most part. We're going to turn that off. Thank you. And we'll move this over to the side. So I won't be talking about any sort of damage for the most part. It's just going to be me talking about these storms. Any tornadoes on the ground? There's been someone who's been saying in chat that there could possibly be one, but this is definitely something that we're going to have to continue to monitor for the most part. As I said, widespread severe thunderstorm warnings across the board here. We'll talk about southern Arkansas in a bit. I do want to catch up here with Springfield, Missouri. Your thunderstorms are now starting to move off into your general vicinity now. So some very strong gusty winds for the most part. Maybe not as strong a hail. The hail definitely did deteriorate a bit. So that's some good news if you live in Springfield. Your hail did not deteriorate if you were over near Joplin. It's actually had some reports of quarter-sized hail. So Galena, you guys just got impacted for the most part. So if you live along United States Route 69A or just United States Route 69 for the most part, north of Riverton, you guys could be impacted. Pittsburgh in Kansas, you guys could be impacted with some large hail all the way up to an inch, maybe even an inch and a half in some spots. Let's go over to Little Rock. We'll take a look at some of these severe storms here in southern Arkansas. So a massive severe thunderstorm warning here for Bradley, Cleveland, Desha, Drew, Jefferson, and Lincoln counties in Arkansas. That'll be in effect until 5 p.m. Central Daylight Time. 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts and $50 size hail. So definitely something to where you guys need to be indoors for this one as this continues to move on through. If you live along United States Route 425, you guys definitely need to be indoors. You can see this bow echo right here that could be attributed to some of these classic strong thunderstorm wind gusts. That could be easily over 60 to 65 miles per hour. They even warned up to 70 miles per hour for some of these areas, and I would not be surprised if those 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts was near Monticello. So if you live near Winchester, Reed, McGee, as well as Dumas, you guys could see some of these stronger amounts of wind gusts within some of these storms. And so this really needs to be something that we need to continue to monitor as this moves off to the east. So some very strong storms here that are moving off towards the Mississippi River. We also have another severe thunderstorm warning here. Union County in Arkansas, that'll be in effect until 4:30 p.m. Central Daylight Time. 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts and quarter-sized hail with that one. There's actually some reports of quarter-sized hail near El Dorado. So I 100% agree with that, that there could be some severe hail within some of these areas. I do want to also take a look real quickly at these storms over just to the north and east of Jonesboro. We've actually had multiple reports of over 1-inch size hail, some up to $50 and maybe even ping pong ball sized hail in a Paragould. There's also some walnut sized hail in some of these areas. So this is definitely some of these things to where people need to continue to monitor that. Marmaduke, as well as Rector, Boydsville, Greenway, Piggott, those areas over in Arkansas need to continue to monitor the storm, and please get indoors for the most part. Someone sent me a picture. I'm not sure if this was on Twitter or anything, which, by the way, if you guys are on Twitter, feel free to share this with me on Twitter at N8_Snyder. So, yep, there is indeed this person here from the chat sent me some quarter-sized hail here. So this is definitely something that could hurt people, and you do not want to be outdoors with this. I mean, you can see here's the quarter, here is the hail. This is definitely something that we need to continue to watch. If you guys also are on Twitter, please be sure to follow me on that, and then at me if there's some pictures that are on Twitter, like say hail or tornadoes or stuff like that. At me at Nate Snyder so that we can show this on stream. Try to get the word out a bit more. I would rather not if you were to not send me on direct message unless if it was a picture that you have taken yourself. But follow me on Twitter. That way we may be able to get the word out a lot more effectively on that one. New tornado warning. This is for the same cell here in Virginia. So it's basically an extension more or less. So Pennsylvania and Halifax County, that'll be in effect until 6:15 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. Still ping pong ball size hail on this one. And now since it's starting to get into the rural areas, there's not a lot of towns to mention. As I mentioned, it was going to go through Danville, or just to the north of Danville, I should say. But if you live to the north and east of Danville, or if you live to the east of Danville along United States Route 58, you guys need to continue to monitor this system extensively. Take your proper precautions. Get underground or get in the lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. Here's a dissection of the storm. Here's the original hook right here. There could potentially be a new one that's forming. Either that or that's the rear flank downdraft that is forming an outflow boundary and is occluding the actual inflow in itself. But some very strong rotation here. Looking at the velocities, your reds are moving away from the radar, your greens are moving towards, and right in the middle where the two meet is where the rotation would be. Just to the north and east of Danville, moving to the south and east at about, what is it, 25-ish miles per hour. Yep, that is exactly how fast it's moving. So if you live near Elmo, south of Elmo, towards the United States Route 58 area, near Alton, you guys really need to take your proper precautions and get into your safe space. As I said, when I ever say a tornado warning, I always say get underground or get in the lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. This will be heading off eventually. Actually, we'll take a look at it from the gust front point of view. This will be heading off across the United States Route 58 area in about 20 to 25 minutes, maybe even 30 as you move further east. You guys can see some strong gusty winds with that one, maybe even possible tornado, as well as some large hail. The potential for severe hail is all the way up to 100%, and some maximum expected hail size is up to 1.5 inches. So this is definitely something that we're going to want to continue to monitor as this moves on through off towards the Alton and Cluster Springs vicinity. Echo tops, which just tells us how high these storms actually suspend up in the sky, is up to 37,400 feet. So this is really something that we're going to want to continue to monitor as this pushes on through. Nightmare with the sponsorship. Thank you so much. I really do appreciate it. Thank you for becoming a weather enthusiast. He gets some special emotes as well as a special badge. And I'm also going to be trying to shouting out my sponsors more often. So if you guys would love to be a sponsor of my stream, that would be greatly appreciated. Fast touchdown with tornado in Ringgold, Virginia. Roped out fast. Power is out. We have trees down. So that makes sense. That actually makes a lot of sense for the most part with this storm. It would be rather quick to form, but I think this thing might be a recycling. Here's your old rotation, here's your new rotation that could be developing off of the gust front. So this is really something that we're going to have to continue to monitor across the board here. Might actually be performing a meso handoff, if you will, where a mesocyclone actually travels to the new circulation in order to sustain itself, and it will most likely start to intensify the second rotation or the new rotation as it continues to move on through. So this is definitely something that we're going to have to continue to monitor as this pushes off. Then we also have these other severe thunderstorm warnings across the board here. I haven't talked about North Carolina in a while. Reason being is because we have 29 severe thunderstorm warnings and 2 tornado warnings. So
99 cents. Thank you for your outstanding coverage. Watching from Alabasta, Alabama.
Andrew with a $5 super chat. Thank you, my friend. I really do appreciate it. And I really do. I know like I'm starting to sound a bit repetitive in regards to what I get with, super chats, whether it's sponsorships or, stuff like that. Believe me, I really do appreciate it. All right. It means a whole lot to me. Anyone who subscribes, anyone who likes the video, shares it. By the way, as I said, by liking the video, this actually gets this live stream out to more people on people's recommended feeds, which actually gets the word out more effectively, because then they can actually tune in and then share it that way. So this is, obviously I want to continue to get the word out, but without you guys, I wouldn't be here. So thank you so much. I really do appreciate it. That's my first of 5 water bottles. We're almost done with that one, so that's going to be fun. All right, more severe thunderstorm warnings to talk about. Mecklenburg, you guys have a severe thunderstorm warning until 5:45 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time, almost at Central. But a 60-mile-per-hour wind gust, $half sized hail with that one. And then you also have another severe thunderstorm warning for Granville County. That actually has been canceled. But Vance and Warren counties, until 6:15 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time, you have a severe thunderstorm warning for 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts, $half size hail. So if you live over there, you guys need to go ahead and seek indoors for the most part. There is something a bit tornadic that I'm starting to see with this storm. Let's see. I have another radar for this. And it doesn't actually look all too interesting compared to this other radar right here, so I won't switch over to it. But still, something that I do want to mention with some of these areas, that there is some larger amounts of hail, some very large hail, and upwards of 1 inch, maybe even 1.25 inches, that could be impacting some people. So if you live over in those areas, you need to continue to monitor those storms. You also have a severe thunderstorm warning for Harnett, Wake, and Johnston counties in North Carolina near Raleigh. That'll be in effect until 6 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. 1 inch size hail and 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts. So if you live over there, you guys need to go ahead and seek shelter there. As well as there is a severe thunderstorm warning here for Perquimans, as well as Barrett, Bertai, and Chowan counties. That'll be in effect until 5:30 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts, quarter-size hail with that one. There's also some more severe thunderstorm warnings to talk about. As I said, we have 29 of them, so we're going to try and get to as many as possible, as well as our tornado warnings. But this one here is for Currituck and Chesapeake, as well as City of Virginia Beach.
$5.
Paige with a $5 super chat. Thank you, my friend. I really do appreciate it. Thank you so much. Yeah, so that severe thunderstorm warning will be in effect until 6 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. As I said, that includes Virginia Beach. So 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts and quarter-size hail with that one, or around the City of Virginia Beach county. So if you live over there, you guys definitely need to monitor that one. Moyoc, you guys need to definitely monitor this for the most part. You guys also have a severe thunderstorm warning over here in Norfolk. If I switch my radar, is there anything pretty interesting? Not really. It's just a severe thunderstorm warning for Central Isle of Wight, City of Portsmouth, City of Suffolk, and the City of Hampton, as well as the City of Newport News counties. That'll be in effect until, I believe that is 6 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts and quarter-size hail with that one. So if you live in those areas, you guys definitely need to monitor that one. All right, let's go to some of these other storms. Let's see what else is around here for the most part. I actually kind of want to zoom out a bit here just to be able to see. Look at how many severe thunderstorm warnings here we have. My goodness. Let's go down towards, say, Little Rock. Geez, there's so many severe thunderstorm warnings here. It's not even funny. Let's move our GR level 3 down here towards Birmingham. So here's a severe thunderstorm warning. This will be for Marengo, Greene, Hale, and Sumter counties. That'll be in effect until 5 p.m. Central Daylight Time. This is in Alabama near Demopolis. So this is for 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts and quarter-sized hail. If you live near Demopolis, live near Forkland. If you live, say, near Greensboro, Sawyerville, these storms have actually fired off relatively quickly. If you also live near United States Route 43, as well as United States Route 11 and Interstate 20, you guys really need to continue to monitor this system. As I said, large hail and upwards of 1 inch for the most part. So please monitor these storms for the most part. Definitely get indoors. Bring in pets because you do not want to be impacted with the hail for the most part. Let's move our radar down into places like Louisiana, shall we? So here's a severe thunderstorm warning. This is for Webster, Claiborne, Bienville, and Lincoln parishes. Yes, they call their counties parishes in Louisiana because Louisiana was based off of being French, as most of you know, with the Louisiana Purchase. So they call their counties parishes over there. That'll be in effect until 5:15 p.m. Central Daylight Time. 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts and $half size hail.
Super chat $4.99. I watch you instead of my local weather station here in Raleigh. Thank you for being dedicated to making sure people stay safe.
Lisa Spicer with the $5 super chat. Thank you, my friend. I really do appreciate it. I try to cover as much as possible, so if I miss some areas, I'm not perfect, just like your local news station. But, you know, we can only strive to try to be informative about the weather, and I will continue to try and do so as long as you guys will have me. So yeah, that's greatly appreciated. If you guys are new to live stream, you do want to help me out, please be sure to hit the like button. That gets me on YouTube's algorithm. Shares this with more people on their recommended feeds. That way more people can get the word and they may be able to spread it. And so to some people who may not know what is happening, more people will then be able to realize what is happening across the board. And so that will be greatly appreciated if you guys would like the video. As well, subscribe if you're new and turn on notifications. I do cover these events, even if they're not as bad as this one. If you guys would actually hear me out for a bit, this actually isn't the worst of the event here. This actually is an overnight event that can cause some very damaging winds across places like Arkansas, Louisiana, and Mississippi. So it is my job to try and cover this to the best of my ability. And indeed, I can officially say for the most part that this is a very widespread severe weather outbreak that is occurring for us. So very much so something to monitor. There is a new day one convective outlook. This is a emergency outlook that has been issued across the United States at this point. I would not be surprised because of how active it is right now. So this is definitely something that we are going to have to continue to monitor. We now have 30 severe thunderstorm warnings. This is a very, very widespread for the most part. This is definitely something that we're going to have to continue to monitor to the best of our abilities. I want to go back to the tornado warning real quickly. I want to talk about this just to see what all is up to date with this, because the tornado warning, in my opinion, is a lot more impactful than a severe thunderstorm warning, unless if it has hail amounts and upwards of 2 inches or even larger. Real quickly, I'm going to close out of some of these other areas because IEMBot's just not going to get the job done for me here today. There we go. Okay, so that'll only be from the Storm Prediction Center, but I'll be able to see what all is happening with severe thunderstorm warnings and stuff like that. So we'll try our best here, but here's our tornado warning here. This is for Pennsylvania and Halifax counties in Virginia. That'll be in effect until 6:15 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. Not only can you get the potential tornado with this, but you can also even get some ping pong ball size hail. That is a 100% widespread risk here, whether it's not even, not including the tornado. So, and we'll even take a look at the maximum expected hail size. You can even see hail amounts even go upwards to about 1.5 inches in some areas, which is the reason why they warned it for ping pong ball sized hail as well. So if you live, as I said, near United States Route 58, if you live near Elmo, if you live near Alton, you guys need to go ahead and take your proper precautions. Get underground or get into the lowest, innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. It'll be approaching the United States Route 58 area within the next 5 to 10 minutes, so please get into that special vicinity. Gary with the $10 super chat. Thank you, my friend. I really do appreciate it. And believe me, I do. This is 100%. I'm going to put most of the money, if not all the money that I get from these live streams, whether it's ad revenue or actual money from super chats and stuff like that, or sponsorships, I'm putting it straight back here into either the live stream or even my weather knowledge that I want to expand. So thank you so much for the $10 super chat. I really do appreciate it. Thank you so much. Let's see, a new tornado warning. This has been issued ahead of the fact. So this here is for Person County in North Carolina. That'll be in effect until 6:30 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. Tornado and $half sized hail could be the risks for this one. So this is definitely something to where it's a bit more of a preliminary warning. It's not over in those areas at the moment. It's actually a bit far north than some of these areas. But if you live over there, you guys really need to continue to monitor this system as this pushes off into your general vicinity. Let's see. I'm going to go ahead and check some of these other areas. Actually, real quickly, I want to take a look at the satellite imagery, and you guys will be able to see.
Super chat $20. My wife says thank you for making your bed today. Keep up the great work.
Mike, what in the world? Thank you.
Lemonade.
I've got like so many things of water, so but yeah,
That's lemonade.
thank you. Appreciate it. See? Ma got me pizza. I love my ma so much. I love my mom. I'll put my pizza back there. But Matthew with the $20 super chat. My goodness, thank you, my friend. I really do appreciate it. I kind of made my bed for the most part. At least I tried to, even though I'm probably not going to go to bed tonight. So, but thank you so much for the $20 super chat. I really do appreciate it. All right, let's continue to take a look at the satellite imagery, because my goodness, look at these thunderstorms that are just exploding. Exploding across the board here. Actually, yeah. I'll make this right here. We can actually take a look at all the thunderstorms here across the southeast and look at how much activity is here. Look at how much activity. I mean, just look at this. This right here is the reason why we have so much activity here today. So many severe thunderstorm warnings across the board. It's not even funny at this point. So, if this is just the beginning of what may happen, I'm not sure I might want to know what's going to happen later on tonight. So that is definitely something that I'll have to continue to be wary of as this moves on through into the main part of the risk. But this is definitely something that I'll have my hands full with for quite some time. By the way, chat, if you see me go out and I get slices of pizza, I know it may be rude for me to eat in front of you all, but for the most part, I really kind of need to eat, especially since if I'm going to be doing this for quite a while. I'm sure you guys can understand that even I need to take a little bit of a break in some areas, but I might turn off my face cam when I do that, but still. So yeah, let's actually, what I want to do is I want to move this Springfield radar further south, because the stuff that's happening up here, number one, the severe storms that are happening near Poplar Bluff in Missouri is really starting to get out of the risk, or out of the area, so I'm going to move that over to Paducah. I did want to move that over to Shreveport, but then I decided to say not at the moment. And actually, you know what? I won't move that to Paducah. I'll move Memphis's down to Paducah. If my radar will allow it, I'll move this down to Shreveport, and so Memphis, I'll move this over into the Paducah vicinity, but I'll read some of these severe thunderstorm warnings here to begin with. So a severe thunderstorm warning here. This is for Greene and Clay counties. That'll be in effect until 5 p.m. Central Daylight Time. So still quite relatively close, but still a little bit ways away. 13 minutes until that expires. But ping pong ball size hail and 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts with that one. So if you live in those areas, you need to continue to seek indoors. Greenway, Nimmons, Kennett, Pollard, Pigot, as well as Fagus and St. Francis, as well as Campbell areas heading into Missouri. You guys really need to go ahead and seek shelter because of how large the hail actually is. There's actually been some reports of 1.5-inch sized hail in some spots, which is around the size of a walnut. So if you can imagine walnuts that are made of ice that are falling from the sky, that does not sound pretty good. And I would not want to be outside during all that. And I'm sure your pets would not like to be outside during all that. So I would highly consider bringing them inside as well. Let's move off to the north here. Some of these other severe thunderstorm warnings.
Irishman super chat $2. The man. Better than our local weatherman.
Vike Irishman with the $2 super chat. Thank you, my friend. I really do appreciate it. Thank you so much. I really do appreciate everyone who's contributed to the stream. Thank you so much. Clay County here in Arkansas, you have a severe thunderstorm warning. 2-inch size hail and 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts. 2-inch hail. That's very significant. Significant size hail. That could easily hurt people and do damage. There was even golf ball size hail that happened last night in Texas, which is about an inch and 3/4.
Gaming with Connor 2021 Super Chat 99 cents.
Gaming with Connor, thank you so much for the $1 super chat. I really do appreciate it. I really do. Even the small amounts, I absolutely appreciate it. So thank you so much. Thank you, as I said, to everyone who's been donating. Yeah, last night there was some large hail, an inch and 3/4 in Texas, and it did widespread damage into places in College Station. So just 2-inch sized hail, I could do a lot more significant damage than that. And people who live in there, you definitely need to continue to monitor the storm. Stay indoors. Stay away from windows as well. There's a reason why we say stay away from windows during a severe thunderstorm warning, is because hail can actually break those windows and enter inside the house. So something to monitor with all of that if you're in a severe thunderstorm warning. New severe thunderstorm warning here, ahead of the cell with 2-inch size hail. They're now warning it for ping pong ball size hail and 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts. This is for New Madrid, Stoddard, and Butler counties in Missouri. That'll be in effect until 5:30 p.m. Central Daylight Time. So if you live over there, Campbell, as well as Malden, Fagus, Quillen, Brosley, and Bernie, you guys need to go ahead and get indoors now. Let's move off a bit more to some of these other severe thunderstorm warnings. Ripley County, that'll be in effect until 5 p.m. Central Daylight Time for just quarter-sized hail. The cell does look like it could have larger amounts, but it's still something that we're going to want to continue to monitor. There's actually been reports of 1-inch size hail basically covering the ground. And so that's just goes to show you what today's risk is basically like. I'm unable to show you all what the risks are at the moment because, as I mentioned, we have almost 30 severe thunderstorm warnings, and so we're trying to cover practically everything here across the board. And so if hail is basically covering the ground, if you can imagine it basically as snow, that is basically hail, and that is 100% very sporadic, very much so the event that we can expect here today. So if you live here in Carter, as well as Wayne and Butler counties, you guys need to go ahead, seek indoors, seek shelter. And if you also live over here in Oregon County, your severe thunderstorm warning will expire in 25 minutes. But I actually would anticipate if it expired relatively soon, because the stuff is moving outside the warning area. But still, large hail across the board here that you definitely do not want to be a part of for the most part. Let's go back to the tornado warning here. This tornado warning is now starting to move across the United States Route 58 area, just to the north of Alton. So I told you guys before that if you lived over there, you guys needed to take your proper precautions and get into your safe space. This also is producing some larger amounts of hail. You can take a look at the maximum expected hail size, and your yellows actually indicate 1.5 inches. That's the largest amount of hail that you can get, or your largest sized hail that you can get within your area. So definitely something to where if you live near Afton, or Alton, I should say, Cluster Springs in Virginia, as well as United States Route 501, you guys definitely need to monitor this storm with the utmost respect, especially since not only can it produce some large hail, but you can even see the rotation here on the velocity signature. Your greens are your winds moving towards, or reds are the ones moving away. Right in the middle is where the rotation would be. It is exactly to move, it's going to move right over this orange line right here, which is United States Route 58. So please, if you live in those areas, you guys need to most certainly seek indoors now. Seek shelter 100%. As I said, if you guys do want to help support me, please be sure to leave a like. As I said, leaving a like actually makes it so that I get onto people's recommended feeds a lot more efficiently by going through YouTube's algorithm. So this actually gets the word out a lot quicker, I should say, to where if people don't actually know this stuff is happening, they too will be able to know, and they will be able to spread the information as well. So please be sure to like this video, as well as share this on social media. If you share this on social media, more people will be able to get onto the stream as well. And subscribe if you're new, turn on notifications, because I do stuff like this almost every single time and a severe weather event happens that is significant. I usually do it when there's a 5% chance for tornadoes at minimum, but mainly because this is a very widespread event, and we also have a 10% chance for significant tornadoes overnight. early into the morning hours tomorrow, 100% could anticipate something within those general vicinities. I want to go over to Oklahoma real quickly. A lot of people said for me to go to Oklahoma, and my goodness, there's so many severe thunderstorms, severe thunderstorm warnings across the board here. This is pretty widespread. Pretty widespread. We'll start from the south. We'll move north, and we'll see what all we can see from these storms across the board here. So this is a severe thunderstorm warning right here for Grady, Caddo, and Canadian counties. That'll be in effect until 5:15 p.m. Central Daylight Time. 2-inch hail and 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts. So 2-inch hail is significant hail, very large hail that could easily do damage to cars. I'd highly recommend bringing those into your garages, especially if you live in Minco and Pocasset, as well as along United States Route 81. So if you live over there, please get indoors. You do not want to be pelted with 2-inch size hail, and stay away from windows because those could easily break windows and enter into the house that way. You can see here on the maximum expected hail size that the hail actually goes up to about 1.25 inches in some spots, but I would not be surprised if it actually went up to 2 inch like it said, and it actually did go up to 2.5 inches at one point, right over Spring Creek and Coger. So yeah, as I said, Pocasset, Minco, Amber, and Tuttle, as well as the Chickasha areas, you guys could potentially see this severe storm that could move into your general vicinity. And this is definitely something that we're going to want to continue to monitor. Most of you have noticed that this thing does have a bit of a hook on it, so let's take a look at the velocities. The velocities are very poor on this storm. I do not foresee anything majorly tornadic on this. The mesocyclone is very high up in the sky and upwards of 23,000 feet. That is nowhere near the surface, so I do not anticipate anything tornadic from this system. A new severe thunderstorm warning, or not exactly new, is heading towards Kingfisher. So if you live in Kingfisher County in Oklahoma, you guys could get some quarter-size hail, and that'll be in effect until 5:45 p.m. Central Daylight Time. There's also a new tornado warning that has been issued for Halifax County in Virginia. That'll be in effect until, that would be, what is that? 6:45 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. So if you live over there, you guys need to really monitor the system.
Super chat $3.
We'll get over that in a
Nobody
bit.
Can
but
beat my $3 cheers from Ireland.
Vike Irishman with a $3 super chat. Thank you, my friend. I really do appreciate it. As I said, I really do appreciate all the support you guys have done for me. As I said, whether it's donating, liking the stream, sharing, I really do appreciate all that you guys do for me. But yeah, large hail that could be approaching Kingfisher. So if you live along State Route 33 and United States Route 81, you guys really need to get indoors because you guys could see some large hail and upwards of even almost 2 inches in some spots. So really something that we're going to have to continue to monitor. Then as this continues to move on through towards places like Langston, north of Guthrie along Interstate 35, you guys have a severe thunderstorm warning. A lot of sporadic hail on this one, and upwards of 1 inch. So if you live here in Logan and Payne counties, you have a severe thunderstorm warning until 5:15 p.m. Central Daylight Time. Golf ball sized hail is warned with that one, so you really want to continue to monitor that with the utmost respect. You also have some severe thunderstorm warnings. Pawnee County, that'll be in effect until 5:15 p.m. Central Daylight Time. 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts, quarter-size hail. Some widespread hail on that one, not as significant as the one near Langston, but still some large hail. And then there's also a severe thunderstorm warning that's had a history of producing 1.5 inch sized hail for the most part. So Osage and Pawnee counties, you guys have a severe thunderstorm warning until 5:30 p.m. Central Daylight Time. So Hominy, as well as Barnsdall and Winona, as well as Avant, you guys could see some large amounts of hail on that one as well. Then we also have a couple of severe thunderstorm warnings up here in northeastern Oklahoma. So Craig and Nowata counties, you guys have a severe thunderstorm warning until 5:45 p.m. Central Daylight Time. Quarter-sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts with that one. There's also a little bit of an appendage on this storm here in Oklahoma, but nothing all too tornadic, although it does have rotation in the upper parts of the atmosphere, so we will monitor that as that continues to move on through here. Let's go to the tornado warning. As I said, there was a new tornado warning here for Halifax County in Virginia. That'll be in effect until 6:45 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. Tornado and ping pong ball size hail with that one. So we really need to monitor this storm. As I said, this will be heading off into the Cluster Springs as well as the United States Route 501 areas. So if you live near United States Route 501, you guys really need to take your proper precautions. Get underground or get in the lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. This will be heading off into the Cluster Springs area in about 5 to 10 minutes. So if you know anyone who lives over there, they need to get underground or they need to get into the lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet. Then after that, it'll be heading into the Virginia areas, off into the State Route 49 area in Virginia. So if you guys live over there, you guys have a little bit of time. It'll be hitting your area in about 20 minutes. So you guys could have a plan, need to create a plan of action before you guys actually get into your safe space. Maybe even grab helmets or pillows to put more walls in between yourself and the outdoors as possible, just as a safety precaution, in my honest opinion. Yeah, so definitely something that we really need to monitor with these cells over here. More severe thunderstorm warnings across the board. My goodness, this is really very much so. Auto load most recent active warning text. Yep, there we go. It seems as if the severe thunderstorm warnings have kind of died out a little bit, though. We're at 22 severe thunderstorm warnings. Thank God for that. But we still have a lot of activity for the most part. So let's take a look over here at Shreveport. There's a couple of severe thunderstorm warnings. Severe thunderstorm warning here for this would be Claiborne, Bienville, Lincoln parishes. That'll be in effect until 5:15 p.m. Central Daylight Time. 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts and $half sized hail on that one. So if you live along Interstate 20, heading towards the Sugar Creek, the State Route 146 areas, as well as the United States Route 167 area near Bernice or Bernice, as well as Dubach and Vienna, you guys could see some severe storms and upwards of 1 inch, maybe even an inch and a half. I actually wouldn't be surprised if Ruston got into a severe thunderstorm warning. So if you guys live over there, you guys really need to seek indoors because some of these storms could really be really create some massive hail amounts for the most part. Moving off into Arkansas, here's a severe thunderstorm warning for Ashley County. That'll be in effect until 6 p.m. Central Daylight Time. 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts and ping pong ball sized hail for these ones. So this is definitely one of those things where you guys need to go ahead and get into your safe spaces, or get indoors, I should say. Large hail with that one. There's also a new severe thunderstorm warning. I'm going to go to Little Rock and show this one off here. So there's a severe thunderstorm warning here in Arkansas. Dresha, Drew, Jefferson, Lincoln, and Arkansas counties. That'll be in effect until 6 p.m. Central Daylight Time. 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts and quarter-sized hail. This thing has had a history of producing some smaller amounts of hail before. But if you live near Dumas, Pickens, as well as Kelso, Watson, heading off towards the Rosedale, Belua, as well as Pace, Gunnison areas, you guys could get some very strong gusty winds, mainly because you see this bowing characteristic. If I were to draw a line here, it would look kind of similar like a bow. That's why we call this a bow echo. And at the tip of this bow echo is where the strongest winds would typically be, because the winds are surging in behind the storm. And so right here, around Watson and Rosedale, as well as further along towards the United States Route 61 areas, you guys could most certainly see some strong wind gusts and upwards of maybe even 70 miles per hour, which is the reason why they have issued a new severe thunderstorm warning for Chillicothe, Sunflower, Washington, and Bolivar counties. That'll be in effect until 6:30 p.m. Central Daylight Time. 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts and penny-sized hail with that one. So not as they're expecting the hail to not be as significant, but still the gusty winds are enough to warrant a severe thunderstorm warning. So that is something to keep in mind. There's also a new severe thunderstorm warning down here near the Marion areas. This is north of Monroe. So severe thunderstorm warning for Union County in Arkansas, as well as Union Parish in Louisiana. That'll be in effect until 5:45 p.m. Central Daylight Time. So 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts and $half sized hail with that one. and 100% there is some larger amounts of hail, almost an upwards of maybe even an inch and a quarter in some spots. So if you live over there, you guys really need to go ahead and get indoors with some of those cells, because you could potentially see some really significant hail from some of these cells. There's also been a report here in Hermitage, Arkansas, of the school. Hermitage School has damage to the roof. Trees were also blown down, so some very significant winds here within this lines of storms. As I said, would not be surprised if you had some wind gusts over up to 70 miles per hour, but for the most part, staying conservative with the 60 miles per hour is a safe bet. Let's go to the severe thunderstorm warning here in Texas. Severe thunderstorm warning here for Panola, Rusk, Nacogdoches, Shelby, and Cherokee counties in Texas. That'll be in effect until 5:30 p.m. Central Daylight Time. Ping pong ball size hail and 60 mile per hour wind gusts with that one. So if you live near Mount Enterprise, Garrison, Timpson, Stockman, Center, Tenaha, as well as Cushing, Lilbert, Reclaw, those areas, you definitely need to go indoors, because these storms could be producing some very large amounts of hail within your general vicinity. So I would not be surprised with all that one. If you guys do want to support my channel, please be sure to leave a like and subscribe, as well as share this with friends and family. By liking the video, you actually get me onto YouTube's algorithm, onto YouTube's recommended pages. I'm assuming that's how most of you found me here today. So if you guys would help me share the news and share the word about the weather and this severe weather event that's happening, that would be greatly appreciated. Let's see. Baseballs in Oklahoma. Yeah, I did see that report. Yeah, that is a very large hail that's heading towards Pocasset. If you live near Pocasset and Minco, you need to get indoors. Do not go near windows whatsoever. That is some very large hail. Very large hail. I wonder if they are actually saying this. Yeah, this is a very dangerous storm. So this is borderline. This is the PDS version of a severe thunderstorm warning. A baseball-sized hail and 60 mile per hour wind gusts. 100% very large hail being dumped here. So this is for Grady, Caddo, and Canadian counties. If you know anyone who lives over there near Pocasset and Amber, as well as Minco and Chickasha, also anyone who's driving along I-44 from Chickasha to Newcastle, maybe even to the OKC metro areas, you guys really need to monitor this storm, especially since this thing could be producing some very large amounts of hail, even into the Verdun areas. Anyone who lives along United States Route 62 and United States Route 81, you guys could be seeing some very large hail relatively soon. So the new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Grady counties, for Grady County in Oklahoma. That'll be in effect until 5:45 p.m. Central Daylight Time. Tennis ball sized hail and 60 mile per hour wind gusts with that one. So not exactly baseballs, but still, this is something that we really need to monitor with the storm. Like, if you guys can imagine here real quickly with me for a second, baseballs falling from the sky that is made of ice, that will 100% not only hurt people, pets and appliances that may be outdoors, but that could even do damage to sidings or roofs, houses, even break windows. Actually, it will break windows. So you need to get indoors and be able to stay away from windows for the most part, because this is some very large hail that is falling here in Oklahoma. Real quickly, I want to go over to the Storm Prediction Center. I haven't been able to get a break, but I'm forcing it upon myself to do so right now. So the emergency outlook is here. Slight risks have been expanded further north, which kind of makes sense. Massive 45% for wind, 30% for hail that actually extends further down south, so that's kind of interesting. You still have your 10% chance for significant tornadoes later on in the evening. So this is definitely something that we're going to have to monitor. And as I said, this isn't even the main risk yet, guys. This is the beginning. This is not even the worst parts of it. As you can see, you have your 45% chance for wind, as well as your significant risk, which can create winds in over 74 miles per hour. That's very, very strong. That'll knock over trees and power lines. That'll do damage to sightings. This is basically hurricane force winds that are on land without a hurricane. So this is definitely something that we're going to have to monitor as this moves on through. Geez, this is a lot of stuff here. Yeah, 2% chance for tornadoes that extends here. So yeah, they're accounting the potential for some severe weather. I want to take a look at the models then, the HRRR model, because this actually is something that I'm a bit curious about. And oh my good lord. Massive hail that's going to take place in Texas here. Large, very large hail. Jeez, this is definitely something we did not want to see. Dallas, Fort Worth, people could be, these storms could be knocking on your door here at around 7 o'clock. It's only 6 o'clock here for me, so I got another 2 hours before we actually see some stuff from Dallas, Fort Worth. There's even some cells that are forming. It could be tornadic here in southeastern parts of Oklahoma. Even some more storms that are moving off into Shreveport towards the 8 o'clock hours. So I'm just in for a very, very long day. So that is something to say the least. Okay. This is, I will admit, I am a little bit overwhelmed. But have no fear, for I don't give up that easily. As long as you guys will allow me to eat my pizza. So real quickly, I'm going to turn my face cam off, and I'm still going to talk about the storms. I might have a mouthful of pizza, but that's okay. That's okay. Okay, let's talk about the tornado warning real quickly. I'm starting to think that the tornado warning they issued here in North Carolina is kind of a mistake. They probably should have issued it a bit further out, or when they actually knew where the thunderstorm was going to go. So, not all area, like, no one's perfect. I'm pretty sure the National Weather Service in Raleigh was thinking that the storm was going to move on through, but that's a that's an oof right there. Anyways, yeah, we're checking this tornado warning right here. This tornado warning is here for Halifax County in Virginia. That'll be in effect until 6:45 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. Tornado with the potential for some ping pong ball sized hail on top of that, which is pretty insane for the most part, because some ping pong ball sized hail is relatively large. I will say that much. But you can see here on the velocities, your reds are moving away from the radar, your greens are moving towards. Right in the middle is where the rotation would be. It's heading right over Cluster Springs right now. I feel like we said that before, so I'm assuming these storms aren't actually moving as fast as people anticipated. But this will be moving off now into the general vicinity of the Clarksville area, or heading off into that area in about a half an hour. It's heading over some residential area, not exactly residential, it's actually some rural areas here in southern Virginia. So if you live north of Virgilina, north of the State Route 49 area here in Virginia, if you live along United States Route 58 or south of United States Route 58, you guys definitely need to go ahead and take your proper precautions. Get underground or get in the lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. Let's move off now towards Norfolk. So we'll see what exactly we could see with these cells here. So Norfolk, there's a couple severe storms actually for the most part. So severe thunderstorm warning right here. This would include the city of Chesapeake and city of Portsmouth counties. That'll be in effect until 6:30 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts, a quarter-sized hail, and I agree with the fact that there could be some hail. There's actually been reports south of Norfolk of quarter-sized hail for the most part near Deep Creek. If you know anyone who lives over near Chesapeake or south of Chesapeake, or even into Norfolk, you guys need to go ahead and tell them to get indoors, because this is a 100% a hail maker. So definitely something to monitor with these cells. I don't see any true areas of rotation, but still, regardless, you don't need a reason to seek shelter if you're under a severe thunderstorm warning, because in the name entails it'll be something severe, whether it's wind, hail, or maybe even tornadoes. Then we also have the severe thunderstorm warning over here near Pungo Ferry. This will be for the Currituck County, city of Chesapeake, as well as the city of Virginia Beach counties. That'll be in effect until 6:45 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts and quarter-size hail with that one. So if you live near Pungo Ferry, you guys could definitely see some large hail with that one. There's a lot of lightning, which can tell me that there could be a lot of hail. We don't have like the maximum expected hail size indicator here on radar scope, but this definitely tells me that you can see some large hail with this. And there's actually been some reports of multiple areas being struck with 1-inch size hail near St. Bride's, in the St. Bride's area of Chesapeake. So this is definitely something to really monitor for the most part if you live in some of these areas. Then we also have the severe thunderstorm warning over here near Edenton, Prequimans, as well as Chowan counties. That'll be in effect until 6:30 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts, quarter-size hail with this one. Would not be surprised if we had to watch this thing for something to potentially be tornadic. I do see a little bit of rotation here. Your greens are moving towards the radar. Your reds are moving away. Right in the middle is where the rotation would be. So this is definitely something that we're going to have to consider moving forward. Places along the line, I'm not sure where this storm actually is going. Looks like it's moving pretty slow, and it just actually formed rotation. So it'll be moving off to the south and east for the most part. So if we take a look here, Columbia here in North Carolina, you guys really need to monitor this, but for the most part, it's actually heading over water. So that's the good news there. Hmm. Um. Hmm. I probably should have put my face cam off of my radar scope. You saw me eat my pizza there. So, oh well. Anyways, let's continue where we left off. Severe thunderstorm warning over here near Covington. So Tipton, Lauderdale, and Haywood counties. That'll be in effect until 6 p.m. Central Daylight Time. 60-mile-per-hour wind gust, quarter-size hail with that one. So if you live over there, you guys definitely need to go indoors, especially around Henning, Ripley, Brownsville. There's actually on the maximum expected hail size. You can see the oranges which indicate hail up to 2 inches in some spots. So this is definitely something that we're going to have to continue to monitor further on. This is stuffed crust cheese pizza, Derek. If you guys are new to the stream or new to the channel, I know I'm eating right now, but I'm going to be here all night, so I kind of need something. If you guys are new to the channel, please be sure to leave a like, subscribe if you are new, and turn on notifications, because I have a history of doing live streams for these severe weather events, as well as uploading videos every single morning, informing people as to what all is happening. And if you actually like the stream, you guys actually are helping me out spread the word by putting me on people's recommended pages, as I'm assuming you guys found me on as well. So that would be greatly appreciated if you guys help me out in that aspect for this event. All right, I kind of want to move my warning, these areas from this radar up to Paducah. So we're going to do that. And I'm going to drink a little bit of my lemonade. How's it looking for Georgia? Georgia right now is going to be fine, but tomorrow they're going to see a lot of strong storms. 100%. Some weird lemonade, but I like it. Let's see. So, bunch of severe thunderstorm warnings across the board. Bunch of reports of hail. Some could be even large. There's also a severe there's a severe thunderstorm warning that was issued in Louisiana with a tornado possible. Okay. So we'll take a look at that in a second. We'll get down there when we can. We're just going to take a look at these severe thunderstorm warnings first. We talked about the Oklahoma stuff before, and then after we talk about the tornado possible stuff, we're going to head down to Alabama and Mississippi, see what's happening over there. But severe thunderstorm warning here. This will be for Madrid, Stoddard, and Butler counties. That'll be in effect until 5:30 p.m. Central Daylight Time. 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts, quarter-size hail with that one. As I said, a bunch of reports of hail across the board. So the sources, they're trained spotters that the National Weather Service has. Definitely one of those things where you're going to want to stay indoors with that one, especially since quarter-size hail can do damage to sightings, homes, and can hurt people. So definitely something to keep in mind there. Then you also have severe thunderstorm warning here for Wayne County in Missouri. That'll be in effect until 5:30 p.m. Central Daylight Time. Golf ball-sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts with that one. So now we're starting to get closer to the 2-inch size hail vicinity. You can actually see here the maximum expected hail size is over an inch. So would not be surprised if you guys started to see some severe storms across your general vicinity. All right, let's move down to the storm here in Louisiana. This is the tornado possible storm here. So severe thunderstorm warning for Union, Ouachita, Claiborne, and Lincoln parishes in Louisiana. They call their counties parishes because Louisiana was built off of being French for the most part. So their parishes are just another word for county. So that'll be in effect until 6 p.m. Central Daylight Time. 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts, quarter-size hail, tornado possible in that. So let's actually take a look and see where the rotation could be. And there is a little bit of a rotation. My goodness, what just happened with IEM bot? 2 meso discussions out at the same time. Actually, not at the same time. It's just I was really delayed. Mesoscale discussion concerning severe watch. So we'll have to watch that in a bit. But here's your rotation that they're talking about. I'm actually going to turn storm relative velocities on and be able to determine this myself. So here you can see that actually doesn't help. But your grays and greens are moving towards the radar. Your reds are moving away. Right in the middle is where the rotation would be. So if you live near places like Downsville, if you live near like State Route 15, you guys need to go ahead and take your proper precautions and get indoors. Because not only could you have some large hail, as we see from the maximum expected hail size, almost 1 inch and 3/4, which is golf ball size. So not only on top of the hail, you guys could potentially see something tornadic along the way. Nothing really too tornadic though, as of just yet, but still something that we're going to want to watch as these storms transpire and unfold in front of us. Then we also have severe thunderstorm warning here. This will be for Panolia, Rusk, Nacogdoches, and Shelby counties in Texas. That'll be in effect until 5:30 p.m. Central Daylight Time. 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts, quarter-size hail on that one. So if you live over there, you guys definitely need to stay indoors for the most part. Not too large a hail I'm seeing here from the radar. So if you just live in these counties or around these counties, you guys need to monitor those storms heavily. We also have a couple other severe thunderstorm warnings. Union County in Arkansas, Union Parish in Louisiana. That'll be in effect until 5:45 p.m. Central Daylight Time. 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts, $half-sized hail on that one. Moving to the north and east at 30 miles per hour. We can see here in the maximum expected hail size that there is some hail. Not too large, but there is still some. So we'll have to continue to monitor that as time goes along, as time progresses. Let's move off to these other severe thunderstorm warnings. So here's the severe thunderstorm warning for Chillicothe and Ashley counties in Arkansas. That'll be in effect until 6:45 p.m. Central Daylight Time. So if you live over there, you guys really need to monitor the system heavily. 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts, quarter-size hail with that one. You can also see that there's some bits and bobs of hail within this. So really something that we're going to want to monitor for the most part. Mesoscale discussions across the board. The Storm Prediction Center has really got their hands full for the most part. So this is something that we're going to have to continue to monitor all that. Let's see. This is a very, very strong bow echo here. You can look and you can see how this thing curls off and forms almost a bow. And so your gusty winds are forming in behind the storm. They're pushing it. And right at the tip of the bow is right where you can see the most intense wind speeds.
$4.99. If I get radar scope without annual fee, can I still look at the mode that you see wind speeds on for a tornado? Been watching you since last year. Goat.
Wyatt11 with the $5 super chat. Thank you, my friend. Yes, you can. If you take off the subscription, you can still see reflectivity, velocities, all sorts of stuff. You won't be able to see lightning. You won't be able to see a dual screen, but you'll still be able to see, for the most part, practically everything, all the products there on that. So if you decide not to do the 10, I think it's what, the annual fee or whatever for like, what, $15 or something like that. If you decide not to, then you'll still be able to see stuff, but not as much stuff, obviously. So Rosedale, Balua, Benoit, Scott, Lamont, Winterville, as well as areas along United States 61 from Alligator, Duncan, Shelby, Marigold, Cleveland, Shaw, Leland. You guys could see some really strong gusty winds relatively soon, as well as some spotty hail, especially if you live near Alligator, Duncan, as well as Clarksdale. You guys could get into the action here. So if you know anyone who lives in those areas, you're definitely going to want to tell them to monitor this system very closely, as this could potentially be somewhat impactful to people within these areas. One thing I do want to note, actually, I do want to look at these storms over here in Mississippi. I did say I would do that, so we're going to do it. Mississippi right here, new severe thunderstorm warning for Jasper and Newton counties. That'll be in effect until 6:15 p.m. Central Daylight Time. Ping pong ball sized hail, 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts, nothing further with that. So if you live over there, especially near Montrose, Lewin, as well as anywhere along State Route 15 here in Mississippi, near Newton, Hickory, and Chunky, as well as along the I-20 corridor, you guys need to go ahead and get indoors for the most part, because this storm does produce larger amounts of hail and some stronger wind gusts. So that's definitely something that we're going to want to continue to monitor as this pushes on through. Let us see. Right. There we go. Yeah, there's so much stuff that's going on right now. 28 severe thunderstorm warnings again. Most of them are in Oklahoma. So we'll take a look at that here. Still baseball-sized hail in Chickasha. My goodness, let's actually go over that real quickly. Oklahoma City. Massive, massive large amounts of hail here. Actually, I'm curious. I'm using a experimental radar real quickly, and it's not loading. Let's go to Dan 1. Let's see what's up here. Ooh. I don't see a whole lot. So much for using the experimental radar. But Chickasha, massive amounts of hail, baseball-sized hail across the board. Very dangerous storm with 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts. If you live in Chickasha, you guys really need to go ahead. Chickasha. Well, people have said to me for the longest time that's Chickasha, and I was just like, I don't think it is. I don't think it is. But oh well. Chickasha. Chickasha. If you live over there, you guys really need to take your proper precautions and definitely get indoors. Get into the lowest, I would say get into the innermost part of your building, because that is something that can cause some major damage for the most part. And yeah, this is definitely something that is very concerning to me. Echo tops over 42,000 feet, so this is a very strong storm for the most part. That's how us Oklahoman pronounce it. It's Chickasha, right? Or no, Chickasha. Okay, Chickasha. That makes sense. No, I'm not trying to say can't do that. It's just I don't know. Shay or Shaw? I'm pretty sure. Chat, can I get a fact check that Chickasha? Gary England says Chickasha, so I'm gonna say it like that. I'm gonna say like Chickasha then. But yeah, large hail near Chickasha. Yeah, this is definitely some definitely something that people are going to have to monitor as this moves on through. So some very very large hail, regardless of the pronunciation of Chickasha. 2.5 inch size hail potentially with this. Jeez. What the heck just happened on SBC? Severe thunderstorm watch. Oof. That's a severe thunderstorm watch? Really? For those storms in Texas? I don't know at this point. So much happening. So many storms. All right. We're going to work our way from south to north. We already talked about Chickasha. And now we're going to move off to some of these other severe thunderstorm warnings. So, Kingfisher, Oklahoma, and Logan counties. Severe thunderstorm warning until 6 p.m. Central Daylight Time. 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts. And 2-inch size hail. That's very large. Very large hail. So this is definitely something you're going to want to continue to monitor. This thing does look like a classic supercell with the inflow coming in, but because there's nothing, no wind shear really here for tornadic cells, this thing isn't really a tornadic storm, if you will. I'm looking up higher and higher up in the atmosphere, and I don't see any rotation, so. Definitely something that we're going to have to monitor. But yeah. You guys also have to remember, I live in Pennsylvania, so pronouncing these city names are not exactly, you know, up my alley. Because I don't live here. But if one person says it's Chickasha, another person says it's Chickashaw, doesn't really help. But a lot of people are saying it's Chickasha, so I'm going to stay with Chickasha. Not trying to offend people. It's just... Really? Let's see. Osage and Pawnee counties, you guys are in a severe thunderstorm warning until 5:45 p.m. Central Daylight Time. 60-mile-per-hour wind gust, quarter-size hail with that one. And then off to the north of the Tulsa areas. This will be in Osage County as well. East Central also Osage County. That'll be in effect until 6:15 p.m. Central Daylight Time. Then a bunch of these have wind gusts with 60-mile-per-hour wind gust, quarter-size hail for the most part. So across the board, it's going to be more or less a widespread risk. And then you also have a couple severe thunderstorm warnings up here. This is a severe thunderstorm warning in Labette County in Kansas. That'll be in effect until 6:30 p.m. Central Daylight Time. So $half size hail and 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts with that one as well. Alexa doesn't even know the pronunciation of Chickasha either, so we're all at an impasse. Let's compromise for a bit and call it Chicky Chicky Boom Boom and leave it at that. Because the place kind of right now is kind of just doing its own thing. A lot of gusty winds for the most part. There's new couple bands of severe thunderstorm warnings and back up to 30 severe thunderstorm warnings now. Jeez. So much stuff across the board here. It's not even funny. Yeah, severe thunderstorm warning for Lee and Phillips County in Arkansas. That'll be in effect until 6:15 p.m. Central Daylight Time. 60-mile-per-hour wind gust, quarter-sized hail on that one. Okay, there are some people who have said that it's called Chickasha in Oklahoma. There's some people who said they live in Oklahoma that say it's Chickasha. So all I can say is that neither is appealing to me. We're calling it Chicky Chicky Boom Boom, and we're leaving it at that. What website am I on? This isn't a website. This is GR2 Analyst. 21-day free trial, but then after that, you'd have to pay $250. So if you're a weather analyst like me, or weather enthusiast who is considering doing stuff like that, then yeah, I'd purchase it. Not great American geography. Is this going to blow by Baton Rouge tonight? Late tonight. I'll be here for that, but late tonight, you can start seeing stuff like that. So, but yeah, this massive storms, for the most part, there's let's actually, real quickly. All right, I know. Oh no. What happened to College DuPage? College DuPage died. So, that's unfortunate. All right, well, let's take a look at some of this other satellite imagery. We're gonna hope to God that we're gonna be all right with these. My goodness, that cell near Chicky Chicky Boom Boom is really popping off. I'll tell you that much. Where does rotation typically begin? Higher up or midway? Typically, rotation begins higher up, but there's been some theories to where if a tornado is there, it actually starts from the ground up, which I don't exactly believe because you need columns of air to reach there to begin with. So, yeah. There's a A lot of thunderstorms across the board here. Some, for the most part, the storms that you're getting is just basically severe. Hail, gusty winds, widespread. This is, for the most part, pretty crazy. But this isn't the actual main risk, guys. You know, it's unfortunate to say, but your main risk is overnight. Your main risk is very strong overnight. You know, your enhanced goes into Alabama. Georgia's excluded until tomorrow morning. Although Carolinas and stuff like that are having a whale of a time right now. But yeah, this is a massive risk enhanced across the board with your moderate risk for the strong gusty winds, which will occur at around midnight all the way into tomorrow morning. So this is very this is one of those things where it's going to get pretty interesting. There's also a significant chance for tornadoes early tomorrow morning, very early tomorrow morning. So this is a not exactly the best case scenario here. Someone asked if anything's going to happen in Baton Rouge. You guys are on the border of the 45% chance for some significant wind, as well as hail. Not significant hail, though. But for the most part, you guys are in the risk all right. You're not in the main risk, but tonight, definitely going to be a long day for me. I will say that much. Let's take a look at the SPC analysis real quickly. We'll take a look at the dew points. All right, well, here's your giant dry line. My goodness. Be sure to watch this area. Bunch of thunderstorms that are forming across the board now with your strong hailers up in Oklahoma. You also have some strong hailers up in Missouri, and you also have some scattered storms here in Mississippi and Alabama. And you also have some more storms that are kind of firing off into Tennessee, and that's not even including the stuff that's happening in North Carolina at the moment. So, yeah, a lot of activity right now, I will say that. But the good news is that there's only one tornado warning, and even then that thing is starting to die off, either that or move out of the warning box, which it is dying off. So I would not be surprised if if this cell officially dies, like goes away. Move my radar over here to Norfolk, but still. What do you think will happen in Alexandria? Alexandria could see some very strong gusty winds for the most part across the board. Actually, you know what? We're gonna go to the models again. We're going to the models. Latest run, 21Z, HRRR. We're gonna get some timings out for everyone. So here's your scattered storms that are in Mississippi and Alabama. Here's your hailers that are occurring in Oklahoma, all the way up into Missouri. Here's your scattered storms that are creating gusty winds in southern Arkansas. That'll move off into Mississippi. And, yeah, a bunch of storms start to form across the dry line in Texas. More storms form off in Oklahoma. Line of storms that start to form off into Mississippi. More storms that go off into Louisiana. This line here, the dry line, will eventually consolidate, but for the most part, you can see some more gusty winds in northern Mississippi. You can also see a supercell in southern Mississippi. You could also see some, as I said, a bunch of scattered storms in northern Louisiana. And then this is when things start to get real, because you have one squall line right here. You have another squall line right here. You have a line of storms right here. You have more thunderstorms out in front of it. You know, this is a very widespread area, and you can actually see two areas of bow echoes, one right here and one right here, with a lot more thunderstorms out in front of this. And so as this continues to move on through into tonight, that's when things can really start to consolidate. You can see how large this line is here according to this model. This is actually at around 5 o'clock in the morning when everything starts to just get at its worst, which means I'm gonna have to live stream until 5 in the morning. Fun times, chat. Fun times. I love this. But yeah, Dallas-Fort Worth's pretty interesting for the most part, because I know there's going to be a lot of people that are going to be starting to come around here at around the 7 o'clock, 8 o'clock hours, because they're going to be looking and saying, hey, we're getting thunderstorms, and y'all said we're not going to get thunderstorms. What the heck, dude? And, yeah, 7 o'clock. That's when you guys can start getting some thunderstorms, for the most part. Maybe even earlier than that, honestly. Yeah, honestly, 6 o'clock is when it will start to really ramp up. So, yeah, if you guys are willing to stick around with me on this magic carpet ride, that would be great. But, jeez. This is a very, very widespread risk here. I mean, look at this. Look at how large this line extends. Look at it. This is a large span of about, I'd say, 300 to 400 miles. Something like that. Actually, maybe even more than that, now that I think about it. I'd say 300 to 400 miles, give or take. And that entire area is going to see practically the same thing. Some very strong gusty winds and large hail. And, yeah, not exactly the best here. You know, this is not exactly the strongest, the huge... Well, I mean, it is the strongest risk, but this is not exactly the situation that no one wants to be in. But, yeah, as I said, from midnight and onwards, that's when stuff really gets intense. So, guess it's all part of the, all part of the job here. I'm definitely, working for my subscribers and my likes now. But yeah, this is very, very widespread. Someone just said in chat that it's been 3 hours since the beginning of my live stream. I didn't actually realize we've been streaming for 3 hours, so it might not be as bad as I thought. But still, this is very fun. Alright, let's see the radar. Someone asked around Memphis. Let's do that. Bunch of severe thunderstorm warnings. My goodness, where do these come from? Oh, the outflow boundary. That makes a lot of sense now. So yeah, we'll give you the severe bunch of the stuff that's happening. Let's actually talk about some of these severe thunderstorm warnings. Not that we have 27 of them or anything, but you know, it's just... might as well start covering some ground. Pemiscot, Dreyer, Obion, and Lake counties, you guys are in a severe thunderstorm warning until 6:15 p.m. Central Daylight Time. 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts, quarter-size hail with that one. And then if you move further along down into this general vicinity, like Lauderdale and Haywood, you guys have a severe thunderstorm warning for 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts. And then you also have Tipton and Lauderdale. You guys actually are canceled for this warning, but Crockett, Haywood, and Madison counties, you guys have a severe thunderstorm warning until 6:15 Central Daylight Time. Ping pong ball size hail and 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts on this one. It's very much so the same thing. It's rinse and repeat for the most part. Everything has, you know, quarter-sized to ping pong ball sized hail. Maybe some areas near chicky chicky boom boom that gets baseball ball sized hail. But still, for the most part, it's a very much so a rinse and repeat to where most areas are going to get some large hail, most areas are going to get some damaging winds, and even though the threat for tornadoes isn't really as existent right now as it's going to be later on tonight, this is still something that we're going to have to continue to monitor. So Brownsville, Bells, Maury City, Alamo, Friendship, all the way down into the Dryersburg, New Bern, Bogota, as well as Jackson in Tennessee, heading off into the Bolivar areas, Hornsby, Selmer, Henderson. You guys could be impacted by these storms along the way, so please be weather aware as these storms continue to move off into your area. This is definitely one of those things to where we need to continue to monitor this for the most part. Ooh. Let's see. All right, let's move off to some of these other cells. Got some. I don't know why, but that was disgusting. Something was in my mouth. That was very, very disgusting. Alrighty, we got a couple severe thunderstorm warnings across the board over here in Alabama. You can see that these severe thunderstorm warnings include Tuscaloosa and Pickens County. That'll be in effect until 6:15 p.m. Central Daylight Time. 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts, quarter-size hail with this one. So I would not be surprised if you guys got some severe conditions. You've actually had reports of severe hail earlier on in the day. So definitely something to where you guys want to keep in mind across the board with these cells. You also have a severe thunderstorm warning over in Mississippi near Columbus. This is for Loudon County. That'll be in effect until 6:45 p.m. Central Daylight Time. So 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts, quarter-size hail with that one. You also have this cell over here just to the west of Meridian. Newton County, you have a severe thunderstorm warning until 6:15 p.m. Central Daylight Time. Ping pong ball sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts on this one. This is definitely something that people are going to want to monitor as people moves along as people move along off with their rest of their day, especially since rush hour is about right now, and I-20, I'm pretty sure, could definitely be seeing some stuff. So if you live over there, you guys need to monitor the weather and potentially steer away from some large hail. Oh boy, a lot more severe thunderstorm warnings, my favorite. I gotta say, tornado warnings are a lot more interesting to cover. Mainly because of all the stuff that could happen within them. And how each parameter means one small thing, and there's so many small things within a tornado. Yeah, those things are a lot more lot better to cover than just 32 severe thunderstorm warnings. I'm not saying I want a tornado warning. I'm just saying this is stupid. This is very very stupid for the most part, with how much activity there is here today. Okay, let's continue on with the live stream here. Union and Wachita parishes, you guys have a severe thunderstorm warning until 6 p.m. Central Daylight Time. 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts, quarter-size hail, tornado possible with that. There's also another severe thunderstorm warning for Union and Wachita. I think that's the same thing, isn't that? Yeah, it is. So within these cells, there actually is a little bit of rotation here. You can see this just to the north of Claiborne. These reds are moving away from the radar. The greens are moving towards right in the middle. It's where the rotation would be. So if you live just to the north of Claiborne, to the north and west of Monroe, you guys really need to monitor this very heavily as this continues to move on through, especially towards the Sterlington, Fairbanks areas, because this thing does have a little bit of rotation on this. Perryville, Schwartz. There was Bastrop. Yeah, we're getting close to the area where there was a tornado. I think it was an EF1-ish. I think I can't remember if it was an EF1 or not, but there was a tornado just the other day, and so this is another storm that could potentially be tornadic that's moving through that general vicinity. So I would definitely continue to monitor those storms as they move off to the east. You also have a severe thunderstorm warning ahead of this line for Morehouse, Richland, and Carroll parishes. That'll be in effect until 7:15 p.m. Central Daylight Time. Ping pong ball size hail, 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts with that one. So you guys really need to monitor those storms. Then you also have this severe thunderstorm warning right here. This is for Webster and Claiborne parishes. That'll be in effect until 6:45 p.m. Central Daylight Time. 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts, quarter-size hail with that one. So if you live near places like Minden, Athens, Homer, Sugar Creek, anywhere along Interstate 20, you guys really need to go ahead and just go ahead and get indoors. All right, this large hail with most of these storms. If you're in any of these severe thunderstorm warnings, you should be indoors anyways. But for the most part, you guys need to stay indoors. All right. Let us see. So many reports near Chicky Chicky Boom Boom, other known as Chickasha. I still think it's Chickasha because there's so many people that's told me that it's what it is before, but that's beyond the point. Chickasha has had a lot of hail for the most part, and not surprised that there's as much as it has had. But yeah, this is a very strong storm here. Wait, that reads on a storm in Oklahoma. Where's Lindsay? I don't know where Lindsay is, but I know that these cells are looking pretty interesting in the upper parts of the atmosphere. Actually, it's a little bit of rotation on the cell. I wonder if it's actually tornado possible. No, it's not. But still something to keep in mind. But yeah, baseball-sized hail across the board. So, oh my good lord. Another mesoscale discussion. So, if you guys live over in Oklahoma, I don't know, there's like, what, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 severe thunderstorm warnings. You pretty much should be indoors. Alright. I mean, one storm's already producing baseball-sized hail. Baseballs, you can imagine baseballs with ice. Like, just ice baseballs. This just... whew, tense across the board. Okay, I'm gonna take a little bit of a break and eat my pizza. So I'll be back in a second. I'm still gonna talk, but I'm gonna turn my face cam off. So, yeah, a lot of storms that are starting to push on through here in Oklahoma. Jeez, this cell over here. Hmm. Goodness gracious. Look how many yellow boxes there are. It just keeps going. I mean, look at how many there are. That's just... jeez. What's the severe thunderstorm looking like? Loudest County in Mississippi. Any rotation? That's the one near Columbus, I believe. I think it is. So I'm using my lower resolution radar because my other ones are kind of being used for other reasons at the moment, but I'll check for you. Yeah, there's a little bit of rotation on it. Just a little bit, though. As it spans up into the upper parts of the atmosphere, yeah, there's definitely rotation on it. So I'd monitor it, honestly. I'd heavily monitor this storm. Um, as if you shouldn't be heavily watching this already. Because it already is warned for 1 inch size hail and 60 mile per hour wind gusts. But not be political in chat, please. There's a severe weather event. It's happening. We can't help but be political, even though people's lives can be impacted. I'd recommend just setting aside our differences for just this day. Taking a sip of my water.
Eli Moore Super
Oh,
Chat $4.99. Have you checked out the cell near Moore? Okay? It's starting to take a hook form and I see some possible rotation.
there's 3 storms near Moore. If you're talking about this thing right here, this thing does have some general rotation. We've been talking about this thing for a little bit. It's pretty hard to stay consistent with all these cells and keep people up to date 100% because, as I said, 34 mile per hour, not mile per hour, geez, 34 severe thunderstorm warnings. But, I mean, yeah, it looks pretty interesting for the most part. You suspend higher up in the atmosphere, your rotation is still there. You have large amounts of hail and upwards of 2.5 inches. So, yeah, I mean, the cell does look like it could be worth something to watch, but it looks relatively small right now, so I can't exactly say a whole lot about it. To all the new people who have subscribed, thank you so much. I really do appreciate it. All the people who have liked, shared the stream, done as much as they can to help us out. It's greatly appreciated. I really do appreciate it. Water is done. Actually, you know what? I don't care if you see me eat. I don't care. We're just going to do this. As I said, don't get political in chat, or else I'll have to time you out. Okay. Let me run around the house real quickly, because I'm getting a little stiff. I mean, I'm not exactly getting stiff, but I'm starting to ache a little bit. So, alright, give me a second. Okay. What in the world? What in the world are you all doing in my chat? Jeez. Okay, we're back. Kinda. Back in spirit. This is, I gotta tell you, that's the first ever actual break I've taken on stream. So, the fact that all is, happening really says how exhausted I am. Really says a lot. Alright, well, one thing that I did notice is that as soon as I came back, there was 3-inch maximum expected hail size from this. So this is a really very significant storm here. There doesn't seem to be enough wind shear to sustain this tornadic updraft, which I kind of figured. But yeah, this is still definitely something we're going to want to watch as time goes along. When's the derecho that's happening? Midnight and further on. Yes, you heard me correctly. Midnight. And, 37? "37 severe thunderstorm warnings. I'm sorry. Haven't we had enough? Please?" Oh my good. Jeez. This event is already verifying, and it's not even the beginning. It's not even the beginning of the major parts. This is intense across the board here. If you guys have any questions, by the way, about what all is happening here, or what areas might be impacted, I'm more inclined to doing some forecasts now, because talking about all 37 severe thunderstorm warnings, all 37, chat, is it's making me want to die. Not gonna lie. So okay. One thing I'll say this, okay? Every single severe thunderstorm is gonna have quarter-sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts. I know that because I've looked at every single severe thunderstorm, and it said so. So there. Storms are forming in Texas. Oh, God. Yeah, you're right. Oh, why me? Why me? Why me? What? There's so many. It covers the span of practically everywhere. It's everything across the board. You know what? We're moving Fort Smith down here into Dallas Fort Worth. We need to figure out some stuff there. Monroe, Louisiana forecast. I got you. We'll talk to you about you guys right here, right now. Monroe, you guys are looking pretty bonkers. Actually, there could be a tornado warning here soon. North of Monroe. I'm actually kind of puzzled why they haven't put a tornado warning here. But, Monroe. North of Monroe, near Fairbanks, Swartz, Sicard, if you live over there, and the northern parts of Monroe as well, then I'd say definitely stay indoors 100%. But Monroe in itself, you guys are kind of good at the moment. Especially southern Monroe. Like, if you're right next to the interstate, or if you're south of the interstate, then you should be okay. But if you know anyone who lives in, like, Swartz, or all the way over towards, like, State Route 133, as well as near State Route 133. And well, I already said 133, Nathan, as well as State Route 137. You guys need to really monitor this storm. I would not be surprised if they issue a tornado warning here. As well as Collinston. If you know anyone who lives in Collinston or Bastrop, all the way from Bastrop down south. So, derecho low 10%, but not outbreak material. This is severe weather outbreak material right here. We don't need a tornado outbreak to call it a bunch of tornadoes call it an outbreak. This is a severe weather outbreak if I've never seen one before, chat. I mean, this is just as widespread as it gets. Here, I'll even go into the hazard map here, or the reports. I'm sorry. We'll go to the storm reports. And we already have 98 hail reports. My good lord. 11 of them were significant. Just remember, chat, this isn't the beginning. This is still in infancy. This is still, you know, the beginning of the event. Look, the HRRR shows the giant squall line create a bunch of very strong gusty winds across the board here from midnight and onwards. So this tells you how much significant this event is right now. That we already have that many reports. And it's that intense. So, Monroe, you guys are most likely going to get some more stuff from midnight onwards for the person who's still there. But this is just absolutely insane for the most part. Okay. So there's a storm that's forming over here. It's already blown the heck up. So we might as well watch that. Benton and Killeen. Hey! Matt might be hopefully chasing. I don't know. Is Matt doing anything? Oh yeah, he's doing something. So if he does get something, hopefully he might be able to send something over. Maybe some pictures. I'll be monitoring his Twitter as much as possible. But yeah, he's chasing. Yeah, look at these storms. They're starting to kind of fire off a little bit. You also see the giant cell that's moving off just to the south of Dallas. So actually, we'll keep this radar over here. And I want to take a look at the, oh crap. I don't think we can look at the satellite, can we? Oh, it's back! Nice! This is great! Alright, wide view, because actually, you know what? We're probably going to need a wider view than that. Who am I kidding? We're going to need this! This is a lot. This is a lot of stuff right here. Yeah, I mean, just by looking at the satellite imagery, chat, you can see everything that's happening across the United States. Can I check Hernando? Yeah, I got it. Here in a bit. I just want to check. We have 40 severe thunderstorms. We have 40. I just want to let you all know 40 is a lot. I'm used to dealing with 12, 20 at max. 40? Is there going to be no strong tornadoes today? I don't know. There's a sig risk later on tomorrow morning. So there could be strong tornadoes, but this is just... Yeah, I know most of these guys, because these people around here, that needs to be tornado warned. 100%. Please. Yeah, I know most of you guys want the air to be cleared out because of pollen and crap, and I can understand. But, oh, a bunch of severe warnings got canceled. It's now down to 30.
Felicity Reed Super Chat $1.50.
I'm sorry, I jinxed it. We're at 31. Felicity Reed with a $1.50 super chat. Thank you, my friend. I really do appreciate it. Yeah, like 10 warnings just got canceled, and then they issued another one. Jeez. My goodness. I take it back. It's not exactly entire. Oh, wait, no, that's tornadic right there. That's some tornadic rotation near Fairbanks. So why they haven't issued a tornado warning, I honestly have no clue. But there is something tornadic around there, and yeah. Now this is an experimental radar. I will say that much. Cryptomaria with the sponsorship. Thank you so much. Oh my goodness. Bust is the YouTube channel saying danger, stay ahead, people watch out for the threat of tornadoes. Chat, I just want to ask you all, for the people who were in my who saw my video this morning, did I say there was going to be a large tornado risk? No, I didn't. I said this was going to be a massive wind risk, and I said there was going to be a lot of hail. And that's exactly what I am doing here. I got to cover this to the best of my ability. I said we were going to be covering this for a while, all right? We're going all the way until tomorrow morning. The massive risk is tonight. I'm not sure if most of you have seen. We'll give you guys a refresher, although that's some pretty nice satellite imagery that I could just stare at all day. But I still can't believe there's almost 100 hail reports already. That's just crazy. But if you guys don't remember, there's that 10% significant risk for tornadoes, and that's like from midnight and onwards. And that's gonna be fun. I'm not gonna lie. I will say this though, for the people who are in Central Daylight Time, we're gonna have Morgan here with us, so it won't be as boring. Ryan Hall, y'all's stream just got cut out because he lost power. Okay, so I'm assuming that I'm getting some people who are here from Ryan Hall, y'all's stream, which if that's the case, hello, my name is Nate Snyder. I am a fellow weather YouTuber that covers severe weather. I do practically what Ryan Hall, y'all does except I cover smaller events too, smaller severe weather events. I know Ryan Hall, y'all, is an amazing YouTuber, and if you like his content, sure, I can't match him. Everyone has their own, mojo, if you will. But I do content like his where I upload weather videos every morning, as well as I cover risks from a 5% chance for tornadoes and above. So, that's basically how I conduct things here on my YouTube channel. So, whether or not you want to stick around, subscribe, like the video, stuff like that, that's all up to you. But as long as I'm here covering 33 severe thunderstorm warnings, because people like Ryan Hall and I, we typically don't see this many severe thunderstorm warnings. All right, this is the thing right here. All right, any other weather YouTuber on YouTube, we really don't see this many severe thunderstorm warnings. This is a wide expansion here. And the fact that, we're not even in the worst part of this severe risk, I have no doubt in my mind that, this is going to be a long day for severe weather in general. May not be a huge chance for tornadoes, except for later on into tomorrow morning, the early tomorrow morning hours, the late tonight hours. That's when stuff will most likely start to get pretty intense, especially with some very damaging wind gusts and upwards of hurricane force winds, so 74 miles per hour and greater. Yeah, if you think of it that way, hurricane force winds will be impacting some of these areas here in the overnight hours, which is the reason why I said at the beginning of my stream, I said that if you are not in a sturdy building, you should have a plan to be in one, because these gusty winds could easily do damage to mobile homes. And because there's already large amounts of hail, like for instance, let's go back over to Norman, to Oklahoma City, real quickly. So here's Oklahoma City. There was a cell that passed through Chickasha that had baseball-sized hail. Baseballs. If you guys can imagine, hail sizes up to baseballs falling from the sky, that could not only hurt people, but it could do massive damage across the board. It could break windshields. It could dent cars severely. It could do damage to roofs and siding, break windows. We had golf ball size hail last night in Texas. I didn't live stream that one, but had golf ball sized hail in some of those areas, and it even broke windows. So imagine what baseball sized hail can do in areas that are like Chickasha. So this is definitely one of those things that we're gonna have to continue to monitor as we continue to watch this event unfold in front of us. So something to keep in mind with all of that. Let's go into the models real quickly here. This is the HRRR model. This model updates every single hour. I would use weather bell and stuff like that, but I kind of like pivotal weather better. It's just a preference thing. But you can see how these thunderstorms are starting to really blow up across Oklahoma. There's also the forecasted for some storms, so really pop off across places like Dallas-Fort Worth. By the way, Ressa Hurricane and Severe Tracking, thank you so much for the sponsorship. I really do appreciate it. Thank you so much. That's absolutely amazing. Thunderstorms that really start to form across Dallas-Fort Worth into the Austin, Texas, Killeen areas. There's also a lot of widespread thunderstorms here in Mississippi that are really going to start pushing on through. And so this is definitely something that we're going to want to really monitor. And then we also have these storms that'll push off to the south of Shreveport or even near Shreveport. And most of these areas will really start to see some severe conditions, maybe even some tornadic conditions. But for the most part, it'll be a gusty wind and hail threat, especially since once we get to the 8 o'clock, 9 o'clock hours, the line in Oklahoma starts to consolidate. You have a giant band of storms here that are moving towards the eastern parts of Texas. And so this is where things start to get pretty interesting, because then they start to really consolidate into lines, and this is when things can really start to get serious. You can even see into tomorrow morning. This is at 5 o'clock in the morning. You can see this massive line of storms that can really create a bunch of very strong winds here. Typically, whenever you see this kind of arcing motion right within here, you can be able to tell that at the tip of that arc, at the tip of that bow echo that we like to say or talk about, that's where your strong gusty winds are going to be, or your strongest gusty winds are going to be located. So we'll just have to continue to monitor for those specific areas where they can find some very strong gusty winds by that bow echo characteristic, and definitely something that we're going to want to keep in mind here. All right, we need to start covering things a lot more, even though, as I said, 35 severe thunderstorm warnings here. This is a lot to really talk about for the most part. Unfortunately, I can't really get into specific forecasts now because we are probably going to have to start covering on a wide spectrum here again. But we'll start from Virginia and work our way westward. So a bunch of severe storms here across the board. We'll start from the furthest east cell. This one is a severe thunderstorm warning for Camden and Currituck counties. That'll be in effect until 8 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. Ping pong ball size hail, 60 mile per hour wind gusts with that one. So you could definitely see some damage there. There's actually been reports of quarter-sized hail as well, just to the west of Moyock. So if you live over there, guys need to really take your proper precautions. There's also a bit of rotation on the cell too. You can see the meso indicator right within here. So this is definitely a storm that we are going to want to watch for as this continues to move on through. So Currituck, Shalboro, as well as Barco and Knott's Island. There is a area of broad rotation that's moving through your area. You can see on the reflectivity, the hook that wraps around the inflow, rather skinny. The forward flank downdraft, some very, very small, but still, regardless, a severe storm that could produce some large hail, damaging wind gusts, maybe even the threat for tornadoes.
$4.99. Your excitement for weather is contagious. If you do what you love, you'll never work a day in your life.
Shell with the $5 super chat. Thank you, my friend. I really do appreciate it. And as long as I have love for weather, I will continue to do this as much as possible. So, thank you so much. I really do appreciate it. Let's see. How the dew points in northern Alabama? They're in the low to mid 60s. I'd say low 60s because they're that pretty far north. So still something to monitor with that. Let's move on forward to this cell over here near Charles City, Virginia. Severe thunderstorm warning for Charles City and Prince George's County here in Virginia. That'll be in effect until 8:15 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. So 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts, quarter-size hail with that one. If you live just to the north of Claremont along State Route 5, you guys could definitely see some severe hail. And you can even see on the maximum expected hail size indicator some hail that could be in upwards of around an inch. So that's definitely something that we're going to want to continue to monitor as this pushes on through towards the general vicinity of Interstate 64. Then if we move down to North Carolina again, you can see the severe thunderstorm warning here for Northampton County. That'll be in effect until 7:45 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. Ping pong ball size hail, 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts. One thing that I do notice here is that, yeah, there's a lot of hail. You can see on the maximum expected hail size, 1.75 inches, according to the indicator here. But the one thing that I could also tell that there was also a lot of large hail was this spike right here. And the spike here on reflectivity tells me that the radar is having a bit of faulty issues due to the fact of how large and how much hail there is. So what happens is the radar sends these beams out into the storm, and they typically reflect back, and they show what you see here on the radar. Well, sometimes when there is a lot of hail or there is large hail, these beams can actually be reflected in other areas besides back to the radar. So the actual radar becomes a bit corrupted, if you will, and it forms these spikes. And so a good way to tell as to whether or not there's a spike here is by looking at the correlation coefficient, or the product that looks for density within the air, the particles. So if there's large particles, then it will show up like debris, large hail. It'll be more towards a lower correlation coefficient. But if you start to see stuff like rain, you see a lot of these reds here for the most part. This indicate a lot of rain here. But you can see within this general area that there is a lot of hail here that's approaching places like Rich Square. And right here you can see these blues areas. This is your hail spike that you can find from the radar. So this is definitely something to keep in mind, that this thing is producing not only just large amounts of hail, but large in size as well. So this is definitely something that people near Rich Square, along United States Route 258, along State Route 561 in North Carolina, and around Woodland, you guys are really going to want to stay indoors for this one, because there's been already multiple reports of some storms that have dumped so much hail that it's actually covered the ground. So really something that we're going to want to monitor as this moves on through. If you guys are new to the stream, please be sure to leave a like. Leaving a like actually gets me on YouTube's algorithm, shares the stream, puts it on more people's recommended pages. So if you guys actually do that, you're helping me get the word out of, well, the stuff that I'm saying here on my stream a lot more efficiently. So if you guys would do that, that would be great. Also share this on social media with friends and family, and on Twitter. I've already tweeted it before, so if you guys want to retweet on Twitter here, that would be greatly appreciated. My Twitter would be Nate_Snyder. So basically my YouTube name. And then subscribe if you're new and turn on notifications. I know most of you are from Ryan Hall, y'all. I basically do the same stuff that he does. So the only difference is that I've been doing it a little longer than he has, but he has a lot more of the charisma edits, if you will. A lot more skill with editing his videos, whereas myself, not so much. So, but he's pretty good at weather and stuff like that. I think most of you already know this though. Okay. Let's start talking about some of these other severe thunderstorm warnings. We talked about all the stuff that's happening in Virginia and North Carolina. Now we got to talk about the other 24 severe thunderstorm warnings that are over here. Yes, you heard me correctly. I said 24 severe thunderstorm warnings. So a lot of action here with these storms. I actually want to take a look here on this experimental radar to see if anything interesting has occurred with this storm. And it doesn't look like there's a whole lot to report about. This is an experimental radar that I'm borrowing, so that is something to keep in mind. That it's not exactly going to be the best thing in the world to use, but it's, you know, it's something. We're trying to figure out what's happening. So, Avery, thank you for doing so. I appreciate it. Mercer, Tennessee, checking in. Severe storm with pea-sized hail. Oh boy. Yeah, we've even had some people in the viewer base that sent me some pictures of quarter-sized hail within their hands and stuff like that. So definitely something there that we all need to continue to monitor across the board. As I said, a lot of activity here within these storms, and it's really one of those things to where gotta really pay attention to all this. Let us see. So here's a couple of severe thunderstorm warnings for the most part. So severe thunderstorm warning for Winston and Neshoba counties here in Mississippi. That'll be in effect until 7:15 p.m. Central Daylight Time. 2-inch sized hail, 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts. Places near Philadelphia could be experiencing some very large hail. There's already actually reports preliminary of some half-inch sized hail, but there was reports before earlier on with these storms that have actually reached over 2 inches. So this is very much so something to where we really need to continue to monitor as this moves on throughout the evening, that these storms could still continue to produce very large amounts of hail for the most part. Then we also have some of these severe thunderstorm warnings that are over just near Columbus. They've had a history of producing inch-sized hail as well. So severe thunderstorm warning for Pickens County here in Alabama. Also here for Loudoun counties. That'll be in effect until 6:45 p.m. So 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts, quarter-sized hail on both of those. There's also here the severe thunderstorm warning for Tuscaloosa, Pickens, and Fayette counties. That'll be in effect until 7 p.m. Central Daylight Time. 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts, quarter-sized hail. And as a matter of fact, you know, I'm just going to say this right now. It's going to sound like I'm going to be a broken record because there's a lot of these thunderstorms that have the same exact thing. You know, and that's the reason why, you know, a lot of people may be bored because there's not like anything tornadic that happens. Although I highly recommend that if anything tornadic happens, you stop by my channel because I hate to brag, but I'm pretty good at covering it. No, I'm sorry. But anyways, it's basically the same exact thing, and tornadoes are a lot more interesting to cover because they have so many aspects that go into it. It's like so many stages that the tornado goes through. You can look through so many products to tell what exactly happens. There's so many things, and you know, it's just compared to stuff like this, to where there's so many severe thunderstorm warnings. They're basically the same thing. You know, you've heard me say over and over again: 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts, quarter-sized hail. It's very much so rinse and repeat within most of these systems. But something really interesting to keep in mind. And that's another thing too, because as I said, you know, this is not the main risk. The main risk is overnight, which I'm going to have a lot of coffee to stay up for. I'm going to be staying up for as long as I can, but for the most part, it's going to be overnight into tomorrow morning, and we'll continue to monitor that as best as possible. Yee, what's up? Welcome to the stream. You can see we're having a whale of a time here. So thanks for coming out to the stream. There's already a severe thunderstorm warning here in Dallas Fort Worth. Okay. So this is when storms really start to blow up now. It's already getting that classic screaming eagle look. It's very, very much so a small screaming eagle, but these storms are now starting to blow up along the dry line, and this is exactly what the models had predicted. There might be even some very large hail within some of these areas, so definitely something that we're going to have to really want to monitor as this moves on through for the most part. But this is definitely something that we're going to want to watch. I actually want to put on the satellite imagery. You can see that storm over here in Dallas Fort Worth. Look at this. Look at this cell chat. Look at that. That's some pretty that's really interesting for the most part. What are you looking for your area? Anything near you? Not really. Scattered thunderstorms, but your risk is more or less tomorrow, in my honest opinion. So at least that's what I anticipate, honestly. But still, for the most part, scattered storms is possible. As a matter of fact, I'll just pull up the risk here. You can see that you have the marginal risk within your area. Nothing really too big because no tornado risk, obviously, but you could see some wind, not any hail. Tomorrow is when you have a nice little marginal that reaches up in your area with a small chance for tornadoes. I think it'll stay small for your area, so, but that's just in my honest opinion what most likely could happen. That same thing for Indiana too, but it's just a small risk for tornadoes. Actually, anyone who lives in the Ohio River Valley, small risk for tornadoes tomorrow, but other than that, nothing really too much. Nothing really too much to expect here from the storms for your area. But yeah, massive moderate risk. As I said, this 45% chance for winds is going to be more or less overnight. Overnight tonight into tomorrow morning. And the significant chance for tornadoes is going to be from a little bit past midnight into the very early morning hours. So definitely something to where we all have to continue to be aware. As I said, turn on emergency notifications for, you know, like same stuff you get for Amber Alerts. Turn on for severe weather, whether it's tornado warnings, severe thunderstorm warnings. I know everyone has that on their phone. So just imminent extreme alert, imminent severe alerts, stuff like that. You guys need to turn that on and be highly advised. I have a Samsung, so it looks something like this, but just, you know, please turn it on. So yeah, a lot of you are kind of surprised. You're thinking, oh, it's an overnight event. You know, how could that be possible? Because we have, you know, 28 severe thunderstorm warnings. Well, I mean, if we take a look at the models here, you can actually see, for the most part, that it's mainly going to be intense that way because of these classic squall line, bow echo characteristics. 1 o'clock, 2 o'clock hours, that's when stuff really starts to kind of ramp up. And then, you know, 3 o'clock, 4 o'clock is when stuff really starts to get well defined. That is something to keep in mind with all that. How's Concord, Oklahoma, I should say. Let me look that up for you. This is over near Siloam Springs, so I can actually reach that with Tulsa's radar, wherever that is. Do I even have Tulsa's radar up here? Memphis, Wakefield. I don't think I do. What in the world? Huh. Well, I don't really care about Monroe's radar a whole lot, so we're going to use Tulsa's radar there. So Concord is over here near Siloam Springs, and yeah, we'll get that out here for you. What's up, Anthony Memes? I'm doing pretty well. At 9 in Houston, rating according to the weather app. Yeah, Houston, you guys will most likely not see a whole lot from this event, as usual. I know you guys are dealing with a lot of pollen issues down there, and it kind of sucks the fact that all is happening. But, you know, if you guys were to get any showers, it would have to be tomorrow morning, before sunrise. So, let us see. I want to go over to Tulsa's radar here and be able to cover. So, Culkerd.
Anthony Memes Super Chat €2. Chow Nate Super Job Cheers.
Anthony Memes with the €2 super chat. Thank you, my friend. I really do appreciate it. I appreciate all the support that people give me, whether it's subscribing, like the video, sharing the video. But Anthony Memes, you've been here for a while. Thank you, my friend, for the €2 super chat. I really do appreciate it. Yeah, we'll check the Dallas-Fort Worth storm right after this, and then we'll check Alabama right after this. So Culkerd, you guys are getting some scattered storms for the most part. Here's Culkerd. Here's the nearest severe thunderstorm warning, which is over near Tulsa at the moment. And that'll be moving off into your general vicinity a lot later tonight. I'll admit that much. You probably won't start seeing stuff until an hour and a half, maybe 2 from now. So definitely something that you'll have to continue to monitor, but there isn't really a whole lot of stuff that's going ape right now for you guys. So that is the good news. The bad news right now is that there's a severe thunderstorm warning here for Tulsa, and 60-mile-per-hour wind gust, quarter-sized hail with this one. So Osage, Washington, Tulsa counties, severe thunderstorm warnings in effect until 7:15 p.m. Central Daylight Time. There's a little bit of general rotation on this one as well. You can see the greens are moving towards the radar, reds are moving away. This counterclockwise spin in the atmosphere is the rotation. So we'll have to definitely continue to monitor this storm. Northern metropolitan Tulsa areas heading towards the I-44 areas. You guys really need to monitor this extensively. All right, let's move over to Dallas-Fort Worth. A couple severe thunderstorm warnings that are happening here. So severe thunderstorm warning right here for Johnson County and Ellis County. That'll be in effect until 7:45 p.m. Central Daylight Time. Ping pong ball sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts. That is the type of day we have here, everyone. These storms can be relatively large in growth, and they could blow up exponentially and produce some very large hail. So this is definitely something that we're going to want to monitor. Venus, Mid-Leviathan, as well as Waxahachie, you guys could definitely see some large hail relatively soon. So if you guys live near United States Route 67, or if you live near Interstate 35E, or Expressway, I'm assuming that's what it is, or East actually, I think that's East. I-35 East, yep. You guys really need to take your proper precautions, get indoors, because this is 100% a very strong storm that's starting to grow here, moving through Venus. Then you have your cell that has had a history of producing 2-inch sized hail over Grandview. So severe thunderstorm warning right here for Johnson, Hill, and Ellis County in Texas. That'll be in effect until 7:30 p.m. Central Daylight Time. So if you live near Maypearl, if you live, as I said, along Interstate 35 East near Milford, Italy, Forreston, as well as along the United States Route 77 area, you guys need to continue to monitor the system heavily and get indoors, because the storm has had a history of producing some very severe hail, very large hail for the most part. So definitely something to keep in mind with all those storms. Then there could be some more storms that could form along the ways. So I would not be surprised if some more of these areas really started to kickstart. But for as of right now, we have these two main severe thunderstorms that are just to the south of the Dallas-Fort Worth area. So we'll continue to cover these as long as possible. We do have 27 other severe thunderstorm warnings here across the United States. So we will also have to cover those storms as well. But as long as you guys will allow me to, I will continue to cover as much as possible. So yeah. If you guys are new to the stream and you do like my channel, please be sure to leave a like. Leaving a like actually gets me onto YouTube's algorithm, and so we can be able to get this live stream onto more people's recommended feeds. So by doing that, you're actually helping me spread the word out a lot more effectively. So if you guys would please allow me to continue to spread the word as much as possible. I've already tweeted it on Twitter a couple of times. So that would be great. As well as sharing this with social media, friends and family as well. And subscribe if you're new and turn on notifications, because I do stuff like this mostly every single stream. So that would be greatly appreciated. We're 39 subscribers away from 5,000 subscribers, everyone. That is absolutely insane. We are so close right now. My goodness. All right. Let's go take a look at Alabama. So someone asked for Tuscaloosa. Tuscaloosa right now is really just getting a lot of scattered storms at the moment. Oh, new tornado warning. Geez. Here's a tornado warning right here. So this will be for Lee, Tippah, and Union counties. That'll be in effect until 7:30 p.m. Central Daylight Time, as well as with golf ball sized hail. So let's take a look at the rotation here. Actually, the reflectivity shows a little bit of a hooking nature right here near Wallerville. So if you live near Wallerville, if you live anywhere near Geeville, as well as State Route 30 in Mississippi, you guys need to go ahead and take your proper precautions. Get underground or get in the lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. Let's get some timings out here for you all. It's going to be going right over Wallerville as soon as we speak. And then if you know anyone who lives to the north of Blue Springs, to the south of State Route 30, you guys could easily see some tornadic conditions here relatively soon, as well as some large hail. Here's the velocities. The greens are the winds moving towards the radar. The reds are the ones moving away, right in the middle, right over United States Route 78. So if you guys live over there, as I said, if you live near Wallerville, you guys need to go ahead and get into your safe space. If you live near New Albany, you guys are out of the risk as long as you are in New Albany. If you are south of State Route 15, you are not out of the risk. If you are near Blue Springs, you guys are a little bit out of the risk, but if you are a bit further north to where this actually starts to head towards the Wallerville area, then you guys are not out of the risk, and you guys could potentially see some tornadic conditions from this storm as well. Take a look at the storm relative velocities. The inflow is actually a lot more intense. You can still see the bright greens moving in towards the radar. Reds are moving away. Right in the middle is where the rotation, as I had mentioned. Let's take a 3D of this storm just to see what the things are actually doing within the cell. So give me a second. I'll take it onto a lower reflectivity. So this definitely is looking like it has a little bit of that supercell characteristic here. You do have that inflow notch that I typically look for here on this channel, to where you can see this kind of nook or cranny, this cave right here, right within the supercell. So that is where the thunderstorm actually feeds itself with its inflow and its energy. It stores all that energy right within that storm. And so as it continues to intensify and strengthen, you tend to see a lot more well-defined hook echoes in and along those storms. So definitely something that we're going to want to continue to keep in mind as this continues to move off to the north and east. There's even some other cells across the board that could even be tornadic. As I said, the main threat isn't even until later on tonight, but this is still something to really watch out for as this continues to move up. Memphis at the moment, I know someone was asking about Memphis. You guys are actually out of the risk in itself. You got some scattered thunderstorms right within here, but later on you guys could easily see some more thunderstorms. So this is one of those things for right now, to where it's we're in the bit of a calm for the most part, but for right, you could see some more thunderstorms later, and that's definitely something that we're going to want to continue to monitor for the most part. Look at this these echo tops on this thunderstorm here, chat. The thunderstorm actually suspends itself all the way up to 47,000 feet, and that is a very tall thunderstorm, to say the least. Very tall. Thunderstorms typically are tall in general, but above 40,000 feet is when it can get really tall, and that is exactly what we are seeing. We're seeing a strong supercell that is starting to whittle its way through northwest or northeastern parts of Mississippi. Someone asked me to check the storm near Tulsa again. This thing is still rotating. Actually, no. It's just the upper parts of the atmosphere. Now it's turning, it's gusted itself out, actually. This is a very strong wind risk right here. This right here, would not be surprised if conditions started to get really intense. I'm seeing some velocities in upwards of 50 miles per hour as a sustained wind. So you can see wind gusts in upwards of maybe 60 or even 70 miles per hour in some spots. So this is really something that we got to monitor, especially if you live here in Tulsa. Contact info, I believe that's in the bio of my YouTube channel, I think. If you go to my channel and go to my about, that's right there, right exactly where you'd be able to find it, especially in the details vicinity. But yeah, right within there is where you can find my contact info. So a lot less severe thunderstorms here in Oklahoma, thank the Lord. Don't have to continue to just push out more and more, but yeah, this is a very strong gusty wind threat here. So Collinsville, Owasso, as well as the people along United States Route 169, you guys really need to monitor this system for some really strong gusty winds across the board here. You've been under 5 severe thunderstorm warnings today? Sheesh! That's a lot. That is, that's quite a few. I'm not gonna lie. Jeez. Did you, you like live in Oklahoma or something like that? Where there's like baseball-sized hail, stuff like that? Or do you just live down in the deep south where there's like a bunch of straight line winds and stuff like that across the board? Either or I can still understand. My goodness. A lot of strong gusty winds across the vicinity here. Sparks has an interesting severe thunderstorm warning. Quarter-sized hail, so damage to vehicles is expected. Is the threat fizzling out Missouri at all? Let me quickly take a quick glimpse over in these areas. And I do want to go back to Memphis's radar, because I am starting to see a little bit of something on this storm. It's still very congealed, I will say that much. Huge mess for the most part. But this is definitely a storm that we're going to have to really watch as this pushes on through. So Missouri, yeah, your risk is really starting to deteriorate, so I think you guys are pretty much done for the day. But yeah, look at this hook, chat, right here. This is a really interesting hook, to say the least. Classic supercellular characteristic right within this notch. So this is definitely something that we're going to have to monitor. Large hail falling from this storm. You can see these oranges. They indicate to about 2 inches, maybe even larger in some spots. So this is definitely something that we're going to want to continue to monitor as that time goes along, because this is some very, very large hail. Very large hail. This is the type of day that we can expect to where we can have large hail and over 2 inches, gusty winds into hurricane force, so 74 miles per hour or greater, and then, you know, even the chance for tornadoes. All this stuff will be at its worst overnight, so that is especially something that we have to monitor heavily as this moves on through. I'm actually wondering as to why this storm to the south near Blue Spring does not have a severe thunderstorm warning, because the maximum expected hail size on this storm is actually higher than the one on the tornado warning storm. So this is definitely something to monitor here. I will say, as I mentioned before, the rotation in Wallerville is relatively weak, but strong enough to warrant a tornado warning. You can see the reds are moving away from the radar, the greens are moving towards. Right in the middle is where the rotation would be, right over Wallerville. So this is definitely something that people are going to want to still monitor, but it's not as strong of a rotation as people typically would want it to be. Check Sparta, North Carolina. I know someone asked about Sparta earlier. Oh, that's over there. You guys shouldn't be getting anything at the moment. I think you guys are good. No, Sparta's actually getting some scattered showers. Or had scattered showers, but none of your stuff is going to be severe anymore, so that's something to keep in mind. So yeah, real quickly, I do want to go over the Storm Prediction Center outlook. Moderate risk, which is a 4 out of 5 on the severe scale here for southern Arkansas, northern Louisiana, into central and southern parts of Mississippi and western parts of Alabama. Then you have your enhanced risk, which is eastern Oklahoma, northeastern Texas, northern to eastern parts of Louisiana, into much of Mississippi, as well as into central parts of Alabama, as well as northern or northwestern parts of Alabama. So if you live in these areas, I am most concerned for you all because you have hail that could be in upwards of 2 inches. You can see this black box with these dotted lines that go through the yellow circle and the red circles. So the yellow is 15% chance for hail, 30 is the red area, and the circle is the significant risk, which could give you a 10% chance or more for severe storms to have 2 inches and above.
$5. Check the cell SW of KSHV near Henderson TX. Velocity is super sus.
KSHV, Shreveport, Henderson. That cell. Oh yeah, it has it has rotation in the upper parts in the atmosphere. This is a cell, yeah. Good call, Felicity. Good call. Very good call. That is a very good call, and that this is a cell that we definitely need to watch out as well. So 100% very good call, Felicity. Thank you for the $5 super chat. I really do appreciate the super chat, actually. But I more appreciate the information. Very good call on the rotation here near Henderson. So thank you so much. I really do appreciate it. Someone says they see a wall cloud near Hernando. I highly doubt it because there's no storms around there. And there isn't. You'd probably see a shelf cloud or scud. But let's take a look back at the cell near Wallerville. It died for the most part, but the cell to the south of it's actually forming some new rotation rapidly. So now it's not exactly as strong as its counterpart to the north, but this is definitely a cell that we're going to want to continue to watch as time moves along. But still, for the most part, multiple areas of rotation across the board. Someone wants me to check Tulsa again. We're going to check Tulsa. Massive amounts of gusty wind here from this storm. Would not be surprised if I actually saw some rotation up here near Vera because it's on the northern end of the QLCS, or not QLCS, the Bow Echo, I should say. So what basically happens is if the winds spread out like this, eventually it'll curl off to the left or right depending upon how far it is towards the edge. And so it creates this general counterclockwise spin, and that's exactly what we're seeing here. Red's moving away from the radar, green's moving towards. Right over Vera is some general broad area of a spin, but nothing really too intense, so that's something to keep in mind for the most part. Let us see. We'll have that stay there. There you go. Perfect. But yeah, a bunch of these thunderstorms over here in Oklahoma actually are starting to deteriorate, which is the good news here. A lot of the capping inversion in place, which is the stable atmosphere, is starting to kill off some of these storms. So that's really one of those things that are is the good news here. A lot of these storms that, as I said, are deteriorating, are getting less and less amounts of hail. There was some large hail before, but not anymore. A lot of these storms, as I said, are getting dead. Let's go back to the storm over here in Dallas-Fort Worth, because this thing has been chonky for quite some time. Walnut-sized hail. Some could be in almost blinding conditions. Light rate falling on Highway 67 just east of Venus. Very much so widespread amounts of hail. If you know anyone who lives here south of Dallas-Fort Worth, you guys need to continue to monitor this situation heavily, because there are so many areas here Still many areas here, for the most part, that could be experiencing some relatively, 2 inches, 2 inches right here. Boom. 2 inch size hail that was reported off of this storm. Yeah, very large, very large. You can see some of these areas indicated in yellow show 1.5 inch sized hail, so that is something to keep in mind. But this is really one of those things to very much so watch as we continue to monitor this progress.
Tubular Super Chat $5. Blow wind.
Tube Weller with the $5 super chat. Thank you, my friend. Oh my goodness. Thank you so much. I really do appreciate it. So yeah, this is just a lot of these thunderstorms that are just absolutely hailers. We'll say that much. I'm actually curious. I'm gonna look at the live SPC analysis here. Nani? I'm very confused here. Someone told me that tornado warning was issued, but I don't think that's the case. I don't think that's the case. And it's not the case. So it's just some tornado warning got updated, more or less. But this is still a system that we're going to need to continue to monitor. Let's head back to Dallas-Fort Worth. Dallas-Fort Worth, as I said, these storms are producing some very large amounts of hail. So Waxahachie, as well as Italy, Forreston, Milford. If you know anyone who lives over there, anyone who lives in Red Oak, Pecan Hill, or Pecan Hill, Glen Heights, Ovilia, as well as anywhere around Interstate 35E and Interstate 45. You guys need to monitor this system as this pushes on through. As I said, some very, very strong, large amounts of hail with these supercells that are pushing on through. But still something to monitor. 100%. Let's look back at the cell here in Shreveport. The cell over here near Henderson. Helicity is actually in the range for it to become tornadic, so it could easily start to wrap up. But yeah, as I said, we're going to have to continue to monitor this one closely. It doesn't look like it's translating to the ground, which is the good news. But still, very large hail. I mean, look at these greens. You've seen this for most of the stream. The greens indicate hail in upwards of 1 inch. So this is some very, very strong, very, very large hail for the most part. Someone in my chat just reminded me that I have a Discord server. And you guys should totally join it if you haven't already. Nice community that we have here. So if you want to join the Discord server, please be sure to do so. But yeah, dude, look at how many greens there are around here. There's so many greens around here for the most part, which means inch-size hail for the in some areas. Some could even be larger. There's been more baseball-sized hail. Dude, there's been so many reports of hail. Hold up. I'm curious to see what the storm reports are up to now. 134 hail reports. 134. Yes, you heard me correctly. 134. This is crazy for the most part. Only 12-hour live streams, then start over. Well, I don't think I would be doing this for 24 hours, so I think I'll be good if I end it like early tomorrow morning, something like that. But that's crazy, chat. 27 wind reports, 161 reports in total. Massive widespread. Yep, I think this constitutes as a severe weather outbreak, all right. I'd have to say so. New severe thunderstorm warning. This is for Dallas County in Texas. That'll be in effect until 7:45 p.m. Central Daylight Time. 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts, $half size hail. This is expansive areas for the most part. So just basically expanding into Dallas. Make sure that they are safe rather than sorry. So if you're in these areas, you really need to stay indoors. I highly recommend it because some of these storms have actually produced 1.5 inches to almost 2 inches in diameter for hail. So that's not exactly a fun time for people who live over there. 100%. Am I safe from the storm? Yeah, I live in Pennsylvania, so I won't be impacted whatsoever. But yeah, this is a massive, severe thunderstorm warning for 2 supercells that are producing some very large hail. And people who live in these areas really need to watch this, watch these storms. We'll check Oklahoma again. Nothing really too interesting seems to be happening except for the squall line. Severe thunderstorm warning just got canceled. Quarter-size hail for this cell too. So now we're only down to 20 severe thunderstorm warnings. This is more in my alley, and now we can start dissecting more of all of this. So let's go from the west and move to the east. So severe thunderstorm warning right here for Panola and Rusk counties in Texas. That'll be in effect until 8 p.m. Central Daylight Time. 60 mile-per-hour wind gusts, golf ball size hail with this one. So if you live over here, you guys definitely need to stay indoors with this one. Large hail for the most part that's heading towards Carthage. You can see right here in the maximum expected hail size indicator. I wouldn't be surprised if places near Longview and Marshall also got some relatively large hail as well. So if you live over there, you guys really need to kind of stay indoors. Or at least that's my recommendation for the most part. So Carthage, Beckville, Tatum, Lakeport, Longview, Marshall. If you live in those areas, please be weather aware. Heading off down to the east, we have a severe thunderstorm warning for DeSoto, Red, Caddo, and Bienville Parish. That'll be in effect until 7:45 p.m. Central Daylight Time. 60 mile-per-hour wind gusts, quarter-sized hail. When does the main event start? If you're talking about the wind stuff, that happens at like midnight-ish, and then the significant tornadoes happen at like 4-ish, 3-ish. So overnight threat. Fun. We all love that overnight threat. But yeah, lots of hail across the board here with this cell in this severe thunderstorm warning. As I said, DeSoto Parish, Red River Parish, Caddo Parish, Bienville Parish. That'll be in effect until 7:45 p.m. Central Daylight Time. So if you live over there, you guys could experience some 60 mile-per-hour wind gusts, quarter-sized hail. You guys definitely need to cover this for the most part in all of these areas. Then we'll move over here into this severe thunderstorm warning for Jackson, Bienville, and Lincoln parishes. That'll be in effect until 7:15 p.m. Central Daylight Time. 60 mile-per-hour wind gusts, quarter-sized hail. It's going to sound like a broken record from now on because most of these storms are going to just have 60 mile-per-hour wind gusts and quarter-sized hail. So really one thing that you're going to have to monitor. Another thing is that Monroe is getting some more storms. It's going to be some more hail with this one. So if you live over in Monroe, I know I had someone who came in the stream earlier. You guys are now most likely going to experience some hail in upwards of 1 inch. So that would be quarter size and 60 mile-per-hour wind gusts. Union and Ouachita parishes until 8 p.m. Central Daylight Time within those areas. And then we also have Union, Claiborne, Bienville, and Lincoln parishes. You guys are also in a severe thunderstorm warning until 7:45 p.m. Central Daylight Time. As I said, 60 mile-per-hour wind gusts, quarter-sized hail. it's going to be really repetitive for the most part. But a lot of these areas are just getting the same exact thing, and that you guys really need to monitor these systems and definitely stay indoors. 100% stay indoors if you live in any of those areas. Let's also take a look at some of these other severe thunderstorm warnings. So this one is for West Carroll Parish in Louisiana. That'll be in effect until 7:15 p.m. Central Daylight Time. 60-mile-per-hour wind gust, quarter-sized hail with that one. Nickel-sized hail. So if you live over there, you guys really need to monitor that by staying indoors. Not as much of a hail risk, but still something to where people need to continue to monitor that. Then you also have your severe thunderstorm warning over here for Tenson, Madison, Richland, and Franklin parishes here in Louisiana. This could be an upwards of tennis ball sized hail, as well as 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts. That'll be in effect until 8:15 p.m. Central Daylight Time. So that's over 2-inch sized hail that's heading towards Vicksburg. So if you know anyone who lives near Vicksburg, you guys really need to monitor this storm as it pushes on through, because this could easily be some very large hail moving through that general vicinity. Rapides Parish, I should say, you guys are good for right now, but later on this evening, you guys could most certainly see some stronger storms that could push on through. But oh my goodness. That is massive. Guys, not this one, I'm sorry. Look at this. Look at how much hail has fallen. It's 7 inches of drift. But look at how much hail in general. It covers the ground. It's like it snowed in North Carolina. You're telling me, Jackie, what the hell? That is some significant amounts of hail. And that is just stunning. Because there's more where that came from. And we're just in the beginning of this event. So, that's just... Whew! Now you guys know. Alright? The more I tell you guys about this, quarter-sized hail, 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts, you may not even just see, winds and just some spotty hail. You might see some whiteout conditions like this with this much hail that's falling. It's very much so like Snyder. By the way, Twitter, my Twitter here is Nathan Snyder. This is my logo right here. If you guys have something, I can't guarantee that I'll look through DMs and stuff like that. But if you guys would like to send me stuff, either at me on the page, like go into the comment my name, or just send it to me in my DMs. But I'd rather prefer that you at me on Twitter rather than just send it to my DMs. But this is just... That's crazy. That is so much activity here. So my chaser, who's not with us today, not really my chaser, but a good chaser, a good friend of mine who's been on this stream before, he says cells in Central Texas are struggling to beat the cap. I don't think they're going to be able to beat it. Probably going to call it chase off before you get too invested. So, definitely something to really watch out for. You can actually see the capping version in that picture here. But still some strong storms. That is some... that's some damage. That's a damaged car from the hail, for the most part. I believe this dude's a chaser. Baseball-sized hail just blew out our back window. Yep. So he was in Oklahoma, and there goes your hail. There goes your your windshield. My goodness. New tornado warning. Interesting. So let's take a look at that. Here's a tornado warning. Lee, Pontotoc, and Union counties. That'll be in effect until 7:45 p.m. Central Daylight Time. So you can take a look here and see the classic hook signature off of the storm near Blue Springs. We actually were talking about this storm, and as to we were wondering why this storm did not have tornado warning before. Now it does. So the good news is that we warned the people near Blue Springs, and I believe that's what Sherman or Sherman. That is Sherman. There we go. So Sherman, definitely something that we're going to want to continue to monitor as time moves along. Velocities are relatively weak at the moment. They have been weak for most of the day, so that's something to keep in mind, something to notice here. But still some general rotation for the most part with these storms. You can see the reds are the winds moving away from the storm. The greens are the ones moving towards. Right in the middle is where the rotation would be. So if you live near Blue Springs, if you live near Sherman, if you live near Wallerville, if you live near United States Route 78, you guys need to go ahead and take your proper precautions. Excuse me. Get underground or get in the lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. Let's get some timings out here. Because I'm assuming they have storm motion correct. So Blue Springs, your area, as well as United States Route 78, you guys could be impacted within the next 5 to 10 minutes. So if you're over there, you guys don't have a lot of time. If you are hearing this transmission, or if you know anyone who lives in these areas, you need to tell them, or you need to get into your safe space immediately. The potential threat for a tornado looms very large within some of these storms. And then it'll be moving on through across in between some rural areas for the most part. So that is the good news here. But if you just live near Blue Springs, or if you live to the north and east of Blue Springs, if you live to the west of United States Route 45, if you live to the south of State Route 30 here in Mississippi, you guys really need to take your proper precautions and get into your safe space. Now, let's see. What about Cookeville, Tennessee? I don't think Cookeville is getting a whole lot right now. At least I didn't think they are. Yeah, they're not getting a whole lot right now. They're going to definitely get some stuff later on tonight and tomorrow. Although you guys are going to see some scattered storms that'll move on through your general vicinity very late tonight. So I'd monitor that. But for the most part, you guys aren't going to really see a whole lot. So that's the good news for you all. If you guys are new to the stream, or you're new to my channel, please be sure to leave a like. Leaving a like actually helps me get the word out a lot more efficiently. That way we can get onto people's recommended feeds, start spreading the word about this severe weather event. So if you guys would like to help me get the word out a bit more, other than just me tweeting out about it, that would be greatly appreciated. Also, if you guys want to see more of my content in the future, please be sure to subscribe and turn on notifications, as well as share this with friends and family and on social media. That way we can continue to grow our channel. We're relatively close to 5,000 subscribers, actually. If this is correct here, which I hope it is, I'm not sure exactly if it is, but we are within 100 subscribers of 5,000, so the tremendous support has been real, and I appreciate everyone who has done so much for me, so that is greatly appreciated. But still, have some general rotation with this storm. As I said, reds are moving away from the radar, greens moving towards. Right in the middle is where the rotation. Another thing to mention here is that the maximum expected hail size is still the same around Blue Springs. I mean, look at this. 1.5 inches across most areas. You even have some areas north of this from the former storm that actually was tornado warned that had hail and upwards of possibly 1 inch as well. So definitely something to continue to monitor. as we move along. But for the most part, this is really one thing we have to watch out for. Let's see. I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to get my second bottle of water out. I think my fridge can only take so much. I think I'm torturing my fridge. I have a little mini fridge right next to me. And so, yeah, it's kind of just doing its own little thing. Sitting there with my 3 water bottles now at the moment. So, yeah, the Tulsa storm, for the person who asked, it did indeed weaken. You have a lot more storms now, though, that are starting to fire up. Oklahoma City is more or less within that risk over there. So I'm going to move Tulsa's radar now. We don't have a need for Tulsa's radar anymore. So we can move this to, say, Jackson? Yeah, Jackson, Mississippi. I think that's the next area to which all the severe weather will go, or at least for right now. The one thing that I do want to mention, actually, before we do that, let's go back to the severe storms here in Texas, because this is still a lot of storms that are producing some larger amounts of hail within here. As I said, Dallas County is under a severe thunderstorm warning. Hail in upwards of an inch. There's even some instances where it can get up to 2 inches near places like Italy and Forreston. So if you live over there, you really need to monitor the weather for the most part. Mesoscale discussion. I would take a look at the mesoscale discussion, but right now I'm kind of just more into looking at these storms in general. So yeah, we'll continue to watch these storms throughout most of the U.S. I would take a look at the tornado warning and stare at it the entire time, but I really just kind of don't feel like looking at it for an eternity when it looks this weak. It could produce a tornado, don't get me wrong, but this thing is moving slower than molasses. And it's because it's so weak, you know, it has the potential to not produce a tornado more than it has the potential to produce a tornado. So, yeah, that's my thought process on it right now. Sure, your echo tops are above 46,000 feet in most areas, but if we take a look at the conditions here, all right, sure, there's a lot of cape, okay? But your helicity at 0 to 1 kilometers is 51. You want that to be around 200. And the fact that it's that much less is really just, it's not all too good. Let's see. Check Murray, Kentucky right now. Look at the line. What do you mean, look at the line? What line? That? I mean, doesn't exactly look like a line.
Eli Moore Super Chat $2.99. Possible rotation west of Vicksburg, MS.
Okay. Then I have an idea where that is. And to which we're going to try and use our experimental radar. We might as well, honestly. And knowing GR2 analyst, it's going to... Oh, it didn't crash. Holy crap. Yeah, Kentucky's not doing as... It's not as bad. Alright, it's fine for the most part. Okay, let's take a look and see what this rotation is looking like. Yeah. There's a couple areas. I need Jackson, Mississippi's radar to confirm that's exactly what I'm looking at real quickly. That thing right there near Soundheimer, right? Because if that was the case, then yeah, I saw it on the experimental radar. Some decent rotation for the most part, but it's nothing really like too super intense. How's it going? Checking for Baton Rouge. Baton Rouge will most likely start to get stuff later. But for the most part, we had 40 severe thunderstorm warnings at once. What's the updated reports? We've had 143 reports of hail. We had 29 reports of wind. We have 17 reports of significant wind. We've had 172 reports today. Are there going to be any mild-sized storms hitting Myrtle Beach? You guys might have some scattered storms, honestly, but nothing too intense within your area. But yeah, there's a little bit of rotation here. I appreciate the information, Eli, more than I appreciate the money, actually. But thank you for the $3 super chat. I really do appreciate that as well. Yeah, I mean, your greens are moving towards the radar. Your reds are moving away. Right in the middle is where the rotation would be. I mean, this thing is rotating. I can't say that enough. So, this is definitely a system that we have to monitor. Would not be surprised. Cookeville, Tennessee is not going to see a whole lot until later on tonight, Vicky. I'll even move my radar purposefully over to Cookeville where there's no thunderstorms. Alright, there's nothing near Cookeville. Here's Cookeville. Here's a line of storms. These line of storms are 170 miles away from you. So you have a good 3 hours until stuff actually gets to you. So you'll still get some stuff later. What was that wallpaper? What? I'm an anime fan. What was that wallpaper anyways? I've got no clue. Here, let me see. Oh, it's just High School DxD. It's one of the animes I watch. One of the animes I watch. Just one of them. But yeah. This is still some really interesting rotation coming from this storm. And it's only 6 minutes behind, so this thing is relatively up to date for the most part. Show Castor, Louisiana. Give me a second. I'm gonna see where that is to begin with. Let's see. Still trying to find it. Okay, there's Castor. I gotta go to Shreveport. Gotta go to Shreveport. 2 years ago, I've occasionally had a chat with the name Thanos, and it's been a while. Has it really? Jeez. Well, it's nice to see you around. Thanks for coming back. Yep. Thank you so much for coming back to the stream, and we're welcome to have you here. Or at least I'm welcome to have you here. Alright, so Castor is going to most likely start seeing some storms here relatively soon. Rain within the next, I'd say, 15 minutes. Hail sooner than that. So if you live over there, you know, relatively soon, that's when these storms will really start to ramp up near your area. You could see hail in upwards of 1 inch, maybe even 2 inches, but it's going to be like this huge sporadic hail event. I mean, look at how far this hail core expands. I mean, look at that. That is absolutely massive. Massive to say the least. I'm going to take a look back at these storms over here in Texas. These storms look like they actually are having a lot of issues structurally in regards to being relatively premier. Fighting a lot of capping inversion, I can tell. 46,000 feet up in the sky, some of these storms. But yeah, this is some really pretty intense hail for the most part. I'll even change it back to the maximum expected hail size. And most of the areas, for the most part, are going to get some really large amounts of hail. As I said, over an inch, maybe an inch and a quarter near the areas of I-45. So.
Felicity Reed Super Chat $5. Lake Providence on the Mississippi River. That is the best rotation I've seen tonight.
This? The heck? Can I even call this rotation? Yeah, I probably can. I think I can get away with calling that rotation, but I don't know. It looks very suspicious, especially since the surface, let's back it up real quickly. Here's your area of storms. This is a linear threat right here. So gusty winds. This then translates to contamination here for the most part. Frozen screen. You're right. You're right. You're right. It's the only thing I dislike about doing the scene switches and stuff like that. I wish I had a director. That'd be great. Yeah, can I even call this rotation? I don't know if I can call this rotation because this is looking pretty You have a lot of contamination here in Providence, or Lake Providence. And then the next scan, or the next tilt up, you have this displacement here with the reds and greens. So you could say a little bit of rotation. But then the next scan here, some rotation, and then as you get further higher up, that's when you start to get into the lower quality. So, I mean, you could say that's a bit of rotation, but, just based off of what it looks like on reflectivity, I mean, you have the kink right here, so could be a tornado warning right within here. But you got a lot of surging winds that are curling off behind the storm. So, I mean, we'll have to look for it. We'll have to keep looking out for it, but for the most part, I don't know. I can't exactly say if that's rotation or not. Why is my... I need to turn off vibration stuff like that because that's kind of stupid. What in the world? Okay, there we go. New tornado warning. Someone said there's a new tornado warning. When in doubt, go to GR2. Near Tupelo. That's been there, my friend. There's been a tornado warning there. There has been a tornado warning here for quite some time. So I can't exactly say this is a new tornado warning. But this thing has kind of had some pretty interesting rotation for the most part. Can I like my own broadcast? Maybe. Have I tried it before? Yeah, I can. There we go. I've contributed to my own stream. Yeah, this is an old tornado warning, pretty dead for the most part. As I said, you know, you can have as high a thunderstorm as you want, being up to 49,000 feet. But bleh. It's just, it looks terrible. It's been there for a while, and it actually looks like the rotation itself is starting to really deteriorate. So, well, there's one thing I can say. It's that anything and everything now is happening in Jackson, or around Jackson. And if there was a storm to watch for a tornadic rotation, it would most likely have to be this one. This one right here, just to the south and east of Jackson. This right here most likely could be... I mean, it has the supercell characteristic to it. Also has some very large hail, as we all kind of figured. But it's still... Oh, you brother. Seems legit Alabama time. By the way, Felicity, I just want to say thank you for the $5 super chat. I really do appreciate it. I really do. Trust me. I appreciate the information as well. Look at this hail that's heading towards Vicksburg. Now, screw the rotation if there was any. Look at this. Some really large hail for the most part, up to 1.75 inches in some spots. That is some pretty strong hail signature here within this storm. Pretty strong hail, to say the least. I'm gonna drink some more water. Let us see. Yeah, no, there's as I said, tornado risk pretty much so gone for the most part. You think there's a hook in Tulsa? Stop the cap. I don't think there's really anything in Tulsa. Let's see. I don't see anything. Might be a little bit of a gusty wind threat. There might be something near Turley, north of Tulsa, but I don't see a whole lot. Hey, Oakhurst. Is that where Oakhurst is from? The dude on Twitter? If that's the case, that makes sense. But I don't see I don't see a whole lot from there. How's Missouri? Missouri's out of the risk, Haley, for the most part. If we take a look at the satellite imagery, you can see that most of the thunderstorms are off into Oklahoma and extending all the way down into eastern Texas and stuff like that. But here in Missouri, a lot of scattered showers for the most part. Everything's pretty much done. To all the new people who have subscribed, thank you so much. I really do appreciate it. Asking for prayers for my young daughter Taylor. My Nana most likely is going to be watching this, so Nana, could you please pray for Taylor, please? And I'll pray for her too. How's Dallas Fort Worth? Well, it's funny you should ask that. What? No. Stop. 1 mile south mess, rotating wall cloud in... Oh, bruh. This is... This is fun times here. All right, well, Dallas Fort Worth, for the most part, Fort Worth's out of the risk. That's cool and all, but I don't remember asking Incredibox Lover. But anyways, yeah, very strong storms here across the board. This is a definitely something that we're gonna have to monitor as this moves on through. 100%. Someone asked me to check Twitter earlier. Forgot to do that actually. Oh, that's cool. Coolio. As I said, if you guys find anything on YouTube, new tour, not on my screen, but it's probably going to be up there in Columbus, if I'd had to guess. Nope, there it is. It's in Tulsa. So there's a new tornado warning here for Tulsa. So good call for whoever called the tornado warning in Tulsa. If it's exactly where I think it is, then it'll be pretty interesting. But Creek and Tulsa counties, that'll be in effect. That's actually south of it. Until 8:30 p.m. Central Daylight Time. If you live in these areas, you guys really need to monitor this storm. Get underground or get in the lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. Let's take a look at the reflectivity here. You can see there's actually two areas of hook. So there's this one up here that's relatively weak, but then there's the tornado warning in itself, which would be right within here. So you can see the classic hook signature here, where the rear flank downdraft would be wrapping around. The inflow would be wrapping in right around here. So right in the middle is where the rotation would be, just to the south and west of Kiefer, just to the west of Mounds, moving to the north and east. So if you live along near United States Route 70, 75A or alternate, if you live along United States Route 75, as well as along State Route 67 in Oklahoma, as well as Bixby and United States Route 64, you guys need to go ahead and take your proper precautions. Get underground and get in the lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. And this will be heading off to the north and east, eventually into the Glenpool area. Let's actually get a timing out here for you all, and I'll even switch it up to the velocities where you can actually see where the storm is. Just for reference as to where the rotation is, you can see the greens are the winds moving towards the radar, the reds are the ones moving away. Right in the middle is where the rotation would be. So if you live off into the Glenpool area, the Kiefer area, at about 5 to 10 minutes, this is when these storms will begin to impact you, and then it'll be crossing over the State Route 67 area in about 10 minutes. So if you live over there, you don't have a lot of time to actually get these get into your safe space. You really need to get there if you can. So just please take it very seriously as this moves on through. So Glenpool, Kiefer, Mounds, Bixby, you guys really need to start monitoring this storm. We'll take a look at the echo tops. The tops of the thunderstorms actually span up to 42,000 feet. And then I don't see a whole lot more that indicate that this thing is on the ground right now. The velocities aren't exactly super tight at the moment, but you can still see there's clear rotation here. As I said, greens are moving towards, reds are moving away, and so right in the middle is where the rotation would be. So, you know, still definitely something that we're going to have to monitor, but really something to watch out for. But yeah, as I said, get underground or get in the lowest innermost part of your building. That other tornado warning that everyone was so worried about that was over in Mississippi has now been canceled. So this is really the only tornado warning at the moment. And because this is just to the south of Tulsa into the metro area around here, this is 100% something to keep in mind as well. You also have hail with this risk. It's not just tornadoes. You have your maximum expected hail size here with these storms. Some in upwards of a half an inch. There's even some areas in the downtown Tulsa area that could get up to 3/4 of an inch. And then there's some of these other storms that has had history of producing over 1 inch, 2 inch, even almost a 3-inch sized hail. Some in upwards of even baseball. So really something to keep in mind. What weather radio would I recommend? WR300, I think. That's the one that I have, but that's the one that I would recommend. But yeah, just widespread hail. And if I actually zoom out, you guys can actually see, look at how many areas that is producing decent size hail for the most part, which is indicated in the bright blues into the greens and maybe even to the yellows. So this is very much so a widespread risk, not just for tornadoes, it's for hail and wind as well. Speaking of which, we'll get back to the tornado warning here in a second, but just to, back up my data as to how significant this event is, which we've said before that this isn't a main tornado. It's not going to be a tornado risk, or it won't be a tornado risk until very much so late into the evening, overnight, into the morning hours tomorrow, which is where our significant risk for tornadoes lies. But just to prove as to how significant this event has been for the most part, you can actually see, look at all of these green dots across these areas. Those green dots are hail reports. You also have some blue dots that are wind reports, and your black dots, which are severe, significant reports for whatever wind, hail, or tornadoes could be. And in this case, it is hail. So we have had 194 reports. 194 total reports. And it's not even the main risk yet. That's how significant this event is, and that's something that we are really going to want to watch out for as this continues to move off into the overnight hours. Let's check back into the storm here near Tulsa before we head off to other severe thunderstorm warnings. This thing is really starting to lose its rotation. Just by looking at it, it's really starting to deteriorate for the most part. You can see a lot of these gusty winds reach up and upwards of 60 miles per hour. And so this is a very dangerous storm. If it isn't producing tornadoes, it is producing some very strong gusty winds. And regardless as to whether or not you're in a tornado warning, you still need to be indoors with this storm. Because as I said, you have the threat for hail as well. And you also have the widespread gusty winds for the most part. And so just to add on to the risk with a tornado warning being there, all the more reason why you should get underground or get in the lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. But yeah, this is really starting to lose its rotation. I'll even backtrack a bit. You can see how much more of a rotation spot there was within this. So you can see that there's even some brighter greens and a little brighter reds. And as we move on through, it started to turn a lot more into gray. So the rotation in itself is very much so falling apart. It'll be more of a gusty wind threat, which will be indicated by this bowing characteristic. If we switch back to the reflectivity, you can actually see a little bit of that, except for some scattered storms that are out in front of the storm. But other than that, some very strong gusty winds that are moving on through. So we'll come back to that in a second, but we're just going to start hitting some other severe thunderstorm warnings now. Dallas-Fort Worth. I'm totally not doing this because there's a lot of people that live over here. I'm just kidding. I am. But there's been a couple severe thunderstorm warnings across this area. Here's a severe thunderstorm warning for Rockwall, Hunt, Kaufman, and Dallas counties. That'll be in effect until 8:30 p.m. Central Daylight Time for ping pong ball size hail and 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts. So across the board here, there's really some gusty winds and some large hail. As I said, multiple areas that could most certainly be impacted by not just tornadoes. It's not, nothing. It's not just a tornado that has to do damage. There's gusty winds and large hail to do so as well. We had someone who lost their windshield from baseball-sized hail in Oklahoma. Now, storms that have produced smaller amounts of hail, like 1.5 inches, can still do that, but it's still something to keep in mind as this continues to push on through for the most part. That hail can do damage and that you need to be indoors for the most part. Speaking of which, these storms over here in just near Italy and Milford in Texas, this is something that we're really going to want to monitor as well. 2 areas of rotation off of these 2 supercells that are struggling to try and survive, but this is still something that people need to monitor. So for the most part, these warnings are for ping pong ball to 2-inch size hail and 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts, so you need to stay indoors for that. But this severe thunderstorm warning for Hill, Ellis, and Navarro counties in Texas, this also has a tornado possible tag on it. So this is definitely something that people need to continue to monitor for the most part. How bad is it going to get in southeast Louisiana? Depends upon where you live. All right. So in some areas, southeastern Louisiana, say if you're like north of New Orleans, you guys are going to get some really gusty winds for the most part. You guys might even see this enhanced risk get extended a bit further south. In my honest opinion. So you guys could potentially get some really gusty winds within these general vicinities. Maybe even some large hail and the threat for some tornadoes. But if you're like towards the coast, then you really aren't going to see a whole lot. But if you're like near New Orleans or north of New Orleans, you guys can really start to see something. Tornado warning canceled. If you're talking about the one in Tulsa, kind of figured that one for the most part, because it's just, as I said, a lot of gusty winds. It's turning into a straight line wind event for the storm. So, yeah, a lot of gusty winds, really strong gusty winds. As a matter of fact, if I went to take a look at the warning box, I'm really surprised it's only for 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts and quarter-size hail. I thought it would have been a lot more than that, but still, something that I wanted to watch extensively. You're just north of New Orleans? Okay, so you can get some really gusty winds. Overnight, early morning hours, before sunrise. So I'd highly recommend having emergency alerts on your phone and turning on notifications. That's just my recommendation to you. But still, very strong gusty winds that could be impacting your area. All right, we are 59 subscribers away from 5,000. My goodness, you guys have been doing amazing. I can't thank you all enough. But if you guys are new to the stream, or you're new to my channel, please be sure to subscribe and turn on notifications, because I do live streams like this for every single severe weather event that's a 5% tornado risk or above, or a moderate. So if you guys want to stick around for whenever I do that, that would be greatly appreciated. I also upload videos every single morning. The first half is just me explaining where and when where the weather's going to be, how strong it's going to be, and when it's going to impact specific people. And then we get into in-depth analysis. So if you want to know some really interesting stuff about the weather and how it all works, you might want to stick around. So yeah, that's basically what my channel does, and I'd greatly appreciate it. I would greatly appreciate it indeed. Also, just another thing here, by liking the live stream, you guys help me get put onto YouTube's algorithm a lot more efficiently. So that actually spreads the word out a lot more quicker gets put on people's recommended pages, as I'm sure most of you have been caught this live stream from these said recommended feeds. So if you guys want to continue to help me get the word out, I'm going to be live streaming for probably the entire night, all the way into tomorrow morning, to try and cover the significant tornado event, because there is a significant chance for tornadoes into the past midnight hours, into the early morning hours, and we're going to continue to try and do the best that we can with this all the way throughout. So by liking the video, you actually help me do that. By sharing the video on social media, you actually help me get the word out a lot more efficiently, and that would be greatly appreciated. But yeah, this, as I said, the storm up near Tulsa is not really going to get a whole lot. Will Houston get any tornadic activity? Is there... Let's take a look at the latest model runs here. That's too early. Oh my goodness. Could you have some large hail, damaging winds, and a chance for tornado? Storms could come until 1 a.m.-ish. Clicks, where is Clicks? You live in Garland? Oh, okay. So here, hold up. Let's, before we get into Houston, Garland is up here, I believe, ish. I think. Let me double check that. So Garland, Texas. Yeah. So it's right around here. Your thunderstorms are passing by right now. You're getting some spotty hail. Not sure if you're looking outdoors, but you really shouldn't either. So some very spotty hail throughout much of the area here. Some reports have actually went up to about an inch of hail, especially into southern parts of the line. But near Garland, there's actually some hail that could be in upwards of about a half an inch. So I'd highly recommend you stay indoors. And then these storms will continue to push on past you. We'll take a look at the models here, and it'll be able to tell you exactly what all is happening. So models start to update a bit. These thunderstorms look like they're going to start to deteriorate near Dallas, but looks like you're going to have a nice little gusty wind threat with these this line of storms that'll just barely breach into your vicinity at around 10 o'clock. So 9, 10, 11 o'clock, that'll continue to push on through, and then your event will be over by, say, 11, 11:30-ish. So that'll be the good news for you all. Alabama, for the most part, has some just scattered thunderstorms at the moment. Nothing really too much to say. Oh my goodness, what in the world is happening in Jackson? Look at this cluster of cells. This is chaos. Lot of severe thunderstorm warnings. 27 severe thunderstorm warnings. It's not as much as you know, and earlier in the stream we had like 40 severe thunderstorm warnings that we were trying to cover at the same time. But does not seem as if there is a whole lot here from these storms tornadic wise. Just more or less a gusty wind threat, as I mentioned. Is that Durango windstorm going to be going away to Carolina? It only going through Louisiana, Alabama. So this derecho, if you were wondering, it's kind of going to be heading towards Carolinas, but it'll be relatively weak once it gets there. So, here, we'll go into tomorrow's outlook, and you have your marginal, which is a 1 out of 5 on the severe scale, and you also have a 1 out of 5 on Sunday, too. So not really too much that's expected to happen within your general vicinity. Someone asked about Alabama, so because there's nothing really that's happening a whole lot, let's do a forecast for Alabama here. So, these storms will then start to consolidate, as you are seeing that you saw on the radar in Jackson, Mississippi. They'll start to breach into some areas in Alabama. They'll start to head into the Tuscaloosa vicinity in about at around 1 o'clock in the morning, before they will continue to kind of consolidate and sit over the area. and this is where the storms can really start to kind of congeal,
Wyatt
and
11
this is your
Super Chat
giant derecho.
$4.99. On radar scope, what is difference between super Re's velocity and base V and storm relative V? Which one used to see rotation or tornado?
So that's a good question. You can use all of them, actually. Oh, crap. Day 1 convective outlook. We'll take a look at that in a second. You can use all of those for rotation. Super res velocity and base velocities are the same thing, just one looks better. One has a better resolution. That's why it's called super res velocity. Storm relative velocity takes into account to storm motion, which gives you a better idea as to where the rotation is. So that's the best thing that you can do see from there. But anyways, yeah, so storms will really start to move into the general vicinity of central to northern Alabama at around midnight. And then as this continues to move on through into the extreme overnight hours, into the early morning hours, 4 o'clock in the morning is when this real line of storms will start to kick into central and southern parts of Alabama and Mississippi. And that'll continue to move off to the south, where Tuscaloosa, Birmingham could see some rather scattered storms, but then places like Biloxi, New Orleans could start to see stuff start to ramp back up again at around 6 o'clock. 7 o'clock is when Mobile really starts to get stuff, and that is definitely something that we're going to want to continue to monitor for the most part. But yeah, Wyatt with the $5 super chat. Thank you, my friend. I really do appreciate it. And I really do, believe me. Anytime someone can help out with the stream, whether it's liking the video, subscribing, sharing this with friends and family and on social media, I really do appreciate it for the most part. Someone asked me to check Tulsa. The tornado warning has been canceled in Tulsa, so nothing really is happening on a tornadic level, but a lot of gusty winds across here for the most part. The actual main part of Tulsa is actually the downtown district is out of the risk. So here, right here is Tulsa. Here is Fair Oaks and Broken Arrow and New Tulsa. They're actually in the strong gusty winds right now at the moment. So if you know anyone who lives over here, you guys got to tell them to go indoors for the most part. Some strong gusty winds and even some sporadic hail. You can see these lighter blues and these even greens that indicate that some hail amounts could be in upwards of an inch. I know there's a person who said they live near Colcord. There's actually a severe storm over there. That's just heading off to the north of you. That could produce some large hail in upwards of an inch and some gusty winds. But luckily it's kind of moving off very much so to your north, except for the main hail risk. The hail that's actually falling is more or less just kind of pushing off into your general vicinity. So definitely something to where you're going to want to also stay indoors. If you're in any of these severe thunderstorm warnings, any of these 23 severe thunderstorm warnings, you really need to go ahead and just stay indoors for the most part. That's the best thing I can recommend to you. Dallas, Fort Worth, Little Rock. I don't need to do a whole lot from Little Rock right now. Let's take a look at Norman. Everything's trying to merge in Mississippi. Oh, yeah. Hold up. Jackson. Look at James Fan Facebook page. There is anything until there is anything really worth him getting TV about. He posts updates and he gets them on Facebook page. There's been reports of 2-inch hail in North T-Town. Really? Yeah, for the most part, there's been a lot of large hail reports across the board, even into places like Mississippi and Oklahoma for sure. This is 100% something there. So I did read it, Wyatt. I said super res and base are the same thing, except super res is better quality, and then storm relative takes into account storm motion. That's what I said earlier. But yeah, a lot of these storms across the board that are really, as someone in my chat said, are starting to consolidate. We'll move over to Columbus's radar here, and you can see how many thunderstorms are really starting to form. This might even turn a bit more into a QLCS widespread wind and hail event. You can see how some of these hail amounts start to get into these oranges, even these bright oranges that get up to about 1.5 inches. So across the board, there is some very large hail. There's actually some reports of 2.5 inch size hail here in Blue Springs. So this is a 100% something that people do not want to be outdoors for. I mean, you know, you don't want to be just standing outdoors and being pelted with hail. So just please get indoors. When you said tornado warning for the Tulsa, did you mean the metropolitan area? It was southern metropolitan area, but for the most of the metropolitan area in itself, especially downtown, they're out of the risk. East Tulsa, New Tulsa, is now going through the risk right now. So, as I said, if you live over there, if you know anyone who lives over there, you need to tell them to really monitor those storms. Let's see. How's Chesapeake, Virginia? Anything severe? No, but I'll switch it over for there so that you'll be able to see what's going on. I've been watching it myself, and there's just a lot of scattered thunderstorms, to be completely honest here. You know, you see this orange box right here. This is a special marine warning, which is for boats and stuff like that. You see this green box right here. These are flash flood warnings, but no yellow boxes, no red boxes to report, which means there are no severe or tornado warnings. But for the most part, it's just been some really gusty winds, and you know, there's been occasionally some lightning, but nothing too big, nothing too massive to report from some of these storms. Can I check Dallas? Yes, sir. I can indeed check Dallas. Italy, Cook, and Love counties. Yep, I can check that one for you real quickly. So severe thunderstorm warning for Hill, Ellis, Navarro counties. That's your tornado possible storm. Let's check that real quickly. It still has rotation, so that's something to keep in mind there. A new severe thunderstorm warning, which isn't really exactly all too new. It is relatively new, actually. A new thunderstorm is decided to develop. This is a extreme pop-up cell here. So severe thunderstorm warning here for Dallas County. That'll be in effect until 9 p.m. Central Daylight Time. 60 mile per hour wind gusts, quarter-size hail with that one, as well as this severe thunderstorm warning here for Rockwall, Hunt, Kaufman, and Dallas counties. That'll be in effect until 8:30 p.m. Central Daylight Time for 60 mile per hour wind gusts, quarter-size hail. The thing about that one is that emergency management has actually reported inch-size hail for the most part, as well as from MPing there was 1 1/4 inch, so $half size hail for some of these areas. But really something to kind of monitor as this pushes on through. Yep, no problem for the call code update. No problem, no problem. If you ever want me to check it again, please feel free to let me know. Unless if I say that we're kind of backed up and that there's like a lot of stuff going on, then, you know, obviously. But yeah, some very large hail for the most part. We'll go to the maximum expected hail size, and you can see there's actually some amounts that can get up to 1.5 inches here near Cockrell Hill. So if you live south of Dallas near Cockrell Hill, Duncanville, DeSoto, Lancaster, Hutchins, or if you know anyone who lives in these areas, tell them to get indoors 100%. Or if they don't believe you, send them this live stream, and I'll be able to show them myself. But this is definitely something to where if you live in these areas, you know, there's a lot of population in Dallas, Fort Worth, and, you know, this is definitely something to where people are going to want to sit tight for the most part. Is there any tornadoes in Garland? No, sir. There's a lot of hail, though. I will say that much. This is definitely something that we need to continue to monitor. As I said, very large hail and upwards of 1 inch. And, you know, some other areas, 1.5 inches. There's some other storms that are down to the south near Blooming Grove. That actually has some hail, almost to an inch, and then the storms near Italy that are up to 1.25 inches. These storms have actually had a history of producing a wall cloud from Spotter Network. So he noted that there was some rapidly rotating wall clouds with some vertical motion within these storms. So definitely something to where we're going to want to we're definitely going to want to watch these areas. And there's actually been some reports of some hail and upwards of 1 inch here in Blooming Grove. So this is definitely one of those situations to where you're not going to want to go outdoors. If you have any pets in any of these areas, please bring them indoors. They will easily be pelted with hail, and that could definitely injure your pets. So just please bring them indoors. You know, I could easily put myself into some of these guys' situations, and it's not exactly the best, if you know what I mean. So that would be highly recommended, in my honest opinion. If you guys are new to the live stream, please be sure to leave a like and subscribe, as well as turn on notifications. I do upload videos every morning, and I do live stream events just like this. Mainly 5% chance for tornadoes and above from the Storm Prediction Center. So basically, I'm the cleaner for all the other larger YouTubers. But we're going to continue to do these live streams as long as we can. So as I said, please, if you are in any of these severe thunderstorm warnings, all 28 of them, jeez, there's so many severe thunderstorm warnings. This is definitely a system that you are going to want to really, stay indoors for 100%. Last super chat, forecast for College Station. Alrighty, here, yeah. You didn't have to pay me to give you a forecast for College Station.
Wyatt 11 super chat $1.99. THX bro, last such chat forecast for College Station.
So College Station for tonight doesn't seem to be getting too much into the risk, but you might get some passing showers past midnight. I would say past midnight into early tomorrow morning hours, but for the most part, definitely not too intense, to say the least, on that regard. So College Station, for the most part, should be pretty good. Is this the Texas storm? I was talking about the Texas storm for the most part. As I said, there was a report of a wall cloud on some of the these Texas cells, the ones that are moving to the south towards Italy. So we'll have to continue to monitor that. There is a little bit of rotation with some of these storms, especially the one near Blooming Grove in the upper parts of the atmosphere. It actually looks a lot more intense. So we'll definitely want to keep in mind with that cell as it pushes on through. And yeah, this is definitely something that we'll watch continuing into the night. Going back to these cells here in Dallas-Fort Worth. As I said, a lot of hail, but this cell over here north of Duncanville and north of DeSoto actually has some hail amounts that can go in upwards of almost 2 inches, and that's large hail. Now, I'd highly recommend that if you live near Hutchins, is that now is the time, like Hutchins all the way up into the intersection of State Route 12 and State Route 310. I'd highly recommend that you guys bring your cars into your garage, because this will most certainly do damage to your car across the board here. And this is now, with how much money is here in Dallas, how much population is here in Dallas, I'm 100% certain that you would not want to be in any of this as long as it continues to move on through. So definitely something to continue to monitor as this pushes on through. But yeah, still some large hail. We just got a report of 3-inch size hail in Italy. We just got a report of 3-inch size hail in Italy, Texas. 3 inches. Guys, this isn't snow. This is hail. You know, we had the image that someone sent to me here. Not that one. No, not that one. There we go. We had this, where all the hail just accumulated all into 7 inches, and then you had the widespread hail for the most part, but we had 3-inch size hail in Italy, Texas. Italy, Texas. That is very, very large. So, that's definitely something that we're going to want to monitor. There is a lot of energy in this environment. It's right along the dry line, so there's not really going to be a whole lot of tornadic development from the cells, unless if it's the one near Blooming Grove, into which it's in the best environment right now to do so. But this is definitely, you know, these are hailers for sure. I'll say that much. These are some very strong hailers. Let's go back to some of these cells over here in Mississippi. Widespread area of severe thunderstorms. As a matter of fact, you can see for the most part, you know, the reason why there's 28 severe thunderstorm warnings is because like half of them are here in Mississippi, a quarter of them is in Louisiana, and then another few is over in Oklahoma. So, Colcord, Oklahoma, severe thunderstorm warning. Where's that again? That is over there. Yeah. Colcord. Yeah. There's you guys are gonna get some spotty hail in upwards of 1 inch, so I'd monitor that one. Yeah, I was talking about that earlier. I was like, hey, didn't I have a person from Colcord? Oh, there's a storm heading your way, and it has some hail. So, yeah, I hope that you're indoors. What app is this called? And that I can draw on the screen. This is called Epic Pen. Epic Pen is free, unless if you want to pay for like the circles and the arrows and stuff like that. Highly regret paying for it, but at the same time, had to try it out. Although I don't really I don't regret the whiteboard and the blackboard. Like for instance, I could change this to a blackboard and make everything all black and draw things so I could tell people hi if I really wanted to. Yeah, I can change this to a whiteboard if I really wanted to, but that would blind you all, so that would be a mistake. So yeah. Am I safe from the storm? Yes, I live over in Pennsylvania, so I'm nowhere near any of this. But, yeah, a widespread area of storms here all the way from Jackson. We can actually take a look at the maximum expected hail size, and look at this. Look at this. Some areas over 1 inch size hail, widespread areas of hail. We'll actually go over to Columbus Air Force Base's radar. Change that to the maximum expected hail size. Look at this. Look at this. So many areas here. Hail sizes over 1.5 inches. Large areas for the most part of hail. Someone asked about Greenwood, Mississippi. Greenwood actually is behind this first squall line, but a lot later tonight. That's when our significant gusty winds will come into play. I'll be up live for that. As I said, I'm going to be live for practically this entire event tonight, which does include the 10% chance for tornadoes, 10% significant risk for tornadoes. So that's definitely something that we're going to want to continue to watch as it continues to move through. So just a reminder, this is the update into the in the convective outlook here today. So your moderate risk is still in play here for tonight into tomorrow. This here is your enhanced risk, which is still for the gusty winds, widespread amount of gusty winds, but they decided to shrink the moderate because the actual squall line doesn't really materialize until it gets to about the Monroe areas, a little bit past Pine Bluff. So just something to keep in mind here as we continue to watch this overnight. As I said, I'll be on this overnight. I'm probably going to be with a couple other people, as well as drinking some coffee. That'll be pretty fun for the most part. So we're all going to try and keep ourselves awake and alive. So definitely something that we're going to want to watch as this progresses past midnight. And that's the thing too. The major thing about this risk is that it is an overnight event. All right, the main risk hasn't even happened yet. You know, we could see some gusty winds. You know, you see this 45%, which is this pink circle right here. This right here is a 45% chance for gusty winds over 58 miles per hour, and you have your I should say your black circle with your dotted lines in the middle. This is where your strong gusty winds are, your hatched risk, your significant risk, 10% chance or greater of you seeing hurricane force winds in those areas. And so this is a definitely a serious situation, especially with it being an overnight event. That's why I recommended at the beginning of the live stream when I started that if you have a mobile home or if you're not in a sturdy building, please get to one so that when you are sleeping overnight, you actually aren't able to get majorly impacted by these storms. So something to keep in mind with all that. But with the 45% chance for very strong winds, you also have your 10% chance for tornadoes, which is also shrunk because the squall line and the QLCS or maybe even the derecho doesn't actually materialize until it gets there. But then your significant risk for very early in the morning still is prevalent within there. So that is something that we're going to want to watch as we continue into tomorrow morning. All right, let's get into Dallas-Fort Worth again. As the bunch of storms that are moving through and marching through Dallas at the moment. Let's see. Did the convective outlook just update again? No, it doesn't look like it did, so I think it's just IEMBot was having a whale of a time for the most part. What in the heck? Oh, mesoscale discussion. Okay, that's normal. So, yeah, some large amounts of hail, especially that's heading towards Hutchins. As I said, if you live near Hutchins, you should be bringing your cars in because this will most likely create some very large hail that'll be moving through your areas. So it's definitely something to monitor as these storms continue to progress into the evening, especially since large hail over an inch, even into 2 inches, like some of these storms have actually produced, even some upwards of 3 inches. This can actually do some significant damage to cars. So I really do want to continue to monitor the storm as it continues to progress. But yeah, still large hail moving through the Dallas Metroplex for the most part. And if you live over there, you should be indoors. If you live in Fort Worth, you guys are out of the risk for right now, but you guys could start seeing some severe storms to start to pop up again relatively soon. So I wouldn't say that you guys are out of the risk completely, but once these lines of storms that pass by you at around the midnight hours go on through, then, or even the 10 o'clock, 11 o'clock hours, that's when you'll start to get these storms. Once those storms pass by, then you guys will be officially out of the risk. Will you stream until midnight? Nope, I'm streaming all the way until the morning. Risk is too expansive, too significant for me not to. Giant 5% risk. I still believe that it's prevalent. This is going to be a long evening for me. So if you guys are new to the stream, please be sure to subscribe and turn on notifications, as well as share this with friends and family. I make videos every single morning, as well as live stream significant events from 5% chance for tornadoes and above, unless if it's a moderate and there's like a 2% chance for tornadoes, which I will live stream the moderate. But this is, this is the type of live stream that I will be doing. And by liking the video, you guys actually help me get onto YouTube's algorithm and share this information with more people on people's recommended feeds, which is most likely the reason why you guys are on my live stream at the moment. So if you guys would do that for me, that would be amazing. As well, share this on social media. And yeah, that would be great. Just had a half-inch size hail in Concord. Thanks for the heads up. Yeah, no problem, no problem. I already liked the screen and subscribed a long time ago. Well, you know us YouTubers. We gotta continue to shamelessly plug everything. Please subscribe. Please turn on notifications. Please do it. Yeah. You know what I mean? Well, Pensacola get a tornado. You're a bit confused by every other channel because they all have different answers. Yes, but it would be tomorrow morning. So, by looking at the HRRR model here, which is an hourly model, we can actually go on through here. And you can see this is your giant squall line that I was talking about. This is your risk for 45, the 45% chance for significant wind gusts. This is happening at around 3 o'clock in the morning Central, 4 o'clock in the morning my time. So, oh my good lord. But these storms will continue to push on through. And so they'll move off as one giant, squall line. And by 8 o'clock Eastern Daylight Time, that's when it'll move through Pensacola. And you guys have a chance for some tornadoes. More or less a very stronger chance for very strong gusty winds. So I would highly recommend that you stay weather aware when you wake up tomorrow morning, whether it's 7 o'clock Central, 8 o'clock Eastern, or 9 o'clock Eastern, 8 o'clock Central. I would highly recommend that you turn on your emergency notifications just in case if the National Weather Service send you something. But I would say there is a chance for tornadoes. I'll actually take a sounding here. I'll give you an exact answer. Yeah, it's there. You have the chance. Your winds are veering correctly. Your wind shear is pretty good for the most part, and your energy is still there. So that's something to keep in mind with that. What am I using? So for this model website right here, I use Pivotal Weather. Right now I'm using Pivotal Weather Plus because I purchased the subscription. So that's something there. This right here is called GR2 Analyst. This is my favorite program. I love this program more than WSV3 Radar Scope, unless if it's on a phone, then Radar Scope and Radar Mega is really good. Yeah, you can customize it with whatever you want. You can take 3D images. You guys want to see a 3D image of a thunderstorm? You guys probably never thought that you guys wanted to see a 3D image of a thunderstorm. Well, only GR2 Analysts can do this. And look at this. This is a supercell and a half. Look at it. You can see the clouds with this thing. This thing is high as a kite, as I would say. But you can even see the overshooting tops with this, with how these spikes are here at the tops of the thunderstorms. Look at this. You can see a couple spikes here. And this is definitely some storms that are trying to fight the cap. One thing that I will say is that these are, this right here is some exploding thunderstorms, but for the most part, this area is fighting the limiting factors, or the capping inversion for the most part. So this is definitely something interesting that we are watching unfold here. But some very strong storms nevertheless. I will say that much. Your hail core actually extends in upwards of 30,000 feet, maybe even up to 40,000 feet. So this is very much so a strong storm that's producing a lot of hail. A lot of areas here in Oklahoma that people want me to look at, so we're just going to look down the entire line and hope to God that we catch everything. We'll start up here in Tulsa, this general vicinity. So Afton, this general vicinity, you guys have a lot of scattered storms. There's also a severe storm that's heading off towards Bentonville in Arkansas. I'm assuming this is going to be for some hail. There is some decent amounts of hail there, more or less gusty winds, but that's basically it. You also have these storms moving through Chonto, as well as Pryor and Mazzy. This area, this general vicinity, is where you can see the strongest amounts of hail. The main area of Tulsa is out of the risk now, officially, so that's something to watch out for. Moving down further south, near Cedar Crest, Murphy, Wagner, as well as Hulbert, Lost City, Tahlequah, this general vicinity, you guys can expect some really gusty winds from this storm. I'm actually puzzled as to why this thing isn't severe warned yet. But this is most certainly something that we'll have to continue to monitor. I'm seeing some wind gusts in upwards of 66 miles per hour already in this storm. And that is indeed enough to create some damage. Topple trees, topple power lines, do some damage to some siding. Rosella, hello, welcome to the live stream. We'll talk about Louisiana here in a second, but we'll continue to move on through here with Oklahoma. large hail with some of this. You can see hail that goes in upwards of about 1 inch within the line. There's also another cell that's near Fort Gibson that is producing an upwards of 1.5 inch sized hail. So this is definitely one of those things to where you guys really need to monitor these storms, whether it's some very strong gusty winds or some large hail that could be moving through this general vicinity, these general storms. And then as we move further south, Fort Gibson and Muskogee, there's a general supercell here that's trying to become tornadic, but I don't exactly think it's trying too hard. The conditions around it are really unfavorable for the most part, but this is definitely some storms that could could bring some large hail and some gusty winds. All right, moving on down further south, we're going to go over to Norman's radar to catch some of these storms. So these storms all the way from Calvin down to Stewart, into Ashland, Gertie, Lula, Tupelo, Centrahoma, Colgate, Phillips, Lehigh, Atoka, Bromide, Clarita, Tushka, Coleman, Tishomingo, and Mansville, all the way down to Medill. Medill had that EF2 tornado last year, so if you guys remember where that is, they could be experiencing some very strong gusty winds. There's even a bit of rotation here near Calvin and Stewart. So this is definitely one of those things to where people are going to want to continue to monitor this storm. The thing of it is with this this storm now is that these severe warnings have actually gotten so intense that the warnings are now 80-mile-per-hour wind gusts and ping pong ball size hail. So think of it this way. At maximum, you guys could see above, or actually at hurricane force winds. That's category 1 hurricane force winds right there. That is 100% a very strong storm here that's pushing on through. And yeah, that's all we can do is just try and continue to warn people. Stewart, Ashland, Savannah, Kiowa, as well as Wardville, you guys could most likely get the worst of this risk, as well as McAllister. You guys could most certainly get that. This will topple trees, topple power lines. This will most certainly create a lot of damage on a widespread scale. So this is something that we really need to monitor closely as this moves on through. And then unfortunately, we can start to see some of these purple things, which is called range folding. It's basically when the radar goes to a specific distance and it starts to kind of bug out. And so that's exactly what's happening here. But if we take a look at a higher tilt, we can actually see what's happening somewhat. It's looking up 7,000, 8,000 feet up in the sky. So it's not exactly, you know, all too relevant as to what's happening on the surface per se. But this is still something that we're going to want to continue to monitor as this pushes on through. So some gusty winds and upwards of 60 miles per hour that could be impacting Centrahoma up into Colgate, Phillips, Lehigh, Wapanuka, as well as Bromide, Clarita, as well as Coleman, Milburn, Tishomingo, Medill, Caddo, anywhere along United States Route 69 from Durant and north to McAllister, you guys can really see some very strong wind gusts. So please, please, please be indoors for the most part. If you guys are new to my channel and you do want to help support me, please be sure to subscribe and turn on notifications. I upload weather videos every single morning, as well as live stream events like this one whenever they occur. My minimum for live streaming this event for severe weather events is a 5% chance for tornadoes or above, unless if there is a moderate, and there's only a 2% chance in which I will stream the moderate. But there is not only a 5% chance for tornadoes today, but there is also a 10% chance for tornadoes, with a significant tornado risk that will be happening later on in the evening into the morning. So this is definitely something to monitor across the board here. The main reason why there's a moderate risk is because of this 45% chance for winds, very severe winds, as well as the significant risk, which could include winds above hurricane, into hurricane force winds. So that is definitely something that we are really going to want to cover extensively because hurricane force winds can do damage, can knock over trees, topple power lines, and do all sorts of things across the board. New tornado warning for Rankin and Scott counties in Mississippi. That'll be in effect until that will be, I believe that is 9:30 p.m. Central Daylight Time. So let's take a look at this storm here. And here it is right next to Jackson. We were looking at the storm earlier, but now it started to actually get a lot more well-defined. So you can see the classic hook signature that would appear with most of these supercells. The inflow would be seeping in. This is where its energy would be able to feed the thunderstorm. So right over in here is where the tornadic rotation would be, just to the south and west of Pelahatchie, just to the east of Jackson, moving off to the north and east. So if you live near Pelahatchie, if you guys live off near Branch, you guys need to go ahead and take your proper precautions. Get underground and get in the lowest, innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. This will be heading off into the State Route 43 areas in about 20 minutes. So if you live over there, you guys have a little bit of time, but not a lot of time to get underground or get in the lowest, innermost part of your building. So please, please, please get into your safe space and get pillows if you can, for the most part. I do not see a debris signature with this for the most part. It's so close to the radar to the point where we can't actually tell what all is happening with the storm. But this is still something that we're going to want to continue to watch as this accelerates to the north. So, as I said, Branch, Forkville, Morton, anywhere on State Route 43, you guys really have to monitor this storm extensively because this will actually move off to the north with some tornadic rotation. If you guys want to help me share this video, please be sure to share it on social media as well as with friends and family. And then by liking the video, you actually help me get onto YouTube's algorithm and put this on people's recommended feeds. And so by doing that, you guys help me share this video a lot more efficiently. I'm assuming most of you all came to my live stream because of the recommended feed. And that was mainly because other people did the exact same thing. So let's continue to share the information with more and more people, and hopefully we can get the information out that these significant severe storms will be impacting most of these areas. Yeah, so these storms are relatively close to the radar here. It's looking very interesting. A brief tornado. Okay, so now we've had a report of a tornado now. A brief tornado 1 mile to the southeast on United States 80 may have just lifted, so may have been a very brief tornado just to the west of Pelahatchie, according to Spotter Network. Typically, spotters are the ones that are out there trying to put the word out to some people, and so this is exactly what we are doing here as well. But this is 100% a decent report, whether it was a funnel or a tornado, either or, it was tornadic. And so this is something that we really need to watch extensively as we continue to cover the storm. There's also been reports of 1.5 inch sized hail from social media. So for the most part, this is something that we're going to have to monitor, not with just the tornadic conditions, but even the widespread hail risk. It's not just the tornado. You also have gusty winds. You also have some hail as well. So definitely something to keep in mind there. Check Twitter. You got proof on the ground. That's from Spotter Network. I also have Spotter Network right here as well. That's what these images are, Slippy. So there it is. But we don't have actual like ground truth or an image, more or less. So I can't exactly say for certain that this thing is on the ground. But this is 100% a tornadic thunderstorm that could be producing some tornadic conditions within some of these areas. So 100% a situation that the people of Pelahatchie need to take heed. And there's quite a few people who live near Tallahatchie and even north of Tallahatchie. So if you live in these areas, you guys really need to monitor this for the most part. So please, please, please get underground and get in the lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. This is Tallahatchie, Missouri, Mississippi, for anyone who is curious. Here is Jackson, Mississippi, which is in central Mississippi, in the southeastern parts of the United States. Here's Tallahatchie, and here's the report of the tornado right within here. It's going to be moving off to the north, eventually into the town of Branch. If we put up a updated storm track, it'll be moving off into the Branch vicinity in about a half an hour, maybe a little bit less than that. I'd say maybe 20 to 25 minutes before the storm actually starts to get into those areas. So please, 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 you've heard my warnings. Please do not take them with a grain of salt. This is a tornadic storm that could most certainly be on the ground. I want to take a look at some of these other thunderstorms real quickly. Let's go back to Dallas real quick. Central parts of Dallas, for the most part, they're out of the risk. Still some widespread hail that could occur here. There's actually another cell. Did this thing just pop up or what? Oh, this thing just blew up. Look at this, chat. Look at these thunderstorms that just blew up. That's some large hail that'll be heading off to Athens and Franklin. So if you live over there, you guys could expect some very large hail from this. I mean, look at this. This is right around when the storm started producing hail, which was about 20 minutes ago. About 20 minutes ago, it was producing smaller amounts of hail, about 0.2 of an inch. And here's where it is now, which is producing 2 inches. So this is some very large hail that's going to be moving through here in Texas. And this is 100% something that we need to continue to monitor. These storms in general have had a history of producing some large hail. We've had some reports of large hail near 2 inches in southern parts of Dallas. We've had large hail here in Italy, Texas, and upwards of 3 inches. So this is something that we really need to watch out for, especially in Texas, with how much energy there is in the atmosphere. So yeah, this is definitely a strong situation. Let's take a look at Arkansas real quickly. There isn't really too much that's happening in Arkansas, but I'm going to move my GR level 3, and we're going to truck along over here. So Arkansas, here is Arkansas. There is nothing happening here right now, but later on tonight, into the deep overnight hours into midnight, that's when stuff can really start to ramp up for you all 100%, because that's when some things will really start to be intense. Some strong gusty winds and upwards of hurricane force winds is possible, as well as large hail and upwards of 2 inches. So this is really something that we're going to want to monitor as this continues to move into the overnight. And I'll be covering it here for you all. As I said, I'm going to be live streaming practically the entire night. We have that moderate risk for the wind, as well as the 10% chance for tornadoes here in southeastern parts of Mississippi, southwestern parts of Alabama, which will be more or less into the 3 or 4 o'clock in the morning hours. And so with us we've been going on for about 6 hours now, and we're going to continue to live stream all the way throughout. So this is definitely a situation that we are going to be in for a long ride. But yeah, no, I'll continue to cover this. If you ever have any questions further, whenever the thunderstorms come around, then yeah. spotters reporting a tornado south of Tallahatchie. Yep, we saw that for the most part. We didn't actually see, well, like, we saw the spotter report per se, but the actual, yeah, we didn't exactly see a debris ball per se within that general vicinity. We'll actually take a look at the tornado warning again here. So within this area, there is still some tornadic rotation.
$4.99. Spotters reporting a tornado south of Tallahatchie, Ems.
Yep, Brett Adair reported a wall cloud and a possible tornado touchdown with it, but he said a possible touchdown. So it's kind of iffy right now, but it doesn't seem to be a large tornado. It doesn't seem to be strong enough in the right environment for it to be a large. Well, actually, it could be in an environment to produce a strong tornado, but as of right now, I can't exactly say for sure what exactly is happening with this storm. I don't see any sort of debris being lofted up, but the gusty winds are still there for the most part. You can see the greens are the winds moving towards, reds are the ones moving away, and right in the middle is where the rotation would be. So that is definitely something that we're going to want to watch out for. They're going to call that a tornado. I'm not sure about you, but this is a bit of a stretch. I'm not gonna lie. I mean, all I can see is this. But I can't exactly say that this is on the ground right now, especially with how close to the radar we are. Yeah, because you think with how close we are to the radar and you go up in tilt, you'd be able to see the debris signature, right? But I don't see it here whatsoever. Even on reflectivity to try and help me confirm, I don't see it. Although, yep, damaging tornado. So the multiple reports from Brett Adair and that other chaser confirmed this. So, now, as I said, I can't exactly say it was a large tornado. I can say that there was multiple reports of it temporarily being down. So that's all the more reason why you should be in your safe space. I mean, this is a tornado that most likely could have been on the ground at one point doing damage. And how's it? It's got to be one of those things where can't exactly say it won't do that again. So this is definitely something that we're going to want to continue to monitor as this continues to move on through into the evening. But yeah, this is a confirmed tornado here that's heading off towards the town of Branch. So State Route 43, it'll impact you in about, I'd say, 10 minutes. So if you live over there, you don't have a lot of time. You really need to go ahead, take your proper precautions, and get into your safe space. And then as that continues to move off to the north towards Branch, this is definitely something to continue to monitor as this pushes off. Say 30 minutes or so. Someone just sent it to me on Twitter. That is fun. That's a really nice tornado there, not gonna lie. Not gonna lie. Andrew's pretty good with stuff for the most part, or at least I don't think he would overshoot some things. But this is definitely was a tornado if it wasn't already. But I don't see any like major damage done to this thing yet, so I can't exactly say it was on the ground for an extended period of time, especially with how many trees is around here. But that's a pretty decent sized tornado. I'd say he's a lot closer than a lot of people think. I'd say he's about probably a mile away, maybe a little less than a mile away. So yeah, this is definitely a tornado that was on the ground at one point. A large tornado in progress. Okay. Oh yeah. Hold up. Alrighty, chat. Well, look at that right there. There's your tornado in itself. So it's actually not as large as a lot of people think it is, because here's the wall cloud. This is the wall cloud right here. Could easily be a tornado on the ground, but this is definitely a cell to really watch out for. So all the more reason why the people in these areas that could be impacted. No, I never said it wasn't on the ground. I said that it was briefly on the ground, but then they said that it rose back up. So as of right now, I'm saying that the potential for it to stay either be on the ground, whether it's on the ground or whether it's not, still strong potential here. So this is definitely something that we're going to have to continue to monitor as this pushes on through. Chris Jackson, amazing catch there. Amazing catch there for the tornado. So this is definitely a system that we're going to want to continue to watch all the way throughout. Still showing some strong signs of rotation for the most part. You can see the greens moving towards the radar. The reds are moving away. Right in the middle is where the rotation would be. So if you guys, as I said, live near Branch, if you live anywhere along State Route 43, you guys need to go ahead and take your proper precautions and get into your safe space. This will be heading off into your general vicinity relatively soon, in about 5 to 10 minutes. So if you're over there, you don't have a lot of time to get in your safe space. You need to get there now, 100%, no questions asked. There's also the other storm up here near Lena that doesn't exactly look as strong as its counterpart, but it does have some general rotation in the upper parts of the atmosphere, so that's something to keep in mind too. And some of these other storms that are going to be moving off into this actual supercell. These cells right here, they're all moving within a line, except for this outflow boundary right here. So whenever this outflow boundary moves off through here, this is most likely going to either impact this cell by either amplifying it or weakened it. But still, as I said, Branch, you guys need to get into your safe space now. This is a tornado warning that has a tornado reported here in Mississippi. As I said, Rankin, Scott counties. We've been tracking this for quite some time. We've had reports of it being briefly on the ground, reports of it being on the ground. So regardless of whether it was on or off or still on the ground, you still need to be in your safe space, all right? You do not want to be out of this area, out of your safe space at all. So 100%, you need to continue to monitor this as it continues to move on through to the north and east. Loud with thunder and lightning. Are you to the north of this storm, Ryan? Because if you are, you should be in your safe space. But if you're east or west or south of it, you should be fine. Kind of scaring me for a second. Not gonna lie. This is definitely a system that people do not want to mess with whatsoever. The only issue in regards to this storm is that it's very close to the radar. So for the people who actually want to know exactly what is happening with the storm, I cannot actually give you the details because of usually when you get closer and closer towards the radar, you think it would be a lot more well defined as to what's happening, but actually you can see there's a lot of missing values here within this general vicinity right here. So I can't exactly say what is happening for sure, but still something that we need to continue to monitor as this moves off to the north and east. You also have these strong gusty winds here that are pushing on through past the interstate I-55 area north of the Jackson, Mississippi area. So some strong gusty winds that could be blowing away the storm relatively soon. Let's actually, I kind of want to get a timing out to see how fast that storm is. It's actually moving off to the north, but I think more or less that it could push off into the tornado warning storm. So this is definitely something that we're going to want to continue to monitor. We have 21 severe thunderstorm warnings right now at the moment, guys. A couple flash flood warnings in some areas. But the main thing that we can concur from all of this is that there is only one pink box from all of these warnings, and that is your tornado reported. So definitely something to watch out for. As I said, share this video on social media. Let's try and get the word out that this tornado warning is here. It's active. It has produced a tornado for the most part. Or at least it was on the ground at one point. Whether it is on the ground or not is moot, because the places of Branch, the places along State Route 43 in Mississippi, now including Ludlow, you guys need to go ahead, take your proper precautions, get underground, or get into the lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. I don't see it on the ground right now. I've got a bunch of storm chasing streams up to my side. I can't show it with you on stream because that's illegal, but unless if I have their consent, but I unfortunately don't. But still, something to keep in mind with all of this, that this storm did produce a tornado at one point, and that it could easily produce another tornado later on in its life cycle. So please, one of those things to where you have to get in your safe space, all right? Yeah, if you guys could, because this actually gets me on YouTube's algorithm and gets put onto some people's recommended feeds, because I'm sure most of you came from there. Like this stream, that's actually how I get onto YouTube's recommended page, and that's how I can get the word out to more people as to where these storms are at, and that this is as I've mentioned, a confirmed tornado that has been reported from here. Whether it is on the ground or not is moot at this point, because we now know that it has the potential to produce a tornado, and so this is definitely something that we're going to want to continue to monitor as this moves off to the north. So really one of those things that we have to continue to keep watching as this pushes off to the north and to the east. You can clearly see here the hook echo. Give me a second, actually. You can clearly see the hook echo right here. This is your classic supercellular signature, and this is exactly what we do not want to see here on some of these storms. As I mentioned, Branch, State Route 43. You guys need to continue to monitor this storm as this pushes off through. What in the world are you? Yeah, so this is definitely something to really monitor here. For a person who said that you live in Carthage, if you live in Carthage, Mississippi, you have a lot of time before these storms actually get to you. So I'd continue to monitor this as this continues to move on through. Loosedale, Mississippi. I'm going to try and figure out where that is real quickly. This is over in the opposite side of Mississippi. You guys are going to be fine. This is off to your north into Jackson, but for you guys, your strong to severe storms are going to be tomorrow morning, maybe before sunrise, before it actually continues to ramp back up. So that's something that we got to continue to monitor as this pushes on through. I actually see two cells here that are rotating a bit. There's this one right here that could potentially be on the ground here, or is close to potentially being tornado warned. You have your outflow boundary, which is present here from your rear flank downdraft that's coming around the thunderstorm, where the rain actually comes in and supports the thunderstorm in itself. You have your inflow. That's where the warm, moist air comes in to actually fuel the thunderstorm. And so that is present within the actual supercell, albeit a bit rain wrapped, but still present. And then you also have your rotation here. So you have your reds that are moving away, your greens are moving towards. Right in the middle is where the rotation would be. So another area of rotation that's heading off towards State Route 471 here in Mississippi, as well as State Route 43 in Mississippi and State Route 25 here in Mississippi. So if you live over there, you really have to monitor these storms. How's the threat look for Clark County, Mississippi, just south of Meridian? Later on tonight, you guys are going to get a significant gusty wind threat, maybe even a significant tornado threat. It'll happen to be around the 3 o'clock in the morning hours into the 4 o'clock in the morning hours. So I would definitely want to monitor your storms extensively. Potentially have a weather radio or even emergency notifications on your phone. I'll be live streaming for the most part here on this YouTube channel. As I said, subscribe, turn on notifications to stay up to date with all the severe weather that's going to be happening around here, because I do live streams like this, but I will continue to do as much as I can to try and cover this as much as possible all the way into the early morning hours. It looks like the rotation in itself has might have dissipated just a little tiny bit, which may be the good news here. But there was a new supercell that might be taking over off to the side of it, and that is the one thing that I'm a little bit interested about with this storm. So we'll have to continue to monitor what this storm does, and you can actually see how the supercell looks. Sure, you might have to like wink at it a bit in order to be able to tell what's happening, but here's your first supercell right here. You can clearly see the hook with the inflow notch, so that's your original tornado warned storm. Now here's a wider version of that, another supercell here with your bands that are swirling in to the storm. This is your rear flank downdraft, and this is definitely something that we're going to want to continue to monitor with your inflow seeping in. So this is definitely a storm. We have two supercells right next to each other that could potentially be tornadic relatively soon. And you can even see a little bit of a ball here, a rain-free base that's starting to develop. And so right within there is one of those things to where we could potentially be seeing some tornadic rotation or tornadic development within this supercell. There's also the risk for large hail within these thunderstorms. You can see in these oranges indicated that hail can actually get up to almost 2 inches in some spots. So even if you're not being directly impacted by the tornado, you want to be indoors anyways, because these storms could produce some very large amounts of hail across the board here. So this is definitely something that we are going to want to monitor for sure. 70, is that a 90? 60. I don't see any 90 mile per hour wind gusts here for the most part, but no way, that's Chickasha counties. That's in Mississippi. So we have a 90 mile per hour wind. Oh, geez. Look at that, chat. Look at that. Holy crap. So on top of the potential for tornadoes, as I mentioned, we have a very strong wish for some severe winds. We also have the risk for 90-mile-per-hour wind gusts within this storm. This is a severe thunderstorm warning for Chickasha and Monroe counties, or Chickasha and Monroe counties in Mississippi. That'll be in effect until 9:30 p.m. Central Daylight Time. I just want to let you all know real quickly that a Category 1 hurricane is 74 to 95 miles per hour. So this is according to this storm right here, which we'll double check these storms down here in a bit. But according to this storm up here in Columbus, we could potentially see some gusty winds in upwards of 90 miles per hour. Look at this. We can actually see that. Right here indicated in these dark blues, 89-mile-per-hour winds that is surging right into the storm. So this is getting very close to a Category 2 hurricane, if there was a hurricane. But this is a very, very strong gusty wind event that's happening, and just a common occurrence here, so that we can start noticing this later on in the evening when we talk about more of the gusty wind threat. Whenever you see stuff that start to bow out like this, we call this a bow echo. And at the tip of the bow echo, right around the top, right about here, is where we can see our very strong gusty winds. And right within that same area, you can see how it bows out like this again. You can see your very strong gusty winds at the top of that bow. And so something to keep in mind within this storm, very strong gusty winds here, and upwards of almost 90, maybe even 95 miles per hour in some of these areas. But this is very, very strong here. That is moving on through into places just to the north of Columbus, Mississippi, just to the south of Tupelo, Mississippi. So if you know anyone who lives in these counties here, as I said, I'll say it again: Chickasha, Pontotoc, I should say, Itawamba, and Lee, as well as Monroe counties. You guys are in a severe thunderstorm warning until 9:45 p.m. Central Daylight Time, as well as Chickasha and Monroe counties as well. Again, 9:30 p.m. Central Daylight Time for 90-mile-per-hour wind gusts. That is absolutely insane right there. That's very strong for the most part, and maybe even a little bit of rotation that could be developing with this storm too. So that's something that we're gonna have to watch as well. With the storm, because typically on the northern edge of the bow echo, whenever you have winds that are surging out like this to where it forms a bow, winds tend to steer off to the right or left, depending upon how far away from the main center of the bow echo is. So sometimes you can get these curls within these tops or bottoms of the storm, and so because low pressure systems are typically favored with counterclockwise rotation, this is definitely something to where we can see something tornadic to form off of the top of this bow echo. This southern edge would most likely deteriorate because clockwise rotation is not favored in the northern hemisphere. But this is still something to keep in mind as this continues to move on through into some of these areas. We've had reports of trees on houses near Woodland, Mississippi. So more damage coming in that is being reported off of these storms. So not only do we have winds in utmost of almost Category 2 winds. This is 90-mile-per-hour winds, and it takes 96-mile-per-hour winds and above to get into the Category 2 scale. And so almost to a Category 2 storm, if it were to be a hurricane, almost Category 2 winds, high Category 1 hurricane winds, wind force here in northern Mississippi. We also have the potential for tornadoes down towards the Jackson, Mississippi area, near the central parts of Jackson. So that is something that we're going to want to continue to monitor as this pushes on through. Someone's telling me to look at somewhere in Texas. I'm looking at it on my radar scope here on the side. Let's see. Tyler, for the most part, should be okay. Looks like they're probably going to be spared by the risk for right now. But some widespread gusty winds in those areas here. I'll actually go over there. And you can see some large hail that's going to be spouting out across places like the Crossroads, the Tennessee Colony, Montalba areas heading towards Palestine or Palestine. So that is definitely something that we're going to have to monitor. A little bit of rotation on this storm. Echo tops, which is just how high the thunderstorms actually suspend. They go to almost 50,000 feet, 49,900 feet up in the sky. So this is a very strong supercell, very strong thunderstorm that is moving on through to move on through into Palestine. Is it fair to compare the winds to hurricane just because hurricane winds are sustained? Just a question. Well, yeah, for the most part, because if you think of it this way, they're not sustained for an entire time. When they pass over you, they're only there for 15, 20, 25 minutes. That's the same thing with these things. So I think it's completely fair. Tyler is going to be out of the risk for the most part as of right now. Shreveport, a lot of thunderstorms that are off to its west, or to its east, I should say. But it should start to get some more action later on tonight, more after the overnight hours. So definitely something to want to watch for later on. Let's go back to the cell in Jackson. I actually saw something really interesting here. You can still see the rotation. As I said, greens are the winds moving towards the radar. The reds are the ones moving away. Here's your radar right here. So there is a bit of rotation with this storm just to the north of, let's see, this would happen to be Brandon and Value in Mississippi, as well as to the north of Palahatchie. This is a new storm, a new supercell that is developing on the rear of the other one. So this is definitely a storm that we are going to want to watch as this unfolds around us. As I said, we're going to want to get the word out, guys. We're going to want to share this live stream as much as possible. We're going to want to try and get the word out that this stuff is happening. There aren't any tornado warnings at the moment. We had a confirmed tornado earlier by multiple spotters, but still the chance for some extreme gusty winds, some large hail, and some tornadoes later on in the evening is still possible. So please share this video, as well as be sure to like it so that it can get me on YouTube's algorithm, so that I may be put onto more people's recommended pages, and we can get the word out that way, so that more people may be able to know that the severe weather event is occurring here in Mississippi, and later into Arkansas, more into Texas, into the Louisiana areas. Is it coming to Arkansas? Yes, it is coming to Arkansas later on this evening. Take a look at the HRRR model here for you, so we can take a look and see. This is around the 9 o'clock hours, which is right about now. This will be pushing on through, and here's your second line of storms that are around the 11 o'clock hours. It's about to pass over Fort Smith. Then 12 o'clock, 1 o'clock in the morning, that's when these storms will continue to push on through. Some very strong gusty winds within some of these lines. More scattered showers that are going to be across the board here. That's going to continue to billow up here. So a massive flood risk could be here in Mississippi and in Louisiana, based off of how much rain they're already getting. And then all the way on throughout the rest of the event here, you can see this line starts to really consolidate into one at around the 4 to 5 o'clock hours, and this is where your significant tornado risk will continue to heighten and push on through, and the lines of storms will basically just continue to fire up and push out into places like Florida and southern Alabama into the very early morning hours. So something to really watch out for as this continues to move off into the night. If you guys are new to my channel, please be sure to subscribe and turn on notifications. We are 19 subscribers away. I want to double check that. I want to double check it because I don't want to say too much. We are 19 subscribers away from 5,000 subscribers, which is amazing. If so, let's see if we can get up to that. We probably will get to it by the end of the live stream, but You know, we are that close to getting up to 5,000 subscribers. So, yeah, that would be great if you all would help me out there. How's Missouri looking? Missouri is completely fine. I'm moving my general radar over there, and there's a lot of scattered showers for the most part. So, yeah, if you live in some of these areas, you aren't going to really see a whole lot, but you are going to see some scattered storms. A new severe thunderstorm watch has been issued, so I might as well actually update my actual severe thunderstorm watch. You honestly thought this was the main risk we're seeing now? I didn't even see the storms in eastern Oklahoma. Oh, you thought? Oh, you thought? No, we're going all the way. This entire event is basically us right here going until kingdom come. That's the commitment we have here for you all. So, as I said, be greatly appreciated if you guys were able to stick around with me. Try and get the word out as best as we can here. Did the cap of hot air break, or is it intact? Well, kind of. Let's take a look at the live mesoscale analysis that the Storm Prediction Center actually offers for us. So we'll take a look at the cape and capping inversion, the areas that are indicated in the kind of stripes. The yellow stripes is the capping inversion areas. The areas indicated in blue are more of the high cape areas with not a lot of capping inversion. So there is a lot of capping inversion over Mississippi at the moment, but it's starting to break. So this is definitely something that we're going to want to monitor as this continues to push on through. There's a lot of capping inversion in Arkansas at the moment. Extreme amounts of capping inversion, actually. But the Cape, for the most part, especially around places like Dallas, Fort Worth, there is 100% a lot of energy there. And the thing about it is, too, is that once these thunderstorms push off, there's this bundle of energy right here. And because of moisture return, or what moisture return is, which is basically the warm front bringing moisture up into places like the Ozarks and the Deep South, as well as advection. Because of that and the low-level jet, there could easily be more energy that could feed this line of storms and become rather intense as it moves into Louisiana. So after this clears out and we have this risk right here and they start to consolidate, or actually these two kind of merge more or less. So once this happens, then more energy can be supplied to this line, and that's when it will actually become rather intense. So that is something to keep in mind as this continues to move on through to the south and east this evening. I wouldn't say southeast Mississippi is going to get long track tornadoes, honestly. I think it'll be more of the quick embedded spin ups within the squall line, the QLCS. That's more or less the risk that they will be able to see. But they do have a very strong tornado risk right now with all of these storms that are popping up along these supercells. So this is definitely something to really watch out for. This storm in itself, actually, this mesocyclone, is moving off to the right. This is a south and east mover, or a right-moving thunderstorm. This is 100% a storm that I would not be surprised could potentially be tornadic later on. So this is definitely something that we're going to have to monitor as this moves through into the evening. But very strong severe weather risk right here with some of these storms. We have actually hit 5,000 subscribers. Oh my goodness. That... Oh my... That is amazing. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Oh my. Jeez. Just want to let you all know, a month ago I was under 2,000 subscribers, and now we have this much. That is just absolutely, absolutely insane. So, yeah. Am I streaming right now? Yes, I am streaming live right now. This is 10:20 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time, 9:20 p.m. Central Daylight Time. I know 5,000 doesn't seem like a lot of people, but I have more subscribers than the town that I live in. That's that's how much this means to me. So, thank you. Thank you so much. Alrighty. Well, woo, let's let's get back to the coverage here. Let me take a sip of water first. When are we gonna get a room tour? Okay, listen. Okay, listen. Listen. I haven't had a lot of time to do that lately, but I'm gonna try and record the video on Sunday or Monday, Tuesday at the latest, because there's not really a lot that's happening here. So, jeez. All right, Mesquite, Texas, or Mesquite, Texas. You guys are very much so out of the risk. For the most part, if you take a look here, this is where Mesquite is. You guys are out of the risk as of right now, but just wait until it gets to the 9-10 o'clock hours, to which you'll start to get another line of thunderstorms that'll pass on through, and that is definitely something to which you're gonna want to watch out for, because you can see some significant gusty winds for the most part. But yeah, a lot of widespread conditions here with this system. As I said, a lot of gusty winds moving off across the board here. Yeah, so Jackson, Mississippi, you can still see the supercell. I mean, it's still relatively well defined. Hook, right within there.
Kevin Moore super chat $5. The wind has picked up significantly out of the north here in central Texas.
Sure, wow. Kevin Moore with the $5 super chat. That's really interesting. That's some, that tells me that the line that's starting to kind of about to pull on through, and that could provide some gusty winds and upwards of 60 to maybe even 70 miles per hour. That low-level jet is really starting to crank a bit, and so that is something we're going to have to monitor heavily. Did you say that there is a tornado in Arkansas? No, I did not. However, there is the threat for some strong gusty winds, large hail, maybe a small tornado threat, a decent tornado threat in Arkansas, so we'll have to continue to monitor that. But yeah. This is a really interesting 3D of the storm. The reason why it's bowling is because it's closer to the radar, but there is an interesting inflow notch here. I'll actually narrow it to a higher precipitation here so that we can be able to see. Here is your inflow notch right within here. This is where storms actually can be able to ingest energy, and so right within this gap right here is where the inflow would be coming into the storm. And so this is 100% a supercell. Whether it is tornadic or whether it is severe, we will have to continue to monitor that. But this is definitely a system that we're going to have to continue to monitor as time goes along here this evening. Thank you for the 5K wishes. As I said, means a lot to me. It really does. And yep. On to 6. That's all we can look forward to. Let's start looking at some other areas here for the most part. Let's go to let's go to Louisiana. Northern Louisiana, a bunch of scattered thunderstorms at the moment. And if you actually take a look at the experimental radar here in Monroe, you can actually see there's a lot of thunderstorms that are pushing on through near Columbia with a severe thunderstorm warning. 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts, quarter-size hail. That's most of these severe thunderstorm warnings. Actually, probably almost all 17 severe thunderstorm warnings are most likely going to be with 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts and a quarter-size hail. There is some that have larger amounts of hail. There are some that have larger amounts of gusty winds. Speaking of which, let's go back to the other storm that has severe wind gusts and upwards of 90 miles per hour. So the new severe thunderstorm warning says 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts, but at one point, this thing actually was warned for 90-mile-per-hour wind gusts, and it still is warned for 90-mile-per-hour wind gusts, which, if you think of it this way, a Category 1 hurricane is at 74 miles per hour. So this thing is very strong. For the most part, this is definitely something that people need to monitor as it heads towards places like the Gatman, the Detroit, the Smithville areas. You guys really need to watch out as these storms continue to move on through. Watch what storm chasers have to say. You are behind. Unfortunately, I cannot tune into their things with audio, because not only would that get me in trouble here on YouTube, but I wouldn't be able to broadcast to you all. But they are not. They also have a delay themselves with them being on the ground. So radar data is more or less the most efficient way of me getting information out. Unless if you guys send me stuff on Twitter, into which then I can easily put this here up on the live stream and show you all. So as I said, my Twitter is at Nate_Snyder. If you guys want to at me on Twitter, follow, do stuff like that, then that would be appreciated so that we can both get the word out as to what all is happening. But for the most part, there isn't really much I can do to listen to storm chasers unless if I actually have one with me, which sometimes we do on this channel. We actually had a live stream to where one of our storm chasers, actually the same storm chaser, 2 different live streams, we actually had tornadoes live on stream. So we do have the instance for our own storm chaser to come on to the live stream and even show the general public as to what all is happening. But most storm chasers do not like it when I share their content. They actually threaten to sue, take down stuff. It's happened with other YouTubers and stuff like that. So unless if it's on Twitter, can't really do a whole lot about it. But as I said, a lot of gusty winds, strong gusty winds, and upwards of 60, maybe 70 miles per hour across the board. For the most part, these gusty winds can really do some strong damage, topple trees, topple power lines, very much so be rather intense in some spots. As I said, could get up to a hurricane force winds. So this is really something to monitor for the rest of the night. And this isn't even the main risk. This is kind of the beginner stage, the feeder stage, if you will. And then once it starts to get past midnight into the very, very deep overnight hours, that's when the winds will most likely be very strong across the board. And that is something that we are going to have to really watch out for. Someone asked where this is happening in Arkansas. Let's pull up the convective outlook real quickly according to the Storm Prediction Center. Arkansas, for the most part, is going to see some severe conditions, but it'll most likely be relatively severe into places in and around from Fort Smith down south, from Little Rock and down south. But if you're north of Little Rock, like say Jonesboro, that general vicinity into the northeastern parts of Arkansas, maybe even the northern parts of Arkansas, you guys will most likely be spared by this. But I'd say Little Rock could potentially be impacted by the system as well. So we'll have to continue to monitor that as this unfolds for us tonight. But massive risk here. Hail, you can see your 30 circle here, your 30% chance for hail over 1 inch. You also have your 15, which is indicated in yellow, and your 5, which is indicated in brown. You also have this black circle with dotted lines in it, and that actually indicates a significant severe risk, which could indicate that you have a 10% chance or greater of hail and upwards of 2 inches in some spots, maybe even larger. We've had hail up to the size of baseballs and even 3 inches in some spots. So this is definitely a situation that people do not want to be outside for. It's going to be overnight for the most part. So I'd also recommend bringing in stuff like your cars, because this could most certainly damage windshields. It's actually damaged windshields before when some people were storm chasing. So this is 100% something that no one wants to be leaving their stuff outside for, especially appliances, dog houses, pets. Definitely something that will do a lot of damage across the board. So definitely something I would really monitor. Then you also have your risk right here. Your pink is your 45% chance for winds. Your red is your 30, same with hail. 15 is your yellow, and your brown is indicated as your 5%. So just on the normal circumstances without the hatched risk, you would have that probability of seeing damaging wind gusts in upwards of 58 miles per hour or greater. And then your hatched risk actually makes it so that you could see hurricane force winds and above. So that is definitely something that we're going to want to really monitor as this moves on through into the overnight hours. This is really something that we can start to see from the line of storms that'll push on through from Oklahoma and down into Arkansas, Louisiana, much of Mississippi, into Alabama, and even into Florida tomorrow morning. So we're really going to want to watch out for that. And then tornadoes, massive 5% for the most part, extending from the line in Oklahoma all the way down into Texas and into Louisiana. Your 5% is indicated in your brown. Your 2%, 2% chance for tornadoes is indicated in green. We had a bit of a tornado risk here over in northern North Carolina into southeastern parts of Virginia, but that event is now starting to wither away for the most part. So I wouldn't be all too worried about the Carolinas relatively soon. But still, massive risk here for tornadoes, especially with this 10% indicated in yellow, and your hatched risk, which is indicative of some very strong tornadoes, actually has the potential of being from EF2 to even EF5 in some spots. So something to really monitor with the storm as this continues to move on through into the overnight hours. It seems as if the storm that's heading towards Morton is starting to gust out a lot more. So that is the good news here. But the bad news at the same time is the gusty winds could knock over trees and power lines, similar to how a tornado would. So this is definitely something that we're going to have to really want to watch as this transpires overnight. Maybe even a tornado risk along the line here. As I said, I can't really rule out the chance of some storms, embedded supercells within the line here. So this is definitely something that we're going to want to monitor as this transpires overnight. If you guys are new to the live stream and you do want to help support my channel, please be sure to leave a like. Leaving a like actually gets me onto YouTube's algorithm so that I can pop up more people's recommended tabs, and I give people the information they need about the severe weather risk. And so by doing that, you guys actually help me get the word out, as well as sharing this with friends and family and on social media. And also be sure to subscribe if you are new, and turn on notifications, because I do uploads every single morning, basically discussing about the general weather that's going to be happening, as well as live streams like this whenever the severe weather event gets from a 5% chance for tornadoes or above, unless if it's a moderate and there's no tornado risk, which I will stream the moderate, even in the enhanced, or even, well, not the enhanced, even the high risk. So but widespread conditions here. let's actually go up towards um, Dallas here. Take a look at this massive line of storms. Unfortunately, there isn't a lot of radar coverage here. You can see the nearest radar is indicated in these blue text boxes here. You can see across the board that the nearest one is actually this one right here, but you also have a couple down here. You also have a couple down here. So there isn't really a whole lot for me to discuss based off of what these storms are, but we can take a look at the ones that are now starting to enter into Arkansas. So here's a couple of severe thunderstorm warnings. Crawford and Washington counties in Arkansas, as well as Sequoia, Adair, and Cherokee counties in Oklahoma. That'll be in effect until 10:15 p.m. Central Daylight Time. 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts and quarter-sized hail on that one. So definitely something that we all really need to continue to monitor as this transpires in front of us. Just by taking a look at the velocities, some very bright greens, which is indicative of 55 to maybe even 60 miles per hour in some spots. So definitely well warranted for the warning, especially since most of these are sustained wind gusts, or not wind gusts, sustained winds, and wind gusts can actually be higher than some of these values. So really something that we're going to have to watch as this moves on through into Arkansas. So yes, this is, as I said, this is Crawford and Washington counties in northwestern Arkansas, as well as Sequoia, Adair, and Cherokee counties and eastern Oklahoma. That'll be in effect until 10:15 p.m. Central Daylight Time. Then you also have this severe thunderstorm warning over here for Haskell, Sequoia, and Muskogee counties in Oklahoma. That'll be in effect until 9:45 p.m. Central Daylight Time. As I said, 60-mile-per-hour wind gust, quarter-size hail with that one. Some very strong gusty winds with all of that. So really something that we're going to want to monitor as this pushes on through into eastern parts of Oklahoma and western parts of Arkansas. Moving along down the line, severe thunderstorm warning here for Pushmata, Latimer, and LeFlore counties in Oklahoma. That'll be in effect until 10:30 p.m. Central Daylight Time. Once again, 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts, quarter-size hail with that one. Then we also have a couple more severe thunderstorm warnings with quarter-size hail, 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts. As I said, Pushmata, Latimer, as well as Pittsburgh counties. A severe thunderstorm warning for your area until 10 p.m. Central Daylight Time. We also have another severe thunderstorm warning, again for Pushmata County, as well as Choctaw County until 10:30 p.m. Central Daylight Time. More of the same for the risks over there. We also have another severe thunderstorm warning here. This is for Grayson County in Texas. That'll be in effect until 10 p.m. Central Daylight Time. 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts is the main risk for that storm. And then we also have a severe thunderstorm warning for Bryan and Atoka counties in Oklahoma. That'll be in effect until 10:15 p.m. For 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts, quarter-size hail with that one as well. But massive line of storms that are really starting to move on through into Oklahoma. This right here is starting to catch my eye because number one, this is that bow echo that I was talking about. So if you guys remember earlier on in the stream, we actually had some wind gusts that were almost a category 2 strength if you were to compare them. And so I said at the top of these bows could be the strongest amounts of winds, and at the northern parts of the bow echoes, you could potentially see some tornadic rotation. And so within that, that is exactly what we are seeing. We're seeing some very strong winds and upwards of almost 70 miles per hour. And we are also seeing a bit of that rotation to where the greens and blues are more moving towards the radar. The grays and reds are moving away. Right in the middle is where this general rotation could potentially be within this mesoscale convective system. So this is definitely something that we are going to want to monitor as this moves on through into eastern Oklahoma. As I said, not a lot of radar coverage here within these areas, so I can't exactly give you all the best idea as to what is happening on the surface, but I can give you an idea as to what is happening with these storms in general and try to warn people as to where these storms are going to be out in advance. So definitely something that we're going to want to continue to monitor as this pushes on through into later on in the evening. So as I said, we're going to be covering this risk practically all night. So if you guys want to stay with us, that would be greatly appreciated. As I said, subscribe, turn on notifications, share this with friends and family and on social media. This is a all-night event. We've been live streaming for almost 7 hours now, and we don't plan on stopping. We're probably going to actually join up with a couple of my colleagues that will be talking about the weather across the board, and also will be keeping us awake all the way throughout the end of the event tomorrow morning, or at least when we will stop live streaming. So definitely something there that I want to state for everyone. The one thing that I do want to do real quickly, first things first, larger amounts of hail. Let's see. Yeah, so that was the tornado that was with Brandon Clement, so that was pretty good too. Also a brief spin up within that storm near Palachi, so that makes a lot of sense. But that makes a lot of sense there. So I wanted to make a note real quickly with Weather Underground here, because I know that these storms are going to be very much so widespread with some gusty winds. So if we can get our weather stations, for the most part, that is supplied to us, we can actually tell you all how fast these winds are moving. Fast these winds are trucking for the most part. So let's see, when was this? I'm trying to figure out what time this was updated. So when was this updated? 9:36 Central Daylight Time. So what about some of these areas over here? So this was updated 12 minutes ago. And the winds, for the most part, have been pretty calm. Gusts up to 6 miles per hour, so that's something to note. Hold up. Actually, I want to go to see these storms over here that was near, say, Did Lake. Because if they actually recorded those massive wind gusts. Let's see. Can't exactly see for sure as to what some of these. Yeah. So maybe this idea kind of backfired a little bit, but worth a shot, not gonna lie. We tried it. Still some strong gusty winds for the most part, so hopefully we can see what all is happening in some of those areas. If you guys have any ideas as to where you guys can see some live METAR stations, live weather stations across the board, that would be greatly appreciated. We can put that on the live stream. Try and help us out for the most part. One thing we can do, I will say, take that out because we don't need that anymore. We can take a look at the satellite imagery. Look at all of these thunderstorms that are really starting to push on through now. So we had our earlier event over here in Virginia and in North Carolina. Then we had these widespread thunderstorms that were moving on through into northern Louisiana, into Mississippi, and into Alabama. We also have the storms that fired off here in Texas, as well as in Oklahoma. This will eventually form the line of storms, except for these thunderstorms over here in Texas. This will form the line of storms that'll basically push on through behind the main convection here, which could bring some widespread flooding issues. And this is definitely something that we're going to want to watch, especially into the overnight hours. We will be live all the way throughout. We won't take like massive breaks like some of these other people. We will try and stay as consistent as possible with most of this event. Let us see. So at about in about 15 minutes, more or less, we're gonna join with one of my colleagues, or actually a couple of my colleagues. We're gonna try and keep each other awake for the most part by discussing these storms. As I said, we're gonna be on for most of the evening, so it's going to be a very long night for us. We're gonna want to try and cover as much as possible, be as correct as possible, and try and, as I said, be able to save some lives. So that's kind of the plan here for the most part. Let's see. I wanted to take a look at one more thing, chat. Long day, am I right? Oh yeah, 100%. In order to do the weather command, chat, you need to do ! weather and then your spot. So I'll say Baltimore, Maryland. This isn't where I live, but it's a city. And that's how you get the weather. Is it over in Virginia? For the most part, you just got some scattered thunderstorms. So I would have to say yes. But yeah, I'm trying to look up something here. I think now we've gotten to the point of the live stream where we can actually start talking about what all is happening with this event. I'm not gonna lie. I want to take a look back at the cell near Wilburton. Still has a lot of rotation. Still has a lot of significant wind too. 74 mile per hour winds on that cell. There's actually a severe thunderstorm warning for 60 mile per hour wind gust, quarter size hail. We're looking up pretty high up in the sky, so we can't exactly say that this is, this 76 to 80 mile per hour winds are representing at the surface, but still something that we are going to want to watch as this unfolds around this here. Let's take a look at TDFW here. If you guys are new to live stream, you do want to help support me, please be sure to leave a like and subscribe, as well as share this with friends and family and on social media. We just hit 5,000 subscribers today, which is absolutely amazing. So thank you all so much for supporting me along the way and all ways that you have. I really do appreciate it, believe me. It doesn't go unnoticed. And so without you guys, I wouldn't be here doing all this. So thank you so much for all these conditions. Japan looking storms. You know what? That is a very good way of describing what these things look like. Looks like the country of Japan. That is a very, you know what? It looks like the country of Japan. Let's go back to that real quickly, because he's not wrong. Hold up. Fort Smith, Arkansas. It does look like Japan, chat. I can't disagree with that. How it curls up like this. You have your islands that are off to the north. This looks like Japan, except with rain and thunderstorms. I can't disagree, honestly. That is a good way of saying it right there. Put the coffee on. Oh, I know, right? Yeah, pretty soon we're going to be talking with Morgan and stuff like that. So, but yeah, that is a good way. Yeah, no, I really can't disagree with that. I honestly should use that terminology a lot more. um, yeah, that's pretty good terminology right there. All right, let's go to Columbus Air Force Base and let's take a look at some of these other severe thunderstorm warnings here. So, new severe thunderstorm warning, or not exactly too new, but a severe thunderstorm warning here for Marion and Lamar counties. That'll be in effect until 10:15 p.m. Central Daylight Time. By the way, to all the people, all the new people who are subscribing, thank you so much. I really do appreciate it. Believe me, I do. But yeah, severe thunderstorm warning will be in effect until 10:15 p.m. Central Daylight Time. 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts with this one. Not really a lot of hail, which is the good news here. You can see the maximum expected hail size. You would typically want your greens. That's usually associated with 1-inch size hail, and it's kind of more into the teal, which is about a half-inch size hail to maybe even a quarter-inch or 3/4 of an inch size hail. So not a lot of hail with this. I'm saying a lot of the word hail, but yeah, there's definitely not as large as there typically would be with these storms. So definitely something to keep in mind, that it's more turning into a wind risk at the moment, and that you could see some in upwards of 60 miles per hour winds. A lot of flash flooding, vehicles stranded in floodwaters near Tupelo, as well as torrential rainfall. Cars slid across the road and hit oncoming traffic. So there's some areas that have some really intense flash flooding. The one saying that I like to say with flash flooding is turn around, don't drown, don't drive into flooded roadways, because some flooded roadways could seem a lot shallower than they actually are. They actually give off that appearance, and could potentially strand some people. So this is definitely something that people need to continue to really monitor as this unfolds here in Tupelo. So get to higher ground, please, especially if you live in these areas. You definitely do not want to be impacted by some of these stronger areas of flooded roadways. Let us see. On Wednesday, when you were live streaming, I was asking about the eastern Iowa, and you said regular thunderstorms. Cedar Rapids had a tornado touchdown that night. Did it really? If it was ranked EF0, then it's still general thunderstorms, because it wouldn't have been that strong. But storm report. Let's see, 8. Yeah. Brief tornado caused damage to several manufactured homes, southwestern parts. One home sustained significant roof damage. So that's probably a EF0, EF, maybe a short end EF1-ish, something like that. But that was the only thing that happened in Iowa, so for the most part, there was general thunderstorms. So you can't exactly fault me for getting one small area of it being a brief tornado. But still, gotta admit, tornado's a tornado. I did say general thunderstorms. I can't really complain too much about that. One thing I can complain a whole lot about, guys, take a look at this. All right, take a look at this. Hey, take a look at this. Look at how many hail reports there were. Look at how many. 220 hail reports. Hail. Hail reports. Let me move this a bit down. There we go. Hail reports. Hail. Not tornadoes, because typically you would have tornado reports and stuff like that for severe weather outbreaks. Hail. 220. We also had 42 wind reports. By the way, out of those 220 hail reports, we had 26 significant hail reports, which would be above 2 inches. 26 for a total of 262 reports of severe weather. None of which was tornadoes. None of which. So if there are some people out there who may say, well, in order to have an outbreak, you need tornadoes. What in the hell are you talking about? Winds and hail do damage too. And this is 100% widespread risk right here. So I will say that much. Jacqueline, you can't expect me to correctly predict a tornado. You can't expect anyone to correctly predict a tornado. Tornadoes are one of the most unpredictable things on mankind. So for people to expect me to correctly predict the exact point of a tornado specifically, especially with an environment that looked as poor as that one, you know, I can apologize all the world, but let's put it this way. What more do you want from me? I gave my honest opinion as to what I thought was going to happen. You can't expect me to be precise, all right? Can't expect me to be precise because there's a big difference between being accurate and being precise. And a lot of people get that mixed up. Filtered reports. 178 filter reports. That's nice. That's bonkers. Tennis ball sized hail. Baseball sized hail. This is definitely widespread severe weather outbreak here if I haven't seen one before. Will say that much. At least we predicted this one for the most part. We were somewhat accurate here with this. Widespread wind, widespread hail, not as high as a tornado risk. So far, not bad. Now comes the worst part of the risk. We'll say that much. This is when we start to get into the danger zone. If I were to play some Kenny Loggins at the moment, I would, but... Okay, that sounds good. Sounds good. So the one time someone thinks I did a poor job communicating, says I need so much to learn. Okay, you're entitled to your opinion. No disrespect whatsoever. Large hail now finally starting to stir up towards Fort Smith. So this is something that we're really gonna want to watch here. This is definitely a system that we're really gonna want to watch closely as this moves off to the border of Oklahoma and Arkansas. I mean, look at this right here. Line of storms, as I was mentioning. And here's your hail that's going to be near the Tamaha areas and the Brent areas. So there's even some maximum expected hail sizes of over an inch in some of these spots. So really something that we're going to have to monitor as this pushes on through. And definitely an event that we are 100% going to want to monitor as this moves on through. But yeah, this is some very strong gusty winds for the most part. 60-mile-per-hour wind gust, quarter-sized hail. For practically all the severe thunderstorm warnings. So, let's go into the models real quickly. Have they updated the NAM? Yes, they have. The NAM 3-kilometer actually is up, so let's take a look at this here. Ooh. So a lot of scattered storms here. Baton Rouge, you guys don't have a lot of storms right here, right now at the moment. Or at least, I don't think you guys do. Hold up. Do you guys have a lot of severe storms at the moment? Doesn't look like it.
Mel Nice Super Chat $2. Thoughts on volcanic ash clouds seeding more hail?
I mean, if you have convection that are at the surface that rises up into that volcanic ash, then hypothetically, yeah, you could. Hypothetically, you could get some hail, maybe even some large hail because of how dry the volcanic ash could be. So yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if that happened. Yeah, Baton Rouge isn't seeing anything right now, but let's figure out what happens here with the models. So later on tonight at around midnight, you can see this bow echo starts to kind of push on through. And this is where you can see some really strong gusty winds. This is one wave right here. And Baton Rouge is about like right about in this general vicinity. And so right around the trying to do math here, 2 o'clock hours. Love how it said trying to do math here. It's always, isn't it always an issue to where like what people know like the bigger maths, but then like the smaller maths, like their simple addition, they are just like, they're always has to take an extra second to be like, wait, did I add that up right? But yeah, at around 2 o'clock, 3 o'clock is when you guys can really start to see some stuff.
$4.99. Go get some coffee.
Go get some coffee. Well, I most likely will go get some coffee down in the brewer downstairs. And well, actually, I'll probably do that after when Morgan gets back. So But Cassie with the $5 super chat, thank you, my friend. And then Melniji, stop it. Jeez. Melniji, thank you for the $2 super chat. I really do appreciate it. So thank you, my friend. One fatality today from the severe weather. Oh, that is unfortunate. That is very unfortunate. But yeah, this is a massive QLCS that pushes on through in the morning. So at 9Z, which is around 4 o'clock ish, 5 o'clock ish, actually 4 o'clock ish Central, 5 o'clock Eastern. That's when this line really starts to consolidate, and it'll start to really push on through into places like New Orleans at around 5 o'clock ish, the Mobile. The Biloxi area is at around 6 o'clock ish, Mobile at around 7 to 8, something like that. So if you guys live over there, you guys really need to watch out for some gusty winds. And then some of the cells even behind it, this second line right here, this could actually impact places like Baton Rouge and Lafayette at around, say, the 6 o'clock hour. So really need to really need to watch this very heavily as this continues to push on through. Cloud seeding doesn't work. That's the reason why I think most people are kind of, having a whale of a time when they say it. That's what happens. Because you need to basically do a lot of it in order for there to be big seeding. And unfortunately, we don't have a lot of money, or at least a lot of money going into the NOAA program. So I say we as if I'm in it, but I'm not. But still, there isn't a lot of money, a lot of funds being put into this. So, but a massive line of storms, as I mentioned, it'll push on through. Tuscaloosa, Birmingham will get into this main threat at around, say, 6 o'clock ish, 7 o'clock ish in the morning. And that's when it'll really start to push off. And so, something to keep in mind with all that. But yeah, really strong gusty winds across the board here for the most part. I actually want to take a look here at the HRRR and see if it agrees. So first line of storms, this actual line of storms actually moves off pretty slow for the most part, which is probably the reason why there is such a large tornado risk here in southeastern parts of Mississippi. But then the second line catches up with the other line, and then this really pushes off. So the real question here for tonight's event, or actually should I say tonight into tomorrow morning's event, is will this squall line right here catch up with this squall line? And if so, will there be the chance for some tornadoes along this first squall line here due to the fact of how slow these storms are moving? So this is definitely something we're going to have to consider as we get closer and closer for the most part. Okay. We're going to be joining some people. We're going to be joining some of my colleagues here so that we can stay awake over this entire event. Yeah, Life by Pond. See you later. Thanks for coming out to the live stream. I really need to get rid of this beard, honestly. I look really weird for the most part. Or actually, no, that's not Life by Pond. This is saying goodnight to someone else. Pua Plays. Thank you for coming out to the live stream. You have a good night. That was my fault. Me trying to figure out who was going to sleep here. But yeah. So, we're going to be joining someone else here. And, yeah.
Woo!
Woo!
Man, I had to take care of some stuff downstairs, and then I had to go over to do some pet sitting stuff. So that was a hard grind on the bike, really quick 5-mile round trip, maybe a little too quick, if I'm being honest with you.
Seems legit.
Uh,
Seems legit. Hey, at least there's probably not that many people out on the road, so
Oh
yeah,
yeah.
there is.
My main
I was able to go.
concern.
I was
No,
able
go
to go
ahead.
about 20 on my bike at all times.
Mhm.
what were you saying, Nate?
I was gonna say my main concern with this event. I'm not sure if you guys share this the same perspective. Is the people who live in not as well built structures in southern Mississippi, mainly because of whether or not you get intense wind gusts or even tornadoes within the squall line, which, according to the HRRR model, the first squall line actually moves really slow, whereas the NAM favors a fast moving, first squall line. But that's the real question here is that event down in southern Mississippi as to whether or not you could potentially see some really gusty winds or maybe tornadoes.
Yeah, Morgan to ended the stream for a little bit so we can have a break, and then you can come back once the things start picking back up again, like they're supposed to.
Nah,
Mm-hmm.
yeah, for the
Give me
most
a minute
part,
here. I'll be right
that's fine. My wonder map for Weather Underground has failed. That plan has failed. So that is one thing. But
Your wonder map.
yeah, you know the thing with the METAR stations all over the place, and yeah, that's not updating as well as I thought it would. As a matter of fact, most of the wind speeds are like 10 miles per hour, and I'm like,
That
bruh,
sucks.
that's not
Really.
how that works. So, but oh well, could be better. Could y'all discuss whether the necessary conditions exist for a derecho to occur, and if so, when and where? All right, well, that's an interesting topic because derechos don't exactly happen this early in the year, but you know, the main thing in regards to there being a derecho would have to include um, the amount of energy in the atmosphere, as well as if there's any limiting factors, and if there are some instances where your limiting factors start to melt away and there not be any, then most storms could just end up combining within each other as a line, and maybe even just form a lot of gusty winds supporting in behind some of these lines. And so, usually for bow echoes, we typically want to find, um, you know, these kind of arcing characteristics to where the strongest level winds, low level winds, actually go in behind the storm, and they can actually
top.
provide the strongest amount of winds at the tip of the kind of bow, if you will, and that's where you can see your most intense winds, like we saw in Mississippi earlier on today. So you need it to last for what 300 miles and have it be severe conditions for the entire
250.
time.
It
250.
has to be 250 consecutive miles of greater than 58 miles per hour.
Yeah.
Wind
So
reports.
we'll have to we'll have to see as this continues to move on through tonight. But I think what's going to be the most interesting thing is the threat for tornadoes overnight there in southern Mississippi. Really interested, actually. So, what are you guys' thoughts on that tornado that was near Jackson?
I'm watching
Yeesh.
a video
It's
on it.
another case of the hey, it got too close to the radar and we can't see anything curse.
What about the footage, stuff like that?
I just
Jeez,
posted
that spooked me.
I just posted the video in the chat for you to watch it. It's clear.
I can't share this with you all, chat, because I'll be in big trouble. But
Copyright hell, we could say.
yeah, dude,
Copyright purgatory.
it's not fun for YouTubers. It's a lot of lightning with this storm. I will say that much. Another thing I will say is the
I
wall
see
cloud.
the wind.
The wall cloud is really close, really close to the ground, but there isn't really like a actual defined wall cloud. You know what I mean? Like it's more or less just kind of a base to where it more or less occludes into the actual mesocyclone in itself. Go ahead.
I'm gonna post something in the chat that you're not gonna like.
Oh boy. Whenever someone says that, that's oh yeah. No, that's we already know that that's there.
Oh yeah.
Don't say it, Morgan. Don't say it. We
I'm
know.
not. You know what I'm gonna say. You know.
We already
We
know
all
what you're gonna
we
say.
all know what we're gonna say. We all know what we're
Oh
gonna say.
yeah.
Northwestern Arkansas actually had reports of 59-mile-per-hour wind gusts at Fayetteville. So this thing might be starting to try and kick off a little bit, especially with the bow echo. So 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts for the most part. Let's see if we can play the live feed. There we go. Oh yeah, Morgan, how'd you like covering 40 severe thunderstorm warnings earlier? 40 severe thunderstorm warnings. I actually wanted to die. I'm not gonna lie.
Well,
What was funny is they were
hey
putting them
Nate,
all non-linear.
because I
too.
can't, because I can't put that, because I can't turn my camera on. That was me.
You can't turn the
100%. It was not
Greedy.
fun. How will Georgia look like Saturday? Just wondering. You want to sleep? You'll be able to sleep. When you wake up, that's when the storms will be passing on through, specifically southern parts of Georgia. So I'd just watch for it. But I won't expect you all to see a whole lot until very much so into the morning sunrise hours. But yeah, that's, chat, just for a reference, the amount of severe thunderstorm warnings that we typically see is about, how much we have right now. We have 11 severe thunderstorm warnings. We might see more towards like the 20 scale, but seeing 40 severe thunderstorm warnings, the amount of activity that we had, that was excruciatingly difficult to keep up with, especially since you had so many areas spread across, the eastern to southern parts of the United States, whether it was from the Carolinas and Virginia to Alabama and Mississippi into Louisiana to Arkansas, as well as Tennessee and Missouri, all the way over into like the Dallas-Fort Worth and to the Oklahoma vicinity. And it was just a very, 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 very widespread and not so fun analysis. Still rapid fire for the most part, because I'm pretty sure, I can't really speak for Morgan, but I can speak for myself when I was saying I was going pretty fast and I might have been missing out a couple of details when we were talking about. Jeez. I don't like you, Morgan. Why did I decide to join you tonight?
So I keep you awake, and so you keep me awake.
This is true. At around midnight tonight's when I'm actually gonna start making coffee. But yeah. Just curious as to why they are intensifying. Well, typically as you get further and further into the night, your low-level jet or your lower winds that are closer towards the ground than rather than not as higher up in the atmosphere, this actually intensifies a lot of the potential for some strong gusty winds because, self-explanatory. You have your thunderstorms, you have your enhanced low-level jet, if you will, that starts to intensify overnight, and so that then turns into a very strong gusty wind event that we are seeing here. So that's the generalization as to what happens. So tell Morgan that I finally hit 5K subs. He's deafened at the moment, but when he comes back around, then we'll tell him.
Who finally hit 5K subs?
Ya boy did.
Oh, yeah.
Finally.
Oh, I know who hit 5K subs.
Oh. Oh.
Dick.
Bruh.
Good job.
But yeah, people are leaving because they're getting ready for bedtime, and that is completely understandable. Because this is an overnight event. I'm not gonna ask you all to stay here, you know, if you don't really want to. More or less, Morgan and I are just going to be with each other, and maybe even Cody and Bray if he ever figures out.
I'm gonna be
So-
awake well into the night. Trust
Then-
me.
Then we're gonna try and keep each other awake until this event passes all the way into the morning, and yeah, we're gonna try and cover as much severe weather as
Thank
possible.
you, Brady. Thank you.
Yeah, that's right. He's over in Alabama, isn't he? So I might as well turn
I have
on
one
IEM bot.
question.
Hold up.
I have one question.
Go ahead.
What's in Alabama?
I heard it's very similar to West Virginia.
Take me home.
Copyright, Cody,
place.
stop. Stop.
Yeah.
Japan is back up to 55 degrees. Yeah, I know, right? The freaking entire country Japan's going through Oklahoma and Texas at the moment. And we're talking about country roads.
The what?
Yeah, that's a new meme now. Every single QLCS that forms a bow echo, we're now calling it Japan.
Oh, good lord.
Calling it what?
Dude, exclamation point Japan in the
This is why
chat.
we don't have nice things.
Because that's actually a command that's we've had for like an entirety, but it actually does look like Japan, does it not? So that's something there. Okay, let's get IEM bot actually up and running here, and we'll see what all we can do besides not want to die, because earlier with IEM bot, I'm sure Morgan, you had a lot of fun with this because I actually turned off IEM bot. It was so outrageous.
My right ear is ringing.
Dude, it was so bad. Every single second was like bing, 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 and I'm like, nope, stop it. That's it.
And then to hell, if the SBC issued a mesoskill discussion and go, bah!
It's true. It's so true. Dude, he's not wrong. That is
Ow! Speaking of which,
good thing I didn't put everything up yet.
Severe Watch 86.
Shreveport. That's not how you spell Shreveport, chat. Here. You guys can join my woes with me. Shreveport. And then we need what is this?
Where's
Dallas. Dallas Fort Worth. We need
Where's the severe watch for? Oh, it's for that. It's basically for the areas between freaking heck. Fort
Texas.
Polk, Louisiana, basically between Fort Polk, New Orleans, Jackson, Hattiesburg, and areas southwest of Tuscaloosa.
Oh.
Das ist das. That's
Oh,
until
there's
5 a.m. our time, Nate. Let's have some fun.
When we were walking in Memphis.
Alabama, Brady Gleason, tornadoes, up his ass. Country
Hey.
roads.
What's your
Yeah.
language?
Take me.
Family friendly. Family friendly. By the way, this is going to be a bit more of an uncensored part of the stream. I will say that much because there will be slip-ups for the most part. But yeah, we're going to be trying to keep each other awake for the most part, as we've been saying.
Hey, do we want to talk about the fact that the Japan counter's up to like 540s ish, but the ginger counter's up to 1100?
By the way, we may or may not get a little less professional over the next couple hours while things are really quiet.
I mean, what do you
when we start
expect
to
us
lose
to
our
do?
minds.
What do you expect us to really do? I mean, let's put it this way, all right? There isn't 40 severe thunderstorm warnings, and the severe weather event is basically going to have a bit of a gap until it starts to really ramp back up again, which will be, as I said, past the midnight hours into like the 2 o'clock, 3 o'clock morning areas in that general vicinity in Central Daylight Time. So, can you really expect us to stay relatively professional? I say no.
You know, my girl said to me that she was going to stay up until I go to sleep, but she has to be up at 11 a.m. and I said I'm likely going to be up through dawn, so good luck with that.
Was she in the chat or something like that, or viewers?
No.
I was about to say.
It was just when we were talking earlier.
Am I missing anything? Oh yeah, Birmingham.
She stopped by my house after getting her white girl drink at Starbucks. So
Tulsa, Little Rock, Shreveport, Dallas, Fort Worth. What?
yeah, Nate, are you ready to get your ears blasted if something gets issued?
Yeah, for the most part. Let's see. Will I have to add anything else?
Wait, what is this?
Teacup size? No. Are you serious?
The watch is until 4 a.m. Central Time. 80-mile-an-hour wind gusts possible. 1.5-inch hail possible. Tornado or 2 possible. Long-lived but slow-moving QLCS should sag southeast in the near term. This should intensify overnight as the front approaches.
Guys, I have to mention this real quickly.
What?
Alabama.
There has been a report. A report in Rusk County, Texas, which we really shouldn't be all too surprised about. But it's a report of 3-inch hail from a train spotter. So,
yeah, I saw that. I also almost said grapefruit-sized hail in Alabama earlier as opposed to golf balls, so that was fun as well.
You are illiterate.
I know. You don't need to tell me. Bruh,
Forehead. Donut.
Bitch.
Oh.
I stopped before I said the last syllable. Or consonant. Or whatever the heck.
Yeah? Nah.
69.
I was waiting for you to recognize what I was outlining.
Jeez. Jeez.
Hoping you end up doing that. Hey, at least we didn't get a freaking 120 mile per hour derecho like the HRRR wanted.
Take a look at the NAM 3K. It's still that's the real Doomcasting model right there. Speaking of Doomcasting, Fort Smith. You guys are about to get hammered with some real strong gusty winds. Some could be in upwards of probably 45 to 50 miles per hour. Maybe.
Smith, welcome to the Northeast specialty, gusty showers.
That's actually true. That's all we get in the Northeast. It's just nothing but gusty winds. So
except Nate got like 10 funnel clouds the other week.
Bro, I know, right? We had like an entire line marching on through. Like, you know that that Looney Tunes but the Looney Tunes skit with Bugs Bunny fighting like the baseball people, and like the one dude, like there was the old dude who was throwing these pitches, and there was like home run every single swing, and they were all doing the conga line around the plates and crap like that. Yeah, that's basically what the funnel clouds were doing. It was
Derecho is right in Spanish. Well, see, that would make sense, honestly, because derechos are right moving lines of storms most of the time, unless Mother Nature says, hey, screw you, we're going to go in some other direction, do a deja vu kind of thing on your face.
that is
So, you know.
that is true.
Why is there a cell? Ayo. What is this cell that just appeared south of the Fort Smith radar site, like in the last 2 scans?
Yeah, I know, right? There's actually a couple cells that are forming out across the board in general. If you take a look like Russellville, that thing is happening. I don't know why that's
What?
happening, but it just appeared over the past 20 minutes, maybe even earlier. Is that a second derecho? Question mark. Clickbait.
There's multiple complexes.
No, I understand. Derecho means straight in Spanish.
I forgot you had. Oh my god. Oh, it's your Jesus. Oh. Oh. Da, 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 da.
That was great.
Eh? What do you want, I am bot? Do 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 do. Lake Charles? Oh, severe watch.
Yeah, this thing. Yeah, Japan. What in the
What
world?
in the hell? My right ear is ringing even more now. This is great.
This is why we don't have nice things.
I could just blast the LA Kings goal horn.
No,
but,
no.
you know.
Glisten, Glinda. All right, let's not do that.
Incoming Jessica with the meme. You can't be doing that.
It's funny because it's true.
Hi, Jessica. How are you?
Oh no. Oh no.
God, no, 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 no.
Oh boy. Yo, what's happening over at Alexandria? The K-Po radar. Twist of Nate, I know, right? So much for the Discord service. Twist of Nate.
Trent O'Green Super Chat $1.99.
Trent O'Green with the $2 Super Chat. Why?
Why are you donating now? Why now?
I think he just wants to hear the More You Know theme song again. Oh boy.
Oh geez.
Thank you for the $2 Super Chat, though. I really do appreciate it. As I said, we're not as professional as you typically would think it would be. But this is the latter part of the live stream where we just basically try to survive. And so that is exactly
the one guy that uses his middle name when describing himself. Hey, Fort Smith got a severe warning. The one guy that uses his one guy here that uses his middle name as his name typically when talking is probably the least professional of all of us, so you know.
This is that's a hot take and a half right there. Hot take. All right,
sorry.
All right, let's take a look at the severe thunderstorm warning. Severe thunderstorm warning for Franklin, Crawford, Sebastian, Sequoia, and LaFleur counties. That'll be in effect until 11:15 p.m. Central Daylight Time for 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts, quarter-size hail. This does include the Fort Smith area, where there has already been reports of large tree limbs down across the board. So this is definitely something that you guys are going to want to monitor heavily, especially if you live just to the east of Fort Smith, maybe even to the south and east of Fort Smith, to where you can potentially see some very strong gusty winds across the board here. Then we also have more severe weather that's happening. As I said, we have our Japan squall line here that's moving through southeastern Oklahoma into Texas. Severe thunderstorm warnings here for Pushmata, as well as Choctaw and LaFleur counties in Oklahoma. That'll be in effect until 10:45 p.m. Central Daylight Time for 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts, quarter-size hail. And then we also have our other severe warning, which is in Texas here for Lamar and Fannin counties. That'll be in effect until 11 p.m. Central Daylight Time. 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts and penny-sized hail. You're going to be hearing a lot of that tonight. 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts and whatever size hail, most likely quarter or penny.
Grapefruit.
Maybe some grapefruit, maybe, possibly. Could happen, but we'll have to see. As
Your dodo.
I'm sorry, what?
It'll come through in a second.
Hey, y'all.
What?
Jesus saves super chat $2.
Did y'all hear that?
UK now.
No.
No. Damn it.
The more Jesus
yo.
saves with a $2
Watch
super chat.
Does that become the donation sound, or should it happen this? At midnight, we switch over to the Windows XP startup sound for donos. That'll be our new dono sound after. Wait, Nate, you still have that, right?
I sure do.
Oh my god.
Thank you so much, both Trent and Jesus saves with the both the $2.
Nate.
I said $2 super chats. Thank you so much. I really do appreciate it. I almost said Jesus shaves.
I thought I heard something else. Check the group chat. That's what I thought I heard.
Jesus even goes to the
my
Dollar
heart.
Shave Club. Sponsored, totally. I'm just kidding. There ain't no sponsorship here.
Bray.
Need to check on the weather. It's indeed thunderstorm heavily once more again. Oh yeah, for the most part, bunch of stuff across the board. Can you check the weather, Springfield, when Missouri and east, and tell me what the chances for severe weather into Mountain Grove, Missouri are? Yep, that's
How do you even know what Windows XP sounds like, Morgan? My dad was a computer technician, and he still is, here and there. But he loved XP. It was his favorite OS. He did not like Windows 10 at all. So he would have that on his very, very old computer, and I'd hear that like every other day or something like that when he started it up. So that's how I know it.
So here's Mountain Grove right here. You can see Mountain Grove is localized south central Missouri, and so if you live near like Springfield and some areas other like
Ryan
Poplar
Lefebvre
Bluff,
super chat $2. Run it back.
run it back. Well, you guys want to hear the frickin' The More You Know theme song again? Jeez, fine, we'll play it again. But after this message here from your boy talking about the weather. So anyways, Mountain Grove, for the most part, there's going to be a lot of scattered storms, although I would not be surprised if you guys got into a severe thunderstorm warning. I'd say within the next probably hour, 45 minutes, hour. Yeah, something like that. So I would definitely continue to watch this. But for the most part, there isn't really too much that's going to happen here.
Hey, the thing that was over Hackett that developed like, I don't know, 20 minutes ago, look at it now.
Where the heck? Oh my goodness
Smith
gracious.
You
Dude, this thing
see?
is following along the outflow boundary. This thing might become tornadic later. Look at this.
Where?
This is south of Fort Smith.
South of the Fort Smith radar, Hackett area.
Okay.
Yeah, because it's following along that outflow boundary. If it continues to ride it, you might actually get something tornadic off of that. Which, if that's the case, then that's really going to get pretty interesting.
Fort
So,
Smith.
I want to check some of these others. Ooh, what in the world are you? Yo, there's this storm that's south of Jackson, Mississippi. And, it looks unironically fire only because it got caught by the outflow boundary. So this storm right here actually looks pretty interesting too. You do have some general rotation with this. That could be developing in the upper levels of the atmosphere. So this is definitely something that we got to watch here for the most part. By the way, Brian Lefebvre with the $2 super chat. Thank you, my friend. I really do appreciate it. So, yeah, this is definitely something that we have to continue to watch as this continues to push on through. Actually, I want to take a 3D of the cell. I want to take a 3D.
Oh, okay, I see.
Yeah. Pretty whack supercell for the most part. Yeah, this is actually a pretty interesting supercell. You definitely have your inflow notch. It's trying to at least develop, but...
Oh my god.
What in the good... You know what? You know what? You know what? Anyways, the supercell south of Jackson looks pretty interesting for the most part, especially since it got caught by the outflow boundary. We might have two areas of tornadic development to watch out for here soon. So definitely something that we're going to want to continue to monitor as this heads off into further into the overnight hours. What in the good lord? By the way, that ding noise that you guys hear in the background, that's IEM bot, so that's what's supposed to be updating me from what the National Weather Service and the Storm Prediction Center actually issue out to the public, so I'll be able to look at it whenever it happens. My ear will most likely die whenever a watch and a mesoscale discussion will happen, but...
You're one to complain. Stop your whining.
Well, I mean, to be fair, I do have 290 people watching me, and they're gonna die too. Their ears will spontaneously combust, and then it'll be gone.
It seems that chat loved that. It seems that chat loved the Windows startup song. That should become very.
What does this stream become? Something that is semi-professional.
We're trying to just get through the evening until stuff happens.
For real. For real.
Yeah, we're just kind of messing around with each other until stuff starts to get back in.
Although,
back up.
Yeah, there's two areas that I really want to monitor here. As I said, the cell that's south of Jackson, Mississippi, could potentially be really interesting to watch. Echotops actually are starting to get up to 49,000 feet on the storm, so that's really interesting to note. And because it's getting caught on this outflow boundary, this thing could be moving towards the east and potentially be extraordinarily tornadic. So this is what we were talking about, guys. We said southern Mississippi here, along the southern edge of this squall line here with a bunch of these thunderstorms. Could this ride along the outflow boundary and become tornadic? And could we potentially see a couple of tornadoes along with this system? That is the...
Find out in the next episode. Oh Jesus.
Find out in the next episode of Severe Weather Live. There's nothing professional about this chat. You're not wrong, honestly. This isn't,
But
Nate's
usually when
Snyder
things
after
are
hours, but
when things are really like really really bad, we're very very serious and very professional. But
oh no.
right now it's heavy rain and a little bit of wind and maybe eventually a supercell threat.
Oh yeah.
What's a supercell?
I don't know.
Yo, this thing did catch the outflow boundary. Holy crap,
if
it
you-
might actually stick.
You might look at if you
Sick.
I mean like if
Why
y'all
is
if
that the word you chose?
if y'all look at like our individual streams for both of the high risks this year and then also the stream earlier today when things were pretty serious,
Oh yeah.
we were very professional about it. But right now, like nearly the entire line in Mississippi is no longer severe warned.
For
I
the
mean, you
most
have a
part.
couple areas that are warned and other areas that we're watching right now. And then you have like the Oklahoma stuff, which is also not as potent as it was earlier either.
Not to mention it's super far away from the radar, so we couldn't be able to tell you what's happening even if we wanted to.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So
Radar holds.
for the people who are asking what this is, this radar is, this is GR2 Analyst. It has a 21-day free trial, but then afterwards, if you're a weather enthusiast, I would highly recommend purchasing this for $250. But if you want to use something of a low quality
What the
resolution, then GR Level 3 costs $80. This basically does the same exact thing except no 3D scans, no slicing through storms, and no maximum expected hail size, as well as no normalized rotation. But for the most part, this thing does its job. It gets the radars quickly, it gets data quickly because it's the lower resolution data. So this is a good program to use for storm chasing. Unless if you have like say a good computer, then maybe not. But still.
Oh, I have something you should add to your soundboard to act like as an IEM bot or something. I don't know. There's two different sounds.
Jameson, I don't think you guys would get too much from this risk, honestly. Why?
Mesoskill discussion concerning 82.
Why?
Pain. This is through eastern Texas to West Louisiana. Severe wind and hail remain possible across parts of East Texas into West Louisiana. A cold front continues to surge southeast towards the Arklatex and through the Metroplex. Meanwhile, outflow cooled air remains over much of Arkansas, northeast Texas, and northern Louisiana. Strong instability remains along the I-35 corridor. Those surface temperatures are cooling. Strong elevated instability exists across the region, including atop the rain-cooled air mass.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, Mr. Krabs. Elevated hailers and a moderate.
Morgan Mason DM'd me while you were away asking me to add you to the group chat, but I didn't. Or add him to
add you. Good
add
job,
him.
Cody.
He was asking me to add him to the stream group chat.
I may have put. I don't want to
But-
overcrowd.
Oh,
the place,
crap,
especially
10
when it gets
minutes.
down to Yeah, I want to overcrowd the place, especially when it gets down to the nitty gritty of things.
Mm-hmm.
True. But it doesn't matter to me as long as it doesn't get too out of control. If you guys are new to any one of our channels, please be sure to go ahead, hit that like button, and subscribe, as well as share this with friends and family and on social media.
More great content like this.
Oh yeah, and here's the thing, okay, chat. Morgan may not have a Twitch, but I do, and whenever we play video games on Twitch, we act somewhat like this, except a lot stupider. So
Except we add a lot more profanities.
and profanities too, because no family friendly on Twitch. So if you want to join or if you want to follow me on Twitch, I'd like to get this account to 1,000 followers as well. That'd be pretty bonkers, dude. But Hockey Boy and 8 on Twitch. I would greatly appreciate it if you guys were to follow me there. We do play Storm Chasers. I also play Fortnite and Titanfall. We also play Uno and crap like that.
Titanfall.
Titanfall, my.
Ah, man, I love Titanfall.
Titanfall was a great game way back when.
Oh, yeah. Dude, both the second one was even better.
Oh yeah,
Why is there a
100%.
Short-term forecast for Tulsa.
Uh,
At 10:50 p.m., National Weather Service radars continue to detect thunderstorms and rain showers over far eastern Oklahoma and northwest Arkansas. This activity was east of a line from Bella Vista to Frogville. Movement was to east at 40 miles an hour. The midnight thunderstorms and rain showers will continue to move out of the Oklahoma and northwest Arkansas areas. A few wind gusts to 50 will remain possible as the storms move east. Special weather statements.
bonkers, dude. You know what else is pretty bonkers? For the most part. You guys want to take a guess?
No.
Cell in Texas with over 50,000 foot echo tops.
Eh?
Seems legit.
By the
The
way, what radars do y'all have open at this point? Cody, I'm going to slap you.
I don't even have it. What? I don't even have the changer on. Y'all aren't supposed to hear that. This is supposed to be in my headphones.
No, we heard the ho ho ho.
Jack.
Well, how clear was it?
Hey. Too clear.
Oh, God.
What radars do y'all have open at this point? Because I'm trying not to have 8 radar tabs open.
You see, I have 8 radar tabs open.
Nate, you. Okay, I can close Oklahoma City.
I would have just switched it to another radar. Jeesh. I think the ones you're going to need is Shreveport, Fort Polk, Jackson, as well as Little Rock for right now. And Fort Smith if you can fit it.
Screw Memphis. I'm going to sacrifice it to Fort Polk.
I have something perfect for you for when you end your stream, though.
Oh boy.
But I guess I won't play it until then.
Is it the Brady specialty?
No.
That's what he gave me to get Storm Central owner.
If y'all want to hear it.
What? I heard a countdown and then it stopped. And I was questioning as to whether or not we were supposed to hear something at the end of the countdown.
Yeah, you were. You're supposed to hear Happy New Year.
Oh. That's understandable. Severe thunderstorm warning for Little River, Sevier, McCurtain, Bowie, and Red River counties in Texas and Oklahoma, as well as Arkansas. That'll be in effect until 11:30 p.m. Central Daylight Time. 60 mile per hour wind gusts, $half sized hail with this one. So the line of storms is really starting to march along into parts of Arkansas now. Unfortunately, it's starting to get into a bit of a radar hole, so we can't exactly tell you what is happening at the surface, but more or less, we will continue to try and keep you guys up to date with these storms as long as possible.
Ow!
It looks like Dallas and Fort Worth dodged another bullet because the freaking outflow boundary passed it already. So, yeah, there's only thunderstorms that are going to be in northern Texas. So Dallas, Fort Worth, you guys are going to be all right for the most part. I think.
That feeling when Nate doesn't even know.
Says I think. Yeah, Dallas. Well,
That's your weather analyst, Nathan Snyder.
Dude, I'm only an owner of a Discord server. There is
Yeah,
no
that
way
outflow
that I
boundary
am
did
a weather
pass.
analyst.
Yo, guys, bow down to me. I'm a moderator on a Discord server.
Yo, guys,
100%.
bow down to me. I'm an owner of a Discord server.
Oh my
No,
goodness
bow down
gracious.
to me. I'm a moderator of a Discord server that can hold a relationship and contact with somebody that is not a male. Somebody that is a female I can hold contact with. That is otherworldly.
I mean, you're not wrong.
I'm sorry, chat. This is painful, but are you really surprised?
Yeah, we're we're tired. We're tired. I think that explains enough for y'all.
Yep, I'd have to say so too. So give me a second. I think we possibly, maybe, have officially. I think. Yep, we've officially hit over 500 active members on Twist of Fate. We've had over 500 members in general, but I was like, I'm not gonna say anything until that
There's
member
this-
roll has over 500 members, 500 people.
There's this.
There we go.
I don't like that. There's a radar hole here. Can y'all look next to? Go to. Yeah, go to the Fort Smith radar south of that. That little kink is kind of interesting. With the Boeing segment that is turning into windy showers.
Nate, what are you laughing at? Are you laughing at the thing that I think you might be laughing at in chat?
Did you see it too?
Are you seeing what I'm seeing?
Don't sleep naked during tornado season. Oh my goodness gracious.
GG's.
Thank you, Christina, for the amazing information. I feel enlightened. I'm not going to lie.
Oh shit.
Family friendly.
crap.
Family friendly. I'm just kidding. As I
Nate.
You sound so loopy right now.
Oh my lord.
the more
help
you know,
me.
chat, the more you know.
I hate my life.
You sound so loopy.
This is why you subscribe to the Nate Snyder YouTube channel here for moments like this. That'll go on the bloopers of 2021. Best moments.
Hey Nathan, I got a question for you. I got a bit of a question for you. Where's the room tour?
Dude, I've been super busy as of late trying to get everything back done and over with, but
Yeah.
Saturday-ish, well, actually, no, Saturday I'm probably going to be dead, so Sunday to Monday-ish.
What Bray said. What Bray said. What he said.
Bray,
Sorry, what
you
she
want me
said.
to drive
Can't
you
assume
over
gender.
here? Alright, it's time for me to leave.
No, we can't say that. We cannot say that in
Hey
chat.
Nate, why don't you read that off to your live chat? How about you do that right there?
All Bray wants to do is he wants to come up to where I live and he wants to see a room tour. So,
That's probably not the only thing he wants to see.
I mean, nah, bruh.
Morgan, look. Oh, you.
Take this off.
Oh, I wish I had
Jeez.
edit.
My
Oh.
Jeez. Let's look back at Fort Smith, Arkansas. Bunch of gusty winds across the board, but nothing really too much that's happening. There's a couple flash flood warnings. There's actually 4 flash flood warnings for the most part. But as of right now, what do you expect? There's 14 severe thunderstorm warnings, and the highest parameters for hail on these is what? I think it's $half size hail. No, ping pong ball. I think
ping bong.
ping pong
Ping
ball.
pong.
Yo, what is that severe
That's not-
thunderstorm warning
that's
for
not the-
Polk County?
I
What
have
the
to be
heck?
honest, that's not the only bong that Nate has. I'm sorry, what?
Bro, I don't smoke the weed. Stay off the damn weed! Not saying that if you do it that you,
Why the hell do
you
y'all
should
want
stop,
to see his
because
room
that's
to be
your
broke?
all.
Because he promised he'd give us a room tour at 2K, and now he's at 5K.
Yeah, we kind of blew up over the span of
A week and a half.
a week and a half, and then we blew up over another span of a week and a half, and yeah, here we are
Morgan,
with over
Morgan,
5,000 subscribers, and
Doll Grant Super Chat
Are you-
$4.99.
I'm
Is
going to
the three
post what
systems in
Brace-
the
what
Atlantic
Brace said
helping
and
to
delete
fuel
it,
these
but you can't say it in the
storms?
he
Doll
can't say
Grant
it.
with the $5 super chat, trying to bring in some realism here in this live stream. Is the three systems in the Atlantic helping fuel these storms? Well,
Right.
in regards to these three systems that you are talking about, I don't believe that there are three systems that are mainly fueling this, at least in the Atlantic. But there is a massive low pressure system that's kind of creating a lot of severe weather, or more or less just severe activity, low pressure over the Atlantic. But there's also this pretty large high pressure over Greenland, which we call that some Greenland blocking. My ears just died, so did yours. And then this basically this basically allows your severe weather to basically amplify for the most part. So this is something.
Severe weather is amplifying my ears right now. Sorry, amputating, not amplifying. I mean,
Amputating?
jeez.
Congratulations, Morgan. But in regards to the tropical systems that are over into the Indian Ocean and the Pacific Ocean, a massive cyclone that's moving through eastern parts, or no, not eastern, western parts of what's his face? The land down under, Australia. Why could I not remember Australia? The name of Australia for the life of me. I actually have no clue. I think it's just gotten to that time of day to where I'm just basically breaking down, and you all are just here to witness it with me. But for the most part, these cyclones are really really intense, and they'll start to be pushed on through towards the western parts of Australia. And then there's also the event here. By the way, all the people who are saying it's a bust, it wasn't supposed to be a tornado risk, number one, and number two, the tornado risk isn't happening yet.
Stop. Speaking of tornado risk, the new mesoscale discussion says monitoring for the development of supercells south of the outflow boundary.
In Mississippi?
That's in the areas of the newest watch.
Mississippi?
It's like between it's in between like Fort Polk, Louisiana, New Orleans, Jackson, Hattiesburg, and areas just south and west of Tuscaloosa.
Oh no.
The time has come. It's in the 10 sig area.
Oh no, that's it. At this moment, he knew he messed up.
Dude, the funny thing about it is that original sound bit,
He knew. He oofed up.
the original sound bit of that actually includes the name Nathan. It's kind of funny how that's actually my my real name. So if I
guys,
hypothetically wanted to
go to the New Orleans radar. Go to the New Orleans radar.
What's a New Orleans?
KLIX.
Licks.
Did you say Fort Polk?
No.
I mean, in that with that place.
Epic gaming.
Yeah, that one's over
moment.
there.
Sam Krauser Super Chat $3.99.
If you go to the New Orleans radar, you can
Prefrontals going
actually
up in
see all
Louisiana.
of these
Sam
supercells.
Krauser with the $4 super chat. Thank you, my friend.
My
Says
VR
prefrontals
too
going
flat.
up in Louisiana. Actually, yeah, I am starting to see that. It is looking pretty interesting. Dude, these things are already starting to hook. They're taking full bonkers right. I'm not gonna lie. This thing is some bonkers, chat. Would be bunkers right, but now it's going bonkers right. So these cells are really just
It's going bankers bonkers downwards because it's going south.
bonkers right. Dude, I know, right? Weenies, or not really weenies, because, you know, Ryan Hall, y'all stuff is weenies, so we can't say weenies anymore. Idiots will just say that stuff will bust before the event actually happens, and then when the stuff happens afterwards, they're just basically like, oh well, I mean it happened, and just completely forget that they said it wasn't gonna happen.
Own up to your words. If you're wrong, you learn.
Mesonet shows 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts from Idabel, Oklahoma. That's the line.
Is that unwarned?
Hey Morgan,
don't
you gotta
know.
go live again in 10 minutes.
No, it is warned.
I'm gonna go oof myself now.
So they're probably going to update that warning relatively soon. Is there... Don't tell me I have a usefulness for all of these radars. I swear. Where's what's his face? Shreveport, Dallas, Fort. I have 2 Dallas ones.
Good job. Good job.
Yeah, Nathan.
What spot do I not have? Let's see.
Mount Holly, New Jersey.
It's time to stop.
Enough is enough. Bernie Sanders.
Jeez. This is your area? Well, luckily we are covering it. We may not be all too super professional about it at the moment. Typically we are, but because there's a bunch of severe thunderstorm warnings, then we aren't really doing a whole lot about it. But you know, we typically do. We typically are somewhat professional, and if you want to take a look back at some of our live streams to see it, then yeah, sure. But
here's a good example of a live stream in which we were professional. March 17th, at least on this channel, and then if you want to look for me in which I was professional, March 25th.
Oh yeah.
There is proof out there that we can be serious. Do we like to be serious? No, because if we're being serious, it means that there's usually a dire situation ongoing. Can we be serious if we have to be? Absolutely.
100%.
Mm-hmm.
Got all my radars jumbled up. Yo, that storm looks like it can produce some damaging winds. So, Rusk, Nacogdoches, Shelby, and San Augustine counties in Texas, you guys have actually been said multiple times over the past, 3 or 4 days, and you guys got another severe thunderstorm warning now. So severe thunderstorm warning for your areas. That'll be in effect until 11:45 p.m. Central Daylight Time.
I'm gonna be right back. I'm gonna refill my water and then I'm gonna restart because life.
If you guys are new to the stream, you do want to help support us out, even though we're not being all too serious right now because we're just trying to survive with the amount of nothingness that is happening at the moment. And please be sure to like the video and subscribe. We, as I said, we typically are relatively professional. Typically. So if you guys want to stick around for whenever we actually are super professional, then yeah. It's annoying to listen to you guys talk about how professional we are. That's true. It's kind of hypocritical. So let's put it this way. We're trying to talk about the weather while trying to not be super serious.
We're just relaxing right now because we were very stressed out earlier throughout the rest of the day.
But yeah, please leave a like and subscribe, as well as yeah, share this with friends and family and on social media. Did they update how many reports there were of
I don't know.
today? Let's see. 276 total reports unfiltered. So let's take a look at the filtered reports. 191 filtered reports. My goodness.
Sam Krauser Super Chat $4.99. Nate, that shower near Hammond looks to be starting to get its act together.
Shower near Hammond? What in the world? Where? Where? I need to see. Sam Krauser with a $5 super chat. Thank you, my friend, for contributing to the stream. Where in the world is Arkansas? Ah. Trying to find it. I think it's in Mississippi. I'm just double checking here. Hammond. Yeah, I think it's in Mississippi. Jackson. You know what? Screw it. We're gonna look it up. Hammond, Louisiana. The heck are you? You're right there. Hold up. This is Lake. No, we don't want Lake Charles. We want New Orleans. Very good. That cell. It's not exactly getting its act together entirely. It's got to actually create some cumulonimbus clouds and stuff like that. How is a closet safe when there is possibility of us being caved in? Because if you think of it this way, tornadoes can do damage to the sides of houses as well. So if you have, say, a strong roof above you, but not like some strong walls, your walls can be blown out, especially with some gusty winds and flying debris. And so, especially if you're in a sturdy structure, that debris can go through even walls and windows and stuff like that. So if you put more walls in between yourself and the outdoors, then you're more likely able to dodge flying debris that'll be moving into your house. But that's just kind of the reason why we say put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation.
Yeah, I was gonna say, and especially away from windows.
Yep. Furthest innermost part of your building.
Yeah, the closest to the center of your house where there's no windows, the more often, the better you are.
Yep.
Preferably a basement. Preferably a basement. So quiet, man.
Line going to be bad or the one coming after it? So two things. First thing is the potential for tornadoes with this line, this general area right in here. And that'll start from now all the way up until about, say, 3 to 4 o'clock in the morning, something like that. And to which then the second squall line will catch up with the other one and will basically create a giant wind risk across the board, a giant squall line, if you will. And so that could most likely be your strong damaging wind risk. So there's your two risks right there: your tornado risk, which will happen earlier, and then your wind risk, which will happen afterwards. So that's what we're focusing on here today. Tonight. Technically tonight.
The next day.
Technically is the next day.
Hey, Nate, can I just say something really quickly?
Mm-hmm.
Tad unrelated. But Shohei Ohtani is 18 points.
Oh yeah, I forgot. Let's go. What's good with my fantasy team?
Uh,
Hold up, I can look.
you're beating Dom by 100 points.
Well, yeah, I know that. I've been curb stomping him for a while. Bro, my team took a good crap today.
So who's
I
who's
have
in the-
actually caught up with Butters.
who's in the lead in y'all's league?
This dude from
first
Storm's
week.
Edge. Oh no, wait, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Tyler has the most points.
Yeah, it does.
And his pitcher is starting. Oh, Bueller got him 25.
Nice. Severe warning for Boone and Newton expires. It's Arkansas.
You get the win. Makes sense. Oh no, wait, no, I'm sorry. He doesn't have Bueller. He has Willie Adams. And he got him
Willie
20.
Adames.
Adames, whatever. I'm sorry, what? Morgan.
Yeah.
Tyler had Joe Musgrove on his bench. You know what he did tonight, right?
Yeah, he no-hit him.
That's hilarious.
Oh. He got 69 points tonight. Oh.
Wait,
By
did he
the
have him on
way,
his bench?
69. Actually, I don't think so, because Tyler now has 676 points. I don't think he did. Hold up.
That's understandable if that's the case.
Apparently, the Wild lost 9-1 to the St. Louis Blues, so I'm just gonna jump. Please. Thank you.
Understandable.
Nice knowing y'all.
No, I'm sorry. He did play him. He also played Andrew Heaney. Or Heaney, I should say. I totally thought there was an R there.
Hey, by the way, it is that time. Duh. Yankees lose. Bit late, but you know.
That's nice.
The Yankees suck at baseball.
All I care about is my O's. Truth facts.
Hey, I think I'm gonna take a break for a while. Okay,
That's fine.
10-4.
I'll be back in a while.
Sounds good.
You upgraded your marginal risk for Northeast Indiana to a slight risk. Just want to let you know for tomorrow because Dew Points Cape and other details. I mean, that's fine, but the only issue is your wind shear is lacking tremendously. So, Dew's got to be over 60 in order for them to do anything. True facts.
Why did Ronald Acuna Jr. have 25 points?
Dude, Ryan McMahon on the Storm's Edge, dude, has been popping off for him. He got like what, 2 home runs, like in two separate games, and I was like, what? I was actually
Where's McMahon?
like, how
Why
is this
he
possible?
averaging 12 points a game?
Dude, look at April 8th.
Oh, because he got 46 on the...
I told you. My guy actually just curb stomped everyone. To all the people who are now coming through and the notifications for the subscriptions, I really do appreciate you all. I really do. Now, even though we're on the latter end of the stream right now, kind of being pretty low-fi for the most part. I really appreciate you guys. So, we've gained almost 150 subscribers from this live stream. In my opinion, that's pretty successful. Because, from a business standpoint, it's pretty good. Get to more subscribers.
For a wind event, that's pretty good.
Oh yeah, I know, right? Especially since we covered practically most, if not everything. Dude, I don't think I'm ever going to forget the amount of duress I was under for just all the severe thunderstorm warnings.
Yeah.
It was just-
the Wild lost 9-1. Oh my god.
I missed a $5 super chat. Did I really? No. I said something about what's her fate? What just happened? Hold up. Yeah, no. I talked about the stuff near Hammond.
Yo, Capo Kakinen had a 763 tonight and gave up 9 goals on 38 shots.
9 goals. Why did they leave him in?
Because Dean Evanson is a... I can't say that on stream.
He's an idiot.
Oh, Jesus. Pissing me off. Why does Max Pacioretty suck?
Look at these thunderstorms for the most part. This is some bonkers crap here, chat. Has it gotten to you? Just started here with lightning about 10 minutes ago. Nope, I don't live anywhere near these areas. I'm just here to mainly talk about this stuff and try and help people with what all is happening and tell them what's going on.
We didn't have tornadoes here until we started putting into traffic circles. Because on the counter, you want to know why? When people go round and round in circles, it causes disturbance in the atmosphere and causes tornadoes.
Melissa Wallace with the sponsorship. Thank you so much. I really do appreciate it, honestly. Yeah, thank you. I really got to start doing stuff with my sponsorships. You know what? At the end of each video, I am going to shout out all of my sponsors, like everyone should typically do. All right?
Yeah, Nathan, being a good YouTuber.
What? What are you implying?
Nothing.
Are you sure about that? Hey, because we actually have over 10 sponsors now, we actually have 11 sponsors. We can now add another emoji if we really want to. So, you know what I might actually want to do is I might actually want to leave that for my members to decide. I might create like I might have something for them to be able to give me ideas, and if they come to a pretty good consensus, then yeah, I will most certainly add that in as a new emote. So we'll see. But yep. So she's became a weather enthusiast for the part of the weather enthusiasts, I should say. For the first month, she gets the marginal badge. Second month, it's a slight risk badge. Third month, it is the enhanced. Sixth month, it is the moderate, and a full year is the high risk badge. So, yeah. Am I still trying to get a Minute Maid sponsorship? You dang right I am. If we can get a Minute Maid sponsorship, then honestly, we'll be doing pretty well for ourselves. I'm not gonna lie.
Hold up.
As a matter of fact, let's shout
Hang
out
on
all of
a
our
minute.
sponsors here right now.
Wait.
Hockey Mama, Theresa Jones, Tanner, who's in the chat. Say hi to Tanner. The Real Necro TM, Focus, Back at the Ranch, Marie Hall, Cryptomaria, Nightmare, Ressa, and Melissa. Thank you so much, you all, for being amazing sponsors and helping me out with these live streams for the most part. So you guys are awesome. I really do appreciate you all, and I'm glad that you guys have the confidence in me to keep doing what I do here. So I appreciate it. Is that rotation just to the northeast of Meadville, Mississippi? It better not be.
I thought you were about to say Meadville, Pennsylvania. I was gonna be like,
What in the world are you?
hey, Nathan, we have a general thunderstorm risk on Sunday. You know how important those are to us.
Tell you something good about Amite, Louisiana? Well, let's see if I can provide some useful information for you. Oh, so you're over here. Okay. The good news. Wait.
Break,
Oh yeah.
break,
Tornado warning. Okay.
Oh,
well.
jeez. Severe thunderstorms capable of producing both tornadoes and extensive straight line wind damage were located in your foreman moving east of 55. So this is a tornado warning for southern Little River County and southwestern Arkansas. That'll be in effect until midnight Central Daylight Time. So Ashdown, Wilton, Richmond impacted around 11:35 Central Time. I actually got to pull this up here myself. Ogden around 11:45, as well as Wallace, Millwood, Pine Prairie, Arden, and Red Bluff. So if you guys are in these areas, please don't consider. Please take your precautions, period. Get underground or get into the lowest airmost part of your building, ideally a bathroom or a closet, an interior room without any windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the potential tornado as possible. And this is kind of in a radar hole, but you can definitely see some evident rotation present in this area.
Oh yeah.
So again, Foreman, Arden, Wilton, Ashdown, Richmond. It's going to be paralleling with State Route 32 and intersecting United States Route 71 between about Wilton and Ashdown. That will be, if I storm track this here, that will be in about 30 minutes. So that would be out there, and then it'll continue to go over what looks to be trees. But if you guys are in those areas, please take your precautions and get into your safe space or storm shelter.
One thing that I noticed real quickly is that just by looking off of Shreveport's radar, this is basically along a massive QLCS or a bow echo, if you will. You can see how it juts out in front for all the way from Winnsboro all the way over into the tornado warning. And so sometimes within some of these lines, you can get one of two things. You can either get rotations on the northern edge of the line on the rear end of the storm, or you can get some supercells that can develop within the line that actually can produce some tornadic rotation in itself. So what has happened here is the supercell has actually developed within the main line of thunderstorms and is creating a very strong signature here for the most part. You can't exactly see specifically as to how strong or a specific spot a tornado would be, but this is definitely one of those things where we have to continue to keep in mind the risks with this storm. As Morgan has mentioned, this tornado warning will be heading through past Ashdown, past United States Route 71. So if you live over there, live near Richmond, live near Ogden, you guys need to go ahead, take your proper precautions, and get into your safe space. As he said, get underground or get in the lowest, innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. And then yeah, go ahead, actually.
There are halves of tires submerged underwater, looking at live storm chasing.
In some of those flash flood warnings?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Particularly up by Tupelo.
What do you mean I missed? Dude, I'm positive I got everything. I'm positive.
I doubt he missed a $5 thing. Really doubt it.
I'm positive.
You get a notification and stuff like that. We know how this works.
You have 5 dogs in the house, largest one being Great Pyrenees. She's about 160. Don't come in much, but the weather's going to be bad. They let you know, 100%. And I said at the beginning of my live stream, about 8.5 hours ago, I said this is the type of evening to where you should most likely bring your pets indoors. Because not only could you guys see some large hail and upwards of 2 inches, but you guys could even see some really strong gusty winds. Actually, if we take a look at the severe thunderstorm warning, excluding the tornado warning within it, it actually is warned for 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts and half dollar-sized hail, which is just shy of hurricane force winds. So this is definitely one of those things that we're going to have to continue to monitor as this moves on through into the evening. A very particularly dangerous situation, in my honest opinion. That'll be continuing all the way into tomorrow morning. We can see more stuff similar to this along the line.
When was the last time today that we had less than 10 severes? We have 4 right now.
Are you talking about like on stream?
Not just like all day today. Like, it's been ridiculous today.
Oh,
Now
yeah,
we have
yeah,
4
yeah.
severes. Like, we've really hit the like, hey, we're done for now.
For right now. So someone asked about, or actually, I'm sorry. Melissa asked about Amite, Louisiana. So we're gonna take a quick venture off to Model Land, where we actually take a look at and see where these thunderstorms most likely will be heading off to. So we'll head off to the southeastern United States. And we'll do some forecasts for you all. So for the most part, a lot of scattered storms here into places like Mississippi. A massive flood risk is ongoing here. And then some of these thunderstorms are starting to form off to the north of New Orleans. This is what the Storm Prediction Center has warned us about, with the potential for some tornadoes, whether it was along the southern edge of the line here or along these discrete cells. The one thing that I am more inclined to believe is that these tornadoes will more or less actually come from these the southern edge of the line here, this first line. So that's something that we'll for sure watch as time goes along tonight. But one thing I do know for certain is that a large line of thunderstorms will then begin to develop and push on through into the general vicinities near Amite, near Hattiesburg, near Baton Rouge, those areas, as well as near Birmingham and Tuscaloosa at around, say, 4 o'clock in the morning, Central Daylight Time. And so this will continue to move on through. And this is most likely going to be a very strong gusty wind threat, and maybe even a chance to see some embedded tornadoes along the line.
Which is why tonight is such an issue. And just with that tornado warning that we had moments ago, the wording of it says it all. Severe thunderstorms capable of producing both tornadoes and extensive straight line wind damage. That's what we're anticipating all evening, ladies and gents.
Oh, yeah.
That's really what we're supposed to expect. Can people stop texting me? Go to bed.
Keyword, what we're supposed to.
Yeah.
But for the most part, this is some pretty widespread areas that could potentially be impacted by these severe storms. Are you talking about the one for Hammond? There was some cells that were coming from Hammond moving up to the north. Those will most likely merge with the thunderstorms that are over currently producing the flood risk in Mississippi. And right along those areas is when I can anticipate, or where I can anticipate some tornadic cells. But for the most part, it'll be basically be within the Mississippi, southern parts of Mississippi, maybe northern parts of Louisiana, but I'm anticipating southern Mississippi more or less. All right, so Tangipahoa Parish, which is basically Hammond and Amite. You guys could definitely see some stuff pushing on through early this morning, relatively early this morning, in my honest opinion. In between the 4 o'clock into the 5 o'clock hours, I'd actually say early 4 o'clock. And this is definitely something that you guys are going to want to monitor for some very strong straight line winds that could easily topple trees and down power lines. One thing that I am noticing, Morgan, is that there might be 2 areas of rotation along the line here.
Talking about in that school.
Yeah, the one there's one south of the actual tornado warning.
Oh boy. One south of the warning. It's kind of in the warning. They're both kind of in the warning.
The one near Red
Uh,
Bank.
Eh?
Look at Red Bank.
Oh, I'm looking at Little Rock's radar. Wait.
You look at Shreveport, you donut.
Oh. See, if you're looking from Little Rock's radar, there's 2 rotations in the tour itself.
Yeah, there is.
One of which is in sorry, not Little Rock, Fort Smith. One of which is down by Richmond, the other one's up by Wilton. But yeah.
Here's your tornado warning in general, chat. Your forward flank downdraft would be your inflow coming into the storm, your outflow, or your rear flank downdraft wrapping around near Richmond. So as we mentioned, along Richmond near Ashdown and Ogden, if you guys live near United States Route 71 as well as State Route 32 in Arkansas, you guys, as we mentioned, need to go ahead, take your proper precautions, get underground and get in the lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. Easily could be some very strong storms from this line here, and I would not be surprised, even if you weren't in the tornado warning in itself, there is a severe thunderstorm warning across the board here that is warned for 70-mile-per-hour winds, as well as some $half sized hail, so some stuff could even be damaging there. Another area that I want to talk about here is Texarkana, and Texarkana is looking really interesting, especially since it is right in the crosshairs of some very strong winds. You can see how these winds jut out like this, and right at the top of this sort of bow, where we call it a bow echo, is where we can see the strongest amount of winds. So right near Texarkana is where we can most certainly see the strongest amount of winds from the storms. So definitely something that we're going to want to continue to monitor as this moves on through. Reports lightning, mobile home struck and destroyed by the resulting fire.
Jesus.
Did you see that too?
No, I didn't. Wait a minute.
Yeah, no, in Yazoo City,
office?
Mississippi, this is Jackson. Lightning struck a mobile home and destroyed it by fire.
I hope there was no one in that mobile home.
I agree, because, you know, that's not even the main risk. That lightning strike is not even the main risk. So the fact that that stuff is still moving on through.
Soft-spoken when it comes to severe risks, because usually it's either the winds or the hail or the tornadoes. There's a lot of soft-spoken threats, like flooding and stuff like that. The results, like we've seen some serious flooding events over the past recent times, like Nashville and stuff like that. That was about a week ago. Now we're getting some flooding. We in fact do have a flash flood warning for the area of Jackson, Mississippi right now. So there's a lot of soft-spoken threats. Speaking of Jackson, why is there a TVS marker southwest of the radar site?
Prefrontal convection.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, no, it's Texarkana. You need to be indoors now. I mean, this thing is trucking on through. Tornado warning continues, so this tornado warning isn't going to go anywhere. As I said, if you live near Ashdown, if you live near Ogden, you need to get into your safe space now.
Nate, my GR2 just de-aliased to the point of 145 on 25.
Oh no, I saw that. It even went to 145 if you keep going south on it. It's that pink right next to the circle of satellite analysis.
Yeah,
so
that's kind of a thing.
If you guys are new to the stream and you do like the content that we are providing, please be sure to leave a like. We actually get onto YouTube's algorithm more effectively that way. So that actually, in essence, helps spread the word out, as well as share this video or this live stream with friends and family, and also on social media. And subscribe if you're new. We upload, or at least I upload, videos every single morning. And then we do live streams on this event, or these types of events, whenever they come. So if you guys want to stick around, please feel free to do so. But greatly appreciated if you could. But yeah, as I said, tornado warning still here. It'll be passing through the Ogden area. If you live near Ogden, if you now live near Fulton, McNabb, anywhere along Interstate 30, as well as near United States Route 67, you guys should go ahead and take your proper precautions and get into your safe space now. Morgan, I wanted to mention real quickly about that tornado warning, and I want you to take a look at the new velocity scan that has came in.
Oh boy.
So I don't think it's on the
What's
ground
interesting is
right
that-
now, but
What's interesting is there is no associating spectrum with. There might be a wall cloud, and the fact that the main velocities are coming in at a point where there is, I wouldn't say a hole in reflectivity, but it's near one of them. It might actually be associated with the outside edge of the storm, in a sense. I'm not seeing a whole lot on the inside corner of the storm up by Ogden, but still a lot of gusty winds, and especially, Nate, you mentioned it, Texarkana areas south. You need to be in your shelters. This could go 80-mile-an-hour wind warned very soon.
oh yeah.
Especially for areas like Boston Hook, Sims, Moss.
There's the new tornado warning.
No, yeah. There
New
you go.
tornado warning for Little River, Hempstead, Miller, and Nevada counties in Arkansas. That'll be in effect until 12:30 a.m. Central Daylight Time. That'll include the chance for a tornado and some ping pong ball sized hail. A further extension of this tornado warning. So as I said, if you live near Fulton, if you live near Interstate, that'll be Interstate 30 as well as United States Route 67. You guys need to go ahead and take your proper precautions. Get underground or get in the lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. It'll be near the Fulton area in about 5 to 10 minutes, as well as the McNabb area within that same time frame. Shepherd in about 10 to 15 minutes, and Spring Hill at about 15 to 20. So if you guys are over there, you don't have a lot of time to get into a sturdy building, especially if you're in a mobile home. So please have a plan of action. And if you're further out than this, like near Hope in Arkansas, if you're further out near towards State Route 29, north of Patmos, or even towards the Bodecall areas, and further along into the United States Route 278 south and east, or even east of Hope, you guys need to start figuring out where you need to go for your safe spaces. Get into a sturdy building, because not only is there the chance for tornadoes, but also some widespread conditions of some severe hail that could be an upwards of 1.5 inches, and some severe winds and upwards of maybe 75 miles per hour, which could be hurricane force winds. So definitely something to really consider as these storms start to march on through. I do want to mention, as I said before, Texarkana, you should be in your safe space now. A large band of severe winds are really starting to hammer on through. So this is some very, very strong gusty winds for the most part. That'll be pushing off into the Texarkana region. So please, if you are within these areas, you need to go ahead, take your proper precautions, and get into your safe space.
All right, sorry about that.
That's fine.
Headphones were about to die, so I had to figure that out. I wouldn't be surprised if this actually starts to go within a couple minutes.
Look at the new rotation that's developing near Ogden.
I know. And if this is what we're going to be expecting tonight, then jeez.
Can I go ahead and make my coffee then? Oh my goodness gracious.
Bray, do you want to talk about what's going on in northern Mississippi?
He said no. Yeah. No, this is definitely some very strong gusty winds that are moving here across the board. So yeah, 70-mile-per-hour winds, new severe thunderstorm warning. So bear with me here. There are a plethora amount of counties and even a parish in here. So we're just going to go through this as quickly as possible. If you are in Gregg, Camp, Titus, Morris, Upshur, Franklin, Harrison, Cass, and Marion counties in Texas, as well as Miller County in Arkansas and Caddo Parish in Louisiana. You guys are under a severe thunderstorm warning until 12:45 a.m. Central Daylight Time. This will include the threat for 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts and penny-sized hail. So you guys really need to stay indoors because 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts, penny-sized hail may not sound like a much, and 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts may not sound like a whole lot. But this can actually topple trees and power lines, cause outages, and even do damage to mobile homes. So you guys really need to monitor the system as it pushes on through. This is a very strong storm that is really starting to push off now. Texarkana is now starting to experience these gusty winds. I'm actually really curious if Weather Underground will actually be able to pick this up. So, Weather Underground Wonder Map. I'm really curious to see. I highly doubt it'll happen, but we might as well try. No dice.
Yeah, the thing up by Ogden,
No dice.
the main rotation might take over. That might take over as the main sooner or later.
Oh yeah. And
Even though this is stupid. Did we just get a new severe? Just got a large severe in Texas.
oh yeah, I mentioned that already, and it was just a handful to broadcast.
And it just popped up on my screen. Bruh, what is going on with my radar?
Poverty
I'm just gonna
Radar.
restart everything, which is great because I have 5 sites open.
Search KTBS and click Watch Live. I
Why?
can't show it on my live stream, but
Copyright.
but because I will get in trouble and my channel could potentially get taken down and all sorts of stuff. But
Good, I can take over.
oh.
Okay.
Oh.
All right. 62 on 55.
Look at reflectivity.
Nice.
Look at reflectivity.
Oh.
That's a hook. That's a hook and a half
you
right
need
there.
to be in your safe space now.
Hope, McNabb, Shepherd as well, Spring Hill, anyone along Interstate 30, as I mentioned, you need to get in your safe space now. 100%. This is a very dangerous situation. And another thing to mention here too is if I take a look at the maximum expected hail size indicator, some hail could be in upwards of 1.5 inches in some spots. Which means that on top of the very strong gusty winds that could be up to 70 miles per hour, maybe even up to hurricane force, on top of the large hail, you could potentially get a tornado with this as well. So this is a very, very dangerous situation that is unfolding here, especially near the town of Hope in Arkansas. So if you know anyone who lives in these areas, you need to tell them to take the proper precautions, get underground or get in the lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. This is
We'll talk about the fact that this is a QLCS and the echo tops are 46,000 feet.
This is
like
a supercell within the QLCS. How fast is the storm moving? This is moving east at 85 miles per hour and it's a supercell? Are you serious? That's an arm and a leg right there. That is some very strong storms that are surging through. Very strong storms. The surface to 1 kilometer helicity, Morgan, is 174. So, it actually isn't all too bad. But, geez. The flash rate for lightning and crap like that is 44 flashes per minute within the storm. Which this is 100% a strong thunderstorm that is really starting to
Special weather statement.
push across. 70-mile-per-hour wind gust still stands. Yeah, this thing still has some really good rotation, as I mentioned.
Yeah, and the south one is getting a little better.
It's
kind of
getting interesting for the most part. You know what else is getting pretty interesting?
Is it me, or is there a gust front out in front of the stuff in Texas? Like the line south, like the southern end of the line. Is there a gust front in front of it, or is that me?
No, I see it too. That's the outflow boundary.
Yeah.
So, yeah, this is some very strong storms that are moving through Texarkana right now. I'd highly recommend that you guys stay indoors right now. If you're near Ogden, if you're near Ashdown, Richmond, you guys are not in the clear. Stay in your safe space. If you're in Fulton, McNabb, Shepherd, you should be in your safe space. If you live in Spring Hill, Hope, Perrytown, Laneburg, Emmett, you should be in your safe space as well.
You want to know what Ender just brought to my attention? The warning of this warning is at 11:40. A severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located near Ogden, or 8 miles east of Ashdown, moving east at 85 miles an hour.
That's what I was saying. A supercell that's along the squall line that's moving 85 miles per hour.
It's now moving at 60. It just got updated at 11:50. Severe
I was just about to
capable
say
of producing a tornado was located over Fulton, 14 miles west of Hope, moving east at 60 miles an hour. So this will be in Hope in about 15 minutes, just per the warning text. Tornado and ping pong ball sized helper radar indication. Hope, Perrytown, Emmett, Bodcaw, Rosstown, Willisville, White Oak Lake State Park, as well as Mount Moriah, Young, McNabb, Sutton, Cale, Morris, Oak Haven, Waterloo, Laneburg, and Reeder. They mentioned how this is rain wrapped and that you can't really see and confirm tornadoes that easily at night, so just be in your safe space now.
Oh yeah, and that's the thing too, because a lot of people may want to go outside and try an adventure to see if they can find these storms. That's not a good idea, especially in the middle of the night, because we all know once it turns night, you have no light, and so this is basically one of those situations to where you have no light, you have no visibility because of the rain already, and that you could easily be slapped by not only some gusty winds, some large hail over an inch, and maybe even a tornado. So just don't do it. Stay in your safe space, please. And if any of you guys are new to the channel, please be sure to share this on social media with friends and family, and also like the video to put us on YouTube's algorithm so that we can get this information out more effectively to people's recommended feeds, just like the ones, just like where you guys found us originally. So please do us a favor and help us get this word out. We're going to try and tweet as much as possible. We're going to try and give out as much information as possible. So please just try and help us out with this as this storm continues to accelerate at speeds of 60 miles per hour towards the town of Hope, Shepherd, and Spring Hill in Arkansas. And this isn't.
You see,
this is just the beginning of the risk, I should say. Go ahead.
Break. 85 on 45. I don't know if that's a glitch. It might be, but there's two separate rotations now. One by Fulton, one by McNabb. Both of which look strange, and I don't really want to go out on a limb and say that there might be some sort of CC noise, but there's something there, and the echo tops are getting taller.
I would have to say, as of right now, I'd say the only major appendage is the one near McNabb, and that one is really moving on through. Someone in my chat just mentioned that these storms at one point were going faster than the speed limit, and that they could most likely get a ticket from the State Patrol. I'm going to be honest with you, the State Patrol most likely will not want to chase these storms. This is pure highway robbery from these severe storms that are moving into Arkansas. So this is definitely a situation that no one wants to be a part of, as this is some very, very intense storms moving on through to Arkansas. If you guys also enjoy the content that we provide, please be sure to subscribe and turn on notifications because we do stuff like this mostly every single live stream. And we do upload videos, or I upload videos. I'm not sure about Morgan, but
Shut up. I do sometimes.
sometimes. So the point being is we update people, and you would like our content.
That hurt. I don't know why that hurt, but my elbow's really killing me now.
Yeah, this is a very strong storm here. Is El Dorado in the pathway of this? El Dorado is actually a bit further to the south of this tornado warning, but in regards to this massive squall line, yeah, you guys are 100% in the risk.
And bear in mind, if this happens to pull either a Damascus or a Fultondale and just slightly tilt a little bit, it will likely go. And that can happen at any time, especially with stuff like this. We're expecting indentations throughout the line. So, again, even more of a reason. Hope, Perrytown, Emmett, Laneburg, Rosstown, Kale, Bodcaw, Willisville, Waterloo, Bluff City. There's multiple rotations throughout this line. You need to be in your proper safe spaces now. You really don't want to take any risks with this, although it seems the rotations just kind of died.
The one thing I do want to say here, whether the rotation has died or not, is that we do have reports of thunderstorm wind damage near DeKalb in Texas. We have power lines that have been blown down on Highway 44, as well as a tree that has been blown over onto a home. Injuries are unknown at this time, but power is most likely out into places near DeKalb.
Sucks.
So this is very dangerous situation unfolding, and this is the reason why I said in my video this morning, I said that the worst event will not be the stuff that happens during the day. It'll be the stuff that'll happen throughout the night, and that this is some very dangerous situations that are unfolding, and we will continue this all the way throughout the evening into the morning hours for you all, so that we may try and keep everyone safe here across the board, or at least as much as possible. New severe thunderstorm warning. This is basically filling in the gap of the two other severe thunderstorm warnings south of the tornado warning. So severe thunderstorm warning here for Hempstead, Miller, Lafayette, Nevada, and Columbia counties in Arkansas. That'll be in effect until 1 a.m. Central Daylight Time. 60 mile per hour wind gusts and penny-sized hail with that one. But still, this is definitely something that you're not going to want to be outdoors for. This is a very, very strong, severe system, a strong QLCS that might even turn into a derecho. And this is just one of those things where I do not want to see stuff like this happening with this event. This is definitely worst case scenario for me. Do I even sleep? Yeah, I typically am asleep by now, actually. But now
because he has to make his morning videos that sometimes don't happen in the morning.
Yeah, I tend to sleep in.
He also tends to half curse in said videos. So
I've only did that once. So
you've made a lot of comment worthy moments throughout the videos, I must say.
I mean,
hockey a boy N8.
I mean, why? What's the point of a video without making commentable things on your
commentable?
Commentable.
Nate, you're stupid.
But yeah, as I said, very strong gusty winds. It seems as if the rotation, as Morgan said, Morgan, don't go to tilt 0.5 on Shreveport. Don't do it.
Did rage folding just take over something that is
This totally wins up to 150 miles per hour. This is exactly.
Nate. It says the minimum on product details. It says the minimum is -226.
Dude, take store motion. Take store motion.
Oh no. Oh no.
We got a massive Rachel on our hands. Oh jeez.
Oh my god. It's blue.
Oh my goodness gracious, the radar has folded and that it's starting to fail to the point where
Rotation's back-ish. Spring Hill.
that's
It's still linear,
yeah, Spring Hill is still there, North of Garland is still there, but Spring Hill, yep. So Bodcaw, Hope, anywhere along north or south United States 278. You guys need to go ahead, take your proper precautions, and get into your safe space. As I said, get underground and get in the lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation. This storm is no longer moving 60 miles per hour, and it's now moving at 80 miles per hour again. So just to let you all know, this thing is moving faster than most of the speed limits there on that interstate. Just
Well,
want to
here's the
let you
thing,
know.
It may be moving faster than the speed limits, but is it moving faster than the people? Because do the people obey the speed limits?
At this point, they probably shouldn't, because this thing is just going mental. Although it is dark outside, so I highly recommend figuring out the best course of action in regards to what all is here. Just core punch into the QLCS derecho, of course.
Exactly. Read Timmer.
With that much convergence, it might cause a dent in your car just based off of the winds.
What's a wind?
Something that doesn't exist, actually, now that I think about it.
Oh, fucking hell.
But yeah, that's definitely something to watch out for here. Updates a tornado warning, yep, so we saw that. What about some other stuff that's happening? More flash flood warnings across areas in Mississippi.
Flood warnings.
So this is our storm right here for the most part. Hey Morgan, I just want to let you know.
Oh no.
It's 1 a.m.
It's Wednesday, my dudes.
Yeah, can you imagine being one of the people over here that just got the storm just passed through them, and they called they called 911 and said, "Hey, I'd like to report someone going over the speed limit on the interstate." All right, well, who is it? Can I have the plate? No, it's not some. It's actually not someone. It's something. The storm is moving faster than I can drive, and it's just.
I just love me some 158 on top of 36, 5,500 feet up in the sky. I just love that.
Yeah, see, the velocities have gotten so intense that the radar has just decided to fold.
168 on 49. Spring Hill is kinda dead.
Where in Arkansas is this happening right now? This is happening currently in southwestern parts of Arkansas. I said Arkansas. I'm going to. If I could play Piano Man, I would, but I'm gonna get copyright claimed. So I'm just going to reboot Windows.exe.
Chat, I get credit for that idea. That is my idea. That was my idea.
So, Dardanelle actually is a bit too far north of this risk, I will admit. So, in my honest opinion, Anna, you guys are more or less in the clear. Then you should be all right for the most part. If you guys are new to the channel, please be sure to leave a like and subscribe, as well as turn on notifications. Share this live stream with friends and family. We got to try and get the word out to people. By liking, it also puts us on YouTube's recommended, which I'm assuming that's where most of you found me, because most of you guys don't even know who I am. But otherwise, this is exactly what we do here. We try to cover severe weather stuff that happens. Today is a 4 out of 5 on the severe weather scale, so definitely something that we are most certainly going to want to cover to the most extent across. I can't.
Wait, look at what Bryce said in the freaking chat.
That is definitely something that people would say, wouldn't it? Yeah, across the board, most of you guys could see some 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts, especially if you're in some of these severe thunderstorm warnings. But oh, that severe thunderstorm warning just got canceled. So nice. Wait a second. Something tells me something ain't right. I knew something ain't right. Look at that storm up in Mississippi. Look at that supercell. Holy crap, that thing is starting to churn too. So there's even some areas that are in Mississippi that are going to be impacted by some of these. Right here, there's a severe thunderstorm warning for Lincoln, Lawrence, and Jefferson Davis counties. That'll be in effect until 12:30 a.m. Central Daylight Time. 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts, quarter-sized hail on that one. So if you live within these areas, you guys could really see some activity start to ramp up. And there is a tornado possible tag on the storm. So this is definitely a system that we are going to want to watch as we continue to move on through into the latter stages of the evening. So 2 areas that could most certainly be rather tornadic. One that has a tornado warning, another that has a tornado possible. So this is one of those things to where more people need to be weather aware. More people need to have a plan of action to where you need to have a structured, a very well structured building to reside within. Because I'm telling you right now, mobile homes will not work against the system, especially this giant derecho, this giant QLCS here that'll be pushing off through from Texas into Arkansas and even into Louisiana. Some of these systems have actually produced some damage, downing power lines and trees, especially on top of homes and houses for the most part. So if you're within a mobile home and you have a tree that goes through your mobile home, we all know mobile homes are not well structured. So you guys need to have a plan of action in order for you guys to remain safe for the evening if you are within a not well constructed building. This is definitely a situation that we really need to continue to monitor as this unfolds in front of us. But still some strong winds. As I want to remind most of you all, these storms are moving at highway speed, no, interstate speed, over the interstate. These things are moving, well, I'll quote the tornado warning here. These storms are moving east at 80 miles per hour. That is very intense there. We now have a funnel cloud report near the town of Hope in Arkansas. The Arkansas State Police reported a funnel cloud just west of Hope city limits. So there is indeed the chance for some tornadic weather within some of these storms. 100% could be somewhat dangerous. Could potentially produce a tornado along these lines. And you can see this across the board here. You know, on top of the gusty wind threat that we could have 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts. On top of the threat that we could have some hail in upwards of inch, maybe even 2 inches in some spots. We could potentially even have tornadoes within the line that could spread across the entire area. And that is the main reason why today is so dangerous, is because of this massive widespread event. Go ahead.
But also bear in mind the funnel cloud report came from when it didn't look like the rotation was there. So bear that in mind. Just because it isn't showing up on our velocities here does not mean it's not there. What we should really use is radar signatures.
100%.
That's probably the most accurate thing.
Boat
Especially for
call.
something like this. It's so linear.
Boat call, Willsville, Roston, Laneburg, as well as Waterloo and Kale. You guys need to go ahead and take your proper precautions. Get underground and get in the lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. So 100% could be very tornadic. You could also have your widespread gusty wind events, as I have mentioned. Most certainly will be a significant wind event across portions of Arkansas, Louisiana, Texas, into Mississippi and Alabama. And then you also have your spotty hail event that will come with this on top of those two. So this is definitely something that we need to continue to monitor. Just by looking at the storm, a lot of you guys are asking as to how we can tell that there is rotation. And as of right now, we can't, because most of the velocities here, these greens, these are the velocities, the winds that are moving towards the radar. And we are looking from the Shreveport radar, which is down here in my general direction of my arrow. Your reds would be the winds moving away from the radar, but we don't have those reds to show you at the moment. But if we back it up in time here, we can actually show you that there was indeed a time to where we can see both the greens, the green moving towards the radar, the reds moving away, and right in the middle is where the rotation would have been. So if we can just... What was the update?
Remains in effect till 12:30 a.m. for Nevada County. At 12:10, a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located in your Bodcaw, 10 miles southeast of Hope, moving east at 75 miles an hour. This is for tornado and ping pong ball sized hail.
Oh, yeah.
There is reports of hail coming in now. Rosstown, Willisville, White Oak Lake State Park, Mount Moriah, Young, Sutton, Kale, Morris, Waterloo, Laneburg, and Reeder impacted. So if you guys in that area, continue to be in your safe space. Also would like to note the fact that we might be having our third derecho complex forming as we speak, south of the Shreveport radar site.
Yeah, that was actually the gusty, the large hail actually that produced up to teacup-sized hail, which is 3 inches in some spots. So now, since that's turning more into a gusty wind event, this is where we really need to start to be concerned and be on our watch. As soon as this tornado warning ends, Morgan, I'm gonna go downstairs and I'm going to make my coffee, and then when I come back, if you want to go do that, make coffee for yourself, and then
I don't think I'll need coffee, honestly.
I woke up relatively early this morning, so I probably need it.
I have someone giving me a look right now, but
Whomst?
that I can't say.
Bruh. So yeah, look at this, chat. For the most part, this is some very strong gusty winds. You can see this classic bow characteristic. That's why we call this a bow echo. And attributed to the tip of the bow echo will be your strongest gusty winds here. So some of these areas that'll be heading over to the Magnolia and the El Dorado areas. I know there's someone who was asking about El Dorado. You guys could actually see the more intense wind gusts from this storm. Maybe even some areas south of that into some of the parishes of Louisiana, north of Shreveport, north of the Interstate 20 area. So maybe even Monroe. Monroe could be potentially seeing some of these very strong gusty winds heading off into their general vicinity. So we really need to monitor that as this moves on through. Did you stub your toe?
I just bruised my knee. Oh.
Unfortunate. I love how there's... You know what? Let's take a 3D of this this cell over here, because these cells over here are really...
Oh my god, my ears.
Oh, tornado watch, what? A tornado
Until 8
watch has
a.m.
been
Here we go,
issued.
Nathan. Until 8 a.m. Let's go. Oh.
Tornado watch.
ugh. It's where that it's where they mentioned that area of potential supercell development.
This is the first
I'm gonna-
tornado watch of the day, and we've had what? How many severe thunderstorm watches? What, 7, 8? Jeez. This is insane. This is insane here. All right, let's take a look at some of these thunderstorms in the 3D. We're looking at the low precipitation. We're gonna start getting into the medium precipitation here, and yeah, most of these storms actually are looking pretty decent. We have a couple inflow notches here on these southern storms near
a few
Macomb.
tornadoes and a couple intense possible. I'm jumping.
This has to be Mississippi. This has to be Mississippi.
No, it's Louisiana. Louisiana, Mississippi.
Makes sense,
I
honestly.
think.
Wait a
I
second,
think.
we're getting
I'm not
dangerously
sure.
close to the new day one.
The new day one will be tomorrow. The new day one will be tomorrow's outlook. It's 1:16 in the morning. The new day one will be the outlook that is put in effect in 7 hours.
Dude, that includes Baton Rouge.
What?
The tornado watch includes Baton Rouge and Alexandria.
Does it include Bassville and Soso?
Yes.
Oh no.
It includes Gulfport as
Okay.
well. Bro!
Bro.
New tornado
so-
watch. Wow.
Not only do we have a tornado watch now, but this train horn outside my house is gonna have me acting up in a few minutes. I swear to God.
This is I mean, look at this chat. This is a massive derecho here. I kind of want to know what the probs are on this thing.
Give me a sec. I'm trying to get it to load, but it won't load. There we go. 50-30 tour, 70-60 wind, 20-20 hail, 90% combined. 50-30? That's kind of stupid.
Why was the new day 2 issued an hour ago?
Because it's a marginal for Florida. It's not like they care.
No. Yes.
Yeah. Yeah. We're in a thunderstorm risk, my friend.
I don't know why it shows up as an enhanced then still.
Yeah, COD's broken. I can't get that to work either. If you open the text, it says it's a marginal.
70-60 for wind. That's very high. They honestly should up that though. Because I have a lot of confidence.
Surprised?
What, for the wind risk?
Yeah, the wind risk.
He's what? Of how low it is?
No, of that it's very high. You said that is very high. Are you
Well,
really
it says
surprised?
well no, it says high for the type of, watch that it is, chat. It's high. But it should be higher, if you know what I mean. So
The skew tees for me on Sunday when I get the thunderstorm risk just screams science.
bro, I gotta put all of these severe thunderstorm watches in.
Nate,
What?
I'm gonna send you a DM really quickly, personally. What is this?
Dude, the storms are going to be going bonkers.
Wait, what kind of environment is that in? That's a 21Z too. That ain't bad. Hold up.
This is
Marginal severe. 1200 Gabe.
there's the tornado watch. Few tornadoes and a
EHI
couple
for
intense tornadoes
threat.
possible.
Yeah, that's what. You want to know what that reminds me of?
What?
That Florida event that did nothing. Are we
Which
going for
one?
round two? No, my God. What do you mean, which one? The Florida event that was late night that cited a couple intense tours possible that did absolutely nothing.
I can't remember when that event was.
So it was in February.
I didn't
I
stream it
lost
then.
my crap. I lost my crap. That should be an easy way for people to remember. Because I barely, like, really lose it on stream. I went on a rant for about, like, 20 minutes.
Are you talking about like the one near Tallahassee or whatever?
Yes.
Oh yeah, no wonder I didn't stream because I wasn't there
Yes.
for it. Alrighty, I think I am updated-ish for my watches and warnings. We are good to
Updated-ish.
go.
Oh, are you talking
And
about for your bottom scroll text?
uh-huh. So yeah, going over the final probs here. 50% chance for 2 or more tornadoes, 30% chance for 1 strong tornado, 70% chance for 10 or more severe wind events, 60% chance probability of 1 severe weather event to be above category 1 hurricane, or category 1 hurricane strength, I should say. And then the probability of hail, 10 or more hail events, as well as the probability of 1 stone being greater than 2 inches are both 20%. But, geez, very high end risk for wind, and this is definitely an event that we do not want to mess around with. As if there wasn't enough reports here today, there's a total of 204 filtered reports, 147 of them being hail and 57 of them being wind. So if we just start tacking on more wind risks here, we might have might rival some of the I think history books of the amount of filtered reports we've had in total for severe risk with like a limited amount of tornadoes, if not 0 tornadoes. Might be
You remember that derecha that was up in the northeast in like November or something like that I ended up streaming?
Yeah.
That may be one of those things. Hang on, I want to see if I can find the date of that. It was dumb. Hey, I got 10 subscribers today. Granted, I did almost nothing and almost lost it on stream, so I'll take that.
This is a very interesting situation for the most part.
Yeah. What? No, it wasn't that. It wasn't that either. What the oof?
So these ecotops are starting to deplete now. That's the good news here. The bad news is that if we look near Fort Polk, supercells are starting to develop now. And that's not too good.
Aha. Yeah, I remember titling it. It was October 7th, 2020. Live severe weather coverage because the
Morgan.
models are trash.
Morgan.
What did they just issue?
It's not what they issued, it's what they need to watch. South of Alexandria.
I was looking at that. It looks linear.
What are you talking about? Look at the arcing characteristic at Forest Hill.
The arcing characteristic is nice, but velocities say nope.
What do you mean? At Forest Hill, you got the velocities. Still got some general rotation at the moment. It's got to wrap around its RFD.
Yeah, and it has bits and bobs of hail, so I don't know why it isn't warned in the first place, but...
That's true. You got hail over 1 inch.
1.1.
But a lot of widespread hail here. There's so much hail across the board. We've been talking about hail for practically the entire existence. Kilo with the $2 super chat says, "Go get your damn coffee." I mean, I might as well now.
You could.
Might as
You want me
well.
to share screen for a bit?
Yeah, I think that should be good.
Give me 2 seconds. Hmm.
Let us see. Discord. Where the heck? Is that it?
Alright.
That is not it, Chief.
Okay, there. Let me pull up your live chat because I don't even have that up.
Alright, you should be good enough. I think.
All right. How long you give me? You think?
5-10 minutes. So not too long.
Okay. All right.
I'm gonna dump a lot of sugar in it though. I'll say that much.
All right, chat. Well, we did mention we have the severe thunderstorm warning ongoing on southwestern Arkansas at the moment, southwest of the Little Rock radar site. We also did mention briefly a second ago that we do have a little bit of a hooking nature by Forest Hill, and I actually need to pull up my pen tool here, drag it up and along the side so y'all can see there is actually some backing coming around the storm. If we can get a little bit of wrapping around the RFD, we will get a tornado warning downstream for areas like Meeker, Echo, Cheneyville. That would include areas like Interstate Route 49, if I can read correctly, United States Route 71, downwind, talking about Moroville, Mansura, Hessemer, and Marksville. So if you guys are in that area, you need to monitor the weather and be very weather aware as these storms move towards you. Another thing that I wanted to note, I forgot. So, I'm gonna have to wait when it comes to my head. I'm gonna go back to Jackson's radar site and okay. Oh, folks, we might have. Okay. Hattiesburg, be very weather aware. Hattiesburg, you need to be extremely weather aware. There is likely a large shelf cloud extending out south right now. This is racing as well. So areas like Columbia, basically paralleling United States Route 98, Morgantown, Goss, Columbia, up towards Hattiesburg, and then eventually it's going to push off towards towards the state border of Alabama, along with United States Route 45, going south of Waynesboro. I think the main threat in this instance would be. But you can see there are 2 tornado vortex signatures as indicated by the triangle markings on my screen. Now, what those mean is that there is an area or a threshold, in their words, where there could be a tornado. And in this instance, they're talking about 2 areas that are relatively surface based. Well, surface based is a general term, considering we're looking up about 4,500 feet, 4,000 feet for the northern one, 4,500 for the southern one. Both of which have very strong inbound and outbound winds. So if you're talking about the northern one, you're going to be looking at 73 on top of 41. It's about 115 mile an hour delta velocity, just shy of that. And then the southern one, you're going to be talking about 62 on top of 49. That'd be about 110 just shy, or sorry, just above that. So echo tops as well in these storms, reaching well up into the high 40,000. So if you guys are in these areas, you need to monitor the weather. You might need to take your proper precautions soon. Areas downstream, like I said, that would include State Route 13, State Route 35. Areas downwind of that may need to take their proper precautions sooner rather than later. Can't hear you. I might be on Nate's end, honestly. I'll just get a little bit closer to my mic here. Just trying not to blast everyone's ears out. Yeah. So there's your severe thunderstorm warning for the cell that is south of Alexandria. So this is going to be a severe thunderstorm warning for Rapids and Avoyla. Avielas Parish, sorry, in Louisiana. That'll be in effect until 1:15 a.m. Central Daylight Time. This does have a tornado possible tag, as well as 60 miles per hour wind gusts and quarters ice hail being the main threats. We did mention a little while ago this should be warned for the hail in the first place. And the the National Weather Service Forecast Office in Lake Charles does happen to agree, or we rather agree with them, that there should be a severe thunderstorm warning on the cell. So you're taking a look, very broad rotation to the tone of 24 on top of 38. It's just over 60, so nothing really too significant at the moment. Again, if it can really get a little bit more structure and wrap its RFD around a little bit more as it heads off towards um, whatever that town name is, Lamourie, or Lecompte, as well as Meeker. If it can get around towards that area, you guys might need to take to your storm shelters sooner or later. It's going up towards Center Point, FE Vic, Denville, along State Route 107, State Route 1, State Route 457 in Louisiana. So areas around there need to monitor the weather and potentially will need to take their proper precautions. We might be looking at our one of our next derecho complexes in the works. A lot of gusty winds with this. There are a lot of gusty winds with these storms. There should be a severe warning, quite frankly, tagged on this for areas just along United States Route 171, like Leesville, Anacoco, Hornbeck, Florian, and many. Zwolle impacted right now. Hemp Hill, Pineland, Berdatus, as well as Browndell along United States Route 96. This is going to be crossing the state border into Louisiana. In fact, it already has kind of. It already has started to immigrate, per se, across the state border. And in this instance, it looks like there might be perspectrum with indication, some sort of shelf cloud extending out along the storms, rather. So you can see just kind of the border of the storms extending all the way out, down towards the south and west. So a lot of gusty winds extending out with these storms as that pushes off towards the general vicinity of Fort Polk. That'll actually be heading off towards Alexandria as well, and especially areas that are already being impacted by the severe warning. So if you guys are in areas like Alexandria, Willow Glen, Woodworth, Lecompte, Meeker, or Forestdale, you guys might get a break in a few minutes, but you guys are most certainly not going to be out of the risk. Look, it's pronounced LeCount. Thank you. LeCount is how they pronounce that. Yeah, I appreciate that. I don't know the pronunciations and stuff like this down here. And we actually do have a tornado warning, and that's for the locations that I mentioned that are downwind heading right for Hattiesburg, for the stronger rotation in around these areas that could actually produce a strong tornado, in my opinion, as a large spectrum width area. Just to the west of Morgantown. This is a tornado warning for Jefferson, Marion, Jefferson Davis. My apologies. Lamar, Marion counties. That will be in effect until 1:15 a.m. Central Daylight Time. This is what could end up being a very dangerous storm for areas like Columbia, Morgantown, Goss, and potentially downwind. This is heading right for Hattiesburg. Areas in and around that, paralleling United States Route 98, State Route 42, United States Route 49, basically between Sanford, Hattiesburg, down through McLaurin. You guys need to be very weather aware. And if you guys are in Kokomo, Columbia, Morgantown, Goss, along State Route 13, I already mentioned these areas, but State Route 35 and State Route 586, you guys need to take your proper precautions, get underground or get into the lowest airmost part of your building, ideally a bathroom or closet, an interior room without any windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornado as possible. And I don't need to say a lot here. This will be a large tornado if this drops. You guys can see the large area of spectrum width indicated by the yellow ball. That is indicating, and it just went a lot more linear. But there are multiple rotational spots developing, and you guys can just see here 72 on top of 66. That's one of them. 78 on top of high 30s, low 40s ish. There's a lot of potential for a strong tornado to be produced from these storms. So anyone in and around that area, nothing's pronounced like it's spelled here. Yeah, well, that's literally everything typically, which is why I hate English as a language. But areas like Morgantown, Goss, Columbia, you need to be taking your proper precautions, and you need to be in your safe space. I really don't want there should not be anyone out on the highway right now. There should not be anyone out along United States Route 98 between Kokomo and it's going towards Hattiesburg. There should be no one on the highway. There should be no one taking any risks with the storm. It is in the dark. It is in the dark. It is in the dead of night. No one's going to be able to see anything from this. So if you guys are in these areas, respect the polygon. Get into your safe space. You guys can definitely see the inflow notch extending out. The inflow would be going right into here, right into the storm west of Morgantown. You need to be very weather aware and taking your proper precautions. There's likely a large shelf cloud extending out from this, as evident by the spectrum width, extending out all the way down through Kokomo, all the way up north through Oakvale. It already passed Oakvale, actually.
Oh, yeah.
But we are getting a little bit of an S shape, which
That
is
is
not what we want to see
yeah.
the instance of which is not what we want to see in the instance of this, and it's heading right for Hattiesburg. And Hattiesburg, you've already had your share of tornadic activity over the last few years, so definitely don't want something like this again. So just don't take any risks with this. Be in your safe space. Morgantown, Columbia, Goss, do not take any risks with this. Cannot say that enough. This is a dangerous
100%.
storm. This is a dangerous storm line pushing east at a rather rapid rate as well, though it has seemed to slow down a tad. So the warning says it is moving east at 50, but we definitely could see it speed up or slow down. We've seen it with some of the other storm lines as well. So just respect the polygon if you guys are in these areas to get to your safe space.
You want to know something interesting, Morgan, about this cell? I'm not sure if you remember last year, the weekend after the Easter outbreak, there was a tornado event that happened. It was on that either Saturday or Sunday, and a very similar tornado with same structure, maybe almost similar structure, looked exactly like this. And this is exactly what it reminds me of. It was a very rain-wrapped tornado, an EF4 that actually produced
my ears.
enhanced maintained for day one.
Actually,
enhanced maintained for day one.
Sweet.
So tomorrow's gonna be pretty interesting. But yeah, as Morgan said, this is definitely something that we do not want to monitor. We do not want to monitor. We don't want to monitor. We're gonna want to go away now. No, this is definitely a system that is very. This is a very dangerous situation.
And if you
here.
actually scroll back a couple frames, there was a large spectrum width ball evident. So,
are you using Jackson's radar or New Orleans?
Jackson. If you scroll back a little bit, there's a large spectrum width ball indicated west of Morgantown. So that's really my concern with this, that shows up again.
The velocities can't even register too. That's the thing.
Yeah. There is not any CC to be spoken of right now. Spoken of, to speak of. I don't know. English, it's 1:30 in the morning. I don't care. Direct couplet of 53 on top of 53. So I would not honestly be surprised if this is starting to go, and I would not be surprised if there's even a funnel cloud with this. We now have another TVS,
100%.
as well as a yellow threshold. Threshold of 8.0 heading off towards Columbia. So
no, this is really interesting. And the one thing I want you to do, Morgan, real quickly, head over to New Orleans. And New Orleans has a not only, in my opinion, a much better image.
I don't have New Orleans.
Not only a much better image, but a much more defined hook echo that we can see here evident on radar. You can clearly see the hook that wraps around right within
strikes
here.
in Maryland. What is this?
Too close to home. But still, this ball right here of spectrum width, which could indicate that we have a wall cloud right within this area. So this is definitely something that we're going to want to continue to monitor very, very closely. If you live in Columbia, Morgantown, anywhere north or south of United States Route 98 from Kokomo all the way over into Hattiesburg, this is your time now. You need to get underground or get in the lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. even if you're not being impacted by the tornado directly, which you most likely could be, you will see gusty winds in upwards of 60 to 65, maybe even 70 miles per hour in some spots. And that is some very strong to significant wind gusts for the most part. And so this is a very dangerous storm that is approaching the town of Columbia and eventually even the city of Hattiesburg. So this is really one of those things that we need to continue to watch very closely.
By the way, the tour for Arkansas is gone. The rotation is dead. So that's really out of the question in terms of worrying about
Squall
I
line.
can't speak. We really don't need to worry about that at this point.
Yeah.
So Camden, you guys are under severe warning for 60 miles per hour wind gust, quarter size tail. But other than that, no tornadic threat is present at this point.
Yeah, no, this is a very dangerous situation that's unfolding. If you guys could, please share this with friends and family and on social media here, because this is a nighttime event. This is 12:40 at night. No one's going to be knowing what's happening. No one's going to be knowing what's going on. And so we need to start letting people know. All right, this is the time right now for us to be able to inform the public as to what is going on. Either share this with friends and family and on social media. By hitting the like button, you actually get us on YouTube's algorithm on people's recommended pages. And so that people may be able to know more about this weather event happening, and maybe they may know more stuff about people who may live here. So just one of those things where we might need to continue to monitor this storm heavily and share the word. Go ahead, Morgan.
Velocities are cooked on New Orleans radar.
Oh, yeah.
Velocities are cooked.
Oh, yeah. 100%. This is
So-
a very strong supercell right here. And another thing, too, is that there's another supercell that's forming.
Multiple.
Yeah, one down to the south there. So there's multiple supercells along this one line here. This is
Dare
the
I
main.
say Bassfield as well. There's
Bassfield
little
so-so.
something there.
It's not exactly as intense as the cell down
Not
to.
yet, no. But it actually is starting to wrap around a little bit up by Bassfield. But there's just a lot going on with this cell, and particularly up by Morgantown at this point, you're talking about 76 on top of 35.
New severe thunderstorm
That's
warning?
110
What?
again.
St. Tammany and Washington
got
Parish,
about
as well as
10.
Pearl River County, 60 mile per hour wind gust, quarter size hail. Yes, the threat for Arkansas for tornadoes in central parts of Arkansas is over if you live in, like, say, Little Rock. But if you're in south central Arkansas, no, it is not done and over with. But this is a very dangerous situation here that is unfolding with this event. Very strong wind gusts. The velocity still can't register to save its life. So this is very, very particularly dangerous situation. Helicity is in upwards of 135 meters per second squared. So this is very interesting. One thing I do want to mention real quickly.
3,000.
Actually, most unstable is up to 3,000. But the one thing I want to mention real quickly, Morgan, is that take a look at the eastbound shear.
Oh yeah, that too. But look at Jackson's radar and look at look at what it's developing. Oh my lord.
Oh yeah.
Chat, this might be
the cell of
relatively
the
serious.
This might be the cell of the entire event, because you can see multiple bands swirling in from Jackson's radar. You can clearly see this kind of V-shaped here in this orange. And what this is indicative is these reds and these oranges are these winds that are moving away from the radar. So if you think of it this way as to how these greens are moving towards the radar, these reds are moving away, these bands are literally swirling into the rotation, swirling in together. Your rear flank downdraft comes around, and then this right here is your forward flank downdraft near Columbia, your massive inflow that's surging in through. And so this is one gigantic supercell that is going to be pushing on through. So this is definitely a situation. As I said, if you know anyone who lives along United States Route 98 from Columbia to Hattiesburg, or if you know anyone who lives near Hattiesburg, even maybe in south or north of Hattiesburg, you guys need to tell them to take their proper precautions get underground again in the lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the rotation as possible. This is a very large and strong rotation that is moving off into the general vicinity of Hattiesburg, Mississippi. This is southern Mississippi. This is north of New Orleans.
And we really hope in this instance that nothing happens to drop, but if it does, it will likely be significant. So you really can't take any bets with this.
This is the event that we were talking about.
There are multiple rotations. There are multiple rotations along the line. This is in the 10 hatched area, I believe, for tornadoes, right? So
yeah, this is
really not a place where you're going to want to take any risks.
Anything
can happen with this, and it's the dead of night.
This is the event that we were talking about. I've been warning you guys on my videos that I've been uploading every morning. I've been saying this since the beginning of the live stream, that we've been live for almost 10 hours, and we've been trying to inform people over and over again. You know, we had the widespread risk for severe weather earlier on this morning, and I still said, well, not this morning, this afternoon into the evening, and I still said that that is not the main risk. Here is your main risk right here, and indeed, this is starting to really ramp up. The radar has actually made it so that instead of it just picking up one gigantic rotation, it has actually created two tornado vortex signatures, which basically are indicative of areas of rotation. So that's how massive this rotation is over the span from just a bit south of Columbia to the intersection north from State Route 13 and State Route 35.
It's 77 on top of 67 south of Columbia on the New Orleans radar.
I think it may have actually recycled officially too, because take a look at the reflectivity off of New Orleans. You can see how you have these bands that are swirling around, and you have this area, this not so big hook, but interesting appendage just to the north of Columbia. Right under that appendage is where the actual tornadic rotation would be in this instance, because that appendage is your inflow band. That is what actually is sucking in all the energy into this supercell. And so when we take a look at this, and as we look at it as it moves towards Hattiesburg, we don't see any signs of this weakening anytime soon. It has a plethora amount of energy. It has a plethora amount of wind shear. And I really have to just pray in this instance and hope that everyone is all right, and that I hope that you guys continue to tell people about this system. As I said, this is, well, as myself and Morgan have said, actually, this is the dead of night. No one's going to know that this is going to be happening unless if you guys act now. If you guys know anyone who is living over in these general vicinities, you guys need to go ahead and tell them to get underground or get in the lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. We'll get to that in a second, Morgan. I want to say a couple more things. As I said, share this live stream. If you actually like the live stream, you get my live stream and Morgan live stream onto more people's recommended feeds. So if you guys would please like the video so that more people can get this information. Maybe the people who may click on my video and come on to the stream, they may be able to know that there may be some people that they know who live over near the Hattiesburg vicinity. This is one of those things where we need to let people know now. This is a very dangerous situation, and that this storm, if it does produce a tornado, very well could be moving into a very high populated area.
So if you watch 88 for the Arclitex, and I don't understand this, but it's for the more QLCS natured cells that are currently for the most part in areas of East Texas. This includes the main areas of Shreveport, going down to about Fort Polk as well as Monroe.
Oh my goodness,
that really
Morgan!
Extends out to the east of it. I don't get it,
Morgan. Look at New Orleans. Look at how many spikes are swirling into this thing. Look at how many inflow bands there are.
Wow.
That is some massive inflow that is being surged into the storm.
Now, 40 on 68.
I wouldn't be surprised if this thing goes onto the ground. I wouldn't be surprised. Yep. So as I said, Hattiesburg, anyone near Columbia, Foxworth, as well as United States Route 98. These areas is where the current tornado is most likely at, if it is on the ground. It'll be heading off into the Hattiesburg vicinity. So as I said, there's only so much we can do, but we need to continue to tell people here
Great.
across the board. Go ahead.
60 on 98.
That's insane.
Jackson.
New scan just came in for reflectivity. I still don't see a debris signature, but the spikes,
If I
the
see a
inflow
debris
bands.
signature- If we see a debris signature, folks, this goes PDS. I can almost guarantee you it is that kind of nature. These cells have that kind of nature to them, to the point of which this will be a strong tornado if this touches down. And we really hope this isn't on the ground right now.
This is
all we
very
can do-
massive.
All we can do is really hope that it doesn't hit anything of substantial. But this is moving into a pretty populous area generally of the Hattiesburg area between Purvis and McLaurin. So
This is
if it sustains up to that point, and which we will know that with time, if it sustains up to that point. By the way, I just realized this. The rotation that would be directly on track for Hattiesburg is starting to go. But if you guys are in these areas, so Hattiesburg, Palmer Crossing, West Hattiesburg, along United States Route 49, Interstate Route 59, United States Route 11. Quite frankly, you want to know what I would do in this instance? You guys have time. Get pillows, get helmets, get hard shoes,
Mattresses.
stuff like that. Mattresses, because there is a high chance that this sustains going down the line towards your area. And we don't know the strength of this, but it's better safe than sorry in this instance when we know the magnitude of these storms. And think about it this way. Earlier, we had a mobile home struck by lightning, caught on fire. That could have been fatal, and it might still be. We're not sure. We also had a tree fall in a mobile home earlier due to the winds behind the front. That killed someone. That's just the smaller threats. This is the larger threat that we're talking about here, and this is the larger threat that is beginning to evolve. The velocities are broken at Columbia, and the rotation is strengthening as going towards Hattiesburg. Folks, if you're in this area, this is a very dangerous situation. Take your precautions. Do not play around with this.
Talk a little bit more. I'm tweeting.
10-4. Waiting on a new scan from Jackson still, because I haven't gotten one in 3 minutes. I'm getting okay. So it's Sphere Watch. So again, rotational couplets actually starting to develop ish. That would be heading off towards the Hattiesburg area. Again, kind of generalized, and we kind of can't really see what all is going on with that. There is no CC on anything yet, which is a blessing, but there is an inflow notch developing where that secondary rotation is. And there's a second TVS, south of Columbia, not associated with the main rotation, something that if that tightens up, that will go too. There's a lot in this particular line of storms here that could go tornado warned all the way up, and I have a new frame here, so I'm going to take a look at this. And oh my goodness gracious. So really, at this point, if you're talking about the reflectivity presence on New Orleans radar, this thing is a monster. You're looking at it like that. It has a good inflow notch. Sorry, it has 2 inflow notches. One that is northeast of Columbia, up by Summerall, and then one that is directly east of Columbia along United States Route 98. I'm going back to Jackson here because I hope to God I have a new frame, and I do, and it's showing 124 on top of 57. If you guys are in these areas, take your precautions. There is a large area of spectrum width. I hate to say it, but I think it's on the ground. It's a direct couplet at this point. A strong direct couplet. Areas and around here, you need to take your precautions. Along United States Route 98, there are multiple rotations developing up and along this line. You really can't take a risk with this. If you want to protect your life, seek your safe space. That is an interior room on the lowest floor of a sturdy building. And there is a tornado warning for Avialis and Rapides Parish in Louisiana. I believe that's what you were talking about, Nate. Yes, it is. Up south of Alexandria. That will be in effect until 1:15 a.m. Central Daylight Time. And I'll actually switch over to that briefly here because we have a pretty substantial problem on hand.
Yep.
But taking a look at this, that cell that you were mentioning, Nate, is actually starting to wrap.
Oh, yeah.
Up by Echo, you're seeing 36 on top of 49. That is about an 85-mile-an-hour delta velocity, if my math is not mistaken.
Green's
Pushing off towards the north and east towards Effie, Vic, and Center Point. Along State Route 107, paralleling State Route 453 as that's heading off towards the general area of Effie. If you guys are in these areas, you need to take proper precautions, get underground or get into the lowest airmost part of your building, ideally a bathroom or a closet with no windows to put as many walls between yourself and the potential tornado as possible. This is the time that we've been talking about where stuff is really about to really go. And in this
100%.
instance, this is the time in which you don't want to take risks. And Jackson is now showing 75 on top of 70, which is horrifying.
This is it right here, guys.
Especially if you're talking about areas that could be impacted by this that are populous. Think about it that way. There's a lot of areas that could be impacted downwind in which it would be very significant.
Actually, Morgan, hate to cut you off here, but I really want to take a 3D of the Columbia cell heading towards Hattiesburg.
By all means. New Orleans is showing 96 on 55, so take that as you wish.
Hello?
Huh? Did you say Hattiesburg or Alexandria?
Hattiesburg.
I'm scared. Hold up.
You have 2 inflow notches into one storm. Both are relatively small, granted, but you have one on the northern, one at the southern.
Yeah, I see them both. Oh, good lord.
So,
yeah, that's...
And I think that spike, actually, that inflow jet, I feel like that's the ghost train for the inflow that's actually surging in. You can actually see the ghost train, all the dust that's being picked up and being pushed into the storm in itself. So this is a very, very strong supercell. Here's the regular image of what the supercell would look like. As you can tell, very, very strong for the most part. If you actually, Morgan, put the... change it to ISO surface and then put it on the lower amounts of DBZ, you can actually see how large the inflow notch actually spans.
Break.
Go.
Jackson velocities, it just went.
You don't have to tell me. So did, oh, yeah, no, that's Jackson right there. What about New Orleans?
New Orleans didn't yet. It's still
got some pretty good rotation for the most part. This is actually...
yeah. It's still somewhat mentally sane.
Yeah, I think the one thing I will have to say right now, that I can confirm where the area of rotation is now, which would be just barely to the south of United States Route 98, is a bit more consolidated, more towards the east of Columbia. So right here would be your rotation, is right within this kink right about here. Your reds are the winds moving away from the radar. Your greens and blues are the ones moving towards. But in this case, we have a bit of some surging winds out below the storm because of the rear flank downdraft wrapping all of the rain around it. So this is some really intense rotation here that's just to the east of Columbia. Definitely something that we're going to have to continue to monitor as this moves on forward.
Nate, delayed report, but earlier in, this is at about 7 p.m. Central Time in Mississippi, this is Union County, baseball hail reported. So,
Jeez.
the extent of the large hail actually did get into those areas, and don't tell me, I don't think that's CC up by,
Negative.
Center Point, but... No, I'm talking about the other shore, south of Alexandria.
Oh, yeah, hold up.
I don't think that is. I think that's just...
No. There's no way it would be CC. No. It's too far north.
Yeah.
But this is 2 definitely tornadic situations here. One here in central Louisiana, just to the south and east of Alexandria. We have another system that's heading off towards Hattiesburg. So this is for
We need a new
sure.
frame from Jackson because this just looks stupid.
I mean, this is absolutely insane what we are seeing here.
Hold up.
And this is, yeah, as I said, this is what we've been seeing. This is what we've been saying for quite some time. The event will be during the night. It's not going to be during the day like everyone would want it to. So we need to continue to share this with people. As I said, I 100% would appreciate it if you guys would take to social media. If you know anyone who lives in these areas, call them, message them, wake them up, tell them that the people in Hattiesburg, if they know anybody or if you know anybody who lives there, you need to tell them to get in their safe space now, because this is 100% a relatively strong area of
Significant
rotation.
threat to life and property in and around those areas.
100%. And this reminds me of the storm that actually was there last year. Not around the same. Actually, no, this is around the same time last year, except maybe a week in advance. This was the EF4, the Forest County tornado that happened just a week after the Easter outbreak. So this is very similar to that, and how rain wrapped this is, and how much the forward flank downdraft is relatively open, but the rear flank downdraft is gusting out towards the southern edge. So if you can get more of that rear flank downdraft to gust out a bit more and surround the actual rotation, this thing will most likely produce a tornado.
Warning update. Tornado warning remains in effect until 1:15 a.m. Central Daylight Time for East Central Marion and West Central Lamar counties. At 12:59, a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located 7 miles south of Improve, 8 miles east of Columbia, moving east at 45. This is for a tornado and quarter-sized tail per radar indication. It's going to remain over mainly rural areas of these counties, but eventually, like we've said, it will head off towards Palmer's Crossing, Hattiesburg, in that general vicinity. So if you guys in these areas continue to take your precautions, and if you are downwind of these areas, take your precautions, or sorry, begin to take your precautions. Like we said, pillows, helmets, mattresses, boots, stuff like that.
100%.
Be safe than sorry, and be prepared. Because the fewer, even if your area is impacted, the best you can do is be prepared. That is the main thing you can do in this instance. You can't stop the storm from doing what it's going to do. Nature's going to take its cause.
Mm-hmm.
Nature's going to take its course. Sorry, not cause. But the best you can do in this instance is be prepared. So just get those kinds of things ready to take to your shelters. There might be a secondary rotation developing up by that storm southeast of Alexandria by Echo.
I was actually looking at that earlier, but I think it's more or less I think it's all just kind of deteriorating itself. The original rotation is kind of fizzed out a little bit, and new well, not even that, because the velocities actually weren't all too tight to begin with. So the original area has now been more consolidated, and your inflow hasn't really became a bit more horizontal with the actual outflow. And so I think more or less that this thing is in a phase of recycling. And once it does recycle, then we can start talking into some areas that could potentially be extremely tornadic. So areas near State Route 1 and areas near State Route 107 in Louisiana, you guys really need to go ahead and take your proper precautions. As I said, get underground or get in the lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible.
Tornado on the ground by yeah.
You sure?
Tornado on the ground, yeah. Bray just sent a spotter network report.
Where?
Spotter 5 miles northwest of Center Point. We have a new tour. Downwind, yep, south of Hattiesburg. Spotter 5 miles northwest of Center Point, Louisiana. 2 minutes ago, tornado is heading towards Highway 1 between Marksville. It's on the ground. So, spotter confirmed that is on the ground at this point. That is the tornado warning that is southwest of Alexandria for areas including Effie, Center Point, and Vic. Wait a sec.
Where's Center Point?
5 miles northwest. Huh?
Of Center Point.
Center Point's in the tour. North.
Is that another cell?
Am I rorted or?
No, there's Cluster of cells are moving on through. Yes, this
think
storm is moving to the north and east. Yeah, there's your spotter report. Heading to
Huh?
Highway 1 between Marksville. Oh, no. That's the cell. It's the cell. It's the cell.
Oh, there's Marksville. Okay.
Yeah.
Alrighty.
So it's the cell. Yeah, this
That
for
might have
the
just been an errant that might have just been an errant locational thing, but
chat. For the
I'll
person
let
who was asking where
you-
this is to the south and east of Alexandria. So here is Alexandria. Here is where the tornado warning is. It's moving off to the north and east, into the general vicinity of Mississippi, the Mississippi River. So if you live near places like Natchez, as well as Roxy, Meadville, it'll be heading off into your general vicinity over the next couple of hours. This storm is most likely produced a tornado, if not is currently producing a tornado within your general vicinity. So please get underground and get in the lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet. If that's the case, then it's probably riding State Route 1 for the most part along the line there. And so this is really just one of those situations to where we hope that the people over there have actually taken their proper precautions and gotten to their safe space. But otherwise, this is some very unfortunate events here happening tonight.
You want to look at the NROT on New Orleans radar. That tells you what you need to know.
Yep. As I said, keep sharing this live stream. Keep sharing this on social media. Keep telling people on social media. If you know anyone who lives in these areas, you need to tell them to get into their safe space. Get underground or get in the lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. We also have, I've also tweeted out right here so that if you guys could retweet this on Twitter, so that way more people may be able to know as to what all may be happening. Also, liking the video helps me get on people's recommended. Most of you clicked on this video because it was recommended to you. This was mainly so that we can try and get more and more people to try and inform these people in Mississippi and Louisiana about this potentially tornadic severe weather event. And, as we've seen, there's the potential of a tornado to be on the ground at the moment, just to the south and east of Alexandria. We also have another storm that's going to be moving on through. And so we'll have to continue to monitor this.
Pike and Walt Hall, where the hell is that?
No clue.
Is that the Tours?
Why is there reports of baseball-sized hail in Mississippi now?
Now? That was earlier.
No, yeah, actually it was. That's a delayed report then. Holy crap.
Yeah, I was gonna say. We do have a tour possible though, for areas behind the current living hell. That is the cells headed towards Hattiesburg. So severe warning remains in effect until 2 a.m. Central Daylight Time for northwestern Walhall and Pike counties. At 105, severe thunderstorms were located along the line extending from near Summit to near Magnolia, moving east at 35. This is for 60 miles per hour wind gust, quarter-sized hail with a tour possible tag. And I definitely see where they're getting the tour possible tag from. There is a nice inflow notch. However, radar is extremely messy. So, we can't really get a whole lot from that, but just take your proper precautions if you guys are in these areas. And this new rotation that's just southwest of Hattiesburg is starting to evolve well.
Yeah.
Something to note. What is going on with this? I'm so confused because that tour possible severe marine warning. Sorry. That tour possible severe that just got updated between Priceville and Holmesdale. I'm trying to figure out what that's doing. There's so much radar clutter.
Morgan, it's got a ZDR. It's got a column.
What?
It's got a ZDR column.
Which thing? Oh, good God.
It has a ZDR column. It spans up to 20,000 feet up in the sky. That's
bad.
Supercells along the line. That's what we've been saying. We've been saying that this is most likely going to be because of that. And so
I'm going to take a 3D, I want to look at velocities and what that looks like on presence.
This is a very dangerous storm here. Let's go back to Fort Polk real quickly.
This is cancerous. Hold up. Oh, god damn it.
I would not be surprised if this cell over here near Marksville
This
is
is
still
low
on the
tide,
ground.
So
This is very concerning for the
looks
most part.
dumb. This looks stupid. I can't. Oh my god. I can't.
ZDR is basically a product that we use here on GR2 Analyst that looks for updrafts. So what I mean
there
by
might
a
be an
ZDR,
answer on this.
what I mean by a ZDR column is I'm looking for a tornadic up. Oh my goodness! Look at New Orleans radar now. Velocities.
Yeah, and it just got a lot better on radar. Presence
This thing's doing
that
dense.
is 83 on top of.
Dude, it's got a
74.
bounded weak echo region. It's got a bounded weak echo region. It's donut holing. It's donut holing.
Okay.
It's
Okay,
donut
Jesus.
holing.
My heart stopped when I saw CC for a sec there, but I don't think that's it.
No, I don't think so yet.
Not yet.
This is
but definitely soon.
Anyways.
And by the way, y'all aren't in a severe warning, but Hattiesburg, be in a shelter because the
gusty winds could still get up to
really windy.
55, even 60 miles per hour in some spots.
Yes.
When
it's the freaking Marksville cell.
Okay. When I say, by the way, of the CDR column, that shows a tornadic updraft, and so if tornadic updrafts span relatively high, it can demonstrate that these storms are relatively strong, and so this is definitely something to where we are seeing that present here on radar, that ZDR, which will be indicated in the yellows and reds, specifically reds in most spots, that will show us that column. So this is definitely a very dangerous situation here. That is a bounded weak echo region if I've never seen one before. This thing is rotating, and it's rotating rapidly.
What is this? Nate, do me a favor.
Yes, sir.
North of Hattiesburg. Use Jackson radar, preferably. There's an inflow notch, somewhat, and velocities that have been developing for a little while now. That might be another area to watch. That would be heading off towards the general east, north, and east. That would probably be heading towards areas south of Waynesboro, quite frankly, like Winchester, Chicora, areas like that. Am I dumb, or did they?
Yeah, tour
They
continues.
shrunk this. Yeah, they shrunk that one.
So they didn't cancel it.
No.
But what does a donut hole mean? So a bounded weak echo region basically means that, or donut hole as we like to call, is when rain starts to wrap around the entire mesocyclone. And so what actually happens is when a tornado's not on the ground, but the rain starts to wrap around, it actually forms this kind of donut hole shape to where the actual rain around it, the radar is showing the rain, but it's not showing anything in the middle. And so that would be where the tornado most likely would be if it were to form. And so that is exactly what we are seeing, this mesocyclone that's wrapping its rain around the actual system. And this is 100% a strong supercell that is moving across southern Louisiana. I'm going back to Fort Polk.
Hey, also, mind, tour possible, by the way, just got issued. Mind, equipment.
Debris signature for Marksville? Question mark?
Huh?
Debris signature for Marksville? Question mark? That's kind of hard to say, but
What frame do you have?
start from 607 and work your way forward.
Eh? Yeah.
Because you have some scattering from.
We're about to get a new frame, and I just got it, and I would say no.
It's right over top of where the where I would expect it, honestly.
Sure, but that's very inconclusive.
I would have to agree for the most part, but this is definitely something that.
Bear it in mind. Multiple trees down Winston County, Mississippi. Yeah, these winds are no joke, folks.
Oh yeah. This thing's doing dents.
Why are there 2 mesos and a TVS? There's 2 mesos and a TVS with this one area of the line.
Very strong storms. My goodness. If you guys are new to our channels, please be sure to subscribe and turn on notifications. We do stuff like this all the time. So.
When it's worthy, obviously.
The tornado warning expired. Oh boy. So that means some of the areas in between the tornado warning in itself and the
thing about that is the main rotation, I think, is still
a bit further back, 100%. It is.
And the polygon itself isn't that big going down one.
As a matter of fact, I think it'll probably parallel the southernmost area of the polygon.
I know. The thing that I mentioned north of Hattiesburg, I think you can disregard at this point. But up by Quitman, that's east of the radar site. It looks interesting. It's heading off towards the general east northeast. I'll be heading off towards the Linden area, Demopolis maybe. If it starts to turn a little bit further.
New giant severe
Dallas, Fort Worth jurisdiction.
Tornado possible for it.
Where?
Mobile just issued one of the largest severe thunderstorm warnings of the day and included a tornado possible in front of it.
Where's the hell?
Right in front of the tornado warning. Look at it. They basically covered a wide variety of the area and just decided to warn a bunch of people.
Which is good. Which is good. Especially considering the nature of this line. Velocities just decide to shoot themselves on Jackson radar again.
Oh yeah. This is definitely a situation I did not want to see from this.
Don't kill me, but Baxterville is actually starting to look interesting.
It's the gusty wind for the most part, honestly. It's the rear flank downdraft that's kind of surging in behind it. And so you got a lot of strong gusty winds there. I would not be surprised if it goes severe for gusty winds and upwards of 60 to maybe even 65 or 70. Would not be surprised. I really would not.
Hey, the new severe warning for areas, try to figure out, that's southeast of Fort Polk's site. It looks strange. It's a wrinkly dink. But that's severe warnings for Evangeline, Avielis, and St. Landry. That's until 2 Central, Ville Platte, Palmetto, Bayou Current, Morrow, Whiteville, Jesus, Big Cane, Gordo, Grand Prairie, and LeBeau impacted. So if you guys in that area need to take your precautions. Continue to take your precautions. Sorry.
Decent call, chat. That's not bad. I would watch this one as well. Cell near Fernando. It's the furthest northeastern part of Louisiana that's north of New Orleans. That's Cell. I personally went to weather camps in Penn State, northeastern parts of Louisiana, north of New Orleans, in Penn State, and I'm trying to study for it in the future. So I'm trying to get my own degree here. But for the most part, weather camp as well as learn knowledge. Yeah, these cells for the most part are really intense. Still that strong storm that's pushing on through just to the south of Hattiesburg, but my goodness, this is very strong storms. Lake Charles, Jackson.
Here, y'all bear with me really quickly here.
Yeah, giant severe thunderstorm warning. Tuscaloosa and
Mason,
Pickens
maintain
County just got.
professionalism, please, if you're gonna. Oh, good. 82 on 79.
Yeah, I saw that too. Tuscaloosa and Pickens
Uh,
County got excluded from the severe thunderstorm watch now.
And Bray is a reject. What else is new?
This is very intense here.
I have a Lamar County Sheriff and Fire Dispatch open, and I'm gonna tell you guys some updates if they say anything.
Sounds good.
10-4.
The wind is just so loud. When the power went out, I thought I was hearing thunder. Scared me a bit, I won't lie. I mean, I'm telling you, for the most part, this event here tonight, I told you guys that this overnight event is going to be the main event. This is the strongest part of this entire system. There may have been widespread amounts of hail earlier, but this right here is what will be your main threat, your main threat for life and property. So this is definitely something that we're going to want to continue to keep watch as this storms progress in their lifespan.
Yeah, Bray, you're telling me. You're telling us here. That's just.
What county is it? This is Lamar County. Mississippi.
Morgan, be ready for a new tornado warning soon.
South of the current tour, right?
Evangeline, Eviole, St. Landry, south of the one that was in Alexandria. The current severe warning storm.
What?
Current severe warning storm.
Oh, you're talking about that thing? Are you talking about that thing?
Take a look at it from Fort Polk.
Yep.
Georgia won't be impacted until tomorrow morning into the afternoon. So you guys,
tomorrow morning into the early afternoon hours, in which you have a really just a gusty wind threat.
When we say a number over another number, that's a delta velocity, and if you add those two numbers, it actually tells you how fast the rotation is spinning. That's typically how people in the National Weather Service would be able to do storm surveys to tell you how strong a tornado could be. So that's just something to make a note of for chat.
Velocity's broke again on Jackson.
This is very concerning here. As I said,
what is really unfortunate about this, obviously I don't want to see this, but since there's no CC, I don't know if this is on the ground. And if we don't know this is on the ground, we can't really. Well, obviously you can take your precautions, but it's
apparently
obviously
there was
more.
reports of it on the ground.
You're talking about the one in Alexandria, right?
No, I'm talking about the one just south of Hattiesburg.
Yeah, I was talking about that. We can't tell if there is no CC. We can't tell if this is on the ground, which is unfortunate because if we have a general idea of where it is, then we can map out a more specific area of where it'll be going. In this instance, new tour, it's for that. Nate, it's for that cell you just mentioned.
Yeah.
But if we had a CC drop, even if it's small, we'd be able to tell you guys.
Oh, geez,
where
it's going.
More generally,
it's going, Morgan. It's going. It's probably on the ground. It's probably on the ground.
New tour. Oh God, yeah.
Lebu, as well as Lemoyen.
Lebeau, it's French.
Close enough.
Lemoyen,
yeah, nice.
Palmetto. Woodside. I take French. I can take that, Nate. United States 271, State Route 10. You guys need to take your proper precautions. Be in your safe space now.
Banaweek Echo region
is really starting to hook now.
Banaweek Echo region.
There is a little bit of a donut hole. Yep. And Echo Top spanning to 51K. So
are you serious?
If you guys are in that area,
oh my God.
If you guys are in that area, take your proper precautions now.
Oh, this thing is 100%. I would not be surprised if this thing is on the ground right now. Your spectrum width, which measures turbulence right now, or right within this product, shows you a measure of turbulence, and typically tornadoes create turbulence. So I would not be surprised if this thing is on the ground. I would not be surprised if we start to see a debris signature coming off from the cell. but this is a 100% a scary storm. I'm seeing a delta velocity of 47 on top of a 36, so around a 70 to 80-ish 80-ish mile per hour delta velocity within that storm at 4,000 feet. So definitely something that we're going to have to monitor, but I 100% see that donut hole where it's actually surrounding itself in rain, and it could potentially become relatively tornadic. So this is definitely not a situation to where if you're over along United States Route 71 or along State Route 10 in Louisiana, or if you're near Woodside along State Route 105 all the way down to Elba, you guys need to go ahead, take your proper precautions, get underground or get in the lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible.
Nate, if I could just get in a word really quickly. I am noticing right now that there is a residential area north of McLaurin. So, Lee Road, as well as Weldy Road, Southgate Road, McLaurin Road, areas like that. There's residents up there as well. That is where it looks like there could be a large spot of rotation moving into the area. That residential area, if you are in and around that, be underground or in an interior room now. There's no room to take this lightly. This is a serious, serious rotation on our hands. Going right into McLaurin and going right through residence. If you guys are in that area, don't take any risks here. Just get into your safe space. I just had to get that out because that's also evolving now as we speak.
100%.
I'm checking for scanners around the area. Yep, there's one. St. Landry Parish Fire District. All right, let's go.
Guys, let's take the social media. Let's take the social media. We got to tell these people across the board. South of Hattiesburg, if you know anyone who lives just to the south and east of Alexandria, say near Acme, as well as New Era, some areas near Semisport, near Woodside, Elba, or just anywhere. If you know anyone who lives just to the east of I-49, even off to the north, north of Baton Rouge into places like Louisiana and Mississippi. If you know anyone who lives in these areas, you guys got to tell them to take their proper precautions. Get underground and get in the lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. Also, please be sure, just help us out even further. By liking the video, you actually put us onto more people's recommended feed, which is probably the reason why you guys have actually clicked on this live stream. So by doing so, you guys actually help us out. By doing so, you guys actually help us get the word out a lot more efficiently to some of the people who may not know what is happening around with the weather. So this is definitely something that we need to continue to spread the word about with all these storms, especially how the tornadic threat is starting to increase as it gets further and further into the nighttime hours.
Forest County
Speaking
Public.
Speaking of threat increasing, if you look at the 4-Polk radar site areas north and west, the front just said screw all, and it's starting to form a massive line. That may be the start of our derecho show.
That might catch up to some of these lines of the storm soon.
Forest County Public Safety just went offline.
Oh, duh.
You see, I was looking at that earlier, chat. I would not be surprised if it was a CC. I would not be surprised if that was a CC on the ground for the cell that I called.
And Lamar County Sheriff and Fire Dispatch just went offline.
It's on the ground. It's on the ground. I said it before, and I'll say it again. 100% would not be surprised if it's on the ground. Debris signature being lofted up here. This is a tornado on the ground right now. So if you live near United States Route 71, if you guys live near State Route 10, you guys need to go ahead, take your proper precautions, get underground or get in the lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. I've been saying this before. I'll say it again one more time. This is on the ground. This is a tornado on the ground, a decently strong one too. So if you live near, I believe that's what, LeBeau, you need to actually go ahead and get into your safe space. Get Get there as soon as possible. As soon as you hear this transmission, get there now.
It weakened, but it consolidated. So we have every reason to believe, especially considering CC spectrum width, as well as you have to also consider the fact that reflectivity is showing a stronger,
That's a debris ball on it too.
stronger scan back, right where the debris is, or right where the debris is showing. That's really all you need to know. This is on the ground. Lebeau, Lemoyne, Palmetto areas to the north and east, areas like Woodside. If this stays on the ground, which it doesn't, which it didn't, it just lifted. There is still a large spectrum width drop and a direct couplet of 45 on top. Sorry, 46 on top of 59, which just spiked. It's just west of Lebeau, along United States Route 71, just to the north and west of State Route 10. If you guys are in that area, be in your safe space now. So Mason, you
Well,
said all those scanners just went offline.
Yeah, Lamar and Forest County scanners just all went dead.
Nate, I think the wind just said F off. Like,
Did it just kill
Nate,
everything?
I think the wind just said F off to everything.
Broadcast
And
5 status, sorry, feed is down. It should be back up shortly.
There
And it says
is
the same thing for Forest County.
Watch a new
Lumberton.
cell near Lumberton, south of the tornado warning near Hattiesburg.
Yep.
That is.
That's interesting as well.
Let us see. Give me a sec.
Bro, when did it become 2:30 in the morning?
Malnij, thank you for the $7.77 super chat. I really do appreciate it. It says, thanks for doing this, Nate. Yeah, no problem. As I said, we'll continue to do this as long as we possibly can. So please, as I mentioned, like the video. That helps us get on YouTube's algorithm and puts this on more people's recommended so that we can share this information with more people. As I said, this is a very dangerous threat that's occurring overnight, and that we need to warn as many people as we possibly can, whether it's sharing this on social media, sharing information on social media, sharing the live stream on social media, liking the video so we can get on people's recommended pages, and continuing to warn people across the board. So a very dangerous situation, including a tornado that was on the ground near Lebeau in Louisiana.
The tornado warning continues for Forest County.
If you guys are new to the channel, please be sure to subscribe and turn on notifications as well. We do coverage just like this every single severe weather event. We're always on for the most part, unless if it's a relatively weak setup, weak severe risk. So we will continue to monitor this as much as possible. We'll stay on as long as we can here tonight.
What? Huh?
I am
So let's go through again what the tornado warnings are, with what parishes are where. So the tornado that was briefly on the ground, or if not still on the ground, is for Avioles and St. Landry parishes until 1:45 a.m. Central Daylight Time. What?
With CC, it might be again.
That
I need more conclusive info.
Oh, that thing's doing dense.
It's right there.
Oh no,
Yeah.
it is another debris signature. It just went back on the ground. 100% just went back on the ground.
Yeah.
It is on United States Route 71.
Yep. So yeah, United States Route 71 here in Louisiana, and that is a massive debris signature. That is very large. Very large debris signature that is going near Lebeau. So as I mentioned, if you're still over there, you guys need to take your proper precautions. Get underground and get in the lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. This is heading off towards Woodside near State Route 105 in Louisiana, towards the Elba areas. If you guys don't know what parish this is in Avioles and St. Landry parishes. And if you know anyone who lives in those areas, you need to tell them to get into their safe space now. This is a matter of a situation between a tornado that is currently still on the ground, and it is still moving through near the town of Lebeau, if not on top of the town of Lebeau. So please, this is one of those situations where you need to get into your safe space now. And this is something that we can start seeing with more of these storms, as to where they can become a lot more tornadic. maybe even so, if it even is tornadic, a lot more with straight line gusty winds that can get it upwards of a hurricane force wind. So this is, you guys really need to get into a sturdy structure if you aren't in a storm already. Please have a plan of action whenever a tornado warning does come around within your area, if you do have one within your area. So just really one of those things where we got to continue to monitor this to the best of our abilities. But this is a very large debris signature for the most part, one of the largest we've seen all day.
Oh, jeez, it just got strong.
And that is
Did it actually?
a very.
I think so. Yeah.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Yep.
Dude, this thing,
Yep.
this thing's doing
There we
dense.
go.
Very
This thing is-
tall tornado. What?
58
This thing-
dBc to
This
be
thing isn't as wide, but it is a very. If you look at the higher tilts,
55% CC.
look at the higher tilts on it. Especially tilt 1.3, Morgan. Look at it. Look at our velocity.
Oh,
That is
yeah.
that is a large debris signature that is moving near LeBeau. So
It's hitting the mark.
This
There's
is-
severe warning for St. Landry with a tornado possible tag on it. That's an
So they're
effective
basically
2:15
saying
a.m.
screw all
Central.
tours around there. They're basically saying what's a tornado warning and
I
That
think
is-
they're covering the stuff by just
hey Nate.
Sir.
southwest of.
Yeah,
St.
you know, LeBeau, there's a new severe warning southwest of it that has rotation. This might do the same
And
thing.
that's the warning.
yeah, it's trying to organize itself. It's not really all too organized at the moment. Still, regardless,
Yeah,
Yeah,
it's
but
a.
neither was this a
58.
little while
Oh
ago.
yeah,
30
100%.
A little while ago.
Solar Storm, thank you for the $5 super chat. I really do appreciate it. This is, as I said, very large storm here with a debris signature. Debris is being lofted up into the atmosphere. I'm actually curious to see. Debris
Did Lake
actually
Charles fall asleep, or am I
gets
like
7,000 feet up in the sky. Oh yeah. So this is some very good rotation here within the storm.
it either lifted or it's starting to morph its shape again into a little bit of a larger tornado?
I think this might be a long track mesocyclone. I'm not gonna lie.
Okay.
Because
Yeah, I
the
won't-
debris signature just lofted up a bit, so the tornado is no longer on the ground, but it'll be coming back on the ground, most likely because of this how cyclic the supercell has been, and how none of the thunderstorms around it have been impeding this inflow whatsoever. So this is a very dangerous storm that is pushing on through here.
Do me a favor, check Twitter to see if there are any damage
I am
or
right now.
B, any tweets in the National Weather Service in Lake Charles saying no to someone if asking if this was on the ground.
This is very dangerous. This is a very dangerous storm here, especially with how cyclic the supercell is. Yeah, so
Bray,
it,
proof of life, please, because we need you on hand.
there's so many of these supercells that are here across the board.
Currently wanting to die. Okay, cool.
Yeah, echotops with this cell are still really high. So, yeah, I would not be surprised with this event here with this storm. If you guys please, if you guys want to help out, please be sure to share this live stream or share this information on social media, as well as with friends and family who may know people who live in these areas. And if you guys don't mind liking the live stream, that actually helps us get on YouTube's algorithm and gets put onto people's recommended feeds, just like how you guys came here on the live stream. So we're more inclined into trying to give out the information as efficiently as possible. And if you
On the
guys would
ground
like to
again,
help
on
us,
the ground again.
oh yeah, this thing is doing dense. It's cycling at this point, Morgan. It's cycling. Is this close to New Orleans?
What's that
Negative. This is to
tornado
the
that-
north and west
By
of
the
Baton
way,
Rouge.
speaking of doing dense, that one southwest of it's starting to consolidate.
Oh yeah, this is the event that we were talking about, guys. This is where things are starting to get a lot more intense, and that we really need to start watching this very intensely. Very strong storm here that is moving on through here.
The scanner hasn't even
never
said
lifted.
anything.
I think it did, Bray. Either that or it just started to morph its shape a little bit more and went over nothing. Oh, it went over a field. That would explain it. Yeah, it went over a field, so it stopped picking up stuff.
Yeah, I would not be surprised. This is a very strong system that is currently marching its way over through into places near Woodside. So as I said, if you know anyone who lives over in Woodside along State Route 105 in Louisiana, you need to tell them to take their proper precautions. Get underground or get in the lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. Let's get some timings out here for the storm. As I said, this is in Abioli's and St. Landry parishes. So if you know anyone who lives in these areas, you need to tell them to get into the safe space now. Woodside, you guys will be impacted in about 15 minutes. This thing has been cycling on and off the ground. So for the most part, this thing will continue to do so as long as it lives in its life cycle. So Woodside, about 10 to 15 minutes, and then heading towards the Innis area in about a half an hour. So if you guys live over in the Innis area in Louisiana, you guys have to go ahead, take your proper precautions, get into your safe space. Yep, this thing is still on the ground. This thing is still marching on through north of Palmetto. It's about 2 miles.
It has a donut hole. It has Oak Region.
It's about 2 miles to the north of Palmetto, about 2.5 miles to the north and east of LeBeau, and it'll be heading off towards the Woodside area. So as I said, if you know anyone who lives over here, you need to tell them to get into their safe space right now, 100%.
Nate, they just canceled the tour in Mississippi.
Makes sense, honestly.
That's understandable.
In order to locate where the debris signature is, we have to go onto the correlation coefficient, which measures the density in the atmosphere. So the more that the density is similar to rain, the redder or the higher the correlation coefficient will be. The more thicker the substance is, similar to hail, or in this case, debris being lofted up in the sky, the lower the correlation coefficient will be. And in this case, we see this ball right here, this debris ball that's being spewed up by the tornado. And so in this case, we do have, as I've mentioned, a tornado that is on the ground and is in progress, and that we need to continue to monitor this storm extensively.
New tour, same storm that had CC. Still radar indicated for some reason.
Yeah.
Nice.
This is a very dangerous system that we need to continue to monitor. So as I've mentioned, we got to continue to share this on social media, tell people on social media. You got to share this with friends and family. We got to be able to tell people who live in these areas. Now, they need to get into their safe space now. As I said, by liking this live stream, we get put on people's recommended feeds so that we can tell more people about the storm. So if you guys are able to like the video, we'll be able to tell more people about this system. But as I said, Woodside is the town that it's heading towards. In about 5 to 10 minutes, that's when it will actually get there. The helicity, Morgan, we'll talk about the velocities here in a second because that just uptrended. Is 165 meters per second squared, as well as the eastbound shear.
Storm.
That one.
Another tour?
Yep. Tour.
Oh boy. Oh yeah, it's starting to strengthen again. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Oh, they just toured the thing southwest of it.
So that's the new tornado warning for St. Landry Parish until 2:15 a.m. Central Daylight Time.
And this is why I'm the scan. I mean, I'm on the scanner. I'm not.
Yeah, Mason not speaking English.
This is a very widespread risk now. This is exactly what we've been saying, that this is going to happen in the overnight hours. And so,
FYI, it's going over fields, so I don't expect to see CC for the next few frames. It's going over open fields.
That's the good news here. It still has the debris ball, but it's it's been on the ground for quite some time now. I'll actually place some markers to when it originally started. It's been on the ground, and it has a path of about 8 miles so far. So this is very much one of those things to where this thing has been continuing to churn, and it's continuing to move into the places of the corner of Mississippi in southwestern parts of Mississippi, right now currently into Louisiana. So if you know anyone who lives to
Hey.
the north of Baton Rouge, to the north and west of Baton Rouge, tell them that a tornado is most likely in progress and that they need to get into their safe space now.
Bray, do me a favor, check back on that stuff in Mississippi that nearly said F off wedges moment. Can you just check back on that? Because I know the tours got canceled for that.
So this is the new tornado warning here for St. Landry Parish until 2:15 a.m. Central Daylight Time. Here's the velocities right here. So just to the north of Lawtell, you can see the greens are moving towards the radar, the reds are moving away. Right in the middle is where the rotation would be. Just to the north of Lawtell, just to the north and west of Opelousas, moving to the north and east. At about, I'd say 30 miles per hour. So if you live over near the Washington areas, if you live near the United States Route 167 areas, as well as areas at State Route 10 and Interstate 49, you guys need to go ahead and take your proper precautions. Get underground or get in the lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible.
Hey,
Go ahead.
FYI, initiation southwest of Shreveport along the outflow boundary. So we're starting to get our other
That's
complex.
something.
We're
Oh,
starting
boy.
to get our complex to form out and around Shreveport. It's extending all the way out and seeing storms all the way through Buffalo, Texas, which is along Interstate 45, south of Dallas. That's extending all the way out. It's along the outflow boundary. It looks like there could be a couple outflow boundaries, but don't quote me on that. But we do. It does appear that we have our back end complex of the night forming. So that will be our main focus later on this evening as this eventually all goes linear. I do want to see though, because I know I was mentioning that line of storms by Fort Polk, and that is continuing action to evolve towards the south and east. Yeah, go.
1 mile east of Camden, Arkansas. Social media reports thunderstorm wind damage. Tree blown down on a house. They just issued another tour.
Extended for the
Where?
current tour.
Yeah,
The confirmed.
extended
Okay.
for the-
So this is a new tornado warning for Feliciana and Pointe-Coupee Parish in Louisiana, as well as Wilkinson County in Mississippi. That'll be in effect until 2:30 a.m. Central Daylight Time. This storm has had a history of producing a tornado, if not multiple tornadoes. So if you live in any of these areas out in front of this storm, you still have a debris signature with this, so all the more reason why you need to continue to take your proper precautions and get into your safe space now. As I said, get underground or get into the lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible.
Oh, yeah, by
Eh,
the way,
bro.
Morgan, just south of Mobile, they
What?
issued a marine warning for water spouts.
I know, I saw that. And by the way, what I was shooting, I forgot to send streaks.
This is fun. This is a
Morgan.
very
I kind of had other things to occupy myself.
This is
This
a
evening,
very
Mason.
very interesting situation. Spectrum width doesn't seem to be all too much of a bit of a ball at the moment, but there's
Of a
still moving off to the north and east. Still some potentially strong storms within this line of cells. So definitely something that we got to continue to monitor as the tornado threat continues to increase as this moves off into the north and east.
Literally nothing from scanners, so I'm gonna go to a different scanner here.
Make sure the scanner's on, because I've noticed with
It is
that
on.
website. Okay, I was gonna say because sometimes the websites just randomly turn it off. So
Yes, Washington is
Yeah.
included in the tornado warning. I would highly recommend that you tell your friend to get to your safe space, because that could be heading off into your general vicinity. So please, I would
There's
highly recommend telling them.
several
I don't need
tornadic rotations developing to the north and east of the New Orleans radar site. Several, at least 3 there.
I don't need a Facebook ad. Thank you very much, scanner.
What?
There were several. Now there's 1. Thank you.
Yeah, Shreve.
Morgan, look at the water wedge. From,
Huh?
look at the water wedge from New Orleans. This is still definitely a very strong situation, very dangerous situation from these tornado warnings here.
Water wedges.
Water wedges. It does seem as if the debris signature has seeded away, so ceased to exist. But that does not mean that the storm will not produce another tornado. As a matter of fact, I would not be surprised if it does, because this is still a classic rotation here. Your classic hook signature right over Woodside. The good news is that it's more or less and it's a phase to where it's deciding as to whether or not it's going to recycle or not. But if it does recycle, then it could potentially produce another tornadic, maybe even another tornadic rotation, maybe even a tornado further along towards Lettsworth and the Inns vicinity. So please, if you guys know anyone who lives in these areas, you need to tell them to take their proper precautions and get into your safe space. Share this information here on social media. As well as by liking the video, you get us on more people's recommended feeds, so we can continue to tell more and more people about what is happening here with this severe weather, with this potentially dangerous tornadic event here this late at night. So please, that would be greatly appreciated. And yeah, these storms are still relatively interesting.
That moment when there's a TVS.
What is going on with Mobile?
I'm looking just north of Mobile, and there's a TVS in that SV.
Pike County right now is kind of in the clear, but they're going to get another round of severe storms that could most likely
in the next couple hours.
Yeah, and they could even be tornadic. So I would highly recommend that you monitor these storms. Turn on your emergency notifications if you decide to sleep whatsoever. But this is
your guard down in this instance.
100%. I would turn on notifications, sounds, everything. If you have a weather radio, turn that on. This is definitely a situation that you do not want to be caught with your pants down. So this is 100% a situation that needs to be monitored across the board.
Nate, don't sleep naked during tornado season.
Jeez.
Morgan.
I'm sorry, I needed to laugh a bit. Now I'm coughing.
This is a very dangerous situation here.
Mason, I will remove you.
Come on, guys. This is a
Woodside might be doing it again, honestly.
yeah. These supercells are still spanning up to almost 49,000, 50,000 feet. Actually, one pixel here goes up to 49,900 feet up in the sky. So this is 100% still an active supercell. Actually, I want to take a 3D of the storm to be able to see what all is happening within the supercell. And you can actually see the inflow notch here within this original cell. So this is 100% a tornadic supercell that we have here right in front of us. Now, folks, this is 100% the classic indication of there being something extremely tornadic within this cell, these band of thunderstorms. And so this is very concerning to me, in my honest opinion, as this unfolds here further on into the evening. And this will be moving on forward into the early stages of a major risk for severe weather and maybe even tornadoes.
Bray.
Large hail is also an indicator with all this. So on top of all of the gusty winds and the potential for tornadoes, a more widespread risk is possible with the threat for hail and upwards of maybe even an inch in some spots. So all the more reason why, if you know anyone who lives in these areas, you need to tell them to get indoors anyways, because not only have these storms have produced tornadoes in the past, they could easily continue to produce other risks that may be even more widespread, maybe even could do some damage along the way. So definitely something that we're going to need to continue to monitor that.
New
Mezzo. Yeah, new meso
Severe threat is
discussion.
expected to oh my god, it's expected to develop eastward across southern Alabama and the western Florida Panhandle later tonight. Wind damage, few tornadoes, and isolated very large hail will be possible. Watch issuance will likely be needed. The latest radar imagery shows a linear MCS over southeastern Mississippi extending into north central Alabama. The line is being supported by a 40 to 50 knot level jet.
Oh
Ahead of
yeah.
the line of storm, surface dew
Understandable.
points are in the mid to upper 60s. RAP analysis is showing moderate instability as well. Line should be maintained as the level of the jet strengthens, and the storms move eastward along the northern edge of the moderate instability. Discrete thunderstorms are also expected to move from the northern Gulf of Mexico into the coastal areas of Alabama and far western Florida Panhandle over the next couple of hours. So they're basically saying the water wedges that are over, south of Mobile right now, they're saying more of that is expected to develop, and we could start to see some more stuff later.
This is
Um,
that's not good.
water wedges.
That is really not good. So let me reiterate these areas here for the most part. This will be occurring in southern Mississippi, southern parts of Louisiana, specifically southeastern to central parts of Louisiana, into some parts of Alabama and even
Okay.
Florida today. The threat for tornadoes, very damaging winds, and some spotty hail is here within most of these areas. So please, if you know anyone who lives in these areas, Jackson down south to Hattiesburg and Macomb, as well as in Laurel, further down into New Orleans, Baton Rouge, maybe even
Okay.
Lafayette, going all the way over
Oh,
to Mobile.
my
You
God.
guys need to continue to monitor the system. Tell them to monitor the system. And if you're in a tornado warning right now,
These
you guys need to go ahead and
people.
take your proper precautions. Get underground or get in the lowest innermost part of your building. Go Morgan.
I would say CC, but I don't think it is. However, Woodside Spectrum Width is starting to go again, so keep a close eye on that.
Oh yeah, 100%. It's not exactly all too intense quite yet, but it is still looking very prominent for the most part. We are getting some reports of some
boy,
widespread damage.
break. Yeah. Lots of trees and power lines down. Some houses with trees down on them, along with a business on Church Street with a tree in it. Possible tornado as there is all other damage to the central portion of the county. Yeah, that's with what we were talking about
Where?
earlier, ladies and
This is
gents.
in
That's
Marion
County, Mississippi. That was associated with the large line that moved through the area.
Yep, and could it have even been tornadic too? This was the right when we were looking at it to where it could have been very at its peak at its strongest. So this was right near Columbia for the most part, and because of the fact there is some widespread damage here within these areas, we can expect to see more stuff like that happen here across the board, especially with how intense these risks are for today. And that is the reason why the Storm Prediction Center has given a 4 out of 5 on the severe capability or the severe weather index, other known as a moderate risk. So definitely something that we need to continue to watch as this unfolds. This is an overnight event, which makes this all the more dangerous, particularly dangerous in some of these situations. And we really need to watch this very closely because these
And
storms could really ramp up very quickly.
And guess who's pre-rating on Twitter from Radar?
Don't care. Because Twitter is stupid that way.
Yeah.
What's a Twitter?
This is the Washington
No
cell might be
comment.
still going, but the good news is, oh well, actually that's a bit of bad news. Your spectrum width started to drop. Morgan, Washington.
Oh, shite. You said,
Washington.
you said, wait, Washington?
That's the cell to
Oh,
the south.
okay.
Yeah.
When did that get its act together again?
It's getting
in-
its act
In
together.
the last couple of frames. In the last
Where's
couple of
Marion
frames.
County?
Marion County is near Hattiesburg? Question mark.
Marion County is right over Columbia. It's
Columbia.
just to the
Oh
Columbia.
yeah. Okay. See if there's any Skinner.
Severe thunderstorm warning with a
Yes,
tornado
there is.
possible for Choctaw, Clark, Washington, and Wilcox counties in Alabama, as well as
It's an
Greene,
extension
Perry,
of the line.
and Wayne counties in Mississippi until 3 a.m. Central Daylight Time.
I don't need a chicken.
70
sandwich.
mile per hour wind
sorry,
gusts.
70 miles an hour wind gusts. Yeah, 70 miles per hour. 70 miles per hour wind gusts. Quarter size sail and tour possible tag. So if I may, just really quickly. Jackson, Waynesboro, Thomasville, Butler, Grove Hill, Chatham, Richton, Leakesville,
Ow.
Wagger, Mason,
Where
St. Stephen's,
is this
Leroy,
coming
Clara, Deer
from?
Park, Whately, Tibby, Beaumont, Pine
Morgan,
Hill, Calvert, New
break.
Augusta, and Lisbon.
Woodside
Okay, I
gone.
need to mute it.
It's going.
Ow.
Oh, they're both
Washington's going. We
now.
might have two
They're both
separate
going.
cells that could be on the ground at this moment. Folks at home, if you know anyone who lives in these areas, Palmetto as well as south of Lebeau in Louisiana, anyone who lives to the north and west of Baton Rouge, if you know anyone who lives near Lettsworth, Ennis, near State Route 1 in Louisiana, you guys need to tell them to take their proper precautions, get underground or get in the lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. Share this on social media. Share this live stream if they don't believe you. Share this information on social media. Like the video so that we can get on more people's recommended feeds so that we can tell more people about this severe weather threat because we could potentially have two tornadic areas that could be producing tornadoes at the moment. And yeah, I would have to say both of them could be on the ground right now at the same time. So one just to the north and east of Washington. Another that'll be just to the north and east of Woodside. Actually, more or less to the east of Woodside, heading towards Ennis.
Holy crap! The structures on these things, jeez.
This is a very concerning situation here that is continuing to move on through and advance later on tonight. The tornado warning for Aviolas and St. Landry has been canceled for whatever reason. I have no clue.
Wait, which one's that?
Oh no! That was the previous warning on the rear of the other ones. That actually is actually is good here because that is moved out of some areas. But this is 100% very well. Both could be on the ground as we speak. And yeah, Washington's spectrum width actually just went massively. And I would not be surprised if this got significantly worse. Go, Mason.
So, you know that beeping noise, right? That was
Yes,
a
sir.
call of a fire alarm of where that tornado warning is at in just near the border of Mississippi and Louisiana. There's a
Lettsworth.
fire alarm activation, possible tornado.
Oh boy. So yeah, that's
Yeah.
that is very concerning. This is yeah, as I said, two possible tornadoes on the ground at the same time. I'm not sure if Washington's currently has a debris ball, but this 100% has a massive spectrum width drop. And then the other cell near Ennis that is moving on through, we have two donut holes within these cells, which is basically these bounded weak echo regions to where the rain actually surrounds the whole mesocyclone and obscures it. Not that it's already obscured because it's the middle of the night, but this we have some classic areas of rotation where right in the middle of that donut hole is where the tornadoes would be.
In Washington.
Oh yeah.
Okay. No CC indication on that yet. No clear ZDR.
New scan just came in.
Echo tops to 50,000 feet on both of these.
Delta velocity 48 on top of 34.
34. Yeah.
That is a
Where are you getting 48?
48 to towards the rear side of the actual gate to gate.
See, I'm getting 46 on top of 34 closer.
This is this is a very concerning situation, as I've mentioned. This thing is 100% on the ground. If you live near Palmetto, if you live near United States Route 71, you guys need to go ahead and take your proper precautions and get into your safe space now because this is
over a field right now. I think it is over a field, which is why we're not seeing anything.
No, it's over trees.
I wouldn't say it's 100% then. I think we would see something.
No. You'll see. Trust me. These storms right now, in regards to the updrafts, are going to be not too strong in the upper parts. The lower parts, that's because of the low-level jet that's amplifying this thing. So this is you'll start to see it here relatively soon.
This is quite understandable.
This is
They issued a severe warning for 40 miles per hour winds.
What?
Right near Fly Down.
Morgan, 66 on top of 30. Actually, 66 on top of 31. Washington,
Give me a
so
sec. I want to see where this severe warning
This
for
is-
40-mile-an-hour winds is.
40 miles per hour wind gusts and quarter-size hail. Expected wind damage to the roof, sliding in trees.
where?
St. Tammy, Washington, and Pearl River. A 201 is severe thunderstorm was located near
40 mile per hour wind gusts and
9
quarter
miles-
size hail. Why would they issue that? Just say quarter size hail. Not that big of a deal.
Wait. No. The tack at the bottom says 60 though. What? What is?
Hazard 40 miles per hour winds and quarter-size hail.
Jeez, these
Yeah,
things are
New
churning about.
Orleans.
Yeah, these both, I would not be surprised if they're still on the ground. We're waiting for a couple new scans here, because we've been on the same one for quite some time here.
Someone just said in the chat, Nate, you are very professional. Morgan got giggles.
Okay, look, I'm sorry. I love it when the National Weather Service does an oopsie, especially considering half the time they don't know how to issue a tornado warning for a cell that's blatantly on the ground.
Oh my good lord, Washington's gone. 42 on top of 51.
Nice. Where's Fort Polk? Here it is.
This thing is
I need
Hazard,
CC.
40
There
miles
ain't
per
nothing on
it's
CC.
trust me, it's on the ground. 100%. This thing is gone. United States Route 71, as well as a Palmetto, you need to be in your safe space now. 100%.
I may be able to make out a ZDR column now. Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
54. 50. Actually, sorry, 54 on 51. Yeah.
We still haven't
dang.
got a new scan
And they
from
just
reflectivity
issued a
yet.
tour in Louisiana, St. Tammy and Pearl River at 2:05 a.m. A severe thunderstorm.
Are
hit
you
the
serious?
land.
It's the
The
one north of
tornado
New Orleans.
was located near Abita Springs, or 11 miles east of Covington, moving north.
Dude, this thing is mental. Holy crap. Jeez.
40-mile-an-hour wind gusts, my ass.
Talashik, if you live near Talashik, if you live near State Route 41, as well as over into parts
Carrier.
of Mississippi and State Route 43 into Carrier, you guys need to go ahead and take your proper
This thing is
precautions.
hauling.
Get underground or get in the
This thing
lowest
is
innermost part of your
hauling,
building,
yes.
particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible.
This will be in Carrier in 30 minutes. This thing is really moving up towards the north and east, especially considering this is one of the cells that's getting dragged up by the front. So if you guys are in these areas, it's a lot of water as far as I'm concerned, a lot of marsh, but Talashik, State Route 41, my bad. State Route 43, a zone of carry area. You need to take proper precautions, get into your safe space if you have one that is not just water.
I have no clue what they just said on the scanner, but they said something about a tree on something.
Probably a tree through some building.
And
Oh
I believe that
on that Talashik storm.
And I believe that might have been Marion County, or probably the tornado warning in Louisiana.
Oh,
And it's-
75 on 40. Oh, God,
Shh.
Washington.
That thing is on the ground 100%. You don't need a
There's
debris
nothing
signature to say.
showing up, yeah.
You don't need a debris signature to say that that thing isn't on the ground. That is 100% on the ground.
There's houses up ahead. Palmetto, take precautions.
100% on the ground. All right, this thing is more than on the ground. As I mentioned, we need to share this information with people on the internet. Share this on social media. We need to be able to continue to grab some information for people. For the new people who have subscribed, thank you so much for doing so. But this is a very dangerous situation like the video so that we can appear on more people's recommended feeds. This is a very dangerous situation because we need to spread the information as much as possible. As Morgan has mentioned, we have a 75 on top of 40. Delta velocity would be around 115 miles per hour, which is around EF2 strength. Not saying that that is EF2 strength. My goodness, 57 on top of 60 now. So that's a 117 mile per hour delta velocity.
No,
not yet. But this is gearing. This is churning.
With this being said, the cell northeast of it fizzed, so this really just took the energy, I think, at this point.
Yeah,
Oh yeah.
pressure.
The helicity in this area is 127, but the cape is above 3,000 joules
Is
per
above
kilogram.
3,000,
So
yeah.
this is a very strong
Eastbound
system.
Eastbound shears above 40 knots. So there you go.
There's
this
2-inch hail in that special marine warning.
This is not good. Not good right here.
This could be a large tornado.
Yeah, I'm waiting for that debris signature to absolutely
This could be
explode
a
because
half
I already
mile
know
wide. This could be a half mile wide, honestly, if we're
This
just looking
thing's-
at the rotational
Don't
couplet
say it.
itself.
Don't say that.
this thing is churning about.
Mason, you're the.
You can
Never
clearly
mind.
see the velocities here. Your greens are moving towards the radar. Your reds and oranges moving away. Right in the middle is where the rotation would be, and right where they meet together horizontally is where the tornado could quite possibly be. There's your debris signature right there. Boom. It's on the
Did it
ground.
Just go.
There's your debris signature. Boom. Gone. That's your large
That hit
tornado right there.
It hit a house. It hit residence. It hit a mobile home, I think.
That's your
Oh,
large
God.
tornado right there. That's it's been on the ground for quite some time, and it is now heading
Mason.
towards the State Route 71 areas here north and west of Baton Rouge.
Mason, St. Landry, search, dispatch, please.
I'm already on. I've been on that.
53 on top of 66.
I've
Fif-
been on it.
That's a 119 mile per hour delta velocity. This is a very strong tornado that's moving through these areas. Palmetto. If you know anyone who lives in Palmetto, that is actually a very somewhat
God,
populous
we have to
area,
take
a
it
town.
down.
If you guys know anyone who lives over there,
More
you
than
need to tell them to
5,000.
take their proper precautions. Get underground and get in the lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet. As I said, share this live stream on social media, like the video, because that actually puts us on more recommended feeds. We need to get more people to know that this stuff is happening so that they may be able to share. This is 100% a very dangerous situation that's heading off into the town of Palmetto in Louisiana. Just for reference as to where this tornado warning is, this is where the tornado confirmed that is on the ground over here. Here's Baton
They just
Rouge.
issued a new tour on it, regular, no PDS, not confirmed even. It's a large tornado. CT
That's-
just went to
See,
33%.
oh my good lord, that debris ball is massive.
Large tornado.
Yeah,
heading
large
to Palmetto.
tornado.
You need to be in a safe space now.
Very large tornado. Very large tornado. The debris ball in itself
Palmetto,
is
Alba,
actually the debris ball is 1.5 miles wide, guys. So this is a very
Yeah,
large
yeah.
tornado that is moving through here.
You know what, guys? Let me say something really quick. So, new tour, not PDS, not confirmed. So,
I
you know
said
what? I'm
that.
just gonna say this. You know what? I'm just gonna say this. At 2:10 a.m., a confirmed tornado was located over Palmetto, moving northeast at 35
Look at the
miles per hour.
spectrum width
Yeah,
ball. Look at the spectrum width ball.
Or a possible confirmed large and extremely dangerous tornado was located.
Yeah, we
over
don't know
Palmetto.
yet, but they're gonna if they're awake, they'll put it out in a second.
Oh yeah, this is a
Oh, that
very
was right over a mobile home.
this is a very dangerous situation here. Some of the velocities aren't even registering. But this is a very large tornado that is
Mason,
moving on
scanners,
through.
Please, as hard as it might be to hear, scanners, please.
Hopefully they can say something. It is online currently, but they haven't said anything.
This
for the
is
past
not said
5
a
to 10
word.
minutes.
This is very concerning. We're going to come back to that storm in a bit. We got to go to the tornado warning back to the northern parts of New Orleans, see what's happening with this storm. There isn't really a whole lot of rotation. They just issued this tornado warning as a
Oh,
precaution
someone
for
has
more or less.
family
But as I said,
see.
people in Talasheek, as well as State Route 41, all the way up into State Route 43 in Mississippi, Azona and Carriere. Carry, you guys need to go ahead and take your proper precautions. Get underground and get in the lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet. Go back over to the tornado warning here because this actually is
I
a
haven't
very
gotten a new
strong.
frame yet.
Velocities
I haven't
are
gotten a new
now
frame yet.
missing within the center of the Palmetto storm.
Oh
Your
my
debris
God,
ball has
CC,
expanded rather significantly, and it is
56 on
now.
51.
CC
This
really
is-
expanded.
And
This
your
needs to be
spectrum width.
PDS.
Your spectrum width is very large here. This is impacting the southern parts of Palmetto as we speak. So we're hoping to God that the people of Palmetto over in Louisiana really
The-
take shelter with all these storms because this is
indicate the
this is a-
spectrum with area is as large as the
I don't
strong
know.
velocities.
Break-
So, yeah, go.
I don't know if y'all heard that, but coming
No.
out of, I believe that might have been the Palmetto area, power lines down, blocking roadways or.
debris ball up to 2.5 miles wide.
It's shallow.
It's shallow, but you have to realize the motion is north south.
Yeah.
So that's a massive tornado that is on the ground right now. Just based off of the debris ball, I would have to say that it's about maybe 1/4 of a mile wide, and it is churning its way
New Orleans,
through.
Wake the F up.
This
Wow.
is a very dangerous tornado here. Lake Charles. I
You know
would
what?
issue.
I'm gonna get out of Marion County scanner because I don't need that right now.
This is very dangerous, very intense.
I need a new frame.
I turned y'all's
Um,
volume down, by the way, so that I can.
Oh, the debris. The debris ball just went right over Palmetto.
Right over Palmetto.
It just went right
No.
over Palmetto. The debris ball just shifted right over Palmetto.
There's residents.
I'm assuming.
boy.
I'm hoping that the debris just got lofted up over there, and not that the tornado
Mason, if you're
actually
gonna
went
lose
over
it,
into that
lose
general
it.
vicinity. This is a very dangerous situation, as we have noted here before. Still no update here from Lake Charles, but this is a.
Scanner
uh,
needs to wake up.
Wait, so they just canceled the tour behind it, but they haven't gone PDS on this? Excuse.
62 on top of 75. 62 on top of 75.
Oh, yeah.
And this is a very strong tornado.
Delta velocity of 111 knots.
That's going near 100.
No, that's no. This is 119.5 knots, Mason.
On my
Gate
end,
to
I'm getting
gate.
111.7.
I
119.
119. Just to translate here for you all, how fast that is. That is 137.5 miles per hour. This is a very
Vertical
strong
rotation
tornado
is 60
that is
knots.
moving on
Vertical
through.
rotation is 60 knots.
As I said, we got to continue to share this with people because this is in the middle of the night and that people need to continue to monitor. So, yeah, this is a massive debris ball that just went over Palmetto. This is very concerning.
So, with
Um,
this being said,
They
areas
they
by
canceled the tour.
Mason,
It's-
we
Slide
know
out.
they canceled the tour behind it. Elba, Woodside, if you
slide
guys
out,
are around
slide out.
there.
Just north of New Orleans, they canceled the tour.
this
Okay.
is
State Route 105 between Woodside and Elba. You guys need to be in your safe space now. It looks like it has weakened substantially.
oh yeah.
However, debris will still continue to scatter, and the debris ball actually just doubled in size. So it appears that it has stalled over Palmetto.
Oh, this is bad.
Debris may have fanned
especially
out
on
a bit
this-
more.
Yes. New Orleans is still asleep.
No, this is
so
Lake
areas-
Charles's. This is Lake Charles's jurisdiction.
Someone wants to
really?
know if they
Yeah.
PDS for rural
No.
areas.
It doesn't matter. It's they PDS for anywhere that requires a PDS, and there's residents going up and along the area in which it's supposed to follow.
Mm-hmm.
There's no excuse here.
This is a very strong tornado.
Like if you
Please-
storm track
Please
it,
do not pre-rate in the chat. Thank you very much.
did they just?
Yeah,
Oh.
someone said EF3.
I don't care. No, I'm not talking about that.
Oh.
They're talking. The National Weather Service offices are doing every tornado warning except for the one that's on the ground. That's likely a sick tornado right now. This is the stuff that pisses me off. The fact that they just blatantly ignore this bull.
Yeah, even
And
someone
likely
is-
ongoing and impacting livelihoods.
Morgan,
Yeah, even someone is
What?
ranting on
our
Twitter
priority
saying,
right now is not
how
to
is
yell at the people who are running the show, and more or less to tell the people who are watching it what is happening. We can get into that later. But regardless, Elba, you guys are most likely going to be impacted within the next 10 minutes. So if you live over there, you guys really need to monitor the storm. As I said, a confirmed large tornado that is moving through Palmetto. Very large tornado, actually, for the most part.
I think it's stalled out. Like, it's not. The last few frames have not shown much.
Debris
getting
ball
reports from-
shifted. It's still on the ground. Still indeed
Yep.
on the ground, and it's still
it's still a
it's still
large tornado on the
decently
ground.
still
someone-
decently strong. Actually, I'm seeing
66-27.
yeah,
and
it's
a large spectrum of ball.
oh yeah, this is 100% still on the ground. So this is
Someone-
definitely something that we need to continue to monitor. I know you guys have heard this town before. We've mentioned on the broadcast, but Woodside, as well as near State Route 105, you have a potentially large tornado that is moving off into your general vicinity. So if you live over there, you guys need to really take your proper precautions and get underground or get in the lowest innermost part of your building. Particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. If you guys know anyone who lives in these areas, you need to really just inform them 100%. Share this live stream with friends and family and on social media. Like the video so that we can appear on more people's recommended feeds, so that we can tell more people what this tornado is doing, because this tornado is doing large damage, large amounts of damage through the town of Palmetto, and that it could potentially be trying to impact more people around State Route 105. So something to really monitor as this continues to head off to the north and east.
Yeah,
It got even
someone is
larger.
someone's ranting on Twitter saying, how is this not a confirmed tornado with this going right over Palmetto?
Mm.
And almost stalled.
It's slowed
Rotation
down, but
has
it's still
died,
going.
But it's still a large tornado. Like, I don't. The rotation may just be consolidating at this point, because I can't trust velocities. It's looking up 5,700 feet, and truth be
It's
told,
still
there might be something quite different going on at the surface.
Still on the ground.
Oh yeah, 100% still on the ground. Lake Charles is still asleep. Lake Charles's IEM hasn't gone off in 9 minutes. Sorry.
This is still 100% a very dangerous situation. Still on the ground 100%. Debris is still scattered throughout the storm. You know, this is what we said earlier on in the stream. This is what the event was going to be like. The worst case scenario here today. And indeed,
Watch 89.
Are you serious?
I wish I was not, unfortunately. This will be until 9 a.m. Eastern, 8 a.m. Central.
Oh wow.
This is for areas downstream like Mobile, Pensacola, and even going down up to Panama City. This is downstream of where the squall line is anticipated to end up. I'm gonna wait to see if I can get props on this. Hold up.
The debris ball is shrinking, but the velocities are still relatively
still 20. It just got to 27%, so it's consolidating, but it's still very much so on the ground.
Yeah, it's still a very strong tornado that is moving on through. As we mentioned, it was heading through the town of Palmetto earlier, and now it'll be heading towards the Elba and the State Route 105 areas in Louisiana, near Woodside, near Elba. So if you know anyone who lives over there, the velocity just came in, and it's still spectrum width, a massive spectrum width ball. So I can fully anticipate this thing still being on the ground. If you live near Elba,
spectrum width,
you need to get into your
actually the deepest.
Get underground right now, or get in the lowest innermost part of your building. Get to a sturdy structure now. Because this is a very strong tornado that is still in progress here, a long track tornado that we need to continue to monitor as this moves on through.
I have debris reliably to 12,000 feet. Sorry, 11,000 feet. So regardless of
Why aren't
what-
the scanners
regardless of what
talking?
Lake Charles is doing, this is a significant tornado in progress. Areas towards the north and east, like Elba and Woodside, have to be very vigilant. And Lake Charles continued it, not PDS, radar indicated until 2:45 a.m.
What?
Central Daylight Time. That will be in effect for another 20 minutes. I don't understand how
This
that
is-
happens.
This is a still a very concerning situation. The debris ball is still there. The spectrum width is still there. This does not change anything. It is heading towards the Elba area, and that you guys need to continue to monitor this with the utmost respect.
You know what? At 12:23 a.m., a confirmed large and extremely dangerous tornado was located near
12:23. Pardon.
2:23. Jeez.
Yeah.
Was
Well,
located near
Nathan.
Bayou Current,
Yeah.
moving northeast at 35 miles per hour.
Yeah.
This tornadic
It's
thunderstorm will remain over mainly rural areas of northeastern Jeez.
nice.
This
Look,
is
it's 2:30. I'm dead.
guys, we still need to
3:30.
share this on a social media because more people. This is in the middle of the night, and
Are
if
people
we
still coming into the stream, Nate? Do you know?
Yeah, I know they. Yeah, they are. We're up to 622. Guys, share this on social media, friends and family, and on social media, as well as give me a second, as well as to like the video so we can appear on more people's recommended feeds so that they may be able to share it as well. The more people, the better. Go ahead, Mason.
Someone had family in the CC.
Oh yeah, 100%.
Like, directly in the CC.
The
Someone had
Echo Top
family.
shrunk. I don't get what this storm is doing in terms of
Debris
consolidation
ball is
process.
actually shrinking / not. It's kind of lifting.
Yep.
So we might
in
be starting to get.
coordination with the velocities. The velocities are about to cease, and the spectrum width just ended. Well, not ended, but
It's gotten weaker, indeed.
Lake Charles. What the f was that?
This is this was a very strong tornado that had moved on through Palmetto, and so this is the threat that we could see tonight, boys and girls. This is exactly what we were afraid of. It's definitely one of those things to where there's more where that could possibly come from, and they even issued a new tornado watch within some of these areas. So we need to continue to monitor this very carefully. We have 324 unfiltered reports and 232 filtered reports.
Yeah, well, this is a big day. Watch probs, by the way, 40-20 tour, 50-40 wind, 30-30 hail.
And that's in effect for Joe.
Yeah, Joseph. So this does include Panama City. This also includes Dothan, Fort Rucker, Alabama, as well as Mobile, Pensacola. South of Montgomery.
And Joe's just north of Pensacola.
Indeed he is. I doubt he's awake.
No. I think he's still asleep. He's not
This is
online,
fanning out.
so I think he's
This is fanning out. It's done.
Yeah.
Yeah, way to go, Lake Charles. Way to go. We had a big CC over Palmetto. You continue
I have
the
a few
tour. No PDS
I have a-
confirmed.
I have a few selective words that I can't say on stream.
Yeah, let's stay true to our values, guys.
Because yeah, especially
Spikes,
considering
what's
the
Spikes, was your friend directly in the path of this large tornado?
So if you happen to know anyone that was anywhere within the limits of Palmetto, honestly, east of LeBeau, I'll be pushing off. It was pushing off, sorry, to the north and east of the United States Route 71, basically bisecting southwest of Palmetto. up to the north and east. Dissipated, I would say 3 or 4 miles northeast of Palmetto.
I'm gonna take a slice through the storm and try and actually see if I can see how high the debris spot went up.
Tor possible severe warning for Point Coupe and West Feliciana. I'll be in until 3:15 Central Time. I really just it's downwind there. It was the Tor that was just now. So New Orleans said, "Hey,
Might as well.
I swear on God, this thing is redeveloping."
15,000 feet is what I see. I see the debris
Reliably,
being
yeah.
lofted up to 15,000 feet. Maybe
Alright, this is
20 in
redeveloping.
some spots.
Scanner up again.
Actually,
go.
scratch that. 20,000 feet.
Nate, this might redevelop.
I would be surprised if it did. I honestly wouldn't.
What's the environment? Still 3,000 Cape. Helicity is starting
131,
to
so it's
slowly.
Eastbound shear still 40s. I say it's good.
Yeah.
I say it could still intensify rather
Who's
rapidly.
texting me at 3:30 in the morning? Go to bed.
And massive debris balls seen on radar is
Spike
a
just
radar
said he's just
indication of a
outside the
tornado, not a
Washington
confirmed
area, so he
tornado.
was just getting
Well, it would
fired
be a
up at the
radar
time of-
confirmed tornado, technically. Technically.
Just outside the Washington city limits.
Yeah.
So
Outside
this is.
Washington, someone had a friend there.
If you guys are new to the stream
might
and you
have
do
lucked
want to
out.
support the channel, please be sure to subscribe and turn on notifications.
Let's just take a moment that thank God that Spike's friend was not in Palmetto.
I know, right? This is
Yeah, but regardless, oh yeah, it's gonna redevelop. Give it a few.
taking the Twitter real quickly.
Checking Twitter right now, no damage reports.
It's the dead and dark of night. There's not gonna be
Yeah.
really any ground.
We have 578 people watching.
And there goes the TOA.
1,000
All right.
feet.
Yeah, Rob, I'm listening to both scanners. I'm listening to St. Landry's scanner, and I'm listening to the same scanner that you're on. Like, literally nothing has been said.
You know what my thing is?
What?
I don't think they can get out there. Palmetto's in an area, and realistically speaking, it was the strongest as it went right over the interstate. Can they even get out there? They'd be coming from
I don't know.
they'd be coming from Opelousas. That may be why, because it's so far. They'd have to either cut north,
Literally no
up to
call.
LeBeau, and south.
There's literally been no calls.
Probably because it's the middle of the night.
Probably it's because it's the middle of the night, and to hell if they can even get reception.
It's true.
God, that just makes me feel so crappy, man, for the people that were out there and for the people that were impacted.
I don't think even the
think that
confirmed
that-
tornado I don't think that would have mattered because of how many people would have been most likely asleep.
Those who knew would have known, but those who didn't would not have cared. Injuries reported where District 5
Oh,
scanner
Here we
went
go.
off.
Here we go.
Yeah, there
we
you
got a
go.
call.
They're
Can you
probably
send
all
me
coming
the
in.
link to that scanner, please?
Yep.
Yep, that's confirmed.
Jesus.
Confirmed tornado. There's multiple. They just said what? Multiple
Multiple-
injuries.
Yeah, multiple injuries. You all just heard.
Multiple
That's-
injuries due to tornado.
That's and now more things are coming in too.
It's
Ma-
fire dispatch.
Yeah.
Yeah, that would be a search and rescue for the most part.
Yes.
That's that's very
Hide in a dryer if a tornado comes. That's an interesting theory, actually. That might work if you can fit in there. You might
Bathtub
really crane
works.
your neck badly, but
this is
yeah, Mason, if you could send that scanner in the group chat, please. The link.
Got another call. Let's find out.
Mason, link, please.
More multiple injuries.
Mason, you have the link?
Mason, we need the link.
You there,
Multiple
Mason?
injuries again.
Hold up. Nate, I'm gonna get it. Because he doesn't seem to exist. St. Landry. Here. Yep, here. Hold up. Opening. There you go, Nate. Sent. District 5 feed.
This is Yep.
Progressive Motorcycle presents Road Wisdom from the Motor. If you missed a turn,
There we go.
there's always another turn.
Alright.
Take it to get back to the turn you missed.
Can you severely? Question mark?
Progressive Motorcycle also presents Roadside
just north of
Assistance.
Mobile.
Progressive Motorcycle for
Jeez,
those
that was a
who were
massive
born to
debris
ride.
ball.
Progressive Casualty Insurance Company. affiliates.
Hey Nate,
Yes, sir.
look at the water wedge off Mobile.
Oh yeah, that's right. I don't need Dallas Fort Worth anymore. I can move that over.
Yeah, I closed that a while ago.
Jeez. This is absolutely insane, chat. I'm not
They
gonna
just
lie.
shut up on the District 5.
For right now.
Where were the injuries? Probably in Palmetto. Right where the large tornado was hit. No confirmed, no PDS.
Guys, retweet this, like and retweet this on Twitter. This tells people what the debris was like within that storm.
No, stop with the ad. Thank you.
You live 5 miles away from Palmetto, you're gonna check for damage? Do search and rescue. Don't even check. If you see any damage, check for people, alright? There's reports of multiple injuries there. Make sure you have some actual equipment, boots and stuff like that, alright? Because you're gonna be walking in areas that most likely will have debris. Alright, this debris will most likely be large, for the most part. If you have any images of it, feel free to at me at Twitter, so that I may be able to show people. But this is very concerning.
No, I don't have you guys muted, Morgan. And
Then you
me.
can't be blatantly ignoring us in a situation like that when we're asking you for the link, please.
I think our best situation right now is to try and find areas with more rotation.
There's 31 people listening to this scanner.
This is
No.
very intense. Yeah, Madison, please, take proper precautions. Thank you for the $5 super chat.
I think Bray's dead, by the way.
Then Lee Bolware with the $10 super chat. Still thankful for you guys. I really do appreciate the $10 super chat.
Damage and injuries was along 359 south of Lebu.
Lebu. So that's the other tornado. Lebu. So that's the other tornado that was here. Do you hear? I don't hear
It's
anything.
going again. It's going again.
Is it trying?
Stop going. You're
Look at spectrum width. Look at velocities. It's trying.
Oh,
Right.
yeah. And that's the original rotation. Well, actually, no. It's a cyclic form of it.
Nothing from.
It's a cyclic form of it. This thing might be trying to reorganize.
I hope New Orleans is awake.
Is this New Orleans' jurisdiction? Yeah, it is.
It is.
I'm gonna watch for it. 'Cause that is 100%. Yeah, there wasn't St. Landry, so. Is there emergency responders in St. Landry? Oh no, wait, there should be, because Opelousas, as well as Washington.
And Palmetto, if they can even get there.
This is very, very concerning. If you guys are new to the stream, a large and dangerous tornado had started to form near Washington, Louisiana, which is near Opelousas in Louisiana, just to the west of Baton Rouge. And it formed and materialized and went through Palmetto, Louisiana, where it actually almost went right on top of it. So one of those things to where we need to have these people in our prayers. Multiple injuries reported, and this is a dangerous situation and a very unfortunate situation for the most part that has happened here. Tri-Community Nursing Center, Highway 71 and Nursing Road Home, west of Palmetto. Are they okay? Give me a second. United States
don't know, and that's what sucks.
The only issue with
I
that,
do not know that yet. Scanner has not said anything about that.
the only issue with this is that I can. Actually, you know what? I have an idea. I'm gonna put GIS. I'm gonna load the shapefile of Louisiana in here. Weather shapefile directory, wherever Louisiana is. Move that right here. Yes.
Mio, there is a possibility
Yes,
that
import.
the floats are running or floated. What?
Floats
Flooded?
the floats are running.
So let's see.
Okay.
Person said Nursing Home
How
Road
did I mix that
in
up?
Washington, Louisiana.
Crap.
Tri-Community Nursing Center.
Someone said on Twitter seeing some new rotations starting to begin just north of Hudson.
Yep.
Don't
Tell me.
Please don't.
No.
I'm going to double check here before I say
What?
anything.
What? Talk to us, please.
I'm looking. The nursing center actually looked like it may have been a bit further north of the debris ball in itself. That is the debris ball. The actual spectrum width ball was very close to it,
Did it
but very
actually?
much so to the south just a little. But I would expect some damage within some of those areas, especially south of the general vicinity. So the person who asked about the Tri-Community Nursing Center, I believe that actual tornado may have went a little bit to the south of that area. Probably just missed it. If I were to put a marker here and show the tornadic winds, it probably missed it by about a mile. So But that's based off of radar data. We're gonna have to take a look at the ground truth in that general vicinity, and this is definitely something that we're gonna want to continue to monitor as this transpires through. If you guys find any damage here on Twitter, feel free to @ me at Nate_Snyder. It's the same thing as my YouTube name, and we're gonna try and see if we can find some more stuff put up here so that we can warn people on YouTube.
Nate 60 Delta Bachelor.
Yeah, I'm looking at it as well, and that's really unfortunate too, because these cells are actually still tornadic even after all of that. So this is a very dangerous situation that will continue to be here. But this is, as I said, very concerning. If you know anyone who resided along Rideau Road near Parish Road 4-65, if you know anyone who lives near the Winston Road areas or even the Snows Road areas, all the way up into Rideau Road into Palmetto, I would try and either call them and try to make contact with them, and if not, I would contact emergency services if you could, because this is a very dangerous situation that had occurred with this storm, and this is something that was really unfortunate that happened over this past couple of over the past half an hour, maybe hour.
Minutes to an hour, yeah.
Yeah.
Especially considering how unfortunate it is that the National Weather Service did not actually warn it as such the severity of the storm. That can't be what we have. That can't be what we're focusing on right now. We just have to focus on search, rescue, and assist from what we can in front of our screens here, which is why spreading the word is especially important. So, if you know anyone who could be impacted by this, or know anyone that has been impacted by this, check in, and if you happen to know any way possible to spread the word of this, please do. It's 3, and I know it's late. It's really late. It's 3:45 Eastern. It's 2:45 Central.
It may have actually. Oh my God! This thing might have actually missed it by like less than a mile.
Tor's gone.
Probably by about half a mile.
They had one job. I don't know. I'm not gonna get into it.
We've been looking across the board here for severe weather. There isn't really all too much besides some just strong gusty winds. So for the person who was asking for that, that's all we've been seeing for the most part. There's still these severe thunderstorm warnings with 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts. So for Washington, Clark, Wilcox counties here in Alabama, that'll be in effect until 3 a.m. Central Daylight Time. There's also some of these other areas that have some really strong areas of gusty winds. Some could be in excess of 60 miles per hour, maybe even 65 miles per hour. So Mobile and George counties, severe thunderstorm warning until 3 a.m. Central Daylight Time with 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts within those areas. So definitely something to keep in mind with all those storms.
Lazy Fawn says, "Hey, how's the storms? We just had a large tornado go through Palmetto."
Yeah, we just had a large tornado over the past 30 minutes.
Yeah. Large tornado, and I don't want to say it was unwarned, but it wasn't warned correctly. And especially for areas that were impacted, it's rather unfortunate that they didn't have the proper warning. And to hell, most of them probably weren't awake, but like,
take scanner.
Not everyone checks radar like we do. Scanner is dead.
Tyler, do you roll off of Berkeley and Jefferson as well as Washington? Or it's probably a mass casualty incident, according to someone who takes scanner calls in eastern West Virginia and western Maryland, which actually
source please, because not to say I don't
no
trust
one would
you,
be
but you're
saying
up there. I don't know where you're getting that information from. So if you could actually just provide a source rather to Nate,
Yep.
forget me, but he has several through Discord, through Twitter, through something like that. If you have a way of sourcing it, please, be as much of a help as you can. That's all we ask. I just realized this thing spiked a minute ago. At 36 on 34, I wonder if that dropped again. I don't think it did. No, it didn't. But at the same time, it's still there generally. Actually, what is this post-frontal BS by San Augustine, Texas? This post-frontal BS that's rotating by San Augustine. Not to be confused by St. Augustine. San Augustine.
This.
New Orleans says, severe warning with a Tor possible tag for East Baton Rouge, East Feliciana, St. Helena, and West Feliciana. I'll be until 3:45 a.m. Central Daylight Time. I want to go to bed. But, you know, can't always get what we want.
For real.
No.
As I said, if you guys have anything on Twitter,
Baton Rouge is. Oh, right there.
If you guys have anything on Twitter, please send it to me. That way, you guys, I may be able to put them up on live stream here and show people what all is happening.
I don't like where this is going. There is 2-inch hail, nearly 3-inch hail by Gulfport.
Yeah, guys.
What?
Woodside 7126.
What? Is that right now, or?
Yes, that's right now.
What?
What happened?
Oh.
Yeah.
I'm confused.
It's trying to
It's
do
going
something.
right forward. It just developed an inflow notch. It's getting larger, and there's a large spot of spectrum width.
Where at?
Oh.
Yep.
West of Woodside.
Which would be?
Which would be north of Palmetto. That should be an easier reference point.
Yeah. That's right.
It's
We
embedded.
did mention that crap multiple times.
That crap.
Jeez, this is
83.
This is
38. Stop.
This is pretty crap, I won't lie. It's 83 under 35, so it's not like it's a 120, it's more like 50. But nonetheless, let us be reminded what the Palmetto cell began as. It began as a small, weak rotation.
Severe warning.
Brought at that. And then it said, hey, screw you. I'm gonna go probably wedge status.
Severe warning for Pensacola with a tornado possible tag on it.
Excuse? West Pensacola.
Yeah.
Oh, it's for that cell. What is that doing?
It's for that cell that has the water wedge.
And it has 2.5-inch hail.
Oh my god.
Are we sure we're on